and insights. Get ready to be inspired, informed, and energized. As we open day 2 of this summit, we would also like to express a heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you, our presenting partner, Geo Financial Services, co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, our powered by partner, Pernorica India, and our Bharat growth partner, ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our driven by partner Kia Seltos, our state partners Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Uttarakhand governments, our workspace partner We Work India, our logistics partner DTDC, our energy partner Vikram Solar, our transformation partners SR and our associate partners NSE, M3M Foundation and Reliance Industries Limited. Thank you for being an integral part of the News18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. And while you're soaking in the insights of a rising Bharat, do not miss out on the experience, the future of finance itself. Head over to the Geo Finance Experience Zone at the back, get early access to the all-new Geo Finance app, and be among the first to try the next-gen features. The future of finance is here, so don't forget to check it out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off day 2 of Rising Bharat 2026, let's ground ourselves in something deeper. In a world of noise, what's the power of the inner voice? Amidst global shifts and digital buzz, how do we find stillness? In today's chaos, ancient practices such as Kirtan, Bhakti, and meditation are the real anchors. They cut through noise, calm the mind, and connect us to something bigger. Have you ever wondered how these powerful tools can transform everyday life? Our speaker for the inaugural session of day 2 is a guide who's made these practices his life's work. Let's speak to him to know how these ancient paths are the keys to modern peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radhika Das, bhajan clubbing artist and bhakti yoga teacher, in conversation with Anand Narasimhan for a session on sound of strength within. Can we have some energy for this brilliance, please? Anand, over to you.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Are you all right? इनको आप जानते हैं? Do you know him? इनको देख के what do you feel like saying? सीताराम, भज मन राधे राधे
Govinda.
Radhe Govinda. So, Radhika Das ji, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for having me.
Now, the power of Kirtan. Why is it so important? What does Kirtan do to a person? Srila Prabhupada said sing, dance and pray, but why?
On the very base level, chanting helps us to transcend the mind. Mantra. Man means the mind. And tra is short for trayate, which means to free the mind, to overcome the mind. Even as I'm speaking right now, some of you are not listening, you're thinking about lunch, or your children, or you're worried about what you look like on camera, if that camera's pointing in your direction or not. The mind is always ticking, and it becomes either our best friend or it becomes our worst enemy. And so by chanting on the very base level, you're able to overcome the mind. You're able to transcend the mind, to become truly present with self and truly present with Supreme.
So, Prabhu, let's connect all these minds here together. Let's start with getting to that base level of chanting. You have a technique how you get everybody to do. You don't have your instruments with you today. So, यहाँ पे थोड़ा impromptu we'll do. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. If I
all
can
right,
get
so
everyone...
I'll play assist. That's
yeah,
what I'm going to do.
Something.
Okay, we're going to move this
I don't have my
bottle.
instruments with me, but we can try something. So it's said in the Shastra that when you clap your hands together, and chant the name of God, the name of Hari, that your karma changes. You're all well-to-do people, and I don't expect you all to participate, but I'm inviting you. Here's a Londoner coming to your country and my hometown as well, my home country. I'm going to invite you. Can I invite everyone to clap this with me? Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Let's hear it. Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Bhajaman Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Radhe. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much.
You know, we should get them to do something simpler.
Simpler.
हाँ, because ये आवाज खुल नहीं रही थी. Clap because the beat was a little complex.
Yeah.
So let's just get them to do Hare Krishna.
Sure. You guys up for it?
Yeah, simpler. Yeah. Yes.
All right.
हाँ, ऐसे गाना है आप सबको. That's when the elevation will happen.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Now you say.
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Krishna. Closing the eyes, open the heart. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
अब थोड़ा connection बैठ रहा है. See, Krishna says, Uddharet Atmanat Manam, na Atmanam Avasadhet. That means you've got to elevate your mind. You've got to move away from that pulls you back. Say
Yeah, I think you're right.
How does Kirtan help?
How to?
How does Kirtan help? And there are a lot of people who may look at you and say, what is he selling to me?
Sure.
So how do they react? When you enter the stage, when you enter an audience, a lot of them, when you started this whole thing,
Yeah.
people would have come to you and said, what is it that you're doing, mate? How is it going to make
I think what's
different?
really incredible about the time that we're living in is that previously, if you were to do this exact same thing, and even some of you still have that same sentiment, that if you were to chant like this, oh, no, they're religious folk that are brainwashed, that don't really know too much. But I think India is moving in a very, very progressive way towards in reclaiming its spirituality. And I think that's incredible. And the whole world right now is watching India and the way that India practices, how Bharat practices spirituality, Hinduism. And so what's happening now is people are feeling welcome to discover who is God for them and what is spirituality. And I think the reason why is because we've moved so far away from it that the next generation, my generation and people who are younger to me, their parents didn't force them to do anything. They didn't force them too much, just the way that they were forced. And because of that, they're starting to go, okay, well, who is Krishna for me then? Who are all these ancient deities? Who are these ancient murtis? Who are they to me? And so we're in a really, really cool time right now where we can explore and express very publicly our spirituality, our Hinduism, our bhakti. And so I'm very, very happy to be in this place. I'm very honored to be somehow a servitor of this practice.
No, I'm very curious. How did you become Radhika Ranjan Das?
Yeah.
How did you find Krishna? Or let's say the teachings of Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah,
get initiated, get drawn to him.
It's a far out story. I'll tell you the short version. I was forced to go on a youth retreat. And on this youth retreat, I was sitting there with my phone by my side because, to be honest, I didn't really want to be there. My parents forced me to go because they thought maybe I'll learn something. And as I'm sitting in the kirtan, I'm sitting at the right at the back of the room. And my phone starts buzzing, and it's my girlfriend. And she texts me saying, "It's over." Breaking up with me on text message. I was heartbroken. And the way I saw it at that moment in time, I had only 2 or 3 options. I could either go to my room and cry about it. Oh, I didn't tell you. I tried texting her back, and I had one of those. Do you remember Nokia 3310?
Yes.
Where you have to press 3 times to get one letter to come.
Yeah.
So I was texting furiously, trying to just, what's going on? Why are you breaking up with me? Message send failure. I was in the hills of Madrid. It was in a place called Brihuega. So no messages were going through, and I had few options. One is I go to my room and cry about it, or 2 is maybe I get stuck in with the chanting that's happening here, and maybe that will do something. And by the end, I felt so happy. I felt so free. I felt so liberated from my pain. And so then I went up to the person who's leading that kirtan, and I spoke to him, and his name is Sachinandana Swami. He's a German Swami. And after 10 years of hearing from him and traveling with him and finding that he's a very authentic person, I decided to take Harinam Diksha, and that's where the name, I used to be Ravi, and then he gave me the name Radhika Ranjan. But in the West, they can't say Radhika Ranjan. It's very difficult for them to pronounce, so I just kept it very simple, Radhika Das. So that's how the name came.
Did you ever think that moment in London would go viral? Because the syntax concept of bhajan clubbing,
Yeah.
you seem to be the genesis of it.
Yeah.
So today it's caught on, and thankfully so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be candid. I did not come up with the term bhajan clubbing. That's kind of been put on me. I'm somewhat the poster boy for that right now, so that's okay. But when I did that, no, I didn't expect it to go viral. I did not expect it to go at all where it was. And see, my whole motivation, my whole intention is to share this practice with those who are not born here. Like, I don't speak Hindi, for example. मैं समझता हूँ, सब कुछ समझता हूँ, लेकिन बोलने में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. So I speak in English, and I present our culture to Western audiences, audiences in the US, audiences in London, audiences in Europe, audiences all across the world. And I had never intended for it to go viral. I didn't know what viral was at that time, but it did, and I'm very happy and I'm very grateful. And I feel like the internet is the means, the medium by which we can really share messages. And I'll say one last thing before I hear your next question. Martin Luther King, he says this really profound thing, that those who love peace must learn how to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war. And if you look at those who love war and creating division, they don't take Sunday off. They don't take a break. And so in the same way, for peace lovers, for people who want to share a loving message with the world, we have to also use the tools that God has provided us. And God's provided us the internet. Krishna provided the internet. So I'm going to use it.
And what was the reaction? I know this whole trend that we see. I asked you this because I remember seeing your video in London in the, what is that, Royal hall? Was it?
Union Chapel.
Yeah, the chapel, the Union Chapel. And that's when I said, these are people who are singing, dancing, and people from all walks of life
Yeah.
with no, care and gay abandon. They just seem so happy singing, doing. And you brought music there, and then you added various layers to the Kirtan. How does it affect the people? When do people come back and say something to you when you finish that? In fact, that's where this whole trend started. Of course, there are others who, like you rightly credited for the today term of bhajan clubbing.
Yeah.
But the idea is that people decide to go to bhajans and kirtans today rather than going there and indulging themselves into other aspects, which again is to try and buy few moments of freedom.
Yeah.
It's looking for that escape velocity from reality,
We're all trying to free the mind. Why do people drink so much alcohol? Because they want to free the mind of being nervous. They want to free the mind of all of the troubles of their life. They want to free the mind from all the things that are happening in their life that are not happy. And so we're trying all these different methods to be happy, Buy a nice house by the sea, buy a flat screen TV, 1,000,000 gigabyte MP3, Om Jai Jagadisha Hare. We're trying all these different ways of trying to be happy in this world. We buy particular clothing, we dress ourselves in a particular way to be happy, but only to have forgotten that happiness is an inside job. There was once a prisoner in a jail, and he tried every which way to exit from the jail, only to realize years and years later that all he had to do was pull the door from the inside. And it's the same for all of us. That if we can somehow remember that life and happiness is an inside job. Yes, be successful, be everything that you want to be in this world, but don't forget that that won't bring true happiness. That true happiness is an inside job. You have to feed the bird within the cage. The bird within the cage.
So beautifully said. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy?
How did you find what actually makes you happy? Because we're all human, right? We've got great days. Sometimes we get out of the bed and we feel, today's my day. I'm the king, queen of the world, kind of thing. Other days, oh my God, the whole world is on my head. It's such a big burden. There are days. How do you keep that positivity to say, listen, just do your job and leave the rest to Krishna, How do I go back to that basic code?
By finding true humility. And I'll explain that. Humility is something that's used a lot in spiritual circles, and it's often misinterpreted. People think humility means when people can walk all over you, that you're really lower than the lowest. But humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility means to think about yourself less.
Beautiful.
When we're so self-absorbed, when we're so internally connected with me, my, self, how do I look, how do I speak, how do I present, how do I, that's the source of our unhappiness. So you ask me, how do I be happy? By trying to think about myself less, by not being so self-absorbed.
That's so the true interpretation of Aham Brahmasmi is not that I am God, but God is within me.
Yeah.
So
when you're thinking about yourself less, then
Yes.
naturally you have more time to think about others. You have more time to think about God. You have more time to think about the higher things of life. But the truth is, we're usually so self-absorbed. And it's not something that I want to critique about people. It's more a case of, I do it too. I mean, this beard line doesn't do itself in the morning. I'm thinking about myself when I do it. But if we can dedicate more and more time to being less self-absorbed and thinking with humility about greater things, then I think there's happiness waiting for us.
You're doing concerts. You're coming to Bharat so often. Has there been ever a time when you got a packed audience and you just don't feel like singing?
Yeah, of course.
How do you turn around and say, listen, I got to do this? You do this, do you do it then because you want to do it? Or you do it then because you have to do it?
Yeah.
That's the difference between why we are doing a job. Either we have to do it to pay our EMIs, or we want to do it because it makes us happy.
It's a very good
so
question.
I'm asking you that.
Of course, there's times where I'm presenting and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience and I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing going on. And so it's sometimes the case that it's not that I'm loving what I'm doing, but that I love the person that I'm doing it for more. It's like in a relationship with your
lovely,
wife.
beautiful.
It's like a relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. Sometimes you might, you don't necessarily love them every time you buy them a present. But you love them so much that, okay, no, I'm going to dedicate my time, my energy, my everything in that resource towards that person. And so, yeah, of course there's times when I'm sitting there on a stage, I'm not feeling anything, but I just try and remember the person I'm doing it for.
And based on the audience, let's say if it's a younger audience, it's an older audience, does the music change?
Of course, yeah. I think that's been a big point in what I'm trying to share is that you can be spiritual in suit and tie. You can be a bhakta in suit and tie. You can be a spiritualist wearing jeans and trainers. Because ultimately it's between you and your God. It's between you and your divine, your Krishna, your Ram, your Shiva. It was never between you and them anyway. And I think that's what I'm trying to share is that, yes, I might change the detail. I might change it to have a guitar playing, and I might have it with a drum kit, or I might have a saxophone playing in the Kirtan. But the point is that if the essence is love of God, prema bhakti, if that's the essence, then the detail can change.
All right. So then, how would you change the detail for us here at Rising Bharat? This morning, 10 a.m., after a long night for a lot of us,
Yeah,
a busy
me too.
day for all of us on a Friday, and just after breakfast, first session this morning, how are you going to set the tempo for this room here? It's a mix of a lot of people. There are millennials, there are Gen Xs, there are Gen Zs, all of us here.
I would just use one word, and that word is remember. You all know everything I'm speaking right now is not new information to you. I almost feel like I'm preaching to the crowd. The point is that we have to actively use our awareness to remember that there's so much more to life. There's so much more to this human form of life. And I think that what we often suffer from is forgetfulness, that we forget that it's our birthright. It's our birthright. How do you say that in Hindi? Birthright.
Janm Siddh Adhikar.
There you go. It's your birthright to remember that you are a loving, connected person with the Supreme, with God. And when you remember that point, the essence point that you are loving, you are loved by the Supreme, and you are always carried by the Supreme, then you'll feel happy internally because you realize this is all an external show, an external play, a drama, if you will.
All right. So I'm going to do something with you, Prabhu.
Sure.
I'm going to request you to take us to that level. The next 5 minutes are yours. And I'll stop talking. I'll tell you whatever, and we will give you the beat. We'll sing with you. We will pray with you. We'll dance with you. But I'm going to request this. Can you do that for us? Can you just set the pace for all of us for the whole day? Yeah,
You up for
elevate
it?
us.
Yeah? Okay, I don't have any instruments, so the only instrument that we can use is clapping, because you can see I don't have any saxophone or guitar or anything. So I'm going to ask, even for you, you're going to have to get involved and hold the beat down. I'll keep this here for me.
Can you guys hear?
Does that sound okay? Okay. So I'm going to ask you all to sit tall. Some of you are not going to comply, and that's cool. You can do you if you're not into it, and you're like, no, I just want to text on Instagram. You do you, no problem. But those of you that are actively with me, if I can invite you to sit tall and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just come to the awareness that you are more than your body. You are more than your mind. That in your essence, you're a spiritual being lovingly connected with your God, with your Krishna. And in one voice, just to set the tone, let's chant the one syllable, Om. And all I want you to do is hear that sound vibration which will create peace within, presence, a connectedness with the ultimate reality. Deep breath with me. Om. Om. Deep breath twice more. Last one, deep breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. We're going to try chanting once again. And I want you to keep your eyes closed. We'll chant Om Namah Shivaya. I request you to just try your best not to think about everybody else around you, not to think about the cameras and the lights, not to think about what other people will say about you. This is between you and your God, between you and your Supreme. Mahadev is described, Lord Shiva is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as being the gatekeeper to bhakti. That with Mahadev's mercy, with Mahadev's kripa, one can once again reclaim their loving devotion to God. So pray. When you chant, I know some of you haven't done this for years, some of you haven't done this for lifetimes. Between you and your God. I'll chant, and then in response, please everybody chant together. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Harinam eva kevalam. Kalornasti vanasti vanasti eva katiranyata. Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. So I know that many of you are expecting me to dance and clap and jump around with you, but I think that sometimes these meditative moments also make a difference to our consciousness, and I hope that that was something that really helped and, yeah, changed your awareness to remember that you're something more in this lifetime. You're meant for something more. It's your birthright. So the key word I leave you with, remember.
Fantastic. Do you all feel better? Thank you. Thank you, Radhika Das, because I want to leave the audience with this energy so that they feel this right through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radhika Das, for that beautiful reminder to pause, reflect, and realign. I'm sure all of us here are feeling a lot more centered this morning. Okay, on that note, from the realm of devotion and community with Kirtan singer Radhika Das, let's ground ourselves in a different kind of harmony, the symphony of finance and technology, where trust meets tech, barriers break, and possibilities unfold. In India's digital leap, lending is undergoing a revolution, making credit more accessible, faster, and trustworthy. The stage is now set for currency of lending, trust, tech, transactions. Let's dive into how India's lending landscape is getting a tech makeover and becoming more inclusive. Please welcome Kamlesh Chandra Vashni, whole-time member SEBI, Mr. Hemant Gala, CEO of PhonePe Lending, Mr. Ashok Hariharan, CEO of ID5, and Mr. Aditya B. Chatterjee, MD, Equifax India. In conversation with Chandra R. Shrikant. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Chandra, the stage is yours.
Thank you for that. From the spiritual realm to the financial realm. Thank you very much for joining us on Rising Bharat. And I think I want to start with an anecdote that Emmanuel Macron shared last week at the AI Impact Summit, where he said in 2014, a tea seller in Mumbai did not have a bank account, did not have access to credit, but in just 10 years, because of the UPI revolution, he's now able to just use a scanner and accept payments. So he called it a transformational moment for India, something that no other country has been able to do in terms of giving a digital identity to 1.4 billion people. So I guess that's the biggest win as far as Rising Bharat is concerned. But with every technological advancement also come attached risks. So while we've seen rapid strides in digital payments, digital credit, we've also seen instances of digital arrests, cyber frauds, especially for people over 60, over 70, senior citizens, hard-earned savings being lost this way. So today we will discuss how far we have come, but also what we should prepare for going forward, and we have the perfect blend for that. We have a regulator view, a lender view, a credit view, and the risk view. So, you know, a very good mix of all four. But let's start with the regulator view. You know, we are talking about Rising Bharat, sir, and I just want to ask you, SEBI has been talking a lot about leveraging technology, leveraging AI for investor protection, for user protection. But what really separates what we are doing in India, how we are able to do this better than other countries? Because the scale is so huge, the scope is so huge. I'm sure the amount of complaints that you have to deal with are exponentially higher than what other countries face. So take us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. And really a very entertaining and session we had just before this one. talking about what we are doing at SEBI. So SEBI regulate capital market, and we can proudly say that there are some initiative which we have taken to protect investor interest, to develop market, to deepen market integrity, which no other country has done. And after we have done that, other countries are taking steps. So this is exactly what Prime Minister was referring yesterday, Rising Bharat, something that we are doing on our own. So I will just give 3 examples. There are more examples, but just to touch 3 examples. The first one relates to how we do settlement, trading, and everything. So we were the first country to have T+1 settlement. And, it is only after us, US came out with T+1 settlement. And by that time, we were experimenting with T+0 settlement, which means faster settlement. You sell your stock today, you will get money tomorrow. Or the other way around, you pay money today, you will get your stock tomorrow, which brings a lot of efficiency in the market, reduces chances for manipulations. So this is one thing, and not only that, in the case of settlement, there was one case which we had many years ago, when brokers who was handling client securities pledged that security with banks, and then that broker went bankrupt. Now, who will lose the security? Banks will say, I want to encash this security. If you and bank encashes that security, the investor lose their security without their fault. So that case is still going on in Supreme Court. SAT has given a verdict, but somebody has to lose. So, but that's not ideal for the market. So you must have sufficient system in place that nobody loses. And therefore, SEBI came out using technology with a system where there is a system of pledging, repledging, but security remains in customer account. Even when customer sells the security, we have come out with a system where is upstreaming of fund and direct payout of securities, where the fund and securities go directly to the client's account and not through broker's account. This kind of system is nowhere in the world. We are the first one to do it so that the fraud doesn't take place. We have a unique system where clearing corporation has full visibility of the client level visibility, not broker level visibility. All other countries only know brokers level visibility. That means broker can use one client fund against another client's obligations. This cannot happen in India. So once again, this prevents fraud. So we can proudly say the way our stock market works, settlement, margining system, pledging, repledging is unique in the world, and many countries came us, we showed it to them, and they were hugely impressed, and they want to implement that system in their country. So that is one part. My second part is on assured return. We allow mutual fund because their NAV is very transparent, so they publish their performance of their various schemes in a very transparent manner. But if there is an algo provider, if there is an investment analyst, research analyst, they cannot publish their result because they can pick and choose whatever advice they are giving. If their advice has worked, they will say, I will only show that advice. If that advice did not work, they will not show that advice. But therefore, we prevented them from publishing their result. So they came out to us that how can you prevent us? How will I win my clients? So once again, using technology, we have come out with a system which is unique in the world. No other country has this system. What we have a Parva, NSE and CARE together have developed a system which is right now on trial basis. More than 25 people have already registered in that system. So in that system, algo provider or IARA, they come on board right from the beginning. So whatever is their advice, performance, gets monitored on real-time basis, and then after a period of 3 months or 6 months, a result is published, whether their advice did well or did not do well, or how much return it gave, or algorithm, how much return it generated. So that is a transparent way of publishing your result. That pilot project will get over in March or April. And from May or June, we will actually have a full-fledged system, which I can proudly say is nowhere else in the world. The third point which you raised about cyber fraud, that digital arrest, different kind of fraud takes place in security market where you will get a fake app, fake payment link. So lot of people have lost money, and it is not uneducated people. Many of people who are well educated and professional like you, doctors, engineers, chartered accountants, they all highly placed professionals, retired people, have lost crores of rupees because they think that app is genuine. It is Zerodha app or it is Grow app, but it is a fake app. So they put their money over there through a payment link, which is not a verified payment link, and they lose money immediately because the money goes to the scamster. What they show you in fake app is completely fake system, and you think your money is going up. When you want to withdraw, then they disappear. Lot of people have lost crores of rupees in this. So what SEBI has come out using technology is a SEBI check. So this SEBI check can be, there is a link which can be through an app. So we have a app also, Sarthi 2.0, investors can download. Or if they don't want to download the app, there is a link on our website. You use that link and you scan the QR code of the payment link. It will show you it is a genuine or a fake one. Genuine means only from security market perspective. So, and that, or there is another system there that you can enter bank account number and IFSC number in that SEBI check. If this bank account is of a market intermediary, capital market intermediary, then it will say, yes, you can make the payment. It is verified. So that way, through SEBI check, you can actually know, particularly if you are making a big payment to somebody, that whether your money is going to the right person. So that SEBI check has initiative we are popularizing through advertisement. We are going to all colleges, universities, telling students, actually demonstrating that SEBI check to them. Yesterday also I was in quite a big university, thousands of students. We demonstrated how this SEBI check is to be used. Because this is one thing we feel that, once again, this is not anywhere else. We have also done very important step, which is right now only with Google Play Store, not with Apple Play Store, is if you open your Android phone, Play Store, and you type any, want to download any capital market, security market intermediaries, let's say Grow, Zerodha, Motilal, anybody's app, it will show verified. Now that verified tick is available only on those apps which have been verified by SEBI.
Right.
So that is a very important step which has been taken. We are very thankful to Google who has helped us in doing this. We are still negotiating with Apple because we want to tell them one simple thing. In this digital world, there is a good use of technology and bad use of technology. It is important that all these people who are using technology for good should come together and pool their resources. That is how we convinced Google. Apple, we still have to work with them, but hopefully they will also come.
It's good that you convinced Google, because I think 95% of India is on Android.
Yeah.
So Apple should come through hopefully soon as well. But just out of curiosity, through a show of hands, how many of you know people who have been victims of digital arrests? Okay, that's not a high number, but I think, I don't know, I think I have at least come across many people, even doctors who have lost 15 lakhs, which is absolutely stunning.
Even crores.
Okay, my friend lost 15 lakhs, but yes, there have been people who have lost crores. How many of you have been subject to fake links or phishing links, like he said, fake payment links?
Yeah, a lot of.
Okay, but I think you've listed out some interesting steps, especially the verified one on Play Store is a good step, and the others as well. So hopefully people will become more aware of this.
And but Google told us that we have done it first time in India, now we are going to roll out in other countries.
Great.
So,
So that's setting the benchmark for other countries. But moving on from the market side to the lending side, Hemant, and what separates PhonePe from others is, first of all, the scale of your platform. You have a dominant position when it comes to payments, but you're also a two-sided network with a consumer play, a merchant play, and there have been so many technological advances in the last 10 years that's also changed the way credit is done in India. You have flow-based lending now, which is taking off based on credit history of any small vendor. How has that changed things for you? The fact that you have your QR codes in so many different pin codes across India, right from a pani puri vendor to a general merchant to a general store. How has that worked for you?
So I think it's worked wonderfully well. So going with the theme Rising Bharat, right? One critical element of Rising Bharat is the credit to GDP ratio. Credit has to be something which is sustainable, which is compliant, but which is something which lays the foundation of the economic growth of the country. If you look at credit to GDP ratio for a country like India, it's right now at around 90%. China would be at around 120, 130%. The evolved economies would be at about 180, 190%. But within that, if you break this up, the credit to GDP ratio for the retail consumer segment is at 25%. Even below, the MSME segment is at 19%. But within that, the micro merchants. So today, where large amount of payment digitization has happened is with the micro merchants. And in the MSME space, micro merchants contribute to almost 95% in terms of count. There, the credit to GDP ratio is just 4%. So there's been a big gap in the entire credit adoption if you go across segments. And if we see what has happened in last 10 years, if I broadly divide it in phases, I would say from 2015 to 2020 was the entire digitization phase, which led to a trust being built. Like sir was saying, the T+1 settlement, the flow of money, the fact that my money will come, the fact that if I make payment, it will get paid, the fact that I've given mandate, the entire trust got built on the digitization journey that we created. The entire ecosystem which jointly created on UPI, on GST, and a lot more other things. The second phase was around, the data and the formalization phase, which meant that people who were not in the formal digital ecosystem or who couldn't understand, or the ecosystem couldn't understand their credit standing and all. That formalization phase has come in, which has led to data understanding of structured data formats to be able to, figure out what is the credit standing, how to lend, and how to give money to people. And with such growth and this thing comes rightfully the regulatory intervention because it brings in the right structures. RBI has played a fantastic role in bringing out digital lending guidelines, which has helped look at it in a very structured way. It has helped looking at ensuring the money goes in the customer's bank account. There's key fact statements. The privacy elements have got taken care of. Sorry, this context, given this context, right, the digitization, the formalization, and the regulatory intervention is now poised for a fantastic growth because when we see our two-sided networks, India is, while we are on in tier 1 city, but India, I would say, there's India and then there's Bharat 1, Bharat 2, Bharat 3, and which is...
This is like how VCs like to divide it, like India 1, India 2, India 3.
And in there, the micro merchant segment, which is essentially was on the fringe of the financial inclusion, never saw, intense amount of ability to access credit. And that is what we are trying to unlock because with the QRs being there, there's an understanding of the business that the merchant is doing. There's understanding of the credit standing and the digital payments have played a supporting role because, for example, what we do today is in terms of lending to small merchants through our partners is a daily repayment. A small kirana store, a small corner store doesn't have needs. So there is a concept of survival credit and growth credit. So medium and small enterprises would need growth credit, but 95% of MSME is survival credit, which means they need money to be able to run their business the next day, or the next month, or to be able to sustain festive period. So that is what we have led, unlocked because with the flow-based lending, with the digital payments, which means there's mandates, UPI-based mandates where there is daily repayments, with the bureau guardrails improving, with the regulatory intervention coming in, which means that instead of a 45-day update or 30-day, it is now a weekly cycle with which there is updates on the bureau. Customers have been able to understand what a credit score really means, why it is important. So there is element of, even in a tier 3, 4, 5 cities where the merchants or consumers who are taking loan realize that my credit score has to be good. That means I have to pay. I have to, and there is a, an issue. issue resolution mechanism which has been put in place within 30 days. So there is so much of work that is happening that I think we are rightly poised. And that is what we are leveraging at PhonePe in a very sustainable way, where, ensuring that customers, not just in tier 1, but 3, 4, 5 cities, towns, villages get access to credit. Likewise, merchants who were not being able to, in a very formal way, access credit, have a sustainable flow of credit because of the transactions, because of digitization, because of GST and account aggregator, which gives a way better view of the merchants to us now.
Right. Aditya, if I can just come to you, and this is a two-part question. One segment of credit that was very buzzy a couple of years ago, till RBI came out with its digital lending guidelines, was the whole BNPL segment. What have we learned from that experience in terms of how credit is being underwritten for that segment? By BNPL, I mean the buy now, pay later loans that all of us would have seen on various apps. And secondly, we also talk about a thin credit file. So how can, transactions alone help us understand such customers better in terms of repayment guarantees? Hemant touched upon some parts of it, but if you can tell us.
Sure, thanks. So coming to the first part, the BNPL or the low ticket PL, right? That was a rage, say, for 3-4 years. For the right reasons, RBI did come very strongly on it last 18 months. And these have become a lot more controlled now. And as a bureau, we feel that this is the right step because it has a direct effect on delinquency. We had seen that these low-ticket loans, and when I say low-ticket, let's take, say, 50,000, 0 to 50,000 as the bracket. In these low-ticket loans, the delinquencies, which is 30 plus, you haven't paid more than 30 days, goes as high as 26%, which is an immensely high delinquency. Good delinquencies are 2 to 3%. So this used to go up to 26%. So this had a very vicious cycle because what lenders started doing is they started pricing in the delinquency. So the interest rates would also go up to, say, 40, 50%, which should be up to 10, 11%. The good news is that we see that stopped now. Right? Everybody has become very cautious in terms of this segment. The growth, the standard growth that we see in the low-ticket PL or BNPL, that segment is around 15 to 20%, which was trending 40, 50% 2 to 3 years back. All the lenders have become very cautious not to breach the 15, 20% growth level. They have become very cautious on the ticket size. We have seen that there is a direct effect of the ticket size and delinquency. Again, 0 to 50,000 has a very high delinquency. But if we go to a loan above 1 lakh or 2 lakh, it becomes very secure, right? So there's a direct effect of the ticket size. So right now we see that the low ticket or the BNPL is much more controlled, and thanks to the RBI and thanks to the lenders for making that happen. Coming to the second part of your question, so there are 3 parts to a credit journey, right? One is NTC, new to credit. There, the lenders look at various other parameters like maybe your telco usage, your utility usage, your cohort in the bureau. So that is the new to credit. In India, just to give you a number, we have about 300 to 350 million bureau active, which is obviously one of the largest in the world. A UK would be 30 million, so we'll be about 10x the size of any other developed country. But a thin file comes after new to credit, which is, again, a rule of thumb is that bureau presence of just 6 months or you just have one small loan. The good part of a thin file is that it starts the credit journey, right? And there are also ways to underwrite thin files. Things like gold loan, two-wheeler, MFI are the ones where the thin file becomes the most. So that is also very closely tracked. And lastly, I'll come to one last point, as Hemant spoke about the micro. I think to make India credit-worthy, the micro, which is 95% in size, but only 4% in terms of the volume of the loans have to grow. The second thing we all have to grow is the MFI, which is the microfinance. Microfinance is an average household income of 3 lakhs per year, so absolute bottom of the pyramid. And there is about more than 8 crore bureau presence of MFI customers. And I think that's a very good sign as well for credit inclusion.
Wow, that's an amazing statistic. 95% in terms of size, but only 4% in terms of credit, the micro market. So you actually have a very large market to go after, Hemant. But Ashok, Identify plays a very important role in the whole digital KYC, background verification space. And I want to understand, is AI helping you or harming you? Because it's become significantly easier to create fake profiles which look extremely original. So has it made your work tougher or easier?
So I think fraud keeps me up all night, right? And in terms of scams, just a broad number.
And it gets more and more
Yeah.
inventive, right?
Right,
If you seem Jamtara.
Yeah, and I'm the one guy who's looking forward to fraud, right? Everybody else is like, hey, we need fraud to stop.
These guys will not be so happy about that.
I'm like, yeah, if fraud goes up, my business goes up, right? Probably I'm the only guy who's excited about it. But anyway, but
the SEBI person is not too happy.
We lost about 34,000 crores approximately to scams last year, reported. Unreported, unofficial estimates is probably
34,000 crores.
That's right.
That's
reported.
insane. Okay.
That is cybercrime reported, RBI reported, all regulators reported put together is about 34,000 crores. More than likely because unreported, that is, most people don't come and report. The likely number is probably about 80 or 1,000 crores, which is a $10 billion fraud market, right? This was about just a couple of years back, reported used to be, I mean, not a couple of years, 5 years back, reported used to be about 3,000, 4,000 crores. I think you would also remember that those days, it's gone up 10x, right? So the fraud scams
That's why
have
you
gone...
seem very happy. It's gone up 10.
I'm very happy.
Yeah, okay.
Fraud, scams, money lost to scams has gone up faster than Elon Musk's net worth. Right? So in that context, to your question, we are seeing a lot more AI originated fraud. That is, what's one of the things with digitization is that once you remove the person from physical contact, it's easier to commit fraud in some sense, right? Because you can kind of run engines on top of that, and you're not meeting the person. So he can actually, if he gets through a hole, he can attack that 100 times. Earlier, he could probably attack that only once. That's an unfortunate sort of side effect of fraud, and obviously, fraudsters use all kinds of tools, and they are usually one or two steps ahead of us. So we kind of plug a hole, and then they figure out another one. But today, in terms of deepfakes, we are able to catch that. In fact, PhonePe is one of our customers in that end. We can catch deepfakes today. Pretty much, if you use the Identify platform, or for that matter, a lot of my competition platform, that's a plugged hole. Where we are not able to plug is see, on the digital KYC side, I think we have pretty good technology to solve for that. On the physical side, there's still a lot of loopholes, right? Because you're physically carrying documents. Only about 20%, between maybe PhonePe might be in the higher end of that spectrum, but most banks, only about 20% of the journeys are digitized, which means what happens in the physical side? How are you getting your SIM cards, for example? These are your holes that need to be plugged, and there has to be a common layer, in my opinion, across all regulated entities to follow a standard model for catching KYC fraudsters, largely because once they enter the system, they can do a lot of havoc, right? I don't think there's unified KYC norms across regulators, unfortunately, today.
No, there's CKYC, KI is there.
Yeah, but if you look at the submission norms for example, telecom, TRAI is different from RBI.
No, that's right. But I think that is now going to be harmonized.
That's what
there are two stages of KYC. First stage only asks you identity and address, and the second stage asks you customer due diligence. So customer due diligence will differ from a service entity. That will differ.
And that's my point. Yeah. Is that if your norms on the banking norms is higher than telecom, right, and the telecom guys are allowing people through, then you have a SIM card with a number. You can do anything today, and then open a bank account right after because you'll rely on a CKYC submission, which the telcos did, which is a weaker submission in general. Then your whole system is actually broken to some extent.
Right, last 3 minutes. So I'm just going to ask each of you, what is the one thing that you do to ensure that you're safe digitally, or what's the one or two checks that you do? I think Mr. Bashni started with a couple of things that SEBI has done, but Hemant, as someone who is, I would say, very tech savvy, part of a large digital platform, what's the one or two things, tips or tricks that you would like to share with this audience?
I mean, this is this is an ever-catching game, and you need to be. I think the awareness, right, being on top of just being aware of what is happening. For us, at the company level at PhonePe, it's our DNA. I mean, fraud is something which we've been working with for last 10 years across with everyone in the ecosystem, with NPCI, banks, with government, continuously relaying and trying to understand what the fraud patterns are and just be on the top of it. So that's why we've been able to proactively, the fact that UPI is a device SIM binded protocol which ensures that you still have fair amount of guardrails built in there. But FRA fraud risk is a continuous journey which we attempt to be on top of it. I think creating awareness and just being aware. I mean, a lot of times it is just about that small incentive that comes your way, saying that bait comes your way, or there's a fear mongering which gets created. You just need to be friends, family, be aware of it. Don't play into the fear and don't play into the incentive.
It probably isn't.
Sorry?
If something is too good to be true,
Yes.
it's probably
so incentive
not.
and fear mongering are the two things which just play out on human psychology, which we need to be just continuously be on top of.
Right. Aditya, quickly your thoughts.
Thanks. So, as a bureau, bureau is mostly a custodian of data. We don't generate data, or we cannot, in fact, have any modifications done to the data. But what we take care of is that the interaction that we do for a credit report is purely based on consent. That's very important for our business. That is very important from the regulator. So whatever journey that you have from a credit perspective, that has to follow a very, very strong consent mechanism. There are many built-in checks within the consent mechanism. For example, there is no perennial kind of consent. Every 6 months, a fresh consent has to be taken. So that is the guardrail that we work on very strongly.
Ashok?
What's the question?
What are the one or two tips or tricks that you would like to share?
Yeah,
as someone who sees these frauds every day?
Yeah, I think I don't pick up numbers which I don't recognize.
But what if it's a reporter who doesn't know you?
I don't pick it up somebody else. They have to get through someone else. But essentially, I mean, don't, I'll give an example, maybe it's just
Quickly,
a short anecdote. My father-in-law passed away about 2 years ago. Just the day after, my wife got a call. And the call, basically, the guy said, बेटा आपके पापा ने मेरे पास कुछ 50,000 छोड़ के गए हैं, आपको ट्रांसफर करना है मेरे को वापस, give me your account number. My wife, in that emotional turmoil, gave the account number to transfer. The SMS came in. It sounded like HDFC, but the number was not an HDFC number. Fortunately, she's married to me, and I keep talking about fraud, so she didn't. And then right after the call came back again, बेटा गलती से मैंने कुछ 75,000 ट्रांसफर कर दिया, आप वापस मेरे को 25,000 ट्रांसफर कर दीजिए. Now the problem here is, how did he know that the father passed away? Who leaked that data? It's either my security guard, the hospital, the government, that's wherever we got the death certificate from, the ambulance, or the hospital, right? Now, if that data is leaked, what are they doing? They are attacking you at the most emotionally distraught state, because you're not going to be thinking normally. So when you're making transfers, one of the first things to think about is just step back, think through whether this sounds right. It's not just about greed. Like, there are 3-4 things. One is greed, other one is emotional turmoil, other one is stupidity. These are the 3 reasons that fraudsters use, right? So
we're out of time, sir, but final word to you. Anything that you would like to say in 10-15 seconds on how people should be more aware and vigilant?
No, I think from SEBI perspective, probably technology, I have already touched upon what steps we are taking and we will continue to take. But the special emphasis is right now on investor education. And we are, all our market intermediaries, infrastructure institutions, SEBI, we are reaching out to all villages, through panchayat, to students and all, and creating this awareness about the kind of frauds which are taking place and what is the right way of investing. So hopefully, with that kind of educational initiative that we are taking, there would be some change.
Great. On that note, this has been a very informative, enlightening panel. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for our speakers.
Well, thank you to all the guests for enriching us with all those insights. It's been wonderful hearing that conversation. Truly honest, to say the least. Well, let's talk cricket now. Cricket is not just a game, it's an arena. From smashing barriers to smashing sixes, India's cricket stars have navigated challenges to reach the top. But what fuels their drive? What battles did they fight on and off the field? For the next session, joining us are trailblazers. We will dive into their journeys, their grit, and their triumphs. From maiden test caps to record-breaking innings to match-winning bowl spells, they have written India's cricketing story over and over again. Please welcome he who needs no introduction, Mohammad Shami, Indian cricketer. Indian women's cricket legend Mithali Raj. And Indian cricketer and World Cup winner Yuzvendra Chahal. Let's warm up those hands, please. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in conversation with Shivani Gupta for a session on boundaries and breakthroughs.
Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for our amazing cricketers on the stage. This is going to be a tough one for me because I already see they have not followed the nameplates. So I don't know whether they're going to follow any direction that I give to this panel. They're going to do their own thing. बैठिए, चलो शुरू करते हैं. शमी भाई कह रहे मैं तो अपनी सही जगह पे बैठा हूँ. So, it's so wonderful to have them here, so much experience between them. Our lady captain is also here. But I want to start, of course, with Shami bhai, because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था, ready रहे. Shami bhai, सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे, वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है, और वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी, हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर, क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. और जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ. सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था, क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेसिपी रहा हूँ, हमेशा मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए. तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था. लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ। मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ।
वाह।
तो ये एक एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं।
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है। तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था। और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है, और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो जो सपने सबको दिखते थे उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी। लेकिन कहते हैं ना नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता, लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसा लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है। तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के। वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना।
अमेजिंग, इट वॉज सीरियसली अमेजिंग टू वॉच यू परफॉर्म लाइक दैट। लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले एक दो मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरे मैच आएगा।
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ। एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे। लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है, आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके आपके लिए आप हर चीज़ के लिए वेट कर सकते हैं। आप उस लेवल में हैं कि 11 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं, तो आपको वो अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा, वो आपको समझना पड़ेगा। ये जॉब कैप्टन की भी बड़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है, काफ़ी लंबे टाइम तक मिताली ने उसको निभाया है। बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ आप 11 प्लेयर खेल सकते हैं, और जो कैप्टन और कोच को जो बेस्ट लगता है वो खिलाते हैं, पहले वो उस ऑप्शन को चूज़ करते हैं, ठीक है। लेकिन जब आपका टाइम आए आपको वो फिर वो हंगर दिखाना चाहिए। तो मैं उस पर बिलीव करता था कि आज मेरा टाइम शायद नहीं है, जिस दिन आएगा मैं उस चीज़ को आपको शो करके दिखाऊंगा।
Amazing, amazing. Before I ask you about what happened after the 2023 World Cup, क्योंकि उसकी भी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ आपसे, क्योंकि अभी भी लोग यही पूछते हैं कि भाई शमी कहाँ है, टीम में क्यों नहीं है शमी?
मैं तो खेल रहा था। मैं तो रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा सीजन खेल कर आया हूँ। लेकिन हाँ, सीरियस इंजरी थी, 4 साल से उसको कैरी कर रहा था। 19 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से वो पेन था हील में, फिर नी में स्वेलिंग आना, वर्ल्ड कप पूरा इंजरी में खेलना, वो सब चीज़ें थोड़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी, अब ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने लगी थी। इवन अगर मॉर्निंग में मैं तब उठता था तो आई कैंट वॉक, कि हाँ मुझे 10 कदम मुझे वॉशरूम जाने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था फर्स्ट 15-20 मिनट के लिए, जब तक बॉडी वार्म नहीं होती। तो मैं इतना ज़्यादा स्टिफ हो गया था, तो मेरे पास एक लास्ट ऑप्शन था कि आप उसको सर्जरी कराएं। 2023 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सर्जरी कराने के लिए फिर मुझे वो साल भर लग गया। फिर चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में आया, हाँ थोड़ा हैवी था, थोड़ा वेट था, लेकिन उसको कम किया, ट्रेनिंग किया, अपने स्किल पे बिलीव किया, दोबारा से बैक किया। रणजी ट्रॉफी खेला, अच्छा गया, टचवुड सीजन भी बहुत अच्छा गया है। होपफुली आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है।
नहीं, बट मन में थोड़ा रहता है, सिलेक्टर्स ने जैसे बीच में बोल दिया था कि वो फिट होते तो उन्हें ले लेते, और आपने बोला था मैं तो तैयार हूँ।
यार ये मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ, ये सब चीज़ें मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। मेरे हाथ में एक ही काम है कि मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाऊँ आपको, आपको ग्राउंड पे आकर दिखाऊँ, आपको भाग कर दिखाऊँ। मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं करता हमेशा, ना मैंने पहले किया ना मैं अब करता हूँ। आपका काम है एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, आप मेहनत करते रहिए। आप अपना माथा कितना मार सकते हैं वहाँ पे, बार बार आप कितना रिपीट कर सकते हैं, कितना पेशेंस रख सकते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपकी लाइफ में। और लाइफ यही है यार, आप सुबह उठते हैं, हार्डवर्क करते हैं, शाम को घर वापस चले जाते हैं, वेट करते हैं अपने टर्न का। तो मैं हमेशा उसी पे बिलीव करता हूँ कि आप हार्डवर्क करते रहिए, लक को आप नहीं छीन सकते।
Uzi, is it tough sometimes to have that expectation that you have to keep performing, you have to keep showing that you are worth it? How do you handle that as a cricketer, where you have to keep proving yourself again and again and again?
That's our job. That's why we are professional cricketers. Because एक चीज़ आपके हाथ में रहती है, वो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है। बाहर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि मैं चेस भी खेला हूँ, तो मेरे को वहाँ से थोड़ा सा पेशेंस मिला है। और जब फिर डैड वगैरह से सीखा कि जो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहिए। जैसे आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बारिश होगी, क्या होगा, विकेट कैसी होगी, वो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है। तो इट्स बेटर यू कैन फोकस जो आपके हाथ में है, और मैं हमेशा उस चीज़ को फॉलो करता हूँ।
बट जैसे बहुत ये कमेंट्री जैसे होती है कि अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो हो रहा है, अब तो आप कमेंटेटर हैं, आप बात कर सकते हैं, कि बातचीत नहीं होती प्लेयर्स और सेलेक्टर्स के बीच में, या कम्युनिकेशन सही नहीं है। आपने नोटिस किया है क्या ये है प्रॉब्लम?
शामी भाई आपकी होती है? नहीं, मेरे तो मैं जब भी मैंने बात की है, मैंने रोहित भैया, विराट भैया हमेशा, या जब माही भाई थे तो मैं उनसे ही बात करता था, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जब मेरे हाथ में बॉल है मैं उस पर ज़्यादा फोकस करूं। क्योंकि एक चीज़, जैसे अब बड़ा हुआ हूं मैं लाइफ में, तो एक चीज़ सीखी है, कभी ना कभी आपको कोई रिप्लेस करेगा। वो 5 साल बाद करे, 7 साल बाद करे, या 10 साल बाद करे, वो आपके लक पे है। तो यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर मेंटली उसके लिए, क्योंकि ये गेम ही ऐसा है कि कोई आएगा, फिर उसके लिए कोई और आएगा। तो इट्स बेटर जस्ट focus in your life, enjoy.
But you were there in the World Cup winning squad. But as Shami said, he had to wait for a few matches, then he got a chance. But you didn't. So, I mean, as an athlete, this must be really, really hard, isn't it?
I don't think so, क्योंकि जब आप क्योंकि ये इट्स नॉट ए इंडिविजुअल गेम, इट्स अ टीम गेम। और आप 15 लोगों में जब होते हो ना, तो मेरे लिए वही प्राउड मोमेंट है। मैं वर्ल्ड कप टीम के साथ रह के देख रहा हूँ, इस बैटर घर बैठ के नहीं देख रहा। मेरे पास इंडियन जर्सी अभी भी है। तो आई फील कि मैं अपने आप को चीज़ को एंजॉय करूँ, उस मोमेंट को, मेरे कोलीग्स को जो हेल्प चाहिए मैं वो चीज़ दूँ, क्योंकि जीतेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे, हारेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे। तो चाहे मैं नहीं खेला हूँ, लेकिन अभी लोग मेरे को अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बोलते हैं।
That feeling is a good one, isn't it? Mitali, as a captain, you had to deal with a lot of these things. No? In a team sport, this is a problem, of course. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't have, I mean, we always have a problem of plenty as far as our Indian cricket setup is concerned. So how did you deal with things like this? These are very tricky questions. To keep players happy also, to have the communication straight, that boss, this is what we need right now, this is what we don't need right now. Because careers are at stake. They're on the line.
Well, I think it's very difficult as a captain, because you'll have to think about all 15 of them. Of course, the players' mindset is they obviously want opportunities to prove that they do have in them to perform for the team and contribute. But then as a captain, you probably have to consider many factors when you're putting 11 together. And it's a little what can I say, as a captain, I personally felt pretty lonely doing this job, because not everybody will understand from the point of view, your own decision, why you have certain players in and why you haven't picked certain players. But as a leader, one you can do is be more compassionate and empathetic towards your team players. And just give your shoulder for them. You have to be that sounding board where they can throw up their frustration, and you don't judge them for that. So I think
how often did that happen with you, when players were bringing their frustration to you?
Well, since I've pretty much led 4 generations of players, it was pretty easy to reach out to the seniors, because obviously they are very professional. They've already gone through that experience as a young captain. Perhaps they were trying to help me out when I was pretty young as a captain. Players that I've played with of my own age, I was able to do this much better, because they've seen me as a friend, and that communication was much easier. But I found it very difficult with the current generation, because of the age gap, because of where we stand also in terms of, I'm the 80s kid. And some of them, like Shefali and Richa, were not born when I made my debut for India. So you can understand, like, I found it very difficult to reach out to them. And but then I had to tweak a little the person that I am, to able to come down to the level that they are and speak to them, have fun with them. There are times when jab wo jokes crack karte, I don't feel like there's nothing to laugh about. But then मैं fake करती हूँ, I just laugh, because they have to be comfortable, right? So I've done all of that. Ultimately, क्या है? I want the team to do well. I want the players to be in good space. Team जीतना, of course, everybody wants it. लेकिन वहाँ पे थोड़े players will be there who feel bad, who feel left out. So it's the job of the leader to make sure that they don't feel that. They are still very much in the context of the team. उनकी जो contribution है, you know, like say Arundhati, the current, when they won the World Cup, Smriti or Jemima spoke about Arundhati, the only player who didn't get a chance throughout the World Cup. And it could have been very different for that girl. But she was there for them emotionally and mentally as well. So it's a little difficult, but I think as a team, when you're together for about 2-3 years, you sort of find that comfort level where you can express.
जोक्स की बातें कर रही थी मिथाली, तो आप जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल से शमी भाई के साथ. माइक पे बोलिए ना बिल्कुल.
मैंने क्या बोला शमी? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला.
नहीं, बट यू आर नोन एज, इफ आई कैन यूज द टर्म, द जोकर ऑफ द पैक. क्लियरली आप सबको हंसाते रहते हैं और यू नो मजा करते रहते हैं. आपकी वो इमेज है यूजी. सो वाज दैट one of the reasons why it was easier for you sometimes to handle everything?
No, it's nothing like that. It's me. Like I can't be fake. मैं जो फील्ड, हाँ फील्ड पे थोड़ा सा जब बॉल हाथ में होता है तो आई एम ए डिफरेंट पर्सन. बट उसके बाद इट्स मी ओनली. और ये अब से नहीं है, मैं स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा हूँ. आई लव टू एंजॉय एवरी मोमेंट ऑफ द लाइफ. तो मतलब टेंशन ऑलरेडी लाइफ में बहुत है, ग्राउंड का क्रिकेट को लेके होती है, पर्सनल लाइफ को लेके होती है. लेकिन जब व्हेन यू मीट विद योर पीपल, तो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट. लाइक क्योंकि वो पता नहीं कि कब वापस आए, क्योंकि कल का किसी को कुछ भरोसा रहता नहीं है. तो मेरे को जब भी टाइम मिलता है, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं आजकल अपना जो लाइफ अब ऐसे जीता हूँ कि मैं आज दबा के खुल के जीऊँगा, क्योंकि कल का किसी को पता नहीं होता. तो देन आई एम एंजॉयिंग मोर दिस लाइफ.
Interesting. But what do you enjoy more? Did you enjoy when you were doing your own TV or your own series, or when you were a commentator now? What does Yuvi like more? Yuvi like more?
Child TV पे तो just you can fun and all, at least you can retake. Commentary पे you can't retake. मतलब कुछ बोल दिया तो मतलब वो गया.
वो निकल गई बात हाथ से. एंड मुझे आप बता रहे थे आप हरियाणवी कमेंट्री बड़ा पसंद करते हैं, तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए कुछ सुनाइए हरियाणवी कमेंट्री. सोचिए इंडिया साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप में.
ये तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा मैडम जी, बताओ क्या बोलूं. और
शमी भाई कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कमेंट्री पसंद करते हैं? बंगाली.
यार मैं हमेशा वो लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ जो हमारी भी ऑडियंस को ज़्यादा समझ आए. क्योंकि इंडिया में हम लोग कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा फील होता है कि 70% लोग तो ऐसे हैं जो विलेज में जो आपको मतलब दिल से चाहते हैं, बेचारों को उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आती, उनको डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज समझ नहीं आती. लेकिन जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है आप किसी भी स्टेट से हो, तो हमेशा वही प्रेफर करता हूँ. आप जहाँ पर हैं आपकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में, जैसे आजकल आपको मिल गए हैं बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस, वो आपको आपकी बात उनके दिल तक पहुंचती है. वो लोग समझ पाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स का जो नॉलेज है हमारे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, स्पोर्ट्स के जो वर्ड्स हैं वो हमारे दिल तक कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वो हमें क्या बोलना चाहते हैं या क्या सुनना चाहते हैं, वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है. तो डजंट मैटर आप कहाँ पर हैं, मैं हमेशा लोकल लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ. कि आप चलो आप कहीं अगर बाहर खेलने गए हुए हैं, अब्रॉड गए हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पे एक समझ सकते हैं कि आप इंग्लिश प्रेफर कर सकते हैं. बट इंडिया में इतनी सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं कि अब आके ऑप्शन खुले हैं. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हाँ ये ऑप्शंस खुले हैं और लोगों के दिल तक वो बात पहुंचती है.
अब तो भोजपुरी में भी कमेंट्री हो रही है और तेलुगु वगैरह तमिल वगैरह में तो होती थी, बट नाउ देयर आर सो मेनी मोर लैंग्वेजेस. तो कभी कभी क्या आप अपने दिमाग में बंगाली कमेंट्री करने की भी कोशिश करते हैं? क्योंकि बंगाली तो आप अच्छे से जानते हैं.
बंगाली तो हमेशा, मतलब मुझे 22-23 साल हो गए बंगाल में, तो आती है, समझ भी आती है, बोलनी भी आती है. बट हरियाणवी और जो हम लोग अभी भोजपुरी की बात कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे जो वो लैंग्वेज थ्रो करते हैं कि हाँ डिफरेंट टाइप का एक उनका बोलने का तरीका होता है, वो बहुत मज़ा होता है. मैं हमेशा जब भी टीवी पे ऑन करता हूँ तो बीच बीच में मैं वो भोजपुरी लगा देता हूँ, तो सारे घर वाले ये क्या है. बट फन के लिए वो अच्छी चीज़ है कि आप कौन सी लैंग्वेज में सुनना पसंद करेंगे. और हरियाणवी तो जैसे ये जानता है, ये बोल के नहीं दिखा रहा है, वो बात अलग है. बट
शमी भाई थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर कर लीजिए.
बट मज़ा आता है उसमें. इसको आती है, बताना
आपके लिए
नहीं
कह रहे हैं
चाहता.
हरियाणवी बोल के सुना दीजिए और थोड़ा सा.
के सुनोगे शामी भाई, बताओ हैं?
बोलना तुझे कमेंट.
शामी भाई बैटिंग न्यू करा करे, जना बॉल का उड़ता तीर बनाता करे ना. क्यों शामी भाई?
मैं इसकी एक बात बताता हूँ, जब हम ग्राउंड पे होते हैं, टफ सिचुएशन होती है ना, हम लोग मैच खेल रहे होते हैं, चल रहा होता है मैच, ये देखेगा कि मुझे, मैं कभी जैसे चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ या फिर अंदर ड्रेसिंग रूम में जा रहा हूँ, देखेगा शमी भाई इधर आओ, बोले क्या, बहुत पीटूंगा तो मैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मैं अपना शरीर देखता हूँ और इसका शरीर देखता हूँ, यार क्या है, बोला कोने में ले जाकर मारूंगा मैं आपको। तो ऐसे ऐसे जॉक करता है ये, बट वो एक डिफरेंट जोन होता है, मुझे लगता है वो सारे प्लेयर्स के बीच, किसी ना किसी के बीच में किसी ना किसी के साथ होता है, तो वो बाउंडिंग रहनी चाहिए। जैसे हम लोगों की है, ईशांत की है, भुवी है, तो जी हमारा जो बॉलिंग यूनिट है ना, आप, मुझे लगता है आप लोग नहीं झेल पाएंगे वो सब मजाक भी, और उस वो जैसे हम लोग एक दूसरे को खींचते हैं, वो सबके बस की नहीं है मुझे
तो
लगता
कौन
है।
बेस्ट करता है ये? आपकी बॉलिंग, ये जो पूरा ग्रुप आपने जो बताया, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मजेदार कौन है और किसके साथ मजा आता है?
एक्चुअली फिर हम काउंट नहीं करते, लेकिन डेंजरस शांत हो जाता है, क्योंकि अब सीनियर जूनियर वाला हिसाब तो रहा नहीं वहाँ पे, लेकिन जो हमारी कंपनी होती है, जब हम साथ में डिनर कर रहे होते हैं, उसके बाद जो 1 घंटा हमारा पास होता है, वो मुझे लगता है वो हमारा बेस्ट टाइम होता है, और नेक्स्ट डे की प्रिपरेशन भी वहीं हो जाती है और हंसी मजाक भी वहीं हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़, ये बाउंडिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है प्लेयर्स के बीच में। जैसे मिताली ने भी कहा कि मैं, बात होती नहीं है लेकिन हंस देती हूँ।
उन्हें तो जेनजी जो इनके नए मिलेनियल प्लेयर्स थे, उनके लिए करना पड़ा।
बट हमारे बीच में ऐसा है नहीं, आप नहीं भी हंसोगे तो हंसना आ जाता है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बातें वैसी चल रही होती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इट्स सो स्ट्रेसफुल इजंट इट यूजी टू बी इन दिस competitive sport and competitive cricket with the Indian team. जैसे आपने बोला, हर वक्त स्ट्रेस है, लाइफ में बहुत दिक्कतें हैं, तो इट्स important to have a laugh and share a laugh, isn't it? So who's your best mate, and who do you think is the greatest sport when it comes to off camera or off field in the Indian cricket team that you enjoyed the most?
I enjoy with Kuldeep a lot and Shami bhai. इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा, आप यहाँ बैठे हो. Shami bhai is there and Rohit bhaiya. तो एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू ऑल द सीनियर्स, क्योंकि कभी इन्होंने हमें वैसा, जब हम टीम में आए तो वैसा ट्रीट किया नहीं कि जूनियर है, फर्स्ट टाइम आया है। तो स्टार्टिंग, क्योंकि आईपीएल हम साथ में खेले हैं, इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं, तो जब इंडियन टीम में जाते हैं एज ए यंगस्टर तो कई बार माइंड में आता है यार रोहित भैया से कैसे बात करना या सचिन सर से कैसे बात करना। पर जब भी जितना भी मैं खेला हूँ, कभी सीनियर्स ने उतना मतलब रियलाइज़ नहीं करवाया कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो टूर पे या कैसे आए। तो हम मस्ती करते हैं, उन्हें पता ही है मेरा नेचर, अब तो 10-15 साल हो गए हैं, तो उन्हें पता है कि ये इसके साथ नहीं करेगा, खुद तो करेगा करेगा।
चलिए, बिकॉज वी हैव अ फ्यू फाइनल मिनट्स, आई डू वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द करंट वर्ल्ड कप दैट इज गोइंग ऑन। तो यूजी मैं आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहती हूँ कि आप बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कमेंटेटर हैं अब, तो आप बताइए, व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द इंडियन परफॉर्मेंस सो फार इन द वर्ल्ड कप?
आई थिंक अमेजिंग, मतलब अच्छा, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि आपको वेस्ट इंडीज के साथ खेलना इज लाइक अ क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच। आप, क्योंकि ये सब क्या कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप में ना सब कहते हैं सारी टीमें जाती है, सब कंट्री जाती है कि उनकी टीम जीते जीते जीते, लेकिन आप अच्छा खेल के जब हारते हो ना तो इतना बुरा नहीं लगता है, और वो इंडियन टीम कर रही है। और लास्ट टाइम के हम चैंपियन हैं, और जितनी बायलैटरल सीरीज हमने पहले करी है सब टीमों को वन साइडेड हराया है, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस है, और जिस हिसाब से टीम खेल रही है तो ये तो चैंपियन टीम है, ये हारेगी तो खुद ही हारेगी, इसे कोई हरा नहीं सकता।
नहीं, बट अभी तक चैंपियन टीम लगी है आपको?
तभी तो मैम आगे तक सुपर 8 तक आए हैं मैम। आपको कंट्रोवर्सी चाहिए तो मुझे बताओ।
एक टाइम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो
आप
गया था ना।
कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए तब से बैठे हो, मैं नहीं दूंगा।
मैं आपसे एक ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू चाह रही हूँ, आप अब ये मत सोचिए कि आप कमेंट्री बॉक्स में
मैं ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू तो वही दे रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हम खेल चुके हैं और अभी भी खेल रहे हैं, तो बाहर से ना क्रिकेट बहुत इजी लगती है। बाहर से ना कई लोग हैं जो शामी भाई को बता देंगे आउट स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, इन स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, लेकिन उस प्रेशर पे डालना वो टीम हमारी अच्छे से कर रही है, तभी आज वो 15 लोग वहां पे हैं।
ठीक है,
मैं नहीं दूंगा।
ये नहीं बोलेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है? नो सीरियसली, थोड़ा सा सेमीफाइनल में आने के लिए जो रास्ता था थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो गया था, अभी वो रास्ता थोड़ा क्लियर हो गया है, बट अभी भी एक मैच जीतना है, इट्स अ वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल। और थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग 11 को लेके इस टीम में भी बड़ी बात हुई है कि क्या प्लेइंग 11 सही है, क्या नहीं था। जो साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जो लॉस था उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली द टीम हैड टू रीथिंक। तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑनेस्टली?
मैं एग्री करता हूँ चहल के साथ कि आप जब ऐसे इवेंट खेलते हैं, जब आप आईसीसी जाते हैं, तो जो आपका बेस्ट 11 होता है, आपको बेस्ट गेम खेलना पड़ेगा उस लेवल में, क्योंकि जो इंडियन टीम है, जो हम लास्ट के कई सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं, जो T20 फॉर्मेट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिखी है, मुझे लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी भी आना बाकी है वो। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि सुपर 8 में वो परफॉर्मेंस आए। जैसे बहुत लोग अभिषेक को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, या फिर तिलक हो, सूर्य हो, जितने भी हमारे बैट्समैन हैं। देखो, ट्रोल करना बड़ा आसान काम है। मैं अभी मीम बनाऊंगा, आपके ऊपर बना के डाल दूंगा, 50 लोग चिपका देंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ। बड़ा आसान है दूसरे को ऊपर से नीचे खींचना। लेकिन मैं एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जब आप अगर दिल से चाहते हो क्रिकेट, किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स को अगर आप सपोर्ट करते हो, पसंद करते हो, तो आपको उसके साथ रहना चाहिए, आप अच्छे में भी खराब में भी। मैं मानता हूं कि इंडियन टीम की वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है जो परफॉर्मेंस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, जो इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम ने खेला है, वो परफॉर्मेंस अभी नहीं आई है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले मैचेस में इंडियन टीम वो परफॉर्म करे, क्योंकि अभिषेक के ऊपर इतने सारे मीम्स बना डाले आपने, सूर्य को उसने, आप लोगों ने उसको पीछे पड़ गए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है आपको अपने प्लेयर्स की सपोर्ट करनी चाहिए ऐसे टाइम में, और हमें होप करनी चाहिए कि इंडियन टीम वैसा खेले जैसा हम चाहते हैं। तो अभी भी परफॉर्मेंस बाकी है, और सुपर 8 में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आएंगी। छोड़ दीजिए, आपके हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है बेस्ट 11 क्या होगी, 15 कौन रहेंगे, क्या करेंगे। बस आप एक ही चीज़ कीजिए, जो हमारे 11 प्लेयर टीम के ग्राउंड के अंदर हैं, वो हमारा बेस्ट दें, वो हमारी कंट्री को जीत दिलाएं।
यही मैं बोल रही थी, तो यूजी मुझे कह रहे थे आप कंट्रोवर्सी ढूंढ रहे हो।
नहीं, मुझे आदत हो गई है, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे।
But Mithali, does it look like a champion team to you so far? I'm sure you must be catching some of the action. Lots of expectations. You know, we've just had the T20 World Cup win, the ODI World Cup final, the T20 World Cup win, then the Women's ODI World Cup trophy, and now, you know, Indian fans are so hungry they want another title. And this one could be at home.
Well, I feel that when you're doing well, there is no harm in raising that expectation you expect from people who perform. So naturally, everybody wants our team to do well, and it's a home World Cup. But then I do agree with what Shami said, is that, you know, in a tournament like this, you want to feed your best team, best 11, and the performers who've been doing well. It's easy to judge from outside, because we've all been there, we know what goes into that. But at the end of the day, we all want the Indian team to do well. So perhaps they are keeping their best for the knockouts, for those, you know, the virtual quarterfinal.
That can be risky, you know, if you save
well,
it for a little.
Sports is risk. There is no guarantee in sports that despite scoring 100 today, tomorrow you might get out of the first ball. So there is no guarantee in that. But what you can do best is that you can back them, back a team that, you know, you all are representative, you all are ambassadors, and you'll have been doing well. It's in life, there is a lot of fluctuation. Sometimes you're peaking and sometimes you're in the valley. But that doesn't take out anything that our team is, you know, not the best.
Certainly, as far as the Indian cricket team is concerned, there is very little room for error, isn't it? Usually, वो तो आपने भी notice किया होगा, जो शमी भाई बोल रहे थे कि 2 मैच में performance नहीं आती, 3 मैच में performance नहीं आती, तो वो कह रहे हैं ना, मीम बन जाता है आपका, ट्रोल हो जाते हैं आप।
नहीं, बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज खेलते हैं ना, उसमें अगर बायलैटरल सीरीज बात है तो एक और बायलैटरल सीरीज रहती है। वर्ल्ड कप क्या है कि 2 साल के बाद, 4 साल के बाद वो चीज़ आती है, तो और इसमें मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है। अब जैसे हम इतने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलते आए हैं सारे वर्ल्ड कप में, 2023 का वो फाइनल, और अभी अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका, अगर वो 25 मैचों में से अगर कोई एक बार वो वैसा मैच आ रहा है, पर वो ऐसा मैच आ रहा है कि वो फाइनल हो गया।
No, but it was not just the loss. I think it was also the way we lost in that match, right?
फिर तो मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को तो फिर तो T20 में कभी आना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो तो आई थिंक एक उनका रिकॉर्ड आप उठा के देख लीजिए, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रॉफीज उनके पास है। हम वही कहते हैं ना कि हम अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि दूसरी टीम भी प्रिपेयर कर रही है। आप उस टीम से आ रहे हैं जो लास्ट ईयर रनर अप थी, जो 2 साल में बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है, तो क्रेडिट आपको उनको भी देना चाहिए। एक आधा दिन आता है, ठीक है, वो अच्छी चीज़ है, वो पहले ही आ गया। और वी आर द चैंपियन टीम। लाइक अगर आप किसी का भी नाम उठा के देख लीजिए, वो अपने दम पे इतना रखते हैं कि जिस दिन वो करेंगे ना, वो अकेले ही मैच जिता देंगे। सो वी हैव टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन दैट, कि जब भी वो खेलें, जस्ट सपोर्ट देम, बिलीव ऑन देम।
But how did you, like when you were there in the team, how did you deal with these pressures? कि बाहर लोग क्या बोलेंगे, फैंस क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्रिकेटर्स ये पढ़ते हैं सब कुछ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन पे, उनका इंस्टा पे रील चेक करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं सब।
मैं तो मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता, देखो मेरे तो मीम बनते हैं, मैं तो मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, उन्हें सेव भी कर लेता हूँ और आगे फॉरवर्ड भी कर लेता हूँ, तो आई जस्ट एंजॉय। जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ना, जब आपकी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ओपन होती है तो आपने सबको परमिशन दे रखी है कि कोई भी आके उस पर कर सकता है। अगर किसी को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो प्राइवेट कर दे, पर लोगों का काम है बोलने का। आप ऐसा नहीं है कि सब बोलते हैं, आपको सपोर्ट भी करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनका यही काम है सोशल मीडिया पे सबको गाली देना, उनके बारे में खराब बोलना। वो हर एक के कमेंट सेक्शन में मिलेंगे आपको। तो जो लोग आपकी लाइफ में वैल्यू नहीं रखते, जिनका नाम कुछ और होता है, डीपी अलग होती है, आप उनके बारे में सोच के अपना माइंड क्यों खराब करें, जब पता ही नहीं वो है कौन उस फेस के पीछे। तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जिसको जो लिखना है बिंदास लिखो, मैं पढ़ता भी हूँ, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
चलिए, क्विक रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस। यूजी यू स्टार्ट। सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
सुंदर,
वॉशिंगटन सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
मैं मुझे बोल रहे हैं आप सुंदर और नो सुंदर, मैं कर लो। आई थिंक जो जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट टीम खेली, आई थिंक वही प्लेइंग 11 आगे रहेगी।
शबी भाई, सैमसन और नो सैमसन इन द प्लेइंग 11?
ये यार मैं चाहता हूँ, देखो हमेशा वही बात होती है, 11 की बात आ जाती है लास्ट में, लेकिन संजू सैमसंग होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? From the Indian team, the one player that you think is going to be the most crucial?
One player who's going to be crucial in a team sport. I would not pick one player. Yes, there are match winners in a team. T20 format is something that one day you're really doing well, suddenly you get the form. But then I would pick the entire team.
That's too diplomatic, मिताली। बहुत safe। लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं आपने left कर दिया बिल्कुल।
आप आंसर दो।
हाँ,
मैं अपना दे चुका।
नहीं वापस दो।
Well, if I have to pick, then I'll pick the captain.
Surya.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Surya's batting?
Surya's batting, I think वो वापस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले ही वापस फॉर्म में आ गए थे, और आई थिंक राइट नाउ इज इन टॉप 5 स्कोरर्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप। 212 या 213 रन है उसके। और यूएसए के अगेंस्ट जो उसने इनिंग खेली वहां से, क्योंकि वो मैच पे अगर कुछ उल्टा सीधा होता तो शायद हम इसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे होते।
True.
तो कैप्टन है, और हमेशा तभी उनकी आप स्ट्राइक रेट भी देखें 160 170। एज ए बॉलर अगर मैं उन्हें बॉल डाल रहा हूँ तो मेरे को बहुत बार सोचना पड़ता है, प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है, और ही इज अ चैंपियन प्लेयर।
All right, everybody's vote is that India is the champion player. We're all waiting for March 8. But शबी भाई, फाइनल में किसको देखना चाहेंगे इंडिया के खिलाफ? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो बाकी टीम्स है ना, वो सारी टीम्स बहुत अच्छी लग रही है।
देखिए, अगर टूर्नामेंट के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि साउथ अफ्रीका दोबारा से आनी चाहिए।
सेम साउथ अफ्रीका, क्योंकि
क्यों भाई, क्यों मतलब इतना क्यों पाइल ऑन करना है?
अगर वर्ल्ड कप का पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड कप देखा जाए, तो सबसे बेस्ट क्रिकेट जो खेला है वो साउथ अफ्रीका ने अब तक खेला है।
मिताली, you agree with them? South Africa, England.
We've seen that dominance of Australia and England for too long. Let's have somebody else along with India.
Okay, so let's have 3 cheers for India, and of course 3 cheers for our 3 warriors here on the stage as well. Big thanks to all of you for coming. And final एक word मैं शमी भाई को देना चाहती हूँ। मुझे बता रहे थे ये ऑफ स्टेज की
मैंने क्या बता दिया?
जो एक फ्यूल होता है, आप चाहते हैं कि आपका जो बचा हुआ फ्यूल है वो एक बार सही जगह लगे और सही काम में आए, तो यू विश, यू होप, यू आर स्टिल वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इट टू बी इन द इंडियन टीम सून।
यार ये ऑफ स्टेज की बात अंदर कहाँ से आएगी? बट यार मैं हमेशा यही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का काम करते हैं, आप किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स में, आप किसी भी लाइन में हैं, तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, अगर आपके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, आपके अंदर टैलेंट है, तो उसको वेस्ट ना होने दें। मेरा यही कहना था कि आपके अंदर अगर फ्यूल है तो आपको फूकना चाहिए हमेशा। और जब बात कंट्री की आती है ना, तो मैं पर्सनली ये चाहता हूँ कि आप अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं, लेकिन 1% भी मुझे ऐसा रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए बाद में कि मेरे अंदर पोटेंशियल था और मैं और नहीं कर पाया। तो ये चीज़ मैं हमेशा कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं कि भाई गिव अप मत करो, आपके अंदर अगर टैलेंट है तो शायद आपकी कंट्री के काम आ जाए, तो हार्ड वर्क में लगे रहें और बिलीव करें अपने ऊपर.
Thank you so much. On that note, a big round of applause for our cricket warriors on the stage. Thanks a lot. And we'll certainly hope that their wishes come true for the Indian team, which is that India is the champion of the World Cup once again. Thanks a lot.
Well, can we have one more loud cheer for the incredible champions? The heroes who've made the entire country proud and continue to inspire the entire nation. What we just witnessed was the power of teamwork and strategy on the cricket field. But let's shift gears to a different kind of winning play, tapping into one of the world's most dynamic conversations around what consumer markets are looking like. And yes, this is a conversation around India's role in this sphere. With its growing middle class, young population and increasing aspirations, India is no longer just a market. It is a global growth driver. For global brands, India's moment is now. A time to innovate, localize and connect with a consumer base that's hungry for quality, value and experiences. Let's understand how global brands can succeed in this vibrant market. Please welcome Jean Taboul, CEO of Pernod Ricard India, for a conversation on India's consumer landscape, growth opportunities and what it takes to win in this exciting market. In conversation with Anand Narasimhan for a session on India's turn, global brands bet big. Over to you, Anand.
Jean, thank you very much. I like those red socks. Just stand out, you know. How do you make your brand stand out in a competitive market like our country?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. It's the billion-dollar questions, but I think it's through consistency and experience. India, and it was said before, is not a market where you apply only global recipes. You have to be locally relevant. That's what we try to do with our brands, which are, for most of them, produced here in India for Indians. And we try to be very accurate in the experience we provide to the consumers.
Along with it being competitive, it's also very diverse. You know, they may want to drink the same thing, but they drink it differently or for different occasions, and also culturally, socially, very diverse. So there's certain things which are similar, certain things which are diverse. So how easy or difficult is it then?
No, this is very true, and that's something that we have learned throughout the years. We've been in this country more than 3 decades now, and I think my teams have a lot of experience, and the local teams, we have more than 30 local offices across the country, and it's extremely important that we understand the differences of India. Globally, if I take an example, it's mostly a whiskey market. But you go to the south, brandy is also equally important, and we need to have a play. And we just launched a brand which is exclamation, which caters this space as well, because you need to be relevant for the local population in the different states.
But when you know advertising alcohol is banned, you know the country has particular rules with certain brands in certain categories. How does then it become, is it easier to market? Is it tougher? How do you send the messaging across?
It's a topic. I mean, alcohol is not neutral. Alcohol, and I believe there is a good use of alcohol, responsible drinking that we promote, and I think it can be part of a healthy lifestyle if you consume responsibly. But it's a regulated industry because there is a possible misuse of alcohol. We respect that, and we want our industry to be properly regulated so that we avoid this misuse. So
the advertising restriction are part of that. But the media that you say, the see and the above the line, as we call it in many industries, is not the only way to reach consumer. We have products which provide experiences. So you have multiple touch points in the retail stores, in the bars where we can really provide the experience, or in festivals which are growing dramatically in India. Magnetic Field or the Sunburns of the world are places where we can provide a great experience to our consumers, and they know our brands better after these experiences.
Who's consuming more? Because I'm told youth data actually says youth globally or Gen Z globally is moving away, is drinking lesser. But that doesn't seem to be the case in India. So is that the reason why Pernod Ricard is actually trying to focus a little more here?
Well, first, this Gen Z consuming less, that's debatable, and you may see some people consuming less, but it's fine. We have always been here with a strategy of premiumization. And if you think about it, it means we try to have our consumers drink less, but drink better. So we are fine with it. It's part of our strategy. When you look at India in particular, and that's my responsibility today, there is a totally different dynamic. And we have two major tailwinds in this country. One is obviously the demographic dividend. India is a young country, and we have approximately 20 to 25 million new legal drinking age joining the cohort of potential drinkers in this country. Some of them choose not to drink, and it's perfectly okay. It's their choice. But the one who choose to drink, we want to be there to provide them with quality brand and the right experience. So that's this demographic dividend, first big tailwind. And then obviously the economic development of India. We play in the premium segment of spirits. And with the rise of the income of Indian, average income, but also the discretionary, the disposable income, which is disproportionately growing, we are seeing more and more people interested in our categories, where we provide not only a good liquid, but also a great experience, and being part of the lifestyle of our consumer is really what we aim for.
When you were told 3 years ago, Jean, you got to go to India and you got to handle the business there, what did you think about that responsibility? And 3 years later, what do you think about Bharat and its people?
Well, I must admit, I didn't know India very much when I was asked to come here. And I'm very happy that I said yes, because it's a fantastic experience. I knew the position was great, the opportunities were there. What I didn't realize before, and that I'm learning every day about, is the diversities of these opportunities and the richness of India. So as I said, we have 30 commercial offices, we have 19 plants across the country, because we need to produce in various states. And I constantly travel in the country. I was in Bangalore yesterday, I was in Vizag the day before, just to get the pulse of India and understand how we can be relevant in each of the states, what are the preferences of the consumers, how we can take a global brand and make it relevant in one particular state, how we can take our giant brands like Royal Stag or Blender's Pride and adapt sometimes the liquids, sometimes the variant that we bring to the local taste, and making sure that it is, again, relevant there.
He's a master at his craft, isn't it? How beautifully in 2 answers he's plugged so many of his brands. Yeah, Jean, I have to credit you there. But, you know, this FTA that's going to be signed, Bharat is signing a lot of trade deals. And one of the conditions was to reduce the entry barriers for foreign spirits. So be it UK, be it the FTA or the mother of all deals with the European Union, how's that going to impact your business, your approach to Bharat? And does that mean that you're going to be making less in our country and bringing more from the outside?
So it's very positive. And as an international businessman, I'm always supportive of free trade agreements. And I think it's really bring opportunities both ways. this UK FTA and the EU FTA that will come later, the text was just published yesterday, are great opportunities, of course, for the UK or for European Union to trade with India, but also the other way around. And we do produce in India and sell in India 97% of our volume, but we also export these brands. So there will be these opportunities. At the end of the day, we're talking about different opportunities at different price levels. So we should not see the imported brands as competition to the local brand. It's actually different segments that are catered. And even if the small friction of competition happen at some point, having competitors is great because it pushes you to be better. I think the fantastic rise of Indian single malt that we see today, probably some of it is inspired and pushed by the great Scottish single malt that used to exist, but also the example that Japan has been doing, or Taiwan with their brands, and Indian are jumping in with their own touch. We have one brand, I will name it also, Longitude 77 in that space, and this is really something that benefits both ways. And Indian bringing their local touch to this segment is an addition to the enjoyment for consumers.
How do you see tier 2, tier 3 markets in our country approach premium drinking, premium alcohol?
It's extremely important for us. As I said, we've been 30 years in the country. We have some of the biggest whiskey brands in particular in this country. So we cannot rely only on Metro. Metro are important for us, but it's not enough. So we do cater to the entire country, and you see disproportionate growth there. So this is really, really a strategy that we have. And we bring our product, we innovate with the local brands to cater the needs of these consumers, which are for now at a stage of their consumption journey, which is still in local brand only, may go to imported brand one day, or may not, because we have fantastic offers with local brand as well.
Which of your brands, which are, you said 97% of your volumes are manufactured in our country. Which of your brands do you see from Bharat to the world? Because Pernod Ricard brings a lot of international brands in its stable into the country. So which are the brands which you see are going to go from Pernod Ricard to the world, from here?
Well, the two giant brands that we have, Rostag and Blenders Pride, they are available in more than 65 countries in the world. So we do have this already. Our local Indian single malt, Longitude 77, is already available in Dubai. We are discussing to make it available in the US. There is all of our local brands which have the possibility to reach through our international networks of affiliates at Pernod Ricard or with other partners if necessary. And we cater both the Indian communities in the countries abroad or local consumers who do recognize the strengths and the fantastic quality of Indian brands.
Let me also ask you, a lot of brands which are water heavy, agricultural produce heavy, power heavy, today have to also show a certain level of green growth, sustainability, moving towards net zero, reducing your carbon footprint. How has Pernod Ricard been able to perform in this metric?
So this is extremely important for us. For two reasons. We are a global group. We have global commitments, which we want to respect. We know it's the only way to be sustainable for the future. Pernod Ricard is a group that is a family-owned company originally. Our founder, Paul Ricard, was very advanced. We still have an oceanographic institute in a small island in the south of France, Les Ambiers, and in the 60s when he established that was kind of something nobody was doing. So very much in advance. We have this sustainable development goal, which are very measurable, and we must apply them in India because India represents 1/3 of the volume of the group. You were talking about water. It's very important. We do replenish more than 2 times, more than 2.5 times the water that we use into nature through the complex system of water ponds that then are going back into the circulation of water. We look very much at our carbon footprint. So we were the first in the country to remove we call it monocarton, so the boxes around the bottles.
Yes.
That's an extremely important move that actually we're very proud that we didn't impact only with our action. Competitors followed, and so it removed even more of this monocarton, which honestly are not that useful on the brand. That's another example. And we have multiple examples. Many of the local brands do jump into the hipster format with plastic. We are going to go there, but we have decided to do it when we have a solution to do it with 30% recycled PET, and when we know that the impact on the environment will be lower than a glass bottle. So all these topics are extremely important for us.
So you are ticking all the boxes consciously, not because you have to do it, but because you want to do it?
Because it's the only way to be sustainable for the future. A world without water will be a world where there is no more business to do. So it's extremely important that we protect and we take this responsibility. I think being in as I was saying, in an industry where we need to acknowledge the responsibility of responsible consumption, making sure that we develop a sustainable business for the generation that come after has always been embedded into our way of thinking and way of doing business.
Well, as a news network, we've got to walk the tightrope between revenue and ratings. So you've got to have the audience watching you while you don't compromise that, but you've got to also, because we are a cost center, you've got to look at revenue. For you, it is volume and value. So how do you find the balance, or do you tilt towards volume more than value?
No, it's more value than volume. As I said, premiumization, which has been a strategy that we have applied worldwide and in India for many years, means we really want to push consumer to drink better. That's our goal, and we try to see consumer trading up, sometimes from non-operating segments to our categories. And when they are within our operating segment, how we can give them better experiences with even more premium products. So value is more important, and we really look at a way to deliver value to the consumer for a great experience. People, of course, they want a great liquid when they drink a spirits, but they want the lifestyle and the experience that go with it. And we really pay attention to deliver all of it.
All right, less than 5 minutes on the chat, so I'm going to move away from the corporate talk to something personal from you and to understand for all of us. There are a lot of future leaders sitting here. You're CEO of one of the largest, companies in this segment in our country, and also the world over. You are part of the global leadership in Pernod Ricard. What are the leadership lessons that you've learned, which you can share with us, especially when you operate in different markets? And you come from one market, you've got a learning there. You come to another market, and the variables change, don't they? Regulations change, the atmosphere in which you would work, the business environment change, the people, consumers change. So how does your leadership style change? Or how do you adapt?
Well, it's super important to be agile and adaptive. And this is something I have learned hopefully early enough in my career. I've been posted in different countries. And when you arrive, even as the CEO in a new country, there is a few elements that you can drive and you can bring your style. But there is a lot of adaptation, understanding of the culture of the country. And I think when you come to India, it's the next level, because you don't have to understand one culture, but several cultures, which makes it even more interesting. So you were asking what advice I can give. It's be bold and be agile. Adapt yourself. And you will always go into a job with a job description that tells you what to do. But look at what you can do more outside of this job description, how you can contribute to your organization even more than what is on paper. If you do that, you will be noticed and you will have more opportunities. And my experience working with Indian is the workforce is extremely well educated, so you have people that are really able to do that. We, as a group, source talent from India to send them abroad. and sometimes they come back to contribute again to the Indian business. But really, we see India as a manufacturer for talents that is really helpful for the entire group.
True. But do you think the Indians or Bharatiya are far more welcoming of the French than the French are welcoming of the Indians back there? Because you don't speak French, I don't talk to you. We don't do that. You speak English, we speak English.
Well, I don't speak Hindi, but I'm very welcome here, so that's good. No, it's a mindset. Yes, Indians are very welcoming, and I have had a fantastic experience in this country on the almost 3 years I've spent here so far. And I would say most of the French people would be similar. You might experience difficulties with the language because us French are not always good with English, but the intention is there. And I find a lot of similarities in the mindset, in the willingness to be outgoing, to share stories, and the natural exchange is easy, the connection is easy to get.
How do you tide over cultural differences and also this entire, if for want of a better word, ego block? Who's he to tell me? Why do I have him to come and tell me what I should do? It happens to every leader. And on the other hand, you as a leader also have to show a certain level of humility to say, listen, I need to learn from them because they work this market more than I have. So how do you figure that out? And how much time does that take? 6 months, 1 year, 6 weeks, or it varies?
Forever. It's no, but that's probably the easiest question of all. I come here, I know nothing about the Indian market, and I have a lot to learn. And I have excellent teams who know the market and who teach me. My role is to stitch the things together, to push them to do even better. But I'm not here to teach anybody about the Indian market. I have people who know much better than me. And I learn from them, I try to understand, and again, I push them to work better together, I push them to exceed the expectation, but I'm not the one who will teach anybody about India.
So what are you going to be doing? And what do you learn?
Well, so far I've learned so much about how to do business differently in India. The brand we just launched recently, which is Exclamation, covering 5 categories of spirits with one brand. When I was first presented this project, I said, no way, we don't do that in our industry. And there is no good example abroad of a successful brand covering different spirits category. In India, it's possible. An umbrella brand works in our industry. And this is something that my team has taught, showing me examples, being very convincing about it. And then we launched it.
Yeah, because you can put an exclamation after anything, right? And change the exclamation.
It's true. It's true that India is an exciting country.
All right, on that note, Jean, lovely speaking with you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being such a wonderful partner and invaluable one with us here at the Rising Bharat Summit 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your time, your insights, and for elevating this conversation. Thank you, Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from Jean Tabol on how global brands are tapping into India's consumer pulse. Let's now turn the lens on the backbone that makes it all possible. Yes, we're talking about logistics. From delivering food and essentials to fueling e-commerce growth, India's logistics industry has been the backroom hero of the country's economic leap. How does India's logistics engine fuel e-commerce, food delivery and export competitiveness? From farm to fork, how's tech transforming delivery? How are companies navigating challenges and scaling up? Let's unpack India's logistics leap, the tech, the innovation and the opportunities with the leaders who are driving this change. Please welcome Mr. Abhishek Chakraborty, CEO of DTDC Express, Mr. Gautam Kapoor, co-founder and COO, Ship Rocket, and Mr. Angad Khilka, CEO and founder, City Mall, in conversation with Shweta Punj for a session from factory to door, made in Bharat, delivered with love. Shweta, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was just last week we were all here for the India AI Summit, right here at this venue, this specific hall. And one of the things that made headlines at the summit, amongst the many other things that went viral and was spoken about, was a quick commerce dark store that was set up right here, which processed about 1,700 orders every day. And deliveries were made within 5 minutes, from power banks to chips to coffee. Everything was available for the guests who were visiting from across the world. And it was only apt that the AI Summit displayed something that's very uniquely Indian. Where else in the world will we get 5-minute deliveries, right? So that's something that the delegates were talking about, and that's something that India seems to have mastered very well. And the panelists that I have here are the ones behind that seamless logistics story. So when you get something, when you order something on your app and it's delivered to you within 10 minutes, there's a lot of planning that has gone into it. And we're going to try and understand that. Also, the fact that AI is here for all of us to embrace. We'll also get a sense on how the logistics industry is integrating AI to ensure that our manufacturing story is supported by our logistics story. So a big welcome to all our panelists. Abhishek, let me begin by talking to you, by asking you on the big manufacturing push that India has been very keen on, and we have set a very ambitious $1 trillion manufacturing target. Now that target will be incomplete without ensuring that the goods that we produce are actually delivered, not only within Bharat, but outside Bharat, for the globe. So I want to get a sense from you on how is DTDC, which is one of the oldest companies in this space, reinventing, reimagining itself for the new world, which is hyper-competitive and hyper-tech driven.
Thank you, Shweta. That's a fantastic question. And once again, great pleasure to be here at the Rising Bharat Summit. What interests me a lot in that question is that had you asked me the same thing about 2 or 3 years back, I think there would have been a lot more uncertainty. Uncertainty not only for us as logistics players, but also uncertainty for the manufacturers. We know the last 1 year has seen some of the biggest shakedown in the global world of trade, whether it's because of tariffs or other shocks that are being seen. But I think the one story that has stood out very clearly is that the Indian brands, the Indian sellers, the Indian manufacturers have actually taken that as a big cue to take it upon themselves and honestly start focusing on actual domestic production, actual domestic manufacturing. The beauty is that now, not just the big brands that we've seen or the MNCs which used to come and produce, we've got Indian homegrowns, direct-to-consumer brands, omni-channel brands, brands using completely very different distribution models who are now coming in and using the supply chains and logistics capabilities that we have built. Of course, quick commerce has probably led the way in terms of opening up our minds to the fact that you can get things in minutes. But it's not just about everything that can be delivered in minutes, but certainly the new generation of Indian consumers and the new generation of Indian manufacturers are leveraging the new networks that we are creating. For example, in DTDC's case, last 1 year, our launch of our rapid commerce business, where we now guarantee 2 hours same-day delivery and guaranteed day delivery across states using our 63-strong dark store network. It means that now for any brand, without having to pay for fixed costs of creating your infrastructure, you can now have even as small as 50 SKUs in a dark store. We like to call them dream stores because we see they are fueling the new dreams of Indian buyers and sellers. You can now have your product available. A lady could be seeing in Instagram your product. She could click on there and directly go and make a trade. And it will be a DTDC dream store that will be making that delivery on same-day basis. And therefore, the fact that the gap between aspiration, desire, and getting things in your hands, it's not factory to door, it's literally factory to the hands of the consumer
Right,
that has now
right.
changed, and we are fueling that with our capability. So that's what I see is so amazingly transforming in India and about Indian manufacturing and also about Indian consumers.
Fascinating. Gautam, you work with several vendors. You work with, not vendors actually, brands, right? Brands, micro businesses. Um, do you see a change in how they are approaching the Indian market? And how do we ensure that as brands look at scaling, they do not dilute the quality, the standards? I think that will also be very crucial in the whole logistics and India branding story.
Yeah, I think India is a land of entrepreneurs. There are, a large part of the uh, young part of Bharat is actually going and becoming an entrepreneur than looking for a job. I think e-commerce is one of that places where people find a lot of connect and they're able to create brands and create products at a very and by investing less amount of money. So what has Indian ecosystem of manufacturing done is that the capability to any brand to go back and go to a manufacturer, create a fashion brand, create a personal care brand, or create a healthcare brand if they have a good idea. And they're able to go and get a smaller batch of manufacturing, a small batch of branding, everything. So you can really start now, and that's been the case for the last 2, 3 years. And that is what is fueling this flurry of new brands coming with interesting products, interesting branding. That's one part which has happened in the last few years. Now, our job there is to be able to connect all these key points of when the manufacturing is done, how does that product go to the seller or a warehouse across the country, getting that inventory there, making sure that the inventory is in sync with the website, getting customers when they come on the website, they get the fastest speed that they want, getting it delivered within maybe minutes or maybe hours or days, being able to help the brand help their inventory across different parts of the country where the demand lies, getting it fast to the customer. So it sounds very simple, but there are so many connection points there and so much software and so many integrations and so much tech involved.
Absolutely.
And actual final delivery of the goods, which our partners also keep doing. I think that is the most interesting part, and that's how these brands have been able to scale. Platforms like us, partners like DTDC, all together, being able to help these brands make sure that when they envision a brand and they're at that nascent stage, and being able to go and compete with a larger marketplace in terms of the experience that the consumer will get is something which companies like us are able to do that for them. A large Amazon or a Flipkart has been able to do that after spending a lot of money creating that kind of demand. Our job is to be able to make sure that the small guy, a small entrepreneur, is able to do the same thing, give that same experience to the customer, but by democratizing this across different businesses.
So from the time you started the ship rocket to now, what are the changes that you see in the kinds of brands that are approaching you and this explosion of micro entrepreneurs that one gets to see on social media anyway? But what's your sense in terms of ambition, scale, and the kinds of brands that are coming up?
Yeah, I think there are. It's very surprising and a very happy moment for all of us, right? When we see these new brands, and these are brands which are creating real value. These are not knockoffs coming from China and selling it to you.
Absolutely.
These are brands which have been thought through.
Authentically made in India, completely.
We have so many brands who are changing how fashion, how the Gen Z or the Gen Alpha is now thinking about fashion, how they're using Indian fabrics in, how athletic wear, for example, crazy things like those, and how, clean protein is coming from the Indian produce and how is it better than a global product, etc. So I think they are really hitting the new customer out there, and these brands are those same customers, and that's real value which is being created. So real innovation happening on the consumer side, and a lot of value being created to be able to enable these smaller brands. All that kind of packaging, all that kind of manufacturing capability these large manufacturing companies are bringing in, which then forth are helping these brands. So think about it like an ecosystem which is now creeping up and becoming big.
Yeah, right. Angad, you're the founder and CEO of City Mall, where you're working with Bharat. You're working with tier 2, tier 3 cities. You're working in the rural areas. And according to data, in the e-commerce space, there's more demand coming from rural India than urban India. Who would have thought of that, right? Who would have thought of people placing orders online in rural India? So just take us through your journey. Take us through the changes that you have seen in how Bharat buys, and what is it that it's really spending its money on?
Sure. Thank you, Shweta, for inviting me. You're right. I think in this entire euphoria about 10-minute deliveries, fashion, D2C brands, exactly the largest market in India, which is the low middle income consumers living in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. Also in the largest category, which is grocery. Grocery happens to be 40% of the household spend. Has been completely ignored. And the biggest reason why it's been ignored so far has been because the logistics infrastructure rails required to deliver a grocery order profitably, reliably at the doorstep of the end consumer has not been made. So, the entire thesis, I would say the vision of City Mall is to build that distribution infrastructure into the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 households to make to provide the lowest cost, best price, best quality groceries delivered at home, obviously with love. So, that's the entire idea about what City Mall is all about. What we've been seeing is, and when you talk about the low middle class consumer group in these towns and cities, there is a lot of aspiration, and that aspiration is being driven by the content proliferation. So, just for as an example, on our platform, we see a lot of upcoming newer categories like Korean noodles, which is one of the largest growing categories for us, being sold on our platform more than the normal noodles. So, so a lot of that aspiration is being driven by content, and our job as a platform is to make those aspirations affordable for these consumers.
So is Bharat premiumizing, or is it trading down?
So, interesting question. So Bharat is becoming aspirational. They are wanting to try out newer and newer categories that are aspirational, that are premium in nature, but they want to make sure that they want to have it in at affordable price points. So for example, an aspirational product, let's say like a peanut butter, would sell more in smaller packs than in larger packs, because those smaller packs make it more and more affordable to that consumer segment. So yeah, so it's like aspirational products and product categories at price points that don't hurt their pockets is what Bharat needs.
Okay. I want to talk about data, because data is the new infrastructure behind delivery and logistics. How are you all mining that data? And what have been the key trends that have emerged according to you? And I also want you to do a little bit of crystal ball gazing on, how do you see the logistics industry adapting to the new data trends that are emerging?
No, it's a great question, Shweta, and I think maybe I'll connect it with what you started off with about the fact that right here in this hall, less than a week ago, we had the AI Summit. See, I think for a long time we had been looking at data, but data was too transactional, too fragmented to actually make sense of it. Once we started putting in our investments in terms of artificial intelligence, the ability to churn the data and use it as a true source of power, as a true source of customer experience, I think has really increased. So just to give you an example, in our case, we have our own in-house GPT, which is called the DDDC Interactive Virtual Assistant. We call her Diva. In the last 1 year alone, we've had more than 750,000 queries from consumers, out of which 82% of them were completely handled by her, satisfactorily, never even required a human being to be involved. And the 18% queries that actually needed a human agent came with so much more information and understanding of the consumer's problem or the question, that the response times when we gave them from the human side was far lower by almost 25 to 30%. And this is serious impact that we're seeing in. On the same end, the same AI and data today allows us, our AI is able to understand and communicate with consumers in 17 languages. I think probably the most that anybody is able to do in Southeast Asia at least. And as a result of that, you can be anyone from any part of the country having a conversation. You could even have a handwritten label on a parcel. And now with our OCR built, equipped with our AI, 95% of that is getting translated into perfect geo-coordinates, which we are using on our own address mapping system that we have created now to get more triangulated deliveries possible. And you said about crystal ball gazing. Here's my thought. In less than 12 to 15 months' time, we see that you could be going to any of your preferred GPTs, whichever they are, never ever visit a website, and do what is called agentic commerce and simply have a conversation with the GPT, start by saying, here's the product I want to look at, where do I need to take it from, and suddenly you have a shipping query that comes in, and all of that can be done from a GPT without ever even seeing our website, where at the back end there are integrations which allow it to happen. So I'm seeing the world literally going there. Experiments for that are already happening, and I won't be surprised 15 months or 12 months or in the next Rising Bharat, which possibly be about Risen Bharat, we would be having those conversations.
Hopefully agentic AI would have been something made in India and not...
It will. It absolutely will.
Yeah.
We will do it.
We will do it, absolutely. Let me come to you, Gautam, on, in terms of impact of technology on reducing costs of logistics. Where are we in that journey right now? Because costs of logistics continues to be a big pain point for a lot of companies, and considering India has been pitching itself as an alternative to China, and geopolitically speaking, right now is the time when we are looking at getting a lot of businesses to come and set shop here who would have traditionally considered China. So how can technology bridge that cost gap in India?
I think there are two-part answer to that question. I think there is one e-commerce part of it, where I think companies like us are able to help our customers reduce their shipping cost. Not just by the one part of that is which courier, which partner, what kind of logistics they have to choose to get their goods delivered. The second part is that in the Indian e-commerce landscape, a lot of money is lost on failed orders or fraudulent-like orders, where the retailer and the brand, the logistics company, all of them lose a lot of money because a consumer ordered a good and the goods ordered something and he's not taking that. So a large part of, or he has sent goods back to the seller, and they were actually not the goods that the customer has sold to them. So there are a lot of losses on that part which happen today. And it's not in India, also globally. It's a global problem. India has its own way of looking at that problem because India has also a lot of COD happens in e-commerce. Typically that problem is actually a data problem than actually a logistics problem, because the logistics is still doing the job of delivering the goods. Data problem is that there are consumers who have a particular type of behavior. There are goods which are sold to customers may also end up with high losses. So it's a data problem. It's a problem that what category you're selling at, what average order value are you selling at, which consumer is ordering, from where is he ordering, at what time is he ordering. So a lot of things that a platform like us can do to be able to enable to be able to solve for those losses. And these are not small losses. They're like 20-30% contribution to their expense. So in Indian landscape, and large companies, small companies all face that. That is one part of it. This is the e-commerce part of it, and I think this is a problem which has been solved by data. There's a lot of AI, I would say, models which are being used to be able to not only identify but also run workflows which are maybe voice models or call models that we need to do. We run today to be able to reduce those losses. Beyond that, I think Indian logistics per se, where the large amount of money is spent, where the goods have to move from one part of this country to one part of the country to the other part of the country, that part is still, we are lagging behind. I think the technology is there. All the parts of the technology, it's either the automations on the highways, or it is automations of the vehicles in terms of tracking, etc. Track and trace, all that is there. I think the infrastructure, as that improves, our cost will reduce. But again, today we are still the highest logistics cost on a GDP basis against any global market. So we are still more the expensive one. I think that is largely backed off infrastructure. I think the technology is already there now.
Okay. Angad, when it comes, we were discussing about how AI is going to really change what we buy, how we buy, and so on. How do you see that getting integrated into your business? And will Bharat be isolated from it? Will it be just an urban India phenomena? Or do you think that AI will continue to influence choices even in tier 3 towns in rural India?
So on the contrary, I think Bharat tier 2, tier 3 towns will be positively impacted by this technology more than the larger towns, and I'll tell you why. Today on our platform, 80% of the orders are through recommendation systems that are powered by AI. That's 80% of our orders. As humans, we don't influence, what the consumer sees, etc. All that is being recommended by an AI system. And an AI model is significantly more efficient as compared to a human doing it, because they can be more hyper personalized for every user. What is the right product at this point in time, given what they have purchased earlier, etc., etc., can be done much better through an AI system than a human doing it. And obviously, as you go into like tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns, your propensity to normally browse the app the way we do it is lesser as compared to the more affluent consumers. Hence, using technology to get the right products recommended to you at the right point in time is much higher for that consumer groups. And now with voice AI coming in, it's going to be completely different. I think from a behavioral shift perspective of how the offline world works to how an online world works is going to collapse. The difference is going to collapse completely. You're going to order through your mobile app just how you would go and order in an offline world. And all this is possible only because of the the developments that are happening in this technology.
So the next question, which I'm sure is also probably on everyone's minds, is on the impact of AI on jobs in the logistics industry. This is an industry that employs lakhs of people. And Abhishek, I was reading about a new dark center that you've started, which is completely run by women. Now, if we were to look at what's happening in China, where they have zero human intervention in their dark centers, they're fully automated. Do we see India also following that path? And what are the kind of jobs that you think will be done away with? And what will the new job structure look like?
See, I think this debate has come up many times through many cycles of technology development that have happened over the years. Ours is an industry where the human touch and the human impact is always very critical, because at the end of the day, we are talking about physical delivery, physical pickups, and physical transaction of products. Yes,
but robots do deliver.
Yeah, they do.
And it's happening already.
They do. But I think India is still some distance away from probably getting to that, simply because our markets, our cities, our urban and semi-urban places are not yet as homogeneous to be able to introduce that. I think labor costs still are quite favorable for us to still see more value in certain parts of our business. What I do see is that repetitive jobs in certain parts of the supply chain, especially the middle mile part of it, for example, sortation, picking and packing of products, computer vision, which can be used to now see where a package should be moving. I think those are areas in which human intervention will be lesser, which means AI will be more of an agent supporting, assisting, enabling the human beings to be more efficient. But at the same time, for the same reasons that I'm sure Gautam Angad, we all of us believe, as more and more Bharat penetration of services and requirements is going to go in, we know that we have not even seen 10 or 15% of the total market. So you will have probably the need for resources and people enabled with technology going far more deeper. And I think as you quoted China, as China grew and China achieved success and became more automated, it did not mean that people were jobless. It did not mean that people were not being engaged. It just means that people are engaged more meaningfully with more value being added.
Gautam, your thoughts on this?
I think nothing very different from what what Abhishek is saying. But think about it like this: what will AI do? AI will just fuel the consumer being able to buy more. The consumerism of the Bharat to be able more people to buy more, produce at a lower cost. That will happen. But what will happen is that when people buy more, there'll be more logistics. Look at any developed economy or developing economy, the logistics still happens by people. Robotics is absolutely on the back end, but from the front end perspective is largely people. That's the most efficient way of doing it, even beyond robots or using drones. Indian ecosystem, all the cities are tightly knit to each other, right? They're densely populated. People is the most efficient, still the most efficient way. This is what happened with fast delivery, 10-minute delivery coming in. There was more employment there. You had e-commerce coming, there was more employment there. So all the last mile of people going online and buying actually is rightly proportionate to number of people being on the job and delivering goods to you. I think that's why it's more people. I think it's going to be more employment with more AI coming into at least consumer products.
Okay, Angad?
I think the people who are involved in sort of moving atoms and the physical labor, they won't be impacted by AI. But the entire layer in the delivery ecosystem that enables that, they will become 10x more efficient. So the same person would be able to do 10 times more than what they would be.
Then you will need fewer people to do that job, right?
Either that or the size of the pie needs to go up.
Or expansion.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the pipe will expand more than that's always.
I think we all believe in that. The pie
is always happening.
Very quickly, we're out of time. But one quick wish list from the government on what can be done to enable more efficiency in our logistics space. Very quickly, Abhishek, you.
Just remove any hurdles for domestic or international trade.
Specific. You have to be specific. You can't say any hurdles.
Even faster and more brighter execution of all the FTA deals.
Okay.
Make sure that Indian products can reach the hands of people across the world.
So more FTAs. Gautam?
I think actually there's something interesting which has already happened, where how the new law in terms of helping Indian exporters through the e-commerce mode, being able to sell to global markets, being able to get their goods back. Earlier it was considered as a new import. Now you can actually get it back without paying the additional import duty on your own goods that you had sent forward. So all those things are very interesting. I think there are small little things left around it in terms of helping Indian companies sell to global markets. I think there are very, very small few little things left in that space that has to be corrected.
So in the last 1 year or so, we've seen a sense of urgency from the government as well. There were initiatives announced, the budget, expansion of the amount of what MSMEs can export without approvals, and then we've seen the government go easy on quality control orders. So, but we've seen that happening in the last 1 year. Angad, if you were to suggest 2 or 3 steps that the government needs to take this simplification process forward, because logistics is going to form the basis of our manufacturing push.
I think I would say just integration of technology into all the government processes, whether it is compliances, regulations, GST bills, etc., etc. Just the integration of technology into government will help companies like us a lot to be more and more efficient.
Integration of technology into government.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have some more time. So I want to talk to you all about the big elephant in the room, which is China, because there are inevitable comparisons that are drawn between India and China. For India to ride this manufacturing wave, there is so much that China has already done. Is it viable for us to copy the Chinese playbook where logistics is concerned, or do you think India India will need its unique solutions, which could use a bit from China, but we'll have to devise our own models that lend us efficiency. Abhishek.
I think we have to have a reality check that China has had the credit of policies and systems that have been developed over 3 decades that has allowed them to become the dominant force that they are in terms of what they do in manufacturing or global supply chains. India's journey has just begun. But I think what I'm most encouraged by is in the short time that we've had, how Indian manufacturers, how Indian logistics companies, the whole ecosystem, including the government being a big part of it, the way we are moving and the pace at which we are moving, I think we must give a lot of credit to ourselves. And I'm a strong believer that India is not a homogeneous market. India is a very heterogeneous market. Our demographic dividend even within the country and the potential of using that across the world is very unique. And that means that how Indian manufacturers and Indian logistics companies are going to find solutions for distribution or getting products in the hands of people within India and across the world. They might be inspired to some extent by what China has done, but I think we will find our own unique way to do it. I think we have taken Jugaad also to the next level. It's no longer the helplessness that Jugaad used to be. I think there's true innovation that's now happening. And the Indian way of innovating is going to be different than any other way of innovating. And I think that's what works best for India and Indians and Bharat as well. And I'm very confident about that.
Gautam, Indian way of innovation.
I think all the markets change very quickly. What China has done in the last many decades is also said to be changed. There'll be a new guy changing that. I think India has that opportunity. India has the domestic capability for that domestic market to also support what we manufacture is sold here. Think about this industry that I specifically always think about is toys industry. See how it is transport. It has become very different. Everything at some point of time, everything was coming from China. And think about all the companies. I was talking to this one company who is now exporting 60% of what they produce to the US and the European market. It's a product which is out of India, designed in India, now sold globally.
Wow.
And there's no Chinese competition. And it happened in the last 5-6 years. This company called Skillmatics, right? They make these interesting
Right.
gifts for things for toys for kids, right? Very interesting, right? And that's also coming from the support that the government decided to give the toys industry. And I think we have enough innovative entrepreneurs to be able to enable that. Manufacturing is today still is only a small bit of actually creating a product and making it a success.
All right. Angad, very quickly, your closing remark on the competition with China.
I think the times have changed. Chinese market, when it grew, were at different times. The context was very different. I agree that India is not a homogeneous market, it's a heterogeneous market. I think the real need of the hour right now is driving domestic consumption. And that's going to come through major reskilling programs for our entire population, given this, AI is already here. There is a need for major reskilling in India to happen to catapult us into the next phase of growth. That's, I would say, it's not China versus India, it's actually India versus India and AI.
That is so interesting. And on that note, on that very optimistic note, we'll close this conversation. I think Angad sums it up beautifully. It's not India versus China anymore, but India versus India and Bharat 2.0. So with that, thank you so much. We do hope that entrepreneurs like yourselves and several others continue to drive the India-Bharat story forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to our distinguished panel for bringing in clarity, depth and honesty to this very important conversation. While the logistics leaders, we have just through their voices seen, they've shown us how India's infrastructure is driving growth. Now, let's explore a different kind of frontier where nations navigate the complex game of defense, diplomacy and strategy, where the stakes are very high and the playbook is evolving. Joining us to decode this complex landscape is an expert who has tracked these shifts in global conflict and cooperation. With his expertise, we will dive into the intersections of defense, diplomacy, and technology. Please welcome Adrian Fontanellas, military historian and author, for a thought-provoking discussion on Disruptor's Dilemma, Defense, Diplomacy, and the Future of War, in conversation with Rahul Shivshankar. We need some energy in here. Please, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Rahul, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. What a day to be speaking to Adrian Fontanellas, one of the leaders on perspectives with regards to the military. I don't know if you've just heard, but a few moments ago, the Israelis and the Americans have just struck targets in Iran. So we're living in a time of war, Adrian, and we're going to be discussing scenarios that emerge from combat. Thank you very much for being here. What is your immediate take? I know it's not easy to comment when we don't have all the information. Your immediate comment on why we are suddenly seeing combat of a nature that we thought we had put behind a few years ago, exploding in different parts of the world. We've also had, of course, conflict with Pakistan right here in the subcontinent. That was about 9 to 10 months ago. Why is this happening?
Good afternoon, and at first, thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here. And as for your question, back in the early 2000s, we were thinking that we were living in a completed world, I mean, with respect of international law and so forth. And then, since more than a decade, everything is unraveling. I think it was a gradual process. I think it might foremost indicate that we also transitioned from a unipolar world with a single dominant global power, willing to impose a kind of respect of its international rule, and foremost with the will to do, the means and the will to do it. And this gradually changed. And of course, we are switching into different worlds with several, in the long term, equal powers, perhaps 4 or 5 real global powers. India will be one of them, obviously. And I think during this transition, we are seeing frictions. We are seeing this kind of reshuffling of the cards, and this is generating also conflicts. I'm thinking about the Russo-Ukrainian war, for example. Sindur might be. I think Sindur is not related directly to that, but otherwise, yes, we are back into a conflicty world until a new paradigm consolidates and emerge.
So Trump has said that he is not a president that wants to go to war, that he's a president for peace. That's what he says about himself, and he takes great pride in ensuring that nations that are warring, and there have been about 7 or 8 by his own admission, how he sort of brought peace to those regions. But here you're seeing, in regards to Iran, the US and Israel coming together. Now, do you believe that there is a legitimate reason here, or is this power projection to prove a point really to domestic audiences? How do you read the American sudden pivot? And he also, of course, called the Ministry there of Defense into the Ministry of War. So it's quite interesting that he sort of plays around with these nomenclatures.
I see this as a highly risky situation, frankly. It's almost like President Trump is reminding me of Vladimir Putin, in the sense as you are making coup, and you are succeeding into your military coup without entering into any protracted, damaging war. So Putin had a easy 6 days war against Georgia in 2008. He won without any trouble. And then annexation of Crimea in 2014. No bloodshed. He got it. The Donbass was a kind of disguise affair. No problem at all. So he won at each time. Intervention in Syria. He also won. It was not an expensive engagement from the Russians. It was 50 aircraft, a few thousand troops, and appearing as a new power player in the Middle East for such a low cost. And then he overstepped. And then, out of hubris, he thought he could repeat a short operations against entire Ukraine. And now both Russia, Ukraine, and Western Europe are stuck into a protracted conflict without an end and without any political solution in view to stop it. And now we see Trump in power, and I think I lost the count already of armed intervention since he began his second term, but we had against Iran last year. Okay, he got it very cleanly. I mean, just this single strike. Most of the work was done by the Israeli Air Force beforehand, and the Iranian opted for a kind of a demonstration, diplomatic retaliation with this wave of 14 short-range missiles against US base in Qatar. So it was not a retaliation to kill. It was a retaliation to demonstrate. It was signaling. And then, of course, Venezuela. Fantastic PR military operation. You kidnap a president, you bring him home. So far for him, military operations were easy, well under control, scoring a lot of PR points. And the danger this time with going against Iran is there is no control about what the Iranian will do. They have plenty of different ways to try to retaliate.
So you think this could escalate unpredictably?
Absolutely. At least they depend on the adversary to keep reasonable and not escalate too much, because Iran has several serious options to retaliate. For example, they could target American ships in the Persian Gulf. They have, according to the Israeli, at least 1,000 long-range ballistic missiles in stock, according to what Tel Aviv published. They have also thousands of shorter-range missiles, enough to reach bases in Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Qatar, for instance. They have also their Houthi allies, which might be activated, and the Houthi had showed enough that they were foes that shall not be underestimated during 2003 and 2004 and early 2025. And of course, there is all the militias supported by Tehran and the IRGC, the Guardians of the Revolution, which are in Iraq. So Iran has plenty options to retaliate. And
so you're saying that the Iranians might not respond traditionally. They could, but they may not. They may even engage some of these militias that they contract or they patronize in different parts of the Middle East to perhaps carry out surgical strikes against American and maybe even Israeli targets.
Yeah. Actually, last year, Iraqi militias fired drones against Israel in solidarity with Iran, and Houthis were firing a few ballistic missiles too. So they did it already last year, in a sense. So they really have several options to retaliate, or they could also activate all of them. It depends on how they will react. If they want to go to launch counter-strikes as much as they could, as fast as they could, or if they are settling for a protracted war, just trying to survive the strikes, counting on a lucky shot of their air defenses to shoot an American aircraft. Because you have to recall the Sindur affair with the Rafale, but can you imagine if the Iranian managed to shoot a F-35? It would be the same in terms of PR campaigning. So they have several options in front of them, and it is not the Americans who are controlling these options.
So this latest round of strikes on Iran are being described as preemptive strikes. Obviously, the intention is to try and bring Iran to the negotiating table so that they can open up their nuclear facilities to inspections, or even perhaps push them into demilitarizing or weaponizing, rather, their nuclear options. Are we expected to see Iran comply, or do you think the fact that it has been described as a premeditated strike is not something that the Iranians will look at and say, okay, well, you know, maybe we need to come back to the table, but we can go ahead and do what we have to?
At this stage, I'm very skeptical because basically the long-range ballistic missiles and the nuclear threshold capability are kind of insurances from Iranian or other guardians of the revolution perspectives. So I guess they will not, my assumption is they will not renounce on them so easily. But we'll see. It is, of course, impossible to predict the dynamics. An unknown quantity is the reaction of the Iranian public, too. This is of utmost importance in such a context. But again, what is frightening is the Israeli and the Americans don't have the control of
So they
the
don't
Iranian
have
reaction.
the control over Iranian escalatory ladder, and that can be problematic. Well,
Exactly.
I want to pivot because we've just done halfway of our conversation. I want to pivot a little bit and go back 9 months to Operation Sindur, which was, of course, a military success. What are the key takeaways for you? Because here you had two nuclear powers. This is territory that no one thought anyone would enter. Two nuclear powers going at each other. What are your takeaways?
At first, but it is more on the political than military level, but it is really impressive. The entire war lasted only 4 days, so it went so fast that nobody had really the time to consider that. But it was under the nuclear threshold, so on the political level, you really need nerves of steel to let your military in charge of the escalation ladder and to do what they need to do operationally in reaction to enemy counter initiatives, because the stakes are so high.
So what you're saying is that the Indian leadership demonstrated nerves of steel by leaving all the decisions to the military.
Yeah, and you need so much trust to do some in your own institutions to do something like that, into the professionalism of your superior officers. So this is quite striking, and from my perspective, it is quite rare in our world to see such a chain of command functioning flawlessly. You know, the political level has endorsed a strict political cadre with political objectives, and then the military are free to operate within it. It was quite freely within it. So this is a major lesson I would take from this episode. And others are more linked to military affairs.
So let me ask you, one aspect of this was battle management. What do you make of India's battle management? Because before this operation was conducted, there were many debates about whether we should have integrated command or not. And many people felt that integrated command would sort of be, in some ways, not as efficient as what we have. But here we had a different sort of plan. What do you make of it? Did we really have integrated command? If so, how developed is it?
I would, to vulgarize this notion, I would say it would be the difference between 10 of us tasked to surround this building and control its access, without mobile phone, without anything, to be in competition with another group of 10, with WhatsApp connection between them, able to share in real-time information. So this is the sheer importance of battle management. It demultiplies the force of the individual units, systems, and so forth. And indeed, in the case of India, what Indian air defenses in particular and the integrated air command and control system of the Indian Air Force plus the Akash tier system of the army faced was quite a massive challenges, because it was hundreds of UAVs at the same time, supported by long-range rocket artillery fire, plus aeroballistic missiles fired by Pakistani GF-17 jets. And the Indian battle management system, so this EACCCS, proved good enough to counter, identify the threat, share the information within all the weapon system in the area of interest, and then action specific systems in function of the threat. And this almost in real time. You have perhaps 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds to do that on a 1,500 kilometers front. So at least for me, this came as really as a strategic surprise to have the Indians to have such an excellent system, locally developed system.
So you think that we did a fantastic job in managing the battlefield?
Absolutely, and
from a central command position, and that you think is a major leap forward?
Absolutely, absolutely, it is.
And let me tell you, friends, some of you obviously must have been glued to your TV all those 4 or 5 days, but many people believed that two nuclear powers would never cross the Rubicon. And this is the first time really in the history of the development of nuclear weapons where two nuclear weapon states actually decided that they were going to, at least from India's side, that we were going to cross that threshold. So this was a major, major leap of faith. And as Adrian says, the Indian political establishment showed that it had nerves of steel by completely entrusting and empowering the armed forces and giving them a free hand. So that is a major, major point of achievement which we should all recognize is a great development for us. But I also want to talk to you a little bit about the fact that despite having dominated this exchange with Pakistan, we lost the information war. What do you make of this?
I am of two minds. At first, of course, it is bad to lose the information war, and nowadays communication is a line of operation in itself. So it is true that the Pakistani were clearly better at that game. Although it sounds to me tactical, because okay, the Pakistani got at it better in, for example, in the Western mass media, but people are forgetting about 3 days what were the comments about Sindur. So is it so important on the strategic level for India? Whilst on the other hand, because the Pakistani won this communication war, this aspect of the war, they didn't lose face. And when you have an adversary which is not losing face, then you will not reform. It will be less easier to improve itself. And so in the future, it will be less as a threat, in a sense, in terms of pure military capabilities.
So you're saying that they will become more complacent because they actually believe the propaganda and say, oh, we won the war, so we don't need to reform, we don't need to replace our military commanders that didn't do a good job, and that's actually good. So it's good to have lost the information war.
I would say it's always good to avoid to humiliate your adversary unnecessarily. So,
advantage, yeah. But still, this plays into our hands. In fact, we know that General Munir gave himself a promotion. He now goes by the title Field Marshal, and Trump says he's my favorite Field Marshal in the world. So maybe it is good that the Pakistanis are living in their world of illusion, because they may not go for those next responses. But let's not also be so complacent. And I have to ask you, how do you think Pakistan will adapt now to life after Operation Sindur? What will the Pakistanis do to build themselves up so that they don't suffer like they have?
I would think that they will invest into long-range ammunitions of the same kind as India has had already and deployed with such a great effect during Sindur. So they had some already, and they have some local development of cruise missiles, for example, but they will probably intensify their efforts. Tactically, I would expect them to hone their attack waves, mixing UAVs and rocket artillery and missiles, perhaps try to concentrate more on them, on a single target, rather than trying to strike several Indian air stations at the same time. At least it is what happened with the Russians in their long strike campaigns against Ukraine. They are improving all the time, you know, finding new solutions, coordinating better, and they are far more efficient now than they used to be 2 or 3 years ago. So I would expect the Pakistani to have this learning curve, which means in turn that, of course, India has to continue to improve and refine the system. It is highly satisfactory, but it must be always improved to counter the enemy own evolutions. It is a never-ending game of adaptation and counter-adaptation.
Well, India has made, of course, a commitment in its budget. It's expanded its defense budget to try and now acquire the latest weapon systems and also fill the gaps that it might have actually spotted after Operation Sindur. Adrian Fontanellis, thank you very much for speaking to us. It's been a wonderful conversation. Thank you for bringing perspective, rich perspective, to our audience here. Thank you, audience, for being patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that engaging and thought-provoking session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, as we break for lunch, we would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you. Our presenting partner, Jio Financial Services, our co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, and our powered by partner, Pernod Ricard India, our Bharat Growth partner, ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our driven by partner Kia Seltos, our state partners Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Uttarakhand governments, our workspace partner WeWork India, our logistics partner DTDC, our energy partner Vikram Solar, our transformation partners SR, and our associate partners NSE, M3M Foundation and Reliance Industries Limited. Thank you for being an integral part of News18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. And while you're soaking in the insights of a Rising Bharat, once again, a humble reminder, do not miss out on experiencing the future of finance itself. Head over to the Jio Finance Experience Zone right at the back. Get early access to the all-new Jio Finance app and be among the first to try the next-gen features. The future of finance is here. Go check it out. We'll see you in just a bit, right after lunch. We'll, ladies and gentlemen, reassemble at 2 p.m. It's a humble reminder. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Well, let's talk cricket now. Cricket is not just a game. It's an arena. From smashing barriers to smashing sixes, India's cricket stars have navigated challenges to reach the top. But what fuels their drive? What battles did they fight on and off the field? For the next session, joining us are trailblazers. We will dive into their journeys, their grit and their triumphs. From maiden test caps to record-breaking innings to match-winning bowl spells, they have written India's cricketing story over and over again. Please welcome he who needs no introduction, Mohammad Shami, Indian cricketer, Indian women's cricket legend Mithali Raj, and Indian cricketer and World Cup winner Yuzvendra Chahal. Let's warm up those hands, please. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, in conversation with Shivani Gupta for a session on boundaries and breakthroughs.
Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for our amazing cricketers on the stage. This is going to be a tough one for me because I already see they have not followed the nameplates. So I don't know whether they're going to follow any direction that I give to this panel. They're going to do their own thing. बैठिए बैठिए, चलो शुरू करते हैं. शमी भाई कह रहे मैं तो अपनी सही जगह पे बैठा हूँ. So, it's so wonderful to have them here. So much experience between them. Our lady captain is also here. But I want to start, of course, with Shami bhai because मैंने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था रेडी रहे. शमी भाई सबसे ज्यादा जो सब सुनना चाहेंगे आपसे वो है 2023 वर्ल्ड कप की यादें. बहुत ही रेयरली ऐसा होता है कि कोई वर्ल्ड कप इंडिया ना जीते या कोई टीम ना जीते और फाइनल में जाके उनको हार्ट ब्रेक झेलना पड़े, लेकिन एक प्लेयर की परफॉर्मेंस पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया को याद रहती है और वो परफॉर्मेंस थी आपकी इस वर्ल्ड कप में. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मोहम्मद शमी हु वाज द मैन ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट रियली एज फार एज द 2023 वर्ल्ड कप इज कंसर्न. इंडिया कुडंट विन द टाइटल, बट अब आप उस 2023 वर्ल्ड कप के बारे में सोचते हैं तो क्या सोचते हैं, क्या याद आता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो यार कि सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जो वो फील किया, वो जो आप लोगों का प्यार दिखा वहाँ पे, और वो जो एक होता है ना कि जज्बा दिखाई देता है लोगों में भी, वो एक अलग पंप करता है हमें एज ए प्लेयर. क्योंकि जब हम ग्राउंड में होते हैं तो क्राउड का सपोर्ट एक नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाता है हमें. तो वो भी एक अलग लेवल का नज़र आ रहा था 2023 में. और जहाँ तक परफॉर्मेंस की सवाल है, कहते हैं ना कि एक ड्रीम होता है कि इंसान ऐसा करना चाहता है क्रिकेट में, या फिर मैं ऐसा बॉल डालना चाहता हूँ, या मैं बॉल से बात करना चाहता हूँ. सो उस तरीके का वो परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा था. क्योंकि हमेशा आईसीसी इवेंट में मैं फर्स्ट मैचेस में मैं रेस्ट पे रहा हूँ. हमेशा मैंने पानी पिला के कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. तो मैं हमेशा वेट करता रहता था कि जब आपका टर्न आएगा, जब आपको मौका मिलेगा, जब आपको टीम को ज़रूरत होगी, आप कितने प्रिपेयर हैं, कितने तैयार हैं उस चीज़ के लिए, आप कितना हंगर हैं आप विकेट लेने के लिए. तो वो मैं हमेशा वेट करता था. लेकिन 2023 वर्ल्ड कप में जो पहली परफॉर्मेंस आई मेरी धर्मशाला में, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि लाइफ में एक मोमेंट आता है ना कि मैं ये ऊंचाइयां छूना चाहता हूँ. मैं बॉल के साथ वो फील कर रहा था, बॉल हाथ में लेके, कि मैं इससे जो चाहे कर सकता हूँ.
वाह.
तो ये एक टाइम पे आता है, ऐसे बैट्समैन भी आता है कि हाँ हमारा टच ऐसा होता है कि
इन द जोन जिसे कहते हैं.
नहीं, किसी दिन ऐसा होता है कि आप एज ए बैट्समैन भी अगर आप चाहें कि हाँ कि मैं ना मारना चाहूँ लेकिन वो बैट में आके लगती है. तो वैसा ही वो फील चल रहा था. और जो मोमेंटम था टीम का वो आपने देखा ही है. और जो क्रेज पब्लिक में था, जो सपने सबको दिखते थे, उससे ज़्यादा तो हमें दिखते थे. रात को नींद नहीं आती थी. लेकिन कहते हैं ना नसीब को कोई नहीं बदल सकता. लेकिन मैंने वो बॉल के साथ वो फील किया है, ऐसे लगता था जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बॉल के साथ और बॉल मेरे हिसाब से चल रही है. तो वो मेरी लाइफ के बेस्ट दिन रहे हैं वर्ल्ड कप के. वर्ल्ड कप मैंने बहुत खेले हैं, लेकिन वो बॉल के साथ जो कनेक्शन बना था वो मुझे ऐसा लगता है लाइफ में कभी नहीं बना.
अमेजिंग. इट वॉज सीरियसली अमेजिंग टू वॉच यू परफॉर्म लाइक दैट. लेकिन जब आप पहले कुछ मैचेस में जब वेट कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने बोला कि पहले 1-2 मैचेस में आपको बेंच पे ही बैठना पड़ता है, तब दिमाग में मतलब बहुत नर्वसनेस थी कि मेरा मौका आएगा नहीं आएगा, कब तक आएगा, जब तक आएगा ऐसा ना हो कि मैं जो ये जोन है मेरा जोन ही निकल जाए जब तक मेरा मैच आएगा.
नहीं, हिस्ट्री उठाकर देखो, सारे वर्ल्ड कप में ऐसे ही हुआ है मेरे साथ. एक शो में मैंने और भी बोला था कि शायद मुझे उसका फल मिलता हो कि आप उतना वेट कर रहे हैं, आप उतना बेसब्री से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि आप कब खेलेंगे. लेकिन ये पार्ट ऑफ द गेम है. आपकी टीम है, आपकी कंट्री है, आपके लिए आप हर चीज़ के लिए वेट कर सकते हैं. आप उस लेवल में हैं कि 11 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं. तो आपको वो अंडरस्टैंड करना पड़ेगा, वो आपको समझना पड़ेगा. ये जॉब कैप्टन की भी बड़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है. काफ़ी लंबे टाइम तक मिताली ने उसको निभाया है. बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ आप 11 प्लेयर खेल सकते हैं और जो कैप्टन और कोच को जो बेस्ट लगता है वो खिलाते हैं. पहले वो उस ऑप्शन को चूज़ करते हैं, ठीक है. लेकिन जब आपका टाइम आए आपको वो फिर वो हंगर दिखाना चाहिए. तो मैं उस पर बिलीव करता था कि आज मेरा टाइम शायद नहीं है. जिस दिन आएगा मैं उस चीज़ को आपको शो करके दिखाऊंगा.
Amazing, amazing. Before I ask you about what happened after the 2023 World Cup, क्योंकि उसकी भी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, मैं पूछ ही लेती हूँ आपसे क्योंकि अभी भी लोग यही पूछते हैं कि भाई शमी कहाँ है, टीम में क्यों नहीं है शमी?
मैं तो खेल रहा था. मैं तो रणजी ट्रॉफी खेल रहा हूँ, पूरा सीजन खेल कर आया हूँ. लेकिन हाँ, सीरियस इंजरी थी, 4 साल से उसको कैरी कर रहा था. 19 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद से वो पेन था हील में, फिर नी में स्वेलिंग आना, वर्ल्ड कप पूरा इंजरी में खेलना, वो सब चीज़ें थोड़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी. अब ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होने लगी थी. इवन अगर मॉर्निंग में मैं तब उठता था तो आई कैंट वॉक, कि हाँ मुझे 10 कदम मुझे वॉशरूम जाने के लिए भी मुझे सोचना पड़ता था फर्स्ट 15-20 मिनट के लिए, जब तक बॉडी वार्म नहीं होती. तो मैं इतना ज़्यादा स्टिफ हो गया था. तो मेरे पास एक लास्ट ऑप्शन था कि आप उसको सर्जरी कराएं. 2023 के वर्ल्ड कप के बाद सर्जरी कराने के लिए फिर मुझे वो साल भर लग गया. फिर चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में आया. हाँ, थोड़ा हैवी था, थोड़ा वेट था, लेकिन उसको कम किया, ट्रेनिंग किया, अपने स्किल पे बिलीव किया, दोबारा से बैक किया. रणजी ट्रॉफी खेला, अच्छा गया, टचवुड सीजन भी बहुत अच्छा गया है. होपफुली आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है.
नहीं, बट मन में थोड़ा रहता है. सिलेक्टर्स ने जैसे बीच में बोल दिया था कि वो फिट होते तो उन्हें ले लेते, और आपने बोला था मैं तो तैयार हूँ.
यार ये मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूँ, ये सब चीज़ें मेरे हाथ में नहीं है. मेरे हाथ में एक ही काम है कि मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाऊं आपको, आपको ग्राउंड पे आकर दिखाऊं, आपको भाग कर दिखाऊं. मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं करता हमेशा, ना मैंने पहले किया ना मैं अब करता हूँ. आपका काम है एज ए स्पोर्ट्समैन, आप मेहनत करते रहिए. आप अपना माथा कितना मार सकते हैं वहाँ पे, बार बार आप कितना रिपीट कर सकते हैं, कितना पेशेंस रख सकते हैं, वो मैटर करता है आपकी लाइफ में. और लाइफ यही है यार, आप सुबह उठते हैं, हार्डवर्क करते हैं, शाम को घर वापस चले जाते हैं, वेट करते हैं अपने टर्न का. तो मैं हमेशा उसी पे बिलीव करता हूँ कि आप हार्डवर्क करते रहिए, लक को आप नहीं छीन सकते.
Yuzi, is it tough sometimes to have that expectation that you have to keep performing, you have to keep showing that you are worth it? How do you handle that as a cricketer, where you have to keep proving yourself again and again and again?
That's our job. That's why we are professional cricketers. Because एक चीज आपके हाथ में रहती है, वो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस है. बाहर क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि मैं चेस भी खेला हूँ, तो मेरे को वहाँ से थोड़ा सा पेशेंस मिला है. और जब फिर डैड वगैरह से सीखा कि जो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है उसके बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहिए. जैसे आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बारिश होगी, क्या होगा, विकेट कैसी होगी, वो चीज़ आपके हाथ में नहीं है. तो इट्स बेटर यू कैन फोकस जो आपके हाथ में है, और मैं हमेशा उस चीज़ को फॉलो करता हूँ.
बट जैसे बहुत ही कमेंट्री जैसे होती है कि अभी फॉर एग्जांपल जो हो रहा है, अब तो आप कमेंटेटर हैं, आप बात कर सकते हैं, कि बातचीत नहीं होती प्लेयर्स और सिलेक्टर्स के बीच में, या कम्युनिकेशन सही नहीं है. आपने नोटिस किया है क्या ये है प्रॉब्लम?
शामी भाई, आपकी होती है? नहीं, मेरे तो मैं जब भी मैंने बात किया है, मैंने रोहित भैया, विराट भैया हमेशा, या जब माही भाई थे तो मैं उनसे ही बात करता था. क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जब मेरे हाथ में बॉल है, मैं उस पर ज़्यादा फोकस करूं. क्योंकि एक चीज़, जैसे अब बड़ा हुआ हूं मैं लाइफ में, तो एक चीज़ सीखिए, कभी ना कभी आपको कोई रिप्लेस करेगा. वो 5 साल बाद करे, 7 साल बाद करे, या 10 साल बाद करे, वो आपके लक पे है. तो यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर मेंटली उसके लिए. क्योंकि ये गेम ही ऐसा है कि कोई आएगा, फिर उसके लिए कोई और आएगा. तो इट्स बेटर जस्ट focus in your life, enjoy.
But you were there in the World Cup winning squad, but as Shami said, he had to wait for a few matches, then he got a chance, but you didn't. So as an athlete, this must be really, really hard, isn't it?
I don't think so, क्योंकि ये it's not an individual game, it's a team game. और आप 15 लोगों में जब होते हो ना, तो मेरे लिए वही प्राउड मोमेंट है. मैं वर्ल्ड कप टीम के साथ रह के देख रहा हूँ, इस घर बैठ के नहीं देख रहा. मेरे पास इंडियन जर्सी अभी भी है. तो आई फील कि मैं अपने आप को चीज़ को एंजॉय करूँ, उस मोमेंट को. मेरे कोलीग्स को जो हेल्प चाहिए मैं वो चीज़ दूँ. क्योंकि जीतेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे, हारेंगे साथ ही जीतेंगे. तो चाहे मैं नहीं खेला हूँ, लेकिन अभी लोग मेरे को अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बोलते हैं.
That feeling is a good one, isn't it? Mithali, as a captain, you had to deal with a lot of these things. In a team sport, this is a problem, of course. You can't keep everybody happy. You can't have, we always have a problem of plenty as far as our Indian cricket setup is concerned. So how did you deal with things like this? These are very tricky questions. to keep players happy also, to have the communication straight that boss, this is what we need right now, this is what we don't need right now, because careers are at stake, they're on the line.
Well, I think it's very difficult as a captain because you'll have to think about all 15 of them. Of course, the players' mindset is they obviously want opportunities to prove that they do have in them to perform for the team and contribute. But then as a captain, you probably have to consider a lot many factors when you're putting 11 together. And it's a little, what can I say, as a captain, I personally felt pretty lonely doing this job because not everybody will understand from the point of view your own decision why you have certain players in and why you haven't picked certain players. But one, as a leader, one you can do is be more compassionate and empathetic towards your team players. And just, you know, give your shoulder for them. You have to be that sounding board where they can throw up their frustration and you don't judge them for that. So I think
how often did that happen with you when players were bringing their frustration to you?
Well, since I have pretty much led 4th generation of players, it was pretty easy to reach out to the seniors because obviously they are very professional. They've already gone through that experience as a young captain. Perhaps they were trying to help me out when I was pretty young as a captain. Players that I've played with of my own age, I was able to do this much better because they've seen me as a friend and that communication was much easier. But I found it very difficult with the current generation because of the age gap, because of where we stand also in terms of, I'm the 80s kid. And some of them like Shefali and Richa were not born when I made my debut for India. So you can understand, like, I found it very difficult to reach out to them. And, but then I had to tweak a little the person that I am to able to come down to the level that they are and speak to them, have fun with them. There are times when jab wo jokes crack karte, I don't feel like there's nothing to laugh about. But then I fake karti hu, I just laugh. Because they have to be comfortable, right? So I've done all of that. Ultimately, kya hai? I want the team to do well. I want the players to be in good space. Team jeetna, of course, everybody wants it. Lekin wahan pe thode players will be there who feel bad, who feel left out. So it's the job of the leader to make sure that they don't feel that. They are still very much in the context of the team. Unki jo contribution hai, you know, like say Arundhati, the current, when they won the World Cup, Smriti or Jemima spoke about Arundhati, the only player who didn't get a chance throughout the World Cup. And it could have been very different for that girl. But she was there for them emotionally and mentally as well. So it's a little difficult, but I think as a team, when you're together for about 2-3 years, you sort of find that comfort level where you can express.
जोक्स की बातें कर रही थी मिथाली, तो आप जोक्स क्रैक कर रहे थे मेरे ख्याल से शमी भाई के साथ. माइक पे बोलिए ना बिल्कुल.
मैंने क्या बोला शमी? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला.
नहीं, but you are known as, if I can use the term, the joker of the pack. Clearly आप सबको हंसाते रहते हैं और you know मजा करते रहते हैं, आपकी वो image है यूजी. So was that one of the reasons why it was easier for you sometimes to handle everything?
No, it's nothing like that. It's me. Like I can't be fake. मैं जो फील्ड पे थोड़ा सा जब बॉल हाथ में होता है तो आई एम अ डिफरेंट पर्सन, बट उसके बाद इट्स मी ओनली. और ये अब से नहीं है, मैं स्टार्टिंग से ऐसा हूँ. आई लव टू एंजॉय एवरी मोमेंट ऑफ द लाइफ. तो मतलब टेंशन ऑलरेडी लाइफ में बहुत है, ग्राउंड का क्रिकेट को लेके होती है, पर्सनल लाइफ को लेके होती है, लेकिन जब व्हेन यू मीट विद योर पीपल तो आई जस्ट वांट टू एंजॉय दैट मोमेंट. लाइक क्योंकि वो पता नहीं कि कब वापस आए, क्योंकि कल का किसी को कुछ भरोसा रहता नहीं है. तो मेरे को जब भी टाइम मिलता है, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं आजकल अपना जो लाइफ अब ऐसे जीता हूँ कि मैं आज दबा के खुल के जीऊंगा, क्योंकि कल का किसी को पता नहीं होता. तो देन आई एम एंजॉयिंग मोर दिस लाइफ.
Interesting. But what do you enjoy more? Did you enjoy when you were doing your own TV or your own series, or when you were a commentator now? What does UV like more?
चैनल टीवी पे तो जस्ट यू कैन फन एंड ऑल, एटलीस्ट यू कैन रीटेक. कमेंट्री पे यू कांट रीटेक. मतलब कुछ बोल दिया तो मतलब वो गया,
वो निकल गई बात. एंड मुझे आप बता रहे थे आप हरियाणवी कमेंट्री बड़ा पसंद करते हैं, तो हमारे दर्शकों के लिए कुछ सुनाइए हरियाणवी कमेंट्री. सोचिए इंडिया और साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच हो रहा है वर्ल्ड कप में।
ये तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा मैडम जी ने बताओ क्या बोलूं और
शमी भाई कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कमेंट्री पसंद करते हैं? बंगाली।
यार मैं हमेशा वो लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ जो हमारी भी ऑडियंस को ज़्यादा समझ आए, क्योंकि इंडिया में हम लोग कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा फील होता है कि 70% लोग तो ऐसे हैं जो विलेज में जो आपको मतलब दिल से चाहते हैं, बेचारों को उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आती, उनको डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज समझ नहीं आती, लेकिन जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है आप किसी भी स्टेट से हो तो हमेशा वही प्रेफर करता हूँ, आप जहाँ पर हैं आपकी लोकल लैंग्वेज में, जैसे आजकल आपको मिल गए हैं बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस, वो आपको आपकी बात उनके दिल तक पहुंचती है, वो लोग समझ पाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स का जो नॉलेज है हमारे तक कैसे पहुंचेगा, स्पोर्ट्स के जो वर्ड्स हैं वो हमारे दिल तक कैसे पहुंचेंगे, वो हमें क्या बोलना चाहते हैं या क्या सुनना चाहते हैं, वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है। तो डजंट मैटर आप कहाँ पर हैं, मैं हमेशा लोकल लैंग्वेज प्रेफर करता हूँ कि आप चलो आप कहीं अगर बाहर खेलने गए हुए हैं, अब्रॉड गए हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पे एक समझ सकते हैं कि आप इंग्लिश प्रेफर कर सकते हैं। बट इंडिया में इतनी सारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं कि अब आके ऑप्शन खुले हैं। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हाँ ये ऑप्शंस खुले हैं और लोगों के दिल तक वो बात पहुंचती है।
अब तो भोजपुरी में भी कमेंट्री हो रही है और तेलुगु वगैरह तमिल वगैरह में तो होती थी, बट नाउ देयर आर सो मेनी मोर लैंग्वेजेस। तो कभी कभी क्या आप अपने दिमाग में बंगाली कमेंट्री करने की भी कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि बंगाली तो आप अच्छे से जानते हैं?
बंगाली तो हमेशा मतलब मुझे 22-23 साल हो गए बंगाल में, तो आती है, समझ भी आती है, बोलनी भी आती है। बट हरियाणवी और जो हम लोग अभी भोजपुरी की बात कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे जो वो लैंग्वेज थ्रो करते हैं कि हाँ डिफरेंट टाइप का एक उनका बोलने का तरीका होता है, वो बहुत मज़ा होता है। मैं हमेशा जब भी टीवी पे ऑन करता हूँ तो बीच बीच में मैं वो भोजपुरी लगा देता हूँ, तो सारे घर वाले ये क्या है बट फन के लिए वो अच्छी चीज़ है कि आप कौन सी लैंग्वेज में सुनना पसंद करेंगे। और हरियाणवी तो जैसे ये जानता है, ये बोल के नहीं दिखा रहा है, वो बात अलग है। बट
चलो भाई थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर कर लीजिए।
बट मजा आता है उसमें। इसको आती है, बताना
आपके लिए
नहीं
कह रहे हैं
चाहता।
हरियाणवी बोल के सुना दीजिए और थोड़ा सा।
के सुनोगे शामी भाई बताओ हैं?
बोलना तुझे कमेंट।
शामी भाई बैटिंग न्यू करा करें, जनो बॉल का उड़ता तीर बनाता करे ना, क्यों शामी भाई?
मैं इसकी एक बात बताता हूँ, जब हम ग्राउंड पे होते हैं, टफ सिचुएशन होती है ना, हम लोग मैच खेल रहे होते हैं, चल रहा होता है मैच, ये देखेगा कि मुझे मैं कभी जैसे चाय लेने जा रहा हूँ या फिर अंदर ड्रेसिंग रूम में जा रहा हूँ, देखेगा शमी भाई इधर आप, बोले क्या, बहुत पीटूंगा तो मैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मैं अपना शरीर देखता हूँ और इसका शरीर देखता हूँ, नहीं यार क्या है, बोला कोने में ले जाकर मारूंगा मैं आपको। तो ऐसे ऐसे जॉक करता है ये। बट वो एक डिफरेंट जोन होता है, मुझे लगता है वो सारे प्लेयर्स के बीच किसी ना किसी के बीच में किसी ना किसी के साथ होता है, तो वो बाउंडिंग रहनी चाहिए। जैसे हम लोगों की है, ईशांत की है, भुवी है, तो जी हमारा जो बॉलिंग यूनिट है ना, आप मुझे लगता है आप लोग नहीं झेल पाएंगे वो सब मजाक भी, और वो जैसे हम लोग एक दूसरे को खींचते हैं, वो सबके बस की नहीं है मुझे
तो
लगता
कौन बेस्ट करता है ये आपकी बॉलिंग? ये जो पूरा ग्रुप आपने जो बताया, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मजेदार कौन है और किसके साथ मजा आता है?
एक्चुअली फिर हम काउंट नहीं करते, लेकिन डेंजरस शांत हो जाता है, क्योंकि अब सीनियर जूनियर वाला हिसाब तो रहा नहीं वहाँ पे। लेकिन जो हमारी कंपनी होती है, जब हम साथ में डिनर कर रहे होते हैं, उसके बाद जो 1 घंटा हमारा पास होता है, वो मुझे लगता है वो हमारा बेस्ट टाइम होता है, और नेक्स्ट डे की प्रिपरेशन भी वहीं हो जाती है और हंसी मजाक भी वहीं हो जाती है। तो ये बाउंडिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है प्लेयर्स के बीच में। जैसे मिताली ने भी कहा कि मैं बात होती नहीं है लेकिन हंस देती हूँ,
उन्हें तो जेनजी जो इनके नए मिलेनियल प्लेयर्स थे उनके लिए करना पड़ा
बट हमारे बीच में ऐसा है नहीं, आप नहीं भी हंसोगे तो हंसना आ जाता है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बातें वैसी चल रही होती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इट्स सो स्ट्रेसफुल इजंट इट यूजी टू बी इन दिस कंपेटिटिव स्पोर्ट। लाइफ में बहुत दिक्कतें हैं, तो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू हैव अ लाफ and share a laugh, isn't it? So who's your best mate, and who do you think is the greatest sport when it comes to off camera or off field in the Indian cricket team that you enjoyed the most?
I enjoy with Kuldeep a lot and Shami bhai, इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा, आप यहाँ बैठे हो। Shami bhai is there and Rohit bhaiya। तो एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू ऑल द सीनियर्स, क्योंकि कभी इन्होंने हमें वैसा, जब हम टीम में आए तो वैसा ट्रीट किया नहीं कि जूनियर है, फर्स्ट टाइम आया है। तो स्टार्टिंग, क्योंकि आईपीएल हम साथ में खेले हैं, इतने सालों से खेल रहे हैं, तो जब इंडियन टीम में जाते हैं एज ए यंगस्टर तो कई बार माइंड में आता है यार रोहित भैया से कैसे बात करना या सचिन सर से कैसे बात करना, पर जब भी जितना भी मैं खेला हूं, कभी सीनियर्स ने उतना मतलब रियलाइज नहीं करवाया कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आए हो टूर पे या कैसे आए। तो हम मस्ती करते हैं, उन्हें पता ही है मेरा नेचर, अब तो 10-15 साल हो गए हैं, तो उन्हें पता है कि ये इसके साथ नहीं करेगा, खुद तो करेगा करेगा।
चलिए, बिकॉज वी हैव अ फ्यू फाइनल मिनट्स, आई डू वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द करंट वर्ल्ड कप दैट इज गोइंग ऑन। तो यूजी मैं आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहती हूँ कि आप बहुत एक्सपीरियंस कमेंटेटर हैं आप, तो आप बताइए व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द इंडियन परफॉर्मेंस सो फार इन द वर्ल्ड कप?
आई थिंक अमेजिंग, मतलब अच्छा, सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, क्योंकि आपको वेस्ट इंडीज के साथ खेलना इज लाइक अ क्वार्टर फाइनल मैच। आप, क्योंकि ये सब क्या कहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप में ना सब कहते हैं सारी टीमें जाती है, सब कंट्री जाती है कि उनकी टीम जीते जीते जीते, लेकिन आप अच्छा खेल के जब हारते हो ना तो इतना बुरा नहीं लगता है, और वो इंडियन टीम कर रही है। और लास्ट टाइम की हम चैंपियन है, और जितनी बायलैटरल सीरीज हमने पहले करी है सब टीमों को वन साइडेड हराया है, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस है, और जिस हिसाब से टीम खेल रही है तो ये तो चैंपियन टीम है, ये हारेगी तो खुद ही हारेगी, इसे कोई हरा नहीं सकता।
नहीं, बट अभी तक चैंपियन टीम लगी है आपको?
तभी तो मैम आगे तक सुपर 8 तक आए हैं मैम। आपको कंट्रोवर्सी चाहिए तो मुझे बताओ।
एक टाइम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो
आप कंट्रोवर्सी के लिए तब से बैठे हो, मैं नहीं दूंगा।
मैं आपसे एक ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू चाह रही हूँ, अब ये मत सोचिए कि आप कमेंट्री बॉक्स में बैठे।
ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू तो वही दे रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि इस फील्ड से हम खेल चुके हैं और अभी भी खेल रहे हैं, तो बाहर से ना क्रिकेट बहुत इजी लगती है। बाहर से ना कई लोग हैं जो शामी भाई को बता देंगे आउट स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, इन स्विंग कैसे डालनी है, लेकिन उस प्रेशर पे डालना वो टीम हमारी अच्छे से कर रही है, तभी आज वो 15 लोग वहां पे हैं।
ठीक है,
मैं नहीं दूंगा।
ये नहीं बोलेगा।
आपको क्या लगता है? तो सीरियसली थोड़ा सा सेमीफाइनल में आने के लिए जो रास्ता था थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो गया था, अभी वो रास्ता थोड़ा क्लियर हो गया है, बट अभी भी एक मैच जीतना है, इट्स अ वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल। और थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग 11 को लेके इस टीम में भी बड़ी बात हुई है कि क्या प्लेइंग 11 सही है क्या नहीं था। जो साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जो लॉस था उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली द टीम हैड टू रीथिंक। तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑनेस्टली?
मैं एग्री करता हूँ चहल के साथ कि आप जब ऐसे इवेंट खेलते हैं, जब आप आईसीसी जाते हैं, तो जो आपका बेस्ट 11 होता है, आपको बेस्ट गेम खेलना पड़ेगा उस लेवल में, क्योंकि जो इंडियन टीम है, जो हम लास्ट के कई सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं, जो T20 फॉर्मेट में जो परफॉर्मेंस दिखी है, मुझे लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी भी आना बाकी है वो। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि सुपर 8 में वो परफॉर्मेंस आए। जैसे बहुत लोग अभिषेक को ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, या फिर तिलक हो, सूर्या हो, जितने भी हमारे बैट्समैन हैं, देखो ट्रोल करना बड़ा आसान काम है। मैं अभी मीम बनाऊंगा, आपके ऊपर बना के डाल दूंगा, 50 लोग चिपका देंगे उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ। बड़ा आसान है दूसरे को ऊपर से नीचे खींचना। लेकिन मैं एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, जब आप अगर दिल से चाहते हो क्रिकेट, किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स को अगर आप सपोर्ट करते हो, पसंद करते हो, तो आपको उसके साथ रहना चाहिए, आप अच्छे में भी खराब में भी। मैं मानता हूं कि इंडियन टीम की वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आई है जो परफॉर्मेंस हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, जो इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम ने खेला है, वो परफॉर्मेंस अभी नहीं आई है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आने वाले मैचेस में इंडियन टीम वो परफॉर्म करे, क्योंकि अभिषेक के ऊपर इतने सारे मीम्स बना डाले आपने, सूर्य को उसने, आप लोगों ने उसको पीछे पड़ गए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है आपको अपने प्लेयर्स की सपोर्ट करनी चाहिए ऐसे टाइम में, और हमें होप करनी चाहिए कि इंडियन टीम वैसा खेले जैसा हम चाहते हैं। तो अभी भी परफॉर्मेंस बाकी है, और सुपर 8 में मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आएंगी। छोड़ दीजिए, आपके हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है बेस्ट 11 क्या होगी, 15 कौन रहेंगे, क्या करेंगे। बस आप एक ही चीज़ कीजिए, जो हमारे 11 प्लेयर टीम के ग्राउंड के अंदर हैं, वो हमारा बेस्ट दें, वो हमारी कंट्री को जीत दिलाएं।
यही मैं बोल रही थी, तो यूजी मुझे कह रहे थे आप कंट्रोवर्सी ढूंढ रहे हो।
नहीं, मुझे आदत हो गई है, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे।
But Mithali, does it look like a champion team to you so far? I'm sure you must be catching some of the action. Lots of expectations. You know, we've just had the T20 World Cup win, the ODI World Cup final, the T20 World Cup win, then the Women's ODI World Cup trophy, and now, you know, Indian fans are so hungry they want another title, and this one could be at home.
Well, I feel that when you're doing well, there is no harm in raising that expectation you expect from people who perform. So naturally, everybody wants our team to do well, and it's a home World Cup. But then I do agree with what Shami said, is that, you know, in a tournament like this, you want to feed your best team, best 11, and the performers who've been doing well. It's easy to judge from outside because we've all been there, we know what goes into that. But at the end of the day, we all want the Indian team to do well. So perhaps they are keeping their best for the knockouts, for those, the virtual quarterfinal.
That can be risky, if you save
Well,
it for a
sports
little.
is risk. There is no guarantee in sports that despite scoring 100 today, tomorrow you might get out of the first ball. So there is no guarantee in that. But what you can do best is that you can back them, back a team that you all are representative, you all are ambassadors, and you'll have been doing well. It's in life there is a lot of fluctuation. Sometimes you're peaking and sometimes you're in the valley. But that doesn't take out anything that our team is, not the best.
Certainly, as far as the Indian cricket team is concerned, there is very little room for error, isn't it? Usually, वो तो आपने भी notice किया होगा जो शमी भाई बोल रहे थे कि 2 मैच में performance नहीं आती, 3 मैच में performance नहीं आती, तो वो कह रहे हैं ना मीम बन जाता है आपका, ट्रोल हो जाते हैं आप.
नहीं बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब आप बायलैटरल सीरीज खेलते हैं ना, उसमें अगर बायलैटरल सीरीज बात है तो एक और बायलैटरल सीरीज रहती है. वर्ल्ड कप क्या है कि 2 साल के बाद, 4 साल के बाद वो चीज़ आती है, तो और इसमें मार्जिन ऑफ एरर बहुत कम होता है. अब जैसे हम इतने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलते आए हैं सारे वर्ल्ड कप में, 2023 का वो फाइनल और अभी अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका, अगर वो 25 मैचों में से अगर कोई एक बार वो वैसा मैच आ रहा है, पर वो ऐसा मैच आ रहा है कि वो फाइनल हो गया.
No, but it was not just the loss. I think it was also the way we lost in that match, right?
फिर तो मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया को तो फिर तो T20 में कभी आना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो तो आई थिंक एक उनका रिकॉर्ड आप उठा के देख लीजिए, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा ट्रॉफीज उनके पास है. हम वही कहते हैं ना कि हम अच्छी क्रिकेट खेल के आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि दूसरी टीम भी प्रिपेयर कर रही है. आप उस टीम से आ रहे हैं जो लास्ट ईयर रनर अप थी, जो 2 साल में बहुत इंप्रूव हुई है, तो क्रेडिट आपको उनको भी देना चाहिए. एक आधा दिन आता है, ठीक है, वो अच्छी चीज है, वो पहले ही आ गया. और वी आर द चैंपियन टीम. लाइक अगर आप किसी का भी नाम उठा के देख लीजिए, वो अपने दम पे इतना रखते हैं कि जिस दिन वो करेंगे ना, वो अकेले ही मैच जिता देंगे. सो वी हैव टू जस्ट फोकस ऑन दैट कि जब भी वो खेलें, जस्ट सपोर्ट देम, बिलीव ऑन देम.
But how did you, like when you were there in the team, how did you deal with these pressures? कि बाहर लोग क्या बोलेंगे, फैंस क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्रिकेटर्स ये पढ़ते हैं सब कुछ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन पे, उनका इंस्टा पे रील चेक करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं सब.
मैं तो मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. देखो मेरे तो मीम बनते हैं, मैं तो मेरे को अच्छे लगते हैं, उन्हें सेव भी कर लेता हूँ और आगे फॉरवर्ड भी कर लेता हूँ. तो आई जस्ट एंजॉय. जब मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ना, जब आपकी सोशल मीडिया प्रोफाइल ओपन होती है, तो आपने सबको परमिशन दे रखी है कि कोई भी आके उस पर कर सकता है. अगर किसी को ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है वो प्राइवेट कर दे, पर लोगों का काम है बोलने का. आप ऐसा नहीं है कि सब बोलते हैं, आपको सपोर्ट भी करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनका यही काम है सोशल मीडिया पे सबको गाली देना, उनके बारे में खराब बोलना. वो हर एक के कमेंट सेक्शन में मिलेंगे आपको. तो जो लोग आपकी लाइफ में वैल्यू नहीं रखते, जिनका नाम कुछ और होता है, डीपी अलग होती है, आप उनके बारे में सोच के अपना माइंड क्यों खराब करें, जब पता ही नहीं वो है कौन उस फेस के पीछे. तो मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जिसको जो लिखना है बिंदास लिखो. मैं पढ़ता भी हूँ, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
चलिए, क्विक रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चंस. यूजुअली यू स्टार्ट. सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
सुंदर,
वॉशिंगटन सुंदर और नो सुंदर इन द प्लेइंग 11?
मैं मुझे बोल रहे आप सुंदर और नो सुंदर, मैं कर लो. आई थिंक जो जिम्बाब्वे के अगेंस्ट टीम खेली, आई थिंक वही प्लेइंग 11 आगे रहेगी.
शबी भाई, सैमसन और नो सैमसन इन द प्लेइंग 11?
ये यार मैं चाहता हूँ, देखो हमेशा वही बात होती है, 11 की बात आ जाती है लास्ट में, लेकिन संजू सैमसंग होने चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से.
Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? Who's your bet as far as this World Cup is concerned? From the Indian team, the one player that you think is going to be the most crucial?
One player who's going to be crucial in a team sport. I would not pick one player. Yes, there are match winners in a team. T20 format is something that one day you're really doing well, suddenly you get the form. But then I would pick the entire team.
That's too diplomatic, Mithali. बहुत safe. देखिए वो कह रहे हैं आपने left कर दिया बिल्कुल.
आप आंसर दो.
हाँ.
मैं अपना दे चुका.
नहीं वापस दो.
Well, if I have to pick, then I'll pick the captain.
Surya. Yeah. Your thoughts on Surya's batting?
Surya's batting, I think वो वापस वर्ल्ड कप से पहले ही वापस फॉर्म में आ गए थे, और आई थिंक राइट नाउ इज इन टॉप 5 स्कोरर्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप. 212 या 213 रन है उसके. और यूएसए के अगेंस्ट जो उसने इनिंग खेली वहां से, क्योंकि वो मैच पे अगर कुछ उल्टा सीधा होता तो शायद हम इसके बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहे होते।
True.
तो कैप्टन है और हमेशा तभी उनकी आप स्ट्राइक रेट भी देखिए 160 170। एज ए बॉलर अगर मैं उन्हें बॉल डाल रहा हूं तो मेरे को बहुत बार सोचना पड़ता है, प्लानिंग करनी पड़ती है, और ही इज अ चैंपियन प्लेयर।
All right, everybody's vote is that India is the champion player. We're all waiting for March 8. But शमी भाई, फाइनल में किसको देखना चाहेंगे इंडिया के खिलाफ? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है क्योंकि इस वक्त जो बाकी टीम्स है ना, वो सारी टीम्स बहुत अच्छी लग रही है।
देखिए, अगर टूर्नामेंट के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
इंग्लैंड बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है।
हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि साउथ अफ्रीका दोबारा से आनी चाहिए।
सेम साउथ अफ्रीका, क्योंकि
क्यों भाई, क्यों मतलब इतना क्यों पाइल ऑन करना है?
अगर वर्ल्ड कप का पूरा ओवरऑल वर्ल्ड कप देखा जाए तो सबसे बेस्ट क्रिकेट जो खेला है वो साउथ अफ्रीका ने अब तक खेला है।
मिताली, you agree with them? South Africa, England.
We've seen that dominance of Australia, England for too long. Let's have somebody else along with India.
Okay, so let's have 3 cheers for India, and of course 3 cheers for our 3 warriors here on the stage as well. Big thanks to all of you for coming. And final एक word मैं शमी भाई को देना चाहती हूँ। मुझे बता रहे थे ये ऑफ स्टेज की
मैंने क्या बता दिया?
जो एक फ्यूल होता है, आप चाहते हैं कि आपका जो बचा हुआ फ्यूल है वो एक बार सही जगह लगे और सही काम में आए, तो यू विश, यू होप, यू आर स्टिल वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स इट टू बी इन द इंडियन टीम सून।
यार, ये ऑफ स्टेज की बात अंदर कहाँ से आ गई? बट यार, मैं हमेशा यही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का काम करते हैं, आप किसी भी स्पोर्ट्स में, आप किसी भी लाइन में हैं, तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, अगर आपके अंदर पोटेंशियल है, आपके अंदर टैलेंट है, तो उसको वेस्ट ना होने दें। मेरा यही कहना था कि आपके अंदर अगर फ्यूल है तो आपको फूकना चाहिए हमेशा। और जब बात कंट्री की आती है ना, तो मैं पर्सनली ये चाहता हूँ कि आप अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं, लेकिन 1% भी मुझे ऐसा रिग्रेट नहीं होना चाहिए बाद में कि मेरे अंदर पोटेंशियल था और मैं और नहीं कर पाया। तो ये चीज़ मैं हमेशा कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं कि भाई गिव अप मत करो। आपके अंदर अगर टैलेंट है तो शायद आपकी कंट्री के काम आ जाए, तो हार्ड वर्क में लगे रहें और बिलीव करें अपने ऊपर।
In a world of noise, what's the power of the inner voice? Amidst global shifts and digital buzz, how do we find stillness? In today's chaos, ancient practices such as Kirtan, Bhakti, and meditation are the real anchors. They cut through noise, calm the mind, and connect us to something bigger. Have you ever wondered how these powerful tools can transform everyday life? Our speaker for the inaugural session of Day 2 is a guide who's made these practices his life's work. Let's speak to him to know how these ancient paths are the keys to modern peace. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radhika Das, bhajan clubbing artist and bhakti yoga teacher, in conversation with Anand Narasimhan for a session on sound of strength within. Can we have some energy for this brilliance, please? Anand, over to you.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Are you all right? इनको आप जानते हैं? Do you know him? इनको देख के what do you feel like saying? सीताराम, भज मन राधे राधे
Govinda.
Radhe Govinda. So, Radhika Das ji, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for having me.
Now, the power of Kirtan. Why is it so important? What does Kirtan do to a person? Srila Prabhupada said sing, dance and pray, but why?
On the very base level, chanting helps us to transcend the mind. Mantra. Man means the mind. And tra is short for trayate, which means to free the mind, to overcome the mind. Even as I'm speaking right now, some of you are not listening, you're thinking about lunch, or your children, or you're worried about what you look like on camera, if that camera's pointing in your direction or not. The mind is always ticking. and it becomes either our best friend or it becomes our worst enemy. And so by chanting on the very base level, you're able to overcome the mind. You're able to transcend the mind, to become truly present with self and truly present with Supreme.
So Prabhu, let's connect all these minds here together. Let's start with getting to that base level of chanting. You have a technique how you get everybody to do. You don't have your instruments with you today. So यहाँ पे थोड़ा impromptu we'll do. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. If I
All
can
right,
get
so
everyone...
I'll play assist. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
we can
going to
try
do.
something.
Okay, we're going to move this
I don't have my
bottle.
instruments with me, but we can try something. So it's said in the Sastra that when you clap your hands together, and chant the name of God, the name of Hari, that your karma changes. You're all well-to-do people, and I don't expect you all to participate, but I'm inviting you. Here's a Londoner coming to your country and my hometown as well, my home country. I'm going to invite you, can I invite everyone to clap this with me? Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Let's hear it. Radhe Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Bhajaman Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe Govinda Radhe. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much.
You know, we should get them to do something simpler.
Simpler?
हाँ, because ये आवाज खुल नहीं रही थी. Clap because the beat was a little complex.
Yeah.
So let's just get them to do Hare Krishna.
Sure. You guys up for it?
Yeah, simpler. Yeah? Yes?
All right.
हाँ, ऐसे गाना है आप सबको. That's when the elevation will happen.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Now you say.
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Krishna. Closing the eyes, open the heart. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
अब थोड़ा connection बैठ रहा है. See, Krishna says, Uddaret Atmanatmanam na Atmanam avasadhet. That means you've got to elevate your mind. You've got to move away from that pulls you back. Say
Yeah, I think you're right.
How does Kirtan help?
How to?
How does Kirtan help? And there are a lot of people who may look at you and say, what is he selling to me?
Sure.
So how do they react? When you enter the stage, when you enter an audience, a lot of them, when you started this whole thing,
Yeah.
people would have come to you and said, what is it that you're doing, mate? How is it going to make
I think what's really incredible about the time that we're living in is that previously, if you were to do this exact same thing, and even some of you still have that same sentiment, that if you were to chant like this, oh, no, they're religious folk that are brainwashed, that don't really know too much. But I think India is moving in a very, very progressive way towards in reclaiming its spirituality. And I think that's incredible. And the whole world right now is watching India and the way that India practices, how Bharat practices spirituality, Hinduism. And so what's happening now is people are feeling welcome to discover who is God for them and what is spirituality. And I think the reason why is because we've moved so far away from it that the next generation, my generation and people who are younger to me, their parents didn't force them to do anything. They didn't force them too much, just the way that they were forced. And because of that, they're starting to go, okay, well, who is Krishna for me then? Who are all these ancient deities? Who are these ancient murtis? Who are they to me? And so we're in a really, really cool time right now where we can explore and express very publicly our spirituality, our Hinduism, our bhakti. And so I'm very, very happy to be in this place. I'm very honored to be somehow a servitor of this practice.
No, I'm very curious. How did you become Radhika Ranjan Das?
Yeah.
How did you find Krishna? Or let's say the teachings of Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita,
Yeah,
get initiated, get drawn to him.
It's a far out story. I'll tell you the short version. I was forced to go on a youth retreat. And on this youth retreat, I was sitting there with my phone by my side because, to be honest, I didn't really want to be there. My parents forced me to go because they thought maybe I'll learn something. And as I'm sitting in the kirtan, I'm sitting at the right at the back of the room. And my phone starts buzzing, and it's my girlfriend. And she texts me saying, it's over. Breaking up with me on text message. I was heartbroken. And the way I saw it at that moment in time, I had only 2 or 3 options. I could either go to my room and cry about it. Oh, I didn't tell you. I tried texting her back, and I had one of those. Do you remember Nokia 3310?
Yes.
Where you have to press 3 times to get 1 letter to come.
Yeah.
So I was texting furiously, trying to just, what's going on? Why are you breaking up with me? Message send failure. I was in the hills of Madrid. It was in a place called Brihuega. So no messages were going through, and I had a few options. One is I go to my room and cry about it, or 2 is maybe I get stuck in with the chanting that's happening here, and maybe that will do something. And by the end, I felt so happy. I felt so free. I felt so liberated from my pain. And so then I went up to the person who's leading that kirtan, and I spoke to him, and his name is Sachinandana Swami. He's a German Swami. And after 10 years of hearing from him and traveling with him and finding that he's a very authentic person, I decided to take Harinam Diksha, and that's where the name, I used to be Ravi, and then he gave me the name Radhika Ranjan. But in the West, they can't say Radhika Ranjan. It's very difficult for them to pronounce, so I just kept it very simple, Radhika Das. So that's how the name came.
Did you ever think that moment in London would go viral? Because the syntax concept of bhajan clubbing, you seem to be the genesis of it.
Yeah.
So today it's caught on, and thankfully so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be candid. I did not come up with the term bhajan clubbing. That's kind of been put on me. I'm somewhat the poster boy for that right now, so that's okay. But when I did that, no, I didn't expect it to go viral. I did not expect it to go at all where it was. And see, my whole motivation, my whole intention is to share this practice with those who are not born here. Like, I don't speak Hindi, for example. मैं समझता हूँ, सब कुछ समझता हूँ, लेकिन बोलने में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. So I speak in English and I present our culture to Western audiences, audiences in the US, audiences in London, audiences in Europe, audiences all across the world. And I had never intended for it to go viral. I didn't know what viral was at that time, but it did, and I'm very happy and I'm very grateful. And I feel like the internet is the means, the medium by which we can really share messages. And I'll say one last thing before I hear your next question. Martin Luther King, he says this really profound thing, that those who love peace must learn to organize themselves as effectively as those who love war. And if you look at those who love war and creating division, they don't take Sunday off. They don't take a break. And so in the same way for peace lovers, for people who want to share a loving message with the world, we have to also use the tools that God has provided us. And God's provided us the internet, Krishna provided the internet, so I'm going to use it.
And what was the reaction? I know this whole trend that we see. I asked you this because I remember seeing your video in London in the, what is that, Royal Hall? Was it?
Union Chapel.
Yeah, the chapel, the Union Chapel. And that's when I said, these are people who are singing, dancing, and people from all walks of life with no, care and gay abandon. They just seem so happy singing, doing. And you brought music there, and then you added various layers to the Kirtan. How does it affect the people? When do people come back and say something to you when you finish that? In fact, that's where this whole trend started. Of course, there are others who, like you rightly credited for the today term of bhajan clubbing.
Yeah.
But the idea is that people decide to go to bhajans and kirtans today rather than going there and indulging themselves into other aspects, which again is to try and buy a few moments of freedom.
Yeah.
It's looking for that escape velocity from reality,
We're all trying to free the mind. Why do people drink so much alcohol? Because they want to free the mind of being nervous. They want to free the mind of all of the troubles of their life. They want to free the mind from all the things that are happening in their life that are not happy. And so we're trying all these different methods to be happy, Buy a nice house by the sea, buy a flat screen TV, 1 million gigabyte MP3, Om Jai Jagadisha Hare. We're trying all these different ways of trying to be happy in this world. We buy particular clothing, we dress ourselves in a particular way to be happy, but only to have forgotten that happiness is an inside job. There was once a prisoner in a jail, and he tried every which way to exit from the jail, only to realize years and years later that all he had to do was pull the door from the inside. And it's the same for all of us. That if we can somehow remember that life and happiness is an inside job. Yes, be successful, be everything that you want to be in this world, but don't forget that that won't bring true happiness. That true happiness is an inside job. You have to feed the bird within the cage. The bird within the cage.
So beautifully said. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy?
How did you find what actually makes you happy? Because we're all human, right? We've got great days. Sometimes we get out of the bed and we feel, today's my day. I'm the king, queen of the world, kind of thing. Other days, oh my God, the whole world is on my head. It's such a big burden. There are days. How do you keep that positivity to say, listen, just do your job and leave the rest to Krishna, How do I go back to that basic code?
By finding true humility. And I'll explain that. Humility is something that's used a lot in spiritual circles, and it's often misinterpreted. People think humility means when people can walk all over you, that you're really lower than the lowest. But humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility doesn't mean to think less of yourself. Humility means to think about yourself less.
Beautiful.
When we're so self-absorbed, when we're so internally connected with me, my, self, how do I look, how do I speak, how do I present, how do I, that's the source of our unhappiness. So you ask me, how do I be happy? By trying to think about myself less, by not being so self-absorbed.
That's so the true interpretation of Aham Brahmasmi, not that I am God, but God is within me.
Yeah.
So
when you're thinking about yourself less, then naturally you have more time to think about others. You have more time to think about God. You have more time to think about the higher things of life. But the truth is, we're so usually so self-absorbed. And it's not something that I want to critique about people. It's more a case of, I do it too. I mean, this beard line doesn't do itself in the morning. No? I'm thinking about myself when I do it. But if we can dedicate more and more time to being less self-absorbed and thinking with humility about greater things, then I think there's happiness waiting for us.
You're doing concerts. You're coming to Bharat so often. Has there been ever a time when you got a packed audience and you just don't feel like singing?
Yeah, of course.
Has there? How do you turn around and say, "Listen, I got to do this"? You do this. Do you do it then because you want to do it, or you do it then because you have to do it?
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference between why we are doing a job. Either we have to do it to pay our EMIs, or we want to do it because it makes us happy.
It's a very good
question. I'm asking you that.
Of course, there's times where I'm presenting and there's 10,000, 15,000 people in the audience and I'm not feeling anything. There's nothing going on. And so it's sometimes the case that it's not that I'm loving what I'm doing, but that I love the person that I'm doing it for more. It's like in a relationship with your wife.
Lovely, beautiful.
It's like a relationship with your wife or your husband or your partner. Sometimes you might, you don't necessarily love them every time you buy them a present. But you love them so much that, okay, no, I'm going to dedicate my time, my energy, my everything in that resource towards that person. And so, yeah, of course there's times when I'm sitting there on a stage, I'm not feeling anything, but I just try and remember the person I'm doing it for.
And based on the audience, let's say if it's a younger audience, it's an older audience, does the music change?
Of course, yeah. I think that's been a big point in what I'm trying to share is that you can be spiritual in suit and tie. You can be a bhakta in suit and tie. You can be a spiritualist wearing jeans and trainers. Because ultimately it's between you and your God. It's between you and your divine, your Krishna, your Ram, your Shiva. It was never between you and them anyway. And I think that's what I'm trying to share is that, yes, I might change the detail. I might change it to have a guitar playing, and I might have it with a drum kit, or I might have a saxophone playing in the Kirtan. But the point is that if the essence is love of God, prema bhakti, if that's the essence, then the detail can change.
All right. So then how would you change the detail for us here at Rising Bharat? This morning, 10 a.m., after a long night for a lot of us,
Yeah,
a busy
me too.
day for all of us on a Friday, and just after breakfast, first session this morning, how are you going to set the tempo for this room here? It's a mix of a lot of people. There are millennials, there are Gen Xs, there are Gen Zs, all of us here.
I would just use one word, and that word is remember. You all know everything I'm speaking right now is not new information to you. I almost feel like I'm preaching to the crowd. The point is that we have to actively use our awareness to remember that there's so much more to life. There's so much more to this human form of life. And I think that what we often suffer from is forgetfulness, that we forget that it's our birthright. It's our birthright. How do you say that in Hindi? Birthright.
Janmsiddh adhikar.
There you go. It's your birthright to remember that you are a loving, connected person with the Supreme, with God. And when you remember that point, the essence point that you are loving, you are loved by the Supreme, and you are always carried by the Supreme, then you'll feel happy internally because you realize this is all an external show, an external play, a drama, if you will.
All right. So I'm going to do something with you, Prabhu.
Sure.
I'm going to request you to take us to that level. The next 5 minutes are yours. And I'll stop talking. I'll tell you whatever, and we will give you the beat. We'll sing with you. We will pray with you. We'll dance with you. But I'm going to request this. Can you do that for us? Can you just set the pace for all of us for the whole day? Yeah,
You up for
elevate
it?
us.
Yeah? Okay, I don't have any instruments, so the only instrument that we can use is clapping, because you can see I don't have any saxophone or guitar or anything. So I'm going to ask, even for you, you're going to have to get involved and hold the beat down. I'll keep this here for me.
Can you guys hear?
Does that sound okay? Okay. So I'm going to ask you all to sit tall. Some of you are not going to comply, and that's cool. You can do you if you're not into it, and you're like, no, I just want to text on Instagram. You do you, no problem. But those of you that are actively with me, if I can invite you to sit tall and close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Just come to the awareness that you are more than your body, you are more than your mind, that in your essence you're a spiritual being lovingly connected with your God, with your Krishna. And in one voice, just to set the tone, let's chant the one syllable, Om. And all I want you to do is hear that sound vibration which will create peace within, presence, a connectedness with the ultimate reality. Deep breath with me. Om. Deep breath twice more. Last one, deep breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. We're going to try chanting once again. And I want you to keep your eyes closed. We'll chant Om Namah Shivaya. I request you to just try your best not to think about everybody else around you, not to think about the cameras and the lights, not to think about what other people will say about you. This is between you and your God, between you and your Supreme. Mahadev is described, Lord Shiva is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as being the gatekeeper to bhakti. That with Mahadev's mercy, with Mahadev's kripa, one can once again reclaim their loving devotion to God. So pray. When you chant, I know some of you haven't done this for years, some of you haven't done this for lifetimes. Between you and your God. I'll chant, and then in response, please everybody chant together. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam. Kalornasti, Vanasti, Vanasti, Eva Katiranyata. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. So I know that many of you are expecting me to dance, clap and jump around with you. But I think that sometimes these meditative moments also make a difference to our consciousness, and I hope that that was something that really helped and, yeah, changed your awareness to remember that you're something more in this lifetime. You're meant for something more. It's your birth.
Fantastic. Do you all feel better?
In India's digital leap, lending is undergoing a revolution, making credit more accessible, faster, and trustworthy. The stage is now set for currency of lending, trust, tech, transactions. Let's dive into how India's lending landscape is getting a tech makeover and becoming more inclusive. Please welcome Kamlesh Chandra Vashni, whole-time member SEBI, Mr. Hemant Gala, CEO of PhonePe Lending, Mr. Ashok Hariharan, CEO of ID5, and Mr. Aditya B. Chatterjee, MD, Equifax India. In conversation with Chandra R. Shrikant. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Chandra, the stage is yours.
Thank you for that. From the spiritual realm to the financial realm. Thank you very much for joining us on Rising Bharat. And I think I want to start with an anecdote that Emmanuel Macron shared last week at the AI Impact Summit, where he said in 2014, a tea seller in Mumbai did not have a bank account, did not have access to credit, but in just 10 years, because of the UPI revolution, he's now able to just use a scanner and accept payments. So he called it a transformational moment for India, something that no other country has been able to do in terms of giving a digital identity to 1.4 billion people. So I guess that's the biggest win as far as Rising Bharat is concerned. But with every technological advancement also come attached risks. So while we've seen rapid strides in digital payments, digital credit, we've also seen instances of digital arrests, cyber frauds, especially for people over 60, over 70, senior citizens, hard-earned savings being lost this way. So today we will discuss how far we have come, but also what we should prepare for going forward, and we have the perfect blend for that. We have a regulator view, a lender view, a credit view, and the risk view. So, you know, a very good mix of all four. But let's start with the regulator view. You know, we are talking about Rising Bharat, sir, and I just want to ask you, SEBI has been talking a lot about leveraging technology, leveraging AI for investor protection, for user protection. But what really separates what we are doing in India, how we are able to do this better than other countries? Because the scale is so huge, the scope is so huge. I'm sure the amount of complaints that you have to deal with are exponentially higher than what other countries face. So take us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. And really a very entertaining and session we had just before this one, talking about what we are doing at SEBI so SEBI regulate capital market, and we can proudly say that there are some initiative which we have taken to protect investors' interest, to develop market, to deepen market integrity, which no other country has done. And after we have done that, other countries are taking steps. So this is exactly what Prime Minister was referring yesterday, Rising Bharat, something that we are doing on our own. So I will just give 3 examples. There are more examples, but just to touch 3 examples. The first one relates to how we do settlement, trading and everything. So we were the first country to have T+1 settlement. And, it is only after us, US came out with T+1 settlement. And by that time, we were experimenting with T+0 settlement, which means faster settlement. You sell your stock today, you will get money tomorrow. Or the other way around, you pay money today, you will get your stock tomorrow, which brings a lot of efficiency in the market, reduces chances for manipulations. So this is one thing, and not only that, in the case of settlement, there was one case which we had many years ago, when brokers who was handling client securities pledged that security with banks, and then that broker went bankrupt. Now, who will lose the security? Banks will say, I want to encash this security. If you and bank encashes that security, the investor lose their security without their fault. So that case is still going on in Supreme Court. SAT has given a verdict, but somebody has to lose. But that's not ideal for the market. So you must have sufficient system in place that nobody loses. And therefore, SEBI came out using technology with a system where there is a system of pledging, repledging, but security remains in customer account. Even when customer sells the security, we have come out with a system where is upstreaming of fund and direct payout of securities, where the fund and securities go directly to the client's account and not through broker's account. This kind of system is nowhere in the world. We are the first one to do it so that the fraud doesn't take place. We have a unique system where clearing corporation has full visibility of the client level visibility, not broker level visibility. All other countries only know brokers level visibility. That means broker can use one client fund against another client's obligations. This cannot happen in India. So once again, this prevents fraud. So we can proudly say the way our stock market works, settlement, margining system, pledging, repledging is unique in the world, and many countries came us, we showed it to them and they were hugely impressed and they want to implement that system in their country. So that is one part. My second part is on assured return. We allow mutual fund because their NAV...
After that delicious lunch, midday fuels kicked in, but the mind still craving something fresh, isn't it? After a hearty lunch, let's shift gears and talk about the art of balance in life, work, and everything in between. How do we juggle it all without dropping the ball? How do we find our center in a world of extremes? Joining us for this session is a balancing artist. Yes, that's his thing. He will show us how to find equilibrium in a world of extremes, how to pivot and how to thrive. We'll get him to spill the beans on balancing life, work, and maybe even a few tricks to dodge the afternoon slump. Please welcome balancing artist Gautam Vaishnav to the stage. Gautam, can we please have you here? Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to be amazed, stunned, and maybe even a little breathless. Over to you, Gautam.
Thank you. Without wasting time, I'll just come to the balance. And I know it's running late, so I have pressure from behind. So I'll start the art of rock balancing. Maybe I think you will have patience to see what I do. Thank you for having patience in you. I would like to invite some anchors where I will showcase that it's not me, but it's the rock and the person's focus and patience with how they are going to balance some rocks in front of you. So may I invite some few anchors, please? It is just a feeling of letting it go because everything in my life is not permanent. It is just let it go. It's fine. Okay. I have some. Yeah, you can sit. Yeah, you can sit. Okay. So all you have to do is bring these three fingers like this. Okay, and fold them like this. Three. Bring it in front of you, and see. Can you see a triangle in it? There's a triangle. A triangle has 3 points. Okay? So physics says anything in this world can be balanced on 3 points. Minimum. Maximum is infinite. So take a small rock from your other hand and try to keep it on the triangle. Yeah? Okay? So now you are feeling that the rock is balanced on 3 points. Okay? But now I want you to balance it on the rock. So the rock base is balanced on 3 points, right? Okay? So now the top rock also you have to balance it on 3 points. Okay? This rock which is in front of your stand, that is pointed on 3 points. Now you have to balance something vertically on this rock straight. Okay? Keep it on the stand only, it's fine. I want you to balance this rock, okay, here straight, like this. It's going this side, this. You can use both your hands. उसको निकाल दो और वापस रख दो बस. Make sure that the base rock is not moving. It's okay, very good. You can just move it this way. हाँ. Try to balance it vertical. दोनों हाथ use करिए. एक ध्यान में रखना कि आप उस रॉक को बैलेंस नहीं कर रहे हो, वो रॉक आपको बता रहा है कि वो कैसे बैलेंस होगा. सो यू आर नोबडी, यू आर नथिंग, यू आर जस्ट अ मीडियम बिटवीन द बैलेंस एंड द रॉक. दोनों हाथों को यूज करिए. यस, वेरी गुड. इट्स ओके. ओके, व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, यू कैन कीप दिस रॉक हियर. ओके, and you have to try and balance this rock in this pore only, straight like this. See, when you keep it, the moment you keep it, the rock is like, अरे भैया मैं तो लेफ्ट में जा रहा हूँ, सीधा करो. So all you are doing is not talking, but listening to the rock. So suppose this rock is going this side, it's going to the left. I will just move it here. Okay? आपको करना है. मेरे लिए. Okay? If you want to try more, or else what we can do, जो ऊपर वाला रॉक है उसको फ्लिप करते हैं, उल्टा. ऊपर वाला रॉक उल्टा करना है बस. ये रॉक को, ठीक है, मुझे ये वाला रॉक कर दो ना एक बार. स्ट्रेट. यूज बोथ योर हैंड्स. आराम से, कोई घाई नहीं है. ये वाला रॉक मुझे सीधा चाहिए, मुझे इसमें बैलेंस करना चाहिए. आप दोनों हाथ यूज कर सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. यूज बोथ योर हैंड्स, इट्स फाइन, इट्स ओके. यस 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 यस, इट्स ओके. आराम से. यस, वेरी गुड. मैं थोड़े स्टूडेंट्स पे ध्यान रहता हूँ बराबर से. ये वाला थोड़ा सा मस्त है. सो इफ यू बैलेंस इट दिस वे, इट विल लुक लाइक अ गणपति. ओके, मे बी इफ यू कैन, वी वांट दिस रॉक स्ट्रेट हियर. ओके, यहाँ पे ऐसा स्ट्रेट. ठीक है. या, आर वी यूजिंग एनी ग्लू? या, वी आर यूजिंग. We are using gravity. Yes, very good. This one you can also balance. Yeah, the straight one, straight. Yeah, आराम से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, कोई आपके पीछे लगा नहीं है. We are in silence, we are in patience, it's okay. देखो, मैं आपको सिखाता हूँ. ये रॉक है, मुझे इस पे रखना है. ठीक है, जैसे ही मैं रखता हूँ तो ये इस साइड जा रहा है. मैं इसको इधर मूव करूँगा, नहीं जा रहा है. इधर मूव करूँगा, नहीं जा रहा है. इधर मूव करूँगा, नहीं जा रहा है. ऐसे मूव किया, नहीं जा रहा है. वापस मूव किया. ठीक है, कर दो।
हो गया? You have done it.
ये तो मैंने किया है. Okay. Thank you very much. It was a small act of balancing, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Very nice, very nice. जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए.
Thank you.
देखिए बैलेंस ही सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, wasn't that just mind-blowing? Can we have hands up in the audience? How stunned were you? So anyone who was shell-shocked on 10, from 1 to 10, 10, hands up. Okay. Okay, great. You know, balancing, as journalists as well, it's something that we talk about every now and then, and how most of us are trying to pull the balancing act on an everyday basis. So this was of great help, Gautam. We're going to try and clear out the floor in just a bit, but one small move, one slight shift, you're going to get it wrong. And Gautam here backstage was having a conversation with me, and he was trying to tell me the same thing, that it's actually the rocks talking to you and not the other way around. And then he gave me a couple of other examples as well. So it's lovely when we see talent like this here on Rising Bharat, and we promise to keep up with that the rest of the day as well. So please be with us, be patient. That was mind-blowing indeed, and our anchors also did a fab job in really being sporty. They played along. We saw Gautam making Parikshit, Chandra, Amish, Shivani do the balancing act. And like I said, we're all journalists and we're all used to this. But for now, as Gautam showed us how to find balance in life, we need to talk about balancing flavors, balancing tradition and innovation. India's culinary identity is what we'll focus on next. So from street food to fine dining, India's plates tell stories of culture, history, and creativity. Spices, techniques, regional nuances. How do top chefs define India's culinary soul? And we all know how Indian food is something the entire world obsesses over. So how do they blend tradition with modernity? Let's dive into India's food journey, the classics, the experiments, and the trends. And for that, I'd like to quickly invite our next set of panelists on the stage. Amninder Sandhu, chef and culinary entrepreneur, is our first guest joining us. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Also to take that conversation forward is Manish Mehrotra, celebrity chef, head chef, Visaba, and author as well. In conversation with popular food blogger Arjun Madan, this is a session titled India on the Plate, Reclaiming Culinary Identity. Arjun, thank you for being here. Over to you. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We need some energy in here.
Hello, chefs.
Hello.
It's such a pleasure to have you both over here. I've been such a fanboy of both of you for so many years. We've all experienced your food in so many different ways. But if you had to describe your culinary philosophy in one sentence, what would it be? I'll start with you, chef.
I feel my food is rooted in memory. And I cook fearlessly on open fire and honor the place I come from. That would be it.
Fantastic. And Chef Manish?
Whatever makes you happy after eating. That's the philosophy.
Okay, great. So, Chef, I'm going to dive right in. Your menus draw from Punjab, Lahore, Patiala, deeply personal, memory-driven kind of regions. Why is reclaiming these stories so important for you?
You know, our culinary history was interrupted by the partition, by colonization, even through a filter of fine dining where, you know, we try to sanitize our food. And for me, Patiala and Lahore are not just places, they are inherited memory. And it's important for me to reclaim these because it's important to put our authority on it, you know. And I feel that our food needs its voice in its loudest intensity, in honesty. And that's what I'm trying. I'm not trying to recreate nostalgia, but I'm trying to restore authorship.
Amazing. Chef Manish, after 15 years of shaping modern Indian cuisine in a sense, Nisaba feels very different. It feels calmer and more introspective. Was this shift more personal than professional?
I think both. Because what I was doing with my earlier restaurant, Indian Accent, was when I started, we used to call it modern Indian food and progressive Indian, contemporary Indian. But now, after 16, 17 years of that, I think we should stop using word modern Indian food because Indian food has already become modern. We don't have to say that. So now it's Indian food of today's India or a modern India. So that is what I'm doing with the new restaurant. It is coming back, going back to basics, getting soulful Indian food in a beautiful environment. That is what I am doing. And getting dishes from all over India and giving it a little bit of twist here and there so that at heart it is still Indian, but when you look at it, it's global Indian, so that people from all walks of life, from all different places in the world, can easily relate to, and no more curry and naan place.
Fantastic. Okay, Chef, fire plays a very central role in all your restaurants, in your cooking. What does fire represent for you, beyond technique?
I think beyond technique, fire is very primal. It's a very intuitive way of cooking. You can't really outsource it. You have to build your relationship with the fire and tame the flames. For me, I think it's primal.
Great. Okay, Chef Manish, opening Nisaba at Humayun's Tomb is very symbolic in a sense. Did the history of that space influence how you approach the menu?
The history of that place really approaches my menu in such a way that India is such a historical place, and our food is also the modern food, or today's India's food can easily coexist with our tradition, because what food is now today in India is based on tradition and 5,000-year old our history. But people outside India and even in India, they don't know about it. Whatever things are happening nowadays, local, seasonal, all these things were there in India for so many years. I think in the middle we forgot about it. But now things are coming back and we are focusing on all these things. So I think with that historic monument, the history of food can also coexist. And I think every monument in India should have something, a place like this, which can represent Indian food and relate to the old history and tradition of India.
Okay. So, Chef, you're known for your bold flavors and bold opinions. What's one food trend that you're secretly rolling your eyes at? Something on Instagram or otherwise?
I have to let out a secret. I think I roll my eyes at the word chef being just thrown around very casually, because I feel making content around food is cool. I respect that. But, spending time, doing your time in a professional kitchen is what makes a chef. Craft is built in the grind, not in front of that ring light.
I get it. Absolutely. Now, Chef, Indian accent is something that, like, I remember coming to the original one in Manor many, many years ago. But how did you approach Nisaba differently than what you did all those years back? Because I know kuch to farak hai. It feels very different.
बहुत फर्क है, बहुत फर्क है. First thing is, it's less intimidating kind of a food. Indian accent was a bit intimidating with the tasting menus and everything. It is more rooted, more approachable, and more relatable kind of a food. And you don't need an occasion to come to Nisaba. You can come just to eat good food. That is the difference between Indian accent and Nisaba.
No, if I may add, I feel Nisaba is super welcoming, and like every dish is paired with its accompaniment, so you don't even have to think much. You can just get it, and it's just beautiful food.
I need to come there. I'm dying to come there. So now, Chef, you've often been cited as one of the leading voices among women chefs of the country. Has that responsibility kind of shaped how you lead today and how you approach your work today?
Yes, I think I'm more intentional. I mean, if the next woman who walks into a professional kitchen can do it, feeling more confident because of me, I would feel that I've done something right.
Yeah, and I think just riffing off of that, chef, I think I know a lot of people cite you as a inspiration. A lot of young chefs do. So does mentorship now feel as important to you as being, heading a restaurant?
It is very, very important because now there are so many young chefs. They are doing some phenomenal work. Only thing is, you just have to uh, give a correct path because doing something different and doing something traditional, there's a very thin line. So if you cross that line, it becomes something weird. So tandoori momos, gelato, something. So that is a thin line you don't have to cross. And what I tell all the young chefs, that when you start working, create your own boundaries, create rules for yourself, and then follow those rules. When I started doing this kind of a food, there are few rules I followed. But one of the simple rule was not two cuisines not in one dish. So there will be never paneer chettinad or idli in makhni sauce, all these things. So I created that rule for myself and I still follow that rule. So I tell all the young chefs that create rules for yourself and work around those boundaries, because the moment experimentation crosses the line, it becomes weird. And if you have a reason to mix two things together and it works, I think
But
that's
अगर
good.
किसी ने आपको इडली मखनी खिलाई तो will you try it?
I don't mind trying it, but honestly, it taste में शायद अच्छी होगी. But do you think the cuisine has moved forward? I don't think so. The cuisine will move forward. And we need experimentation so that कि Indian खाना can move forward. कब तक वही चीजों पे हम चलते रहेंगे? Because India is such a large place. You don't have to invent, you just have to explore India. You'll find some hidden gems जो लोगों ने सोचा भी नहीं होगा. Everybody's talking about insects eating, India में है. Fermentation, India में है. Smoking, India में है. और आज से नहीं, कई 100 सालों से है. So we just have to explore India. India is a great place and there are so many hidden gems in people's home. We just have to take them out, brush it a little bit and put it in a restaurant. It will work.
I'm sure. Okay. Chef, you have led multiple luxury kitchens. You have also created a dining experience in the wilderness with Tipai. How has your definition of luxury kind of evolved and how do you define it today, luxury dining?
I think luxury dining back in the day were imported ingredients, grand dining rooms, very polished, intimidating settings. But luxury for me now is silence. I think it's the crackling of the firewood where your food is cooked slow and you eat it without distraction. And I think that's what happens at Tipai and that's what makes it so beautiful, that we are able to build a connection with our guests. The greatest compliment we've ever got at Tipai is the people of Tipai and the connections they make with the guests. And
Wow.
that is luxury for me.
Okay. I think this I'm going to put to both of you out there, but is there a dish or some part of your experience through the years that you remember that, okay, this is a dish I shouldn't have done or something that kind of kuch galti hui hai, and you remember it as a funny incident now, but ऐसी कोई चीज़ है जो आपने बनाई है?
बहुत सारी.
जैसे कि?
बहुत सारी. When I started in 2009, I had a dish on my menu was Chyawanprash cheesecake. That was weird, but again, नाम बहुत weird था, लेकिन उसमें जरा सा hint था, and उसके पीछे एक nostalgic story थी, that we used to serve it with the badam milk and all these things, because Chyawanprash एक ऐसी चीज थी, everybody has got some good or bad memories of that. So that dish was there to evoke your nostalgia and the memory. So, but it was weird. So I don't think so I'll be doing that thing now. But yeah, at that time I was also learning. So there are many.
Chyawanprash cheesecake. I think we should bring it back for one special weekend.
Yeah, for just one.
Maybe.
Yeah, we should. Okay, chef, is there anything that you have done over the
I
years?
think, yeah, even I have many, but the one that I vividly remember is Once I'd put pakoras like patte, like just green leaves fritters, and I didn't want to call it pakoda, and we called it ponako because we found out that that can be another name for pakoda, and it was so silly now when I think of it. Like it's an internal inside joke for even with my team.
Okay. Both of you are kind of seen as torchbearers for, again, I'm saying modern Indian, but modern Indian cuisine in very different ways. Does recognition increase pressure or does it give you more freedom?
I think it gives you a platform where your voice can be heard, and it's, for me, it feels like freedom because now I don't have to dilute my voice. I know that people are watching what I'm doing, so I feel like I can put the right light on whatever makes sense to me.
Yeah. And
It creates more responsibility. Any award, any recognition, it put a little bit of more responsibility on you because when you do something, a lot of youngsters, a lot of people who are watching you and they expect and they follow you, then you have to be responsible. That's the main thing.
Okay. Chef Manish, I wanted to ask you, you've also had restaurants outside of India. How do you till date, it's 2026, and I think the most sold dish outside will still be butter chicken, I'm guessing. How do you try to position Indian food in a different way? How do you try to sell a different dish which is not just butter chicken or dal makhani?
See, I love butter chicken. I love eating butter chicken. But the thing is, there are at least 100 dishes in India from different parts of India which is as good and as tasty as butter chicken. चाहे वो कश्मीर का गोश्ताबा रिश्ता हो या केरला की मीन मोइली हो, it's all that kind of a comforting which is like butter chicken. Only thing is we have to make people aware of that, and that is what all of us we are doing. All, whether Amrinder, me or Gagan, Pratik, all of us, we are now working towards this, that there are so many Indian dishes which is as good as butter chicken, which have to come in the limelight.
Yeah. Okay. Both of you started off at a time when there wasn't a lot of social media. Food was being reviewed by just food critics and food reviewers. Today that's changed. People like me are out there, and everyone has a platform today and is a critic in their own way. How do you approach that? Like, do you embrace food creators? Do you embrace Instagrammers who want to come and try the food and give their opinion? Or is it something that you're a little reluctant about? Because I meet restaurateurs who are, both sides of the spectrum. So how do you guys approach that?
They are all welcome. See, reviewers were there earlier. They used to write in a print media and all. Now everybody is a reviewer. Anybody who's coming to a restaurant has got a phone with a camera and they review your food. First thing, it's a free marketing. You don't have to spend money on marketing. If a dish goes into so many millions of people, it is free marketing. It's good. But honestly, all the restaurateurs, chef or anybody, they should approach the influencer or a blogger in such a way which is their target market. If I am doing a tasting menu which sells for 10,000 rupees per person, I won't call a blogger or entertain a blogger who's doing street food. So you have to see who are the one can do good for you and who are not something they don't have the target market for your business. So that is the only thing.
And chef, anything if you have?
I think social media is really great because besides the influencers, I feel for you to put your story out there, you were so heavily dependent on food writers earlier, and if you were not in their, if you were not in their network, they would probably not even show up to your restaurant. But now it's easier to put your message across, and I think it works really well.
Yeah. I think I'm going to add a question over here for you, is that I saw a lot of amazing content you did, especially with Bavri, and a lot of storytelling. What was the journey behind that, and how do you decide to create content around that? Because that was very nice how you did it.
Yeah. So, I used to run this restaurant called Earth in Bandra before Bavri, which was the first gasless kitchen where I cooked on open fire on wood and charcoal in a city setup. And there were a lot of things which I just assumed that people know. But with Bavri, I said I'll just talk about things that I'm not going to assume that people know. So, you know, like we made a reel on how to season a tandoor.
Yeah.
Because it's just assumption कि सबको पता होगा. But सबको पता नहीं है कि तंदूर में रोटी लगाने से पहले उसको season करना पड़ता है. So we just made a reel on that and that got so much traction. Then I started talking about why I cook on open fire and that. So I think that was the starting point for us and then we just built on that.
Okay. आप लोग सबको तो फाइन डाइन बहुत अच्छा खाना खिलाते हो, बहुत फैंसी अमेजिंग खाना खिलाते हो, पर आप लोग को खुद क्या खाने में पसंद है? घर पे क्या खाते हो या what do you like to order in?
Like really basic stuff. I think everyone, सबके घर में कोई एक dish होती है which makes us feel that you're home. For me, it's mutton curry rice, which makes me feel I'm home. So that's my comfort food.
And chef, yours?
I'm more of a craving centric कि आज चाट खाने का मन कर रहा है, आज वैन वाला नूडल्स खाने का मन कर रहा है. But most of the time after restaurant, you end up eating Maggie at 2 o'clock in the night at your house. That's the only thing.
That is the best, yeah. Nothing beats Maggie at 2 o'clock. Okay, so when the world tastes Indian food today, what do you hope that they understand as like India's strength? Like how are we projecting India's food today?
I feel our cuisine has gone through so much history that when someone eats Indian food, they should feel that this is a resilient cuisine. That it is ancient, yet it's constantly evolving. And it stood the test of time.
Okay. Chef?
I would say food is not a soft power. Indian food is a superpower. And Indian food, we have food or dish for every palate in the world. हमारे यहाँ तीखा खाना, मीठा खाना, हेल्दी खाना, इंडल्जेंस वाला खाना, हर तरह का खाना है, हर किसी के लिए. So we are a strong superpower in terms of food, and all of us and so many other chefs are doing some fantastic work all over the world. And believe next 10 years, the way Indian restaurants are opening all over the world, it's amazing, and there is a great future for Indian food from all different parts of India in the world. Next 10 years is our time.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of... that definitely requires a round of applause for sure. But, but speaking of the different parts of India and the food that comes from there, what do you think is the one part of India which we still haven't tapped into or is still very underrated? Because, I mean, there's so much. Every state, every corner of India has such amazing food. But according to you?
I would say every part of India is not well represented in the world scene. But if you ask me, one part even I am not very familiar one is the Northeast, which we really have to learn and promote, because there are some specialty ingredients which is not you can't access it in Delhi easily. But that food is again which is a hidden gem. It has to come in the focus. Otherwise, there are every state. There are in one state there are 10 cuisines, and it has to come out. So I think every state needs more representation and more micro cuisines of different states. But Northeast, we need to learn and know more about food from Northeast.
No, for sure. I made my first trip to the Northeast a few months ago to Nagaland, and the food I had over there honestly was mind-blowing. It was incredible. Chef, do you feel like that's a region that's underrepresented?
I think the same. It's Northeast. I grew up in the Northeast and I do use a lot of Northeastern ingredients in my cooking. In fact, one of my signature dishes is pork, which is cooked inside a bamboo and it's served with sticky rice, which is wrapped in Alpinia leaf, which is a leaf indigenous to the Northeast. So, like Chef Manish rightly said, I think Northeast, because all the 7 states need representation.
Yeah. Okay. What can you guys recommend a restaurant apart from your own in Delhi which you like to go out to?
Many. चाट के लिए वैष्णो चाट भंडार कमला नगर में, या डक के लिए चाइना किचन, पंजाबी खाने के लिए किकली में. So there are many places in Delhi where you can explore good Delhi, Gurgaon, you can explore great food.
Yeah. And chef, do you have any recommendations?
I think there are really great restaurants in Delhi. Recommendation, like I like the Sikh kebabs at Jama Masjid. I like that large jalebi in Chandni Chowk. Those two are my favorite. When I think of Delhi, I think of that, or the Sohan halwa, that Karachi halwa, which you don't find anywhere else. That felt like
अभी
Delhi.
अभी अभी होली आ रही है, चेनाराम के यहाँ घियर बनता है, वो घेवर नहीं है, घियर बनता है, वो एक अलग किस्म की जलेबी है. If everybody can go and try that thing, it's amazing.
Yeah. It's from the Sindhi community. Yeah, and it's only during Holi. So, yes.
Okay, social media has made chefs personalities now. That's, you guys are celebrities also. Has the visibility changed the pressure, and also like made you get some pressure to feel authentic, like in your food, or do you not approach it in that way at all? Like, do you feel any pressure from social media at all?
See, honestly speaking, the celebrity chefs and the chefs who are cooking at restaurant, there are two categories in India still.
Yeah.
Still. There are chefs who are celebrity because of the social media and television, but in general, I don't think so. 90% of the people, they have not tasted their food.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
They have not tasted their food.
True.
So we are the chef who cooks in the restaurant. We have restaurant where everybody can come and taste their food. So it's two different categories.
Okay.
So I would say doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Till the time people are coming to your place, eating your creation and going happy from there, I think your job is done.
Okay. And chef, anything you have to add here?
I don't feel pressure. I feel it's just a great time. Everything is, there's a big boom in this industry, and we just need to adapt with whatever the new means of running a restaurant is.
Okay. Before we wrap up, I just have one last question for you both. If there's a young chef who's starting out today, 18-year-old, 20-year-old, is there a piece of advice you would like to give them that you wish someone would have given you when you were young?
I would say it's not a 100 meters race, it's a marathon, so don't expect anything too fast.
Okay.
And even when you get results, you'll feel it's too little too late, and you have to love it sincerely to do it.
Just keep your head down, focus. 5 years, you do that, and after 5 years, this industry will pay you back. I would say this industry will pay you back. But 5 years, focus and just learn, because खाना बनाना is a skill का काम है, और वो skill जो होती है वो काम करने से आती है, वो किताब पढ़ के या कॉलेज जाके वो नहीं हो सकती है. You have to practice, practice, practice. तो first 5 years बहुत कमी है हिंदुस्तान में शेफों की. First 5 years, just bend your head, focus and learn. After that, sky is the limit.
Perfect. That's great advice. And if all the young chefs listening out there, they should take note of that. But thank you so much. You both have been amazing, and you've given such incredible, insight into your world over here to us.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. The flavors of India have never tasted so vibrant thanks to the culinary maestros we've just heard from, reclaiming the country's rich gastronomic history. Just as good dish requires the right blend of spices, understanding global conflicts requires a nuanced reading of the narrative. The real story often lies in the subtleties of strategy, tactics, and human experience. Now, joining us to decode the complexities of war and its narratives is an expert known for his deep dives into the skies of conflict. People, welcome Tom Cooper, aerial warfare analyst and historian, for a session on interpreting war beyond the headlines in conversation with Major Gaurav Arya. That's a very lukewarm welcome, everyone. Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. And I have with me Tom Cooper. He's an analyst. He's a historian. And he's somebody that all of you have seen on Indian television for quite some time, especially after Operation Sindur and during Operation Sindur. I had prepared a long list of very technical questions for Tom. But while driving here from Noida, I was told that Iran just got attacked. So all my questions are now aside. I'm going to talk about Iran. At least I'm going to start off with Iran. And Tom, my first question to you is, how does an operation of this magnitude put into effect? I mean, you have the Al Udeid Air Base, you have Jordan, you have Israel, you have USS Abraham Lincoln floating around somewhere off the bay of, or off the shores of Oman. And in the Mediterranean Sea, you have the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier. How do you network such an operation where there are possibly hundreds of fighter aircraft, hundreds of reconnaissance aircraft, a very, very large percentage of US air effort? How do you coordinate all of this?
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's fantastic to be here in New Delhi. My first visit in India, I'm really humbled by the reception. As for your questions, the essence is networking. It's just like in civilian life. That means the military is operating its own internet, and this internet is used to fuse all the information available about enemy forces, about their capabilities and intentions, and then also about own forces, who is deployed where, what is the current status of the force in question, is it ready for combat or not, what are the stocks of weaponry, of supplies, of fuel, and so on. And all of this is fed into the same headquarter, into the same command center, and commanded and controlled in centralized fashion. That's how it works. We have seen this at work also in India last year, in May, during the Operation Sindur, when all the information was fused in one system, distributed to the Army, to the Air Force, to all the forces involved, in order to keep everybody informed all the time, and in order to better coordinate, or actually to, in case of India, to superbly coordinate own operations. Whether air defenses from Pakistani UAV attacks and missile strikes, or own offensive operations against Pakistan.
All right. You know, I'm going to come to Operation Sindur in a while, but I'd like to ask you, Tom, my question is that even during Operation Midnight Hammer and during Operation Rising Lion, which happened earlier, American aircraft and Israeli aircraft, and I'm not only talking about the 5th generation aircraft, 4 generation, 4.5 generation, they were able to fly over Tehran without any challenge, literally no challenge. How is that possible? Hasn't Iran invested in air defense? And do you think, what are the lessons that Iran drew from Midnight Hammer, from Rising Lion, that even in this, they knew that they could be attacked again, and today they have been attacked again. Why didn't they strengthen their air defense?
Okay, let me try to dissect this in following fashion. On one side, Israeli aircraft were never free to fly over Tehran. This is Israeli propaganda. Excuse me for expression, but it is as simple as that. What the Israelis were free to do was to fly up to the border with Iran and to lob their missiles either over longer range into Tehran area or to drop their GPS-assisted bombs on targets up to 100 to 120 kilometers deep inside Iran. But they were never free to fly deeper over Iran. Why were they not free to do that? because there is not only one, but there are two different but well integrated air defense systems in Iran. One operated by the regular Islamic Republic of Iran Air Defense Force, and the other operated by the IRGC, by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Force Command. So what was given to us in form of official Israeli statements was one thing, and then there was the reality. And there was a significant difference between the two.
All right.
That is on one side. On the other side, the Israelis have this very advanced air-launched ballistic missiles, which have a range of up to 1,000 kilometers, depending on their type. So they were accelerating, flying very high, accelerating, climbing over central Iraq, over Ramadi, over the area generally west of Baghdad, and launching missiles from this area deep over Tehran. This is how they were operating. Of course, they did, with the time, start operating their UAVs deeper over Iran, including close to Tehran, including Esfahan, including Tabriz anyway. But again, there is a difference whether they are operating UAVs, which are then shot down in quite some numbers, or whether they are operating manned aircraft. There is no evidence that they did operate manned aircraft that deep over Iran, like over Tehran. Excuse me, what was the second part of your question in this regards?
I said that hasn't Iran been able to develop its air defenses to such an extent? If, let's say, the Israelis did not fly, the Americans did.
Yeah.
The Americans obviously did because they were dropping these, MOABs on, MOABs on their nuclear sites.
Okay. This US strike on Iranian nuclear facilities is also no indication for the strength or weakness of Iranian air defense system, because the Americans haven't sent just this, 8 or something B-2 stealth bombers, but they came in with a huge strike package of some 50 aircraft into Iranian airspace. So it was a concentrated, focused operation in order to bring these bombers safely over their targets, release the bombs, and withdraw without loss. They have managed this. Point is this: Iranians have, especially with help of China, over the last 10 years, built a very powerful air defense system. But it was still incomplete because the production rates in Iran were much too low. And the IRGC was insistent on manufacturing missiles in Iran, just in Iran, not in China as well. So although most of these systems were actually developed in cooperation between Iran and China, production was in Iran. Correspondingly, the production rates were very low. The question is now whether, especially for the current war, the Chinese are going to add their ammunition to Iranian systems, because the Iranian requirement for the Chinese was to develop then systems which are highly flexible, which can use Russian ammunition, specialized ammunition which is manufactured in Iran, and also Chinese ammunition. So the question is now whether the Chinese are going to replenish Iranian stocks.
All right. Just a few minutes back, breaking news is that Iran has hit Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia.
And Bahrain.
Yeah. So these are obviously US bases that they have hit, or tried to hit. Were you expecting that? Because Iran has always been very vocal. You attack us, we'll hit you back across the Middle East.
Iran has multiple solutions. One of these is going to, actually all of them are going to depend on the rate of damage the US air power is going to cause. Because last year, the Israelis couldn't cause enough damage to draw some kind of decisive victory. From their point of view, they didn't even half finish the job, or didn't destroy even the half of the targets they wanted to destroy. They didn't destroy completely the Iranian capability to manufacture new missiles. They didn't destroy all the bases, especially not underground bases, and so on and so on. Moreover, the Israelis couldn't reach further, with one exception, they couldn't reach further than eastern outskirts of Tehran. Correspondingly, the Iranians were free to move their heavier missiles, to maneuver them around central Iran, around eastern Iran, and fire them from there at Israel. the US air power is now enabling joint command of US and Israeli forces to strike precisely these targets in central Iran and in eastern Iran, because it's relatively close. It's based in Persian Gulf, in Emirates, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia. Correspondingly, it can better reach such areas. And the US intelligence, which was playing the crucial role already the last year, is now playing an even more important role. Furthermore, tanker aircraft. These are big airliners converted or purposely built to serve as petrol stations, you can call them, in the air. They are refueling incoming Israeli and US aircraft, stretching their range significantly through this capability. So the Americans are offering an entirely different capability to Israel foremost through this. They are going to support the Israeli airstrikes and support their own strikes. In turn, Iranians have not only some 2,000-something heavier ballistic missiles to strike Israel, but they also have many more short-range ballistic missiles to strike all the possible US bases around the Persian Gulf. They have already hit one US base outside Manama in Bahrain just half an hour ago or something. They're going to strike those in Emirates, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia as well. Saudi Arabia has been meanwhile hit too by Iranian missiles. So now Iranians now have, let's say, two options to keep it simple. One option is to go all out right from the start. For example, if they are afraid that their missiles might get destroyed by Americans in their underground facilities, in their underground bunkers, shelters, or they go for something like drip feed option, which is to fire every day 15, 20 missiles, and those wait for similar effect like the last year, which is to attrit Israeli stockpiles of anti-ballistic missile defense systems to the level where the Israelis were out of missiles to shoot at incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. So the US Navy then moved its warships close to the Israeli coast and was trying to defend Israel with its own anti-ballistic missile systems. But what happened as a result of this is that the US forces have exhausted something like a production worth of 2 years of ballistic missile defense systems. So now the question is whether the Americans have enough missiles to defend Israel and their own bases for longer than, let's say, 1 week. That is my rough estimate.
All right. Now, Tom, I'm going to ask you about Operation Sindur because that is, I think, what many people would like to know. You were mentioning a little while earlier that one thing that we have not discussed enough is that element of surprise. That when the Indian Air Force or the Indian Armed Forces actually hit Pakistan, Pakistan did not know what happened. And for a certain period of time, they were in a state of maybe shock or indecision. I'd like to hear your views on that, please.
One of, for me, almost shocking moments from researching about the Operation Sindur last year is the fact that when comparing official Pakistani statements with what one can track as easily as with help of social media in terms of reports from Pakistani citizens, what have they observed, what have they heard, the two stories are not fitting. During his press conference, quite famous press conference, which was widely accepted in the West as bare money, this is a matter of fact, nothing else happened in this war and nothing else matters. Pakistani Air Vice Marshal was explaining how they were tracking ever more Indian aircraft approaching the border, and they knew in advance what are the Indians going to do, and they have scrambled their fighters on time and then shot down who knows how many. The number is increasing by the month, which is passing ever since, Indian aircraft. So, okay, fine. Then I sat down with several aides and we went through the reporting in the social media of Pakistan, in Urdu foremost, which is something apparently nobody did, at least not in the West. And so it turns out the Indian airstrike came in, hit selected targets in Pakistan, and there was no response from Pakistan. It's as simple as that. There was no reaction for at least 15 minutes. No reports about aircraft engines, somebody hearing aircraft engines or scrambling jets from air bases. Nothing for 15 minutes. The only report was about the launch of 2 or 3 surface-to-air missiles from Nur Khan Air Base. That was the sole reaction. So whatever happened afterwards happened something like 1 hour later, after the Indian airstrike on terrorist camps inside Pakistan. But during this strike, Indian aircraft have, and not only aircraft, army was involved as well by the means of the UAVs. They have completed their mission and returned safely. Nothing happened to a single Indian. There was absolutely no damage. And on the contrary, conclusion is very simple, or actually on hand. The Pakistanis were taken by surprise, but completely. So alone this press conference by this Pakistani Air Vice Marshal is making absolutely no sense, because it is not fitting with what can be made out on basis of reports in the social media. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 reports in the social media. There are dozens and dozens. And one says 15 minutes later, after the Indian airstrikes were completed and Indian aircraft were probably back on their bases already, there is then report, engines, jets are starting taking off from this airbase, taking off from another airbase, more SAMs are fired, then movement of low-flying aircraft over this area, over another area, and so on. So obviously the Pakistanis were late with reacting. They were taken by surprise. Then it took them time to comprehend what has happened to them, to make a decision how are they going to react, and then they moved to react. But the strikes themselves, Indian retaliatory strikes on terrorist targets, they were completed absolutely without any kind of major problems. That is the point. And this is something we have addressed with particular care in the book published in January. It's going to become available in India now in early March. 88 Hours War. So I don't know how much you want me to continue in this regard, but that is one of the points from this book, that Pakistan is boasting with something that simply didn't happen the way it is explaining, which arguably is in best traditions of what is Pakistan explaining, or the way Pakistan is treating true, so to say, already for decades.
Tom, we have time for one more question. And because the time is running out, I can see the ticker in front of me. The question that I wish to ask you is that when did the downing of Rafales become such a big deal? I mean, even Donald Trump started off with 5 and then 7, then 9. Apparently now 11. 11 are down, and by the time his turn is over, I think the entire Indian Air Force will have been grounded. But what I wanted to ask you was that, did disinformation and misinformation play a very major part during Operation Sindur?
In order to explain this, I have to explain this from the Pakistani point of view. They have nothing to show. They have nothing to show. What can they show? Except we have shot down 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 3 dots, and then 11 Rafales or whatever in India. And even if, let's say, they have shot down 110 Indian aircraft, the point is they have lost the war. So what they have won is one air battle, theoretically, if they have won. But they have lost the war. That is the point. They have lost the war. And battle is just a part of a war, not an entire war. So they have focused their whole attention on this winning battle, whether they have actually won it or not. And all that matters to them, and all that matters to their supporters, is this one battle, which actually wasn't even one battle, but 3 or 4. But it's a different story. Anyway, the point is this. India is trying to explain we are trying to start terror targets. Nobody listens to that. at least not outside of India, sadly, or at least it was largely ignored. Therefore, Pakistan was free, or left free, to explain, oh, we have won the war through winning one battle. Nobody cared about these jihadists in Pakistan being the same that were actually plotting already the World Trade Center attacks on 9/11. The same people, the same ideas, the same backgrounds, the same trainers, and so on and so on. This is sadly something where India is not that well connected like Pakistan is in the West. Unfortunately. I hope that in the future you are going to find a way to avoid such situations, because you have won a war, but you didn't win the public narrative, so to say.
Thank you very much for your time, Tom, and it was wonderful speaking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Tom Cooper. Wonderfully explained. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Cooper and Major Arya. Distinguished guests, let's switch gears. Let's talk about the tech that's redefining the future, AI. How is India building sovereign AI, democratizing innovation, and powering growth? From language models to enterprise solutions, what's the AI play for India? As the global south rises, can India lead the narrative on equitable AI? How will India balance innovation with ethics? How will AI drive inclusive growth? Please welcome Pratyush Kumar, co-founder Sarvam AI, for a peek into what's bubbling inside India's biggest foundation model, followed by a conversation with Chandra Shrikant for a session then on designing the AI age.
Thank you. Namaskar. I'm expecting some slides to come up. Yes, there you go. It's great to be here. I just saw the billboards outside. It said inner strength with the picture of the Prime Minister. A little bit what we are showing here is aligned with that picture, which is what can India do in this fast-moving space of AI. Have started a company a couple of years back called Sarvam. There is usually intent in the name. The word Sarvam means everyone or everything. The goal is so that building of AI, which is the defining technology of this decade, should not be restricted to a couple of companies in the Bay Area. It should be built by more, and it should more importantly be used affordably by many more people. I'm going to see if this works. Yeah. So we had a theme ourselves, which in our own way we called it India Can, because some people asked, can India build, should India build, must India build, and so on. But over the last 2 years, a small team out of Bangalore has proved that you can actually build globally competitive AI models grounds up with our own data, our own algorithms, our own engineering. Somewhere here, Abhishek Singh sir is there. The government has been an important catalyst in making that belief come true. But now we are somehow in Sarvam 2.0, where we have proved, there is proof of concept that deep tech and AI can happen in India. Now it's time to have proof of scale and make AI available to all at affordable rates. Let's see. Next slide, please, if you are controlling it. Yeah, so India can train its own state-of-the-art models. India can bring AI to billions of Indians and do it all in the sense that I think we always keep talking about our success in UPI and in Aadhaar and so on, and they are tremendous and global successes. But in the balance of things, India today does not have any large consumer or enterprise platform at scale, whether it is media, whether it is social networks, etc. So I think now we really have to, in this decade, have that inner strength and say we can go and build out there. And the landscape is changing. And when the landscape changes, it's really a moment to see what we can do. I was asked to continue the spirit of the AI summit that happened here and give demos. So the team has a bunch of videos I'll quickly show you. For example, we built Saras, which which is for recognizing what you speak. India is a very voice-led country, so it all starts with recognizing what somebody is speaking and then processing with AI. We name our model sometimes on birds. Saras means crane, and a crane is usually intent and listening. So we called it Saras. It is multilingual, does 11 languages, in fact now 22 languages, real time, and a bunch of things. I'm not going to bore you with numbers, but essentially it is the world's most accurate speech recognition model compared to many different companies. And there's a little bit of video here. You can play the video, please. There should be audio.
अडचणी येत असतात, संकट येत असतात, परंतु संकटांचा अडचणींचा मुकाबला तितकाच निर्धास्तपणे बिनधास्तपणे करायचा असतो आणि संकटांनाही सांगायचं असतं तू ये कितीही वेळा तुझा सामना करण्यासाठी मी तितक्या ताकदीने तितक्या सामर्थ्याने सज्ज आहे. आणि त्याचंच प्रत्यय पुन्हा जितूच्या माध्यमातून पहिल्या चेंडूवर चौकार गेल्यानंतर लगातार 3 चेंडू निर्धाव टाकत आपली स्ट्रेंथ, आपली ताकद, गोलंदाजीतलं कौशल्यपणाला लावत आपण या क्रिकेट मधलं, या खेळामधलं सामर्थ्य दाखवताना गोलंदाज जितो.
No, that is not from, I guess, the Network 18, but that is a stress test of somebody saying something in one language and the model keeping pace with it and actually accurately transcribing it. Again, this is where AI starts in recognizing what somebody is speaking, and we do it across languages. The other one is the opposite of it. We call it bulbul, a bird that sings. This is text to speech. So again, a bunch of languages. Again, on 8 kilohertz, which is what you get on a telephony, we have the most accurate, most high fidelity model out there. And here is a video of it.
V2 अच्छा था.
V3 में गेम बदल दिया. Let me show you how. जब आखिरी विकेट गिरा, कुछ सेकंड के लिए सन्नाटा हुआ. And then people just exploded with joy.
I think we can stop the video.
मी कन्सर्न
Yeah, so there are many languages like that, but this is voice that actually sounds very natural. In fact, we have a game on our website. You can go and listen to an audio and say, is it a human or a AI? And people get it wrong half the time. So in some sense, now the voices are very natural. Very useful voice AI, which is an AI agent that responds to queries that you have. Another example is Sarvam Dub, which is speaking in one language and getting the content in a different language. I'll not show you the technical details, but again, the world's best model for dubbing. Quickly showing you something on the content side. This is making content accessible. Let me play the video. That is that's content creation. We did something little funky in the beginning of this month. The budget speech was live dubbed by us on a network where the finance minister, of course, was speaking in English, but in what sounded like her voice, it came out in Hindi and Kannada. And people actually said that for the first time I understood the budget because it came out in a language which I understand, right? And I think there is genuine possibility for language not to be a barrier, right, but to be a bridge. And I was chatting with the executives of the network as well. We really can think about content being available irrespective of language. So this whole idea of strength within, somehow we felt for multiple centuries that we have to all learn English and do things, but a strength within is also preserving what is natively yours. And I think AI helps do that in a different way. Something on vision, which showed you about audio, but this is a little bit about vision, wherein again we have the world's best model in terms of recognizing text, even in English, in documents, right? Documents with tables and with headers, footers, complex layouts, and so on, doing better than many models out there. And here is a quick.
A culture is preserved
I'll just
only
pause it
when
briefly.
people can read, debate, and build upon its ideas. When literature circulates, when it inspires new writing, new thinking, and new creativity. The result was about 90% accuracy. That may sound good until you realize it means nearly one error per line.
So I'll go through this. These lovely videos are also a part of again the We Can part. We want to have a brand of a big tech company built out of India. These videos are online. You can have a look at it. But we also train large language models. We released 2 of them. The 30 billion parameter model, which has some technical details here, but it's really meant for voice to voice very efficiently. In fact, it works on a feature phone. I don't have it here, but the Prime Minister saw it on a feature phone. Then we have the bigger model, the 105 billion parameter model, the first globally competitive model of its size from India, and it's actually on various benchmarks doing very well in its class. And in fact, here is we released this model on a quick chat app called Indus, and it's been out in the Play Store. This is what it looks like.
हेलो, मेरा वेट 60 kg है और मैं 5'1" हूँ। मुझे वेट लॉस करना है। क्या आप मुझे हाई प्रोटीन डाइट प्लान बना सकते हैं?
Yeah, so this is a model entirely trained from scratch by us, now usable on it's available in Android, iOS. So we would recommend you to test it out. But that's what is possible, right? The data that we use, we don't have any dependency on any organization outside, the algorithms and compute, etc. So just wanted to reiterate, I think India can definitely build it, and we are in a post-AI world. We should, I think people asking whether India should, whether India can, are asking the wrong questions entirely. And we have demonstrated it. It's an early start, but we have a long way to go. But I'm confident the love that we have received, that this is going to be India's definitive decade to build. Thank you, and I'm happy to interact.
Thank you, Pratyush, for making it to Delhi, and a huge round of applause. This is actually the first model to come out of India. We go on and on about OpenAI and Anthropic, but Sarvam deserves a lot of love, so bigger round of applause, please. And Pratyush, I think what also makes Sarvam very distinct is that this was completely trained on Indian data, right? If you can take us through that, why it gets languages, why it gets dialects and subtexts right. That would also be one of the factors.
Yes, it definitely has language as a key focus, but it also does math and programming. In fact, the team just ran it yesterday on the JEE paper of this year. And on the mains paper, it got all the questions on math right, and I think it missed 2 questions on physics, right? So this is a model that has reasoning, that has programming, that has understanding of the world in general, and better accuracy on Indian languages, right? So on the data side, we have trained it on the world's data, including, of course, data from India. But the key thing is we have done it all in-house. So when a model is being audited for various purposes. Is this the right model to use? The raw material really is data. And we are able to say that, hey, here is the data we have trained it on, and hence this is the model's capabilities, right? So doing that end-to-end is what gives sovereignty. Else you're always dependent on some part of the supply chain on other players.
The fact that your model is able to solve JEE paper, how does that make you feel as someone who teaches at IIT Madras?
Yeah, no, look, I think for all of us, these models can do most of the things we are doing. Okay, just that is the reality of what it is. But more than what is interesting, actually, the model, we also asked it to teach somebody a few of these questions. And it's going to come out in a blog soon. And actually, it does a good job. It actually takes the question, helps somebody understand what are the reasons behind it. So humans and AI working well together is going to be one interesting area where I think I think India will do well, because we are generally so positive as a country about technology. I think we'll find our ways around how to do this meaningfully.
Right. You've also managed to build Sarvam at a fraction of the cost that, what Silicon Valley companies are doing. OpenAI yesterday, I think, raised $100 billion. Anthropic raised $30 billion 2 weeks ago. And Sarvam's last fundraise, I think, was in 2023, 41 million. How is it to compete with these large labs with never-ending pockets of money?
No, I think different companies are in different phases of their journey. I think comparing it is not that straightforward. I think the bottom line is that AI leads to improved productivity no matter what you're doing, including building AI. And that is the interesting part, right? It's almost like a reactive system that can improve itself, right? And I think, at least for us, the journey is very clear. You can train models very accurately with a lesser amount of resources. But from there, we want to step up. We want to be building larger models that are globally competitive on all fronts, right? And that will require more compute. But the bottom line is it's really crossing the hump of saying that we are in the race, right? As opposed to saying we'll always be users of stuff that frontier companies across other countries would do.
Yeah, I think in your opening slide put it very well. Can we, must we, should we, to we can. So I think that's the overriding message. But Pratyush, we are also in somewhat interesting and scary times. If you look at what's playing out in the US, the government is at war with Anthropic over, how, and Anthropic doesn't want their model to be used for surveillance and other purposes. What does this mean for India? Does it sort of all the more make the case for sovereign AI? If they can have such differences with the government there, if they can go at war with them, what will it mean for us? I mean, we are using all these models right, left and center. It's clearly something very geopolitical, the way these labs can be used.
I mean, I think you know it better than me that this is a bit of a theater, right? Different things get done for different reasons. But independent of that, I think that these models are so important that they are geopolitical. In fact, the summit that just concluded in its fourth instance, attracted 100+ countries. Which other technical domain attracts heads of state, right? It's clearly something that is geopolitically relevant. And we are in a post-AI world. It's not like we are going back. So it's really now onwards and upwards in terms of what these models can do. And the fact that most of what we do as individuals, as companies, as countries will first touch these models. They become resources of very high significance, almost national interest, right? And just like in nuclear and in space technologies, we need healthy partnership between private and public, but there is deep national interest. And I think we should think very deeply about how India can have sovereignty across the layers. While we are great users of the tech, we should continue to use them and innovate on top of them. There should be a very, very active thread and increased focus on having a sovereign alternative, which we would need at various places.
Right. If you look at how the internet economy has played out in India, the Uber of India is Uber, the Amazon of India is Amazon. But do you think there is a space for Sarvam to become the preeminent AI company in India?
We do have Ola and Flipkart, right? So I think we do have options. No, I think, look, I think I believe that this is the decade to change that more meaningfully. The belief in the country that we are builders is there. Developer strength is there. I feel there are a few other things that we typically miss. We need far greater flow of capital, which is chasing much larger outcomes. And we need to bring in distribution in terms of organizations which can absorb innovation. I think that's something that's typically, it's a bit of a premium in India. I think we'll do more of that. I'm convinced, at least at Sarvam, our mission is to be a conduit for getting the talent which is waiting to come back to India to say that, hey, let's go back to India and do it, right? So I'm confident this will happen. There are a few things that need to be in line. But again, platform shifts are great opportunities to disrupt it. Whether it is hardware, whether it is the operating system, whether it is the cloud, whether it is AI, it's all for grabs in the next decade. And we should be playing a very, very strong, with a straight bat and saying we want it all, in alternatives, at least in India.
Right. The MeitY Additional Secretary Abhishek Singh is here, and I must mention that the government has played an outsized role in ensuring that India has foundational models. We haven't seen a matching level of commitment from the venture capitalists here. In fact, many of them are now looking at bets in the US. They are setting up offices in the US. Are you a little disappointed? Has that behavior changed?
No, firstly, let's count our blessings, right? I think the government, it's not, by the way, it's not usual. Having seen how the government is working, the challenges, the complications are significant, right? In that, making strong bets and seeing those bets come off, I think is a moment to celebrate, right? I think that taking decisions and risks in the government is so hard, right? Venture capitalists, I think, see, look, everybody is, I've not met one person who knows with clarity what is happening and will happen, right? So it's everybody's bet, everybody's making bets, and they're reacting to things that as they are coming in. I think once we show potential, things will happen. I think we need more, I think, intent in the country to absorb innovation, because innovation needs playgrounds, right? And that's one thing that we'll have to create more of. But I'm sure it's going to happen in the years to come.
Right. Last question, Pratyush. You've demoed, what you've been up to. What can we expect in the next 1 year from you? Will you be more active on the enterprise side, the consumer side? Because you also showed us about, the Indus chatbot that you've developed.
Yeah, no, probably not discuss strategy here with you, but no, the bottom line is this. I think we'll stay true to our name, which is that we want to bring AI to all in India. That's our turf. We want to work on doing that. And I don't have it with me. I thought I have it in my coat, but we have built these glasses, right?
Case glasses, yes.
The case glasses. We genuinely believe that we should. It's interesting how many meetings I walk into and say, hey, we built models, and these models are available through these glasses, and everybody's like, okay, when can I get the glasses, right? So I think we need to make AI consumable, and I think these devices will play a major role in that. It's coming out in May. It's being built and manufactured in India, the first glasses to be manufactured in India. So we are very clear on what our goals are. We are also very clear that while we focus on India in the coming years, we also will focus on how India can then be an exporter of AI globally, right? Because our strengths in IT services, when combined with our ability to do R&D in this, will be a potent mixture, and we'll find the right partnerships there to make that happen.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, and may you find the strength within. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
And a huge round of applause for Pratyush.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar and Chandra. Ladies and gentlemen, India's AI ambitions are soaring high. Let's stick to the subject a bit more. Let's talk about India's AI ecosystem, where sovereign backing meets innovation. How is India fueling homegrown AI, and what's the funding play? From policy push to startup spark, how's the government shaping India's AI narrative? Joining us are leaders who are the vanguard of this scorching transformation to discuss the investments, to discuss the challenges, and of course the impact. Please welcome Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, onto the stage for a brief conversation with Nalin Mehta. They will later then be joined by Shashi Shekhar, Empathy Co-founder, Deep Tech Bharat Foundation, Spiros Magaris, VC, AI and FinTech Fund Manager, Nagendra Nagaraja, founder QPi AI, and Sunil Gupta, co-founder QNew Labs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, thanks very much for joining us. And we have a stellar panel lined up just after we stop, we end our conversation. But you are the man who's heading the India AI mission. We've just had the India AI Impact Summit. The minister was here yesterday, and he talked about how India needs about 2 lakh GPUs on the table. Currently, we are somewhere around between 35,000 to about 45, 50,000. So how do you do the scale up? What is your perspective on, in the next few months, how do we go from that number to the 2 lakh that the minister is talking about?
See, like we do have almost 38,000 plus another 24,000 in the pipeline, 62,000, but that what we did was sufficient for training the first set of models. Sarvam just made the presentation of what they were able to achieve in the last 6 to 8 months with the GPUs that we had made available. But as we move forward and if we have to do inferencing at scale, given the size of our country, even if 100 million to 200 million people, 10 to 20 crore people, if they start using these services for various in healthcare, in agriculture, in education, we will need to upend the back-end infrastructure. That will mean having much larger set of GPUs. So 100 to 200,000 GPUs is something that the minimum that we will need in order to meet the demand of India. So what we are trying to do is that come up with a policy which ensures that we incentivize the private sector to invest into the compute infrastructure. So part of the GPUs will be provided by the private sector, which will be incentivized by the government so that they are able to provide this for the larger AI ecosystem. The inferencing applications in key public sectors like agriculture, education or healthcare will be funded by the government in many ways. And then for strategic sectors, for use in defense and for use in strategic sectors, we will need to set up our own GPU infrastructure within the government data centers.
So, Mr. Singh, you oversee the India AI mission. You're also the DG for the National Informatics Center. You oversee emerging technologies, cybersecurity, digital skilling. So you really have a big picture view of the AI ecosystem. One of the things that we've been talking about in the last few weeks is about the idea of sovereign AI, right? That why we need to have indic models and all of those things. The question is that in a world of, say, black box global models, now while the need for sovereignty in AI is paramount, what happens when the global models actually, for users, turn out to be more useful or better than the indic models? How do you address that kind of challenge till the time we reach that scale?
See, that's in the short term, because even if you look at the global models, if you look at where they have evolved, for example, even if you look at ChatGPT, what they were at 3.0, what they were 4.0, 4.2, and what the 5.2. The models have evolved. The amount of hallucination that you used to see is much lesser. The pace at which models are evolving and the pace at which models are becoming better, and they become better with usage. So more and more Indians using it, more and more people across the world using it, the models become better. So Indian models, Sarvam or Indus, which has been launched, and some more which are in the pipeline, the more we start using it, the more we start using it in Indian languages, the more we start using it in Indian context, they will become better versions of what they are. And currently also in many Indian language parameters and benchmarks, the Sarvam's model has performed way better than any of the top models that we are talking about. So I'm fully confident that we will be able to, our models, Indian models, the sovereign models, will be able to compete with the best. Only condition is that we should be willing to use them and not become dependent on the models about which we don't know what they are doing.
So, of course, as far as use case on population scale is concerned, the global companies are also using India on a population scale for trial. That's why you're seeing so many investments in GCCs and on AI in India. India is almost like the use case capital of the world for AI at the moment. So now, at the summit, there was a call for India to be the architect of global AI. Now, from your point of view, what is it that India can bring to the table that Silicon Valley can't? So when you're talking to leaders from the global south at the India Impact Summit, what is the one thing they were looking to you for, which the Americans or others can't deliver?
See, like our biggest strength has been the talent. And almost every big tech company, whether an AI company or otherwise, relies a lot on Indian talent. Unfortunately, our talent leaves India and goes to the West, where they're able to access funding and support from the big tech ecosystem, and they create IP there. What we are trying and what this summit has changed is that people are looking at, if the talent is here, then why don't we invest in the talent within India, the funds and all the announcements which have been made, so that IP gets created here. So one, the big tech company is looking for talent. In fact, today also there is a story that, that the hiring of Indian AI talent has gone up. Then we are also looking at the whole approach towards building AI. The human-centric approach, Honorable Prime Minister spoke about the Manav philosophy. That is something with the larger world, the global majority aligns more with. So with the kind of talent we had and the ability that we have to build, we are attracting the best of the global companies here. And the second thing which many of the CEOs, the top CEOs who were here, they were amazed to see the response that the Impact Summit had. And they were saying that if 500,000 people in India, students, youth and engineers can come for an Impact Summit in one city, imagine the appetite for usage of AI tools that the country has. So they of course are looking at one for talent and one for the market that we have for the AI products and services they are building.
So, see, for the last 2 years, the conversation has been about securing GPUs, about establishing the India AI mission and to scale up very fast. Now that the hardware is actually, mission is operational, now the hardware is landing, we are scaling up. Transitioning from there, from the compute to actual economic value, what are the big challenges there? And I want to ask you specifically about resources, because this year's India AI mission budget is about 1,000 crores. Last year it was 2,000 crores. 2 years ago, for a 5-year period, the cabinet had approved somewhere around 10,500 crores for a 5-year period. When we are talking about India AI mission 2.0, what will that look like and what will that cost? Or what should that cost?
Yeah. See, like, I would say that we should not look into these budgetary figures of 1,000, 2,000 crore, because these are money which the government is allocating. With the way we have approached the implementation of the project, of the AI mission, like for example, the 38,000 GPUs which have been set up, they have not been procured by the government. Had we procured it, it would have cost around 20,000 crores. But we came out with a strategy in which we incentivized the private sector to invest into the compute infrastructure. So actual compute expenditure has been in excess of 20,000 crores. And then we also have looked into the investments that other companies are making. Like at the summit only, we heard investments of $250 billion plus. Google announced an investment of $15 billion in data center. So all of it is actually going into the investment into AI ecosystem. Very often we make the mistake of comparing government's expenditure with what we hear in the West. For example, OpenAI says $500 billion target. But that target investment is not the US government investment. That is the private sector investment, and actually some of this target investment will also come into India. So our investments are no less compared to what's happening elsewhere. And number two, from the government side, for the public services, for the inferencing, for the 200,000 GPUs, we have a commitment of the government that whatever funding is required, we will be able to get that. So I don't see that as an obstacle or a hurdle in realizing our AI dreams.
Right. So let me push you a little bit on this. I understand the point about state funding versus private funding, and you're absolutely right on that. But in terms of the wider ecosystem of funding, fundamentally developing AI is hugely costly, right? So where does India stack up in vis-a-vis the Chinese or the Americans right now, in your view, for the wider ecosystem as a whole in terms of resource allocations? And secondly, the AI for all vision was endorsed by about 90 countries at the summit. You were there. When you're looking for realities for the global south, what is the one big thing from India which can go global in the way that UPI did, or we have now agreements with several countries on UPI? So from an AI point of view, what is the one big thing that you think will have real legs with the global south at the moment for taking out of India to other countries?
See, like when the countries of global south they look at India as a trusted country and a country which has used technology for implementing large-scale digital transformation projects which have been scaled up. So whether it's our identity project or whether it's our payments project or the DigiLocker and the other Diksha, the whole digital public infrastructure. So the whole global south looks up at India as a leader in providing these services. So the natural conclusion is that when it comes to AI and the way India has implemented AI solutions and given our AI skills and talent that we have, there's a lot of trust of the countries of global south in looking at India as a trusted partner for providing AI solutions. And if you look at the declaration that was signed by 92 countries now, other countries also have joined in Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala in the last few days. So it brought together the entire, in the current state of geopolitics, getting the United States, China, Russia, Brazil, European Union, UK, all of them come on one table and agree to a draft, it required a lot of effort. It required burning the midnight oil, but our teams were able to do that. And the same follow-up, when countries are looking at adopting AI, the way India has approached AI, the way India is trying to use AI for solving societal problems, the way we are using AI for farmers, the way AI for healthcare, there's a lot of belief and trust in the global south countries that this will happen. In fact, one of the working group recommendations about setting up the MATRI as the common compute infrastructure, just like we have made GPUs available, affordable to all, there is a proposal in the working group recommendation to set up a common facility that can service the global south. So that's what the countries, the global south are looking at.
Right. On that note, let's expand the conversation and bring the panel on stage. May I invite Shashi Shekhar Vempati, co-founder, Deep Tech and Bharat Foundation, AI4India.org, Spiros Magaris, venture capitalist and founder, Magaris Ventures, Dr. Nagendra Nagaraj, founder, CEO and chairman, QPI AI, and Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Q&U Labs. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to this conversation. So Shashi, let me begin with you as we expand this conversation. So firstly, welcome to the Rising Bharat Summit. You have often emphasized that AI must be a national capability rooted in Indian languages. How do we move from just training engineers to making AI tools accessible for a farmer or a small business owner in rural India? What is the one human skill that you believe will still remain very valuable in what is increasingly going to be an automated economy? Your perspective on some of these big picture issues.
Sure. So I think the language diversity that we have in India, often is looked upon as a barrier. But it's also, I think, a great opportunity, right? Because now you can potentially, with models like what Sarvam that was just demonstrated, what BharatJan is building, and looking at the voice capabilities, you can open up now opportunities to every part of India. For example, All India Radio creates content in almost 100+ dialects, right? And when you look at a region like the Northeast, there are so many languages which probably don't even have a written script. Now, if you could use AI to unlock the commerce potential where, someone living in down south is able to transact without any barriers with, someone in the Northeast, you're looking at, immense economic opportunity there. So that's one aspect that I see from, investing in languages and building AI models in Indian languages. Of course, to the question of, what human capability can be augmented with AI, I think one of the most important things is going to be the very Indian sort of innate, intrinsic, traditional knowledge. What the Prime Minister spoke about in Man Ki Baat on Gyan Bharatam is a great example where you're unlocking the richness of Indian traditional knowledge using the power of AI.
Also, as we go forward, increasingly our memories itself change, right? I mean, increasingly what is recorded is what AI is kind of put forward. So it's very important to record all of that and putting Indian knowledge on that. Let me ask you, Spiros, from a VC's perspective, yes. India has sort of privileged innovation over restraint in many ways. So when you compare the ecosystem in India with the ecosystem in, say, Europe, which is in a regulatory, from a regulatory perspective, a lot more rigid, where do you see India in the global firmament from where you sit as a VC?
I mean, I'm globally. We have office in California, with Saudi Arabia. I don't really compare India with Europe. I think India has its own place. But it's not America yet. And that also has to do something with the perception that it's very hard to invest unless you have you're based here. And I think from what my experience, just personally, the Indian people, extremely polite. I mean, this was a very beautiful experience I had here. And modesty, I tell all my startups, modesty is a very bad thing. In the business we have to proclaim we are the best, like we did a little bit, and then go back and say, hey, I was on this podium and I said we're the best, and now we have to deliver on this. And I think the Americans are just much better at, besides of producing great solutions, but also market it better. And I think that's something that India has to do more. And that's why maybe the perception from outside is not as strong as it should be from its talent. But if you look to America, of the consequences maybe of immigration, of talent, and the leadership of Indians as CEO roles, you can tell, you should imply from this that there's so much talent here that India should one day, and I hope, and I think not because I'm here now, it's probably closer than later, play on the same level like America and China, you know. But it takes, like everything in life, with success comes confidence, and we keep learning. It's not about knowledge, it's not about smartness, because here is too much of it, which is a compliment, and hardworking. But at the end of the day, it's like you have a beautiful voice. If nobody hears it, it's just a voice.
So, so there is an American model, and dare I say a Chinese model, and there has to be an Indian model as well, somewhere in the middle. Let me ask Nagendra. You see, QPI AI aims to bridge the gap between hardware and generative AI. Why is it essential? And you guys are building a whole bunch of stuff. Why is it essential for India to build its own superconducting qubits right now, instead of, say, relying on global cloud providers? I mean, what's your perspective on this? I mean, I just wanted to understand your perspective, so so we get a deeper sense of where the whole AI movement in India is going.
Yeah, I agree with him. You have to always say you're the best. Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, the second thing, if you look at the company is formed on our objective is, if you look at company objective in MCA, it's all about intelligence modeling, intelligence compute, via quantum computer. I never use the word AI. The reason is very simple. The process of intelligence is first depends on data. We don't believe that the data what you have currently, you're creating the base models, is the biggest data you have. The biggest data you have is the data in nature, which is the quantum data. And today we have a frenzy about the foundation model. We try to do that way back in 2020, 22 somewhere, when we have this attention is all, you need the paper, the transformer paper. And we are working with the largest pharma company in the world, Lilly. We're working with the largest, one of the largest automotive company, Mercedes. We are building some great pharmaceutical models there. But it's all based on a quantum data.
Right.
And the reason why we are building, we have our own fab, by the way. We have invested $20 million in the fab, and it has come up in Bangalore. We are going to soon inaugurate that. It can do many kinds of qubit. And today, if you look at, we're talking about Stargates, right? So what you're going to do with Stargate is you have this data, digitized data, you're going to feed it, and you're going to feed it to the computers, GPUs, the silicon, which is worth $500 billion. And let me give a perspective of what it can do and what it cannot do. You have a chemical called chemical, which is formed when plant absorb the fertilizers, right? You can put together all the supercomputer together in the world, will not be able to replicate that reaction. And you have photosynthesis, which has 90% energy efficiency conversion. You can put together all those GPUs together, and by the way, I worked in NVIDIA before this, okay? So you will not be able to replicate photosynthesis. The problem we are solving is really making this happen. In addition to that, we're not stopping at the chip. We are forming something called as Quantum Supremacy Center in Bangalore in a 10-acre land. Okay, we just procured the land, which will have around 100,000 qubit machine, and we will have around 10,000 logical qubits. And you can put Stargate next to QSC, but still we will solve some problem it will not be able to solve. So that's an extent of hardware, software co-integration we are doing. Yeah.
So Nagin, you've been like a serial entrepreneur as well as a researcher. So let me ask you, beyond the lab, which sectors is it where we can see the first radical quantum AI breakthrough from where you sit? Is it healthcare, material sciences, finance? What's your perspective on this? Where we likely to see the first real big breakthroughs from a quantum AI point of view?
Yes, the first applications will be with nature and wherever you have molecules. Okay. So today we know around 10 power 10 molecules, and in future for sustainability and also something like precision medicine and precision manufacturing with precision material, you do require 10 power 50 molecules. So 10 power 10 molecules we took around 5,000 years. I'm talking about all the real problem. I'm not talking about processing a human language and making automation. These are real problems. and it has a huge impact on the humanity. This will have extremely huge impact on humanity. We require 10 power 50 molecules. You don't have 25,000 years for that. So that's where the application of quantum comes. So today we are doing something in pharma. Also, we did work with largest cosmetic company in the world on the chemicals. Okay, so our aim is to, the reason why we're forming this QSC Quantum Supremacy Center in Bangalore, we are investing 1,300 crores there. Already it is done. Okay, so is to make sure that we solve all these hard problems, and mostly all these problems are pertaining to materials and the chemistry and also security. Okay, financial security as well as cyber security. These are the areas that will be impacted by quantum.
Right. So Sunil, if I can bring you into the conversation, at the AI Impact Summit, you were talking about a hybrid quantum network. You focused a lot on cybersecurity in your work. So as sort of AI becomes the brain of our national superstructure, if you can explain to us why quantum safe encryption, for example, is absolutely necessary today as opposed to being a future nice to have luxury. You can give your perspective to us on that aspect of AI.
So our perspective is that in the post AI and quantum world, and India is becoming one of the largest economy. There's no digital economy without digital trust. And trust today, if you look at it, AI, the trust is in the models, trust is in the data, trust is the training data. And if you're not able to protect that, then sovereignty is at risk.
Yeah.
So, and similarly, what is happening is that both AI and quantum computers are now threatening the encryption, which is the foundation of trust, right? Whether internet security, if you look at it. And as you know today, the world is at the verge of one of the biggest migration of its all time, right? Where in the next 3 to 5 years, the whole world will migrate from current encryption to a quantum safe encryption. The mandates have come, timelines have been drawn. And the good part is, and that is where I think India being the leading country in terms of digital economy, I think it becomes very, very important for us to look at security and data security very, very seriously. We also have a thesis that 50 years ago, during the Cold War or around that time, countries used to own nuclear codes. Because whoever own nuclear codes, they are the... But today, in the digital economy, you need to own encryption keys. And today, if you see the West, what they're trying to do, they drive the standards, they build the products where you drive and store the encryption keys, how the encryption keys are used, where you store them, and they have the monopoly today.
Yeah.
Right? So India has to play, and around 2016 when we started CUNY Labs, idea was take a very forward call that a time will come when, around this time, when India needs to play a much larger role. And if we miss this window of opportunity, then we may have AI, we may have quantum computers and other stuff, but we will not have our sovereignty, right?
So Sunil, I come back to you on this, and since on that note on sovereignty, there's been a lot of talk about full stack sovereignty, right? So we are maybe 2, 3, 4 years away from full stack sovereignty, Mr. Singh. So in your view, what is the most critical layer of that stack? Is it chips, is it data, or the models? In your view, how do you see this move towards full stack sovereignty, and when would India be there?
Like, I fully agree with them. Quantum capabilities will be required, but if I have to look at only the AI stack, the AI stack, if you look at the 5-layer AI stack has been described by our minister, by Jensen, all of them, we are very much there at the energy level. We have sufficient energy sources to power the AI compute. We are there at the data center layer. The data centers that we are able to make are much cheaper than anywhere else in the world. The chip layer is something that we are dependent on. Currently, we do not have AI compute, but then the whole world is dependent on one company, which in turn is dependent on TSMC in Taiwan, which in turn is dependent on ASML in Netherlands. So the chip ecosystem is much like a part of the global supply chain, in which no country has complete control over that layer. But when it comes to foundation models, we saw what Sarvam has built. Many others are following it up, and just like in other countries, one model leads to coming up with several other models, and Sarvam is making it open source. I expect that in the next 1 or 2 years, we'll see many other similar models coming up. Application layer, we are very much there. Out of the 5-layer stack, we are there at 4 layers other than chip layer. And chip, given that we do have design capabilities, with the DLI scheme, I expect that in the next 3 to 5 years, we should be able to design our own AI chip. And of course, taping out may happen at the fabs in Taiwan, but given the investments as we speak, the Micron facility is being inaugurated today. The first chips are coming out. Tatas are investing in 28 nanometer chip. But to go from 28 nanometer to a 3 nanometer, it will, or to 2 nanometer, it will be a journey. It may take some time, but ultimately with the right vision, the policy support, we should be able to get there. So currently we are no different from any other country, I would say, when it comes to having a sovereign control over the entire AI stack.
So Shashi, there's a lot of fear that AI will replace jobs. It's a real fear, and there are many sectors are being impacted. So given your work on employability and its future, what is the one skill Indian students should focus on so they don't get replaced or they actually get hired? I mean, I know it's an omnibus question, but your thoughts.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's one skill, but I think there are probably a few traits which are going to be very important in this AI era. First is, I think, learnability. We've got to continuously keep learning. I think learning can never stop. It has to be a lifelong pursuit. Second is deep domain knowledge. In fact, this is what I've been telling every student that I've been meeting with, that you have to get some pick a domain area and go deep in it and develop a very deep understanding. A good example that I keep sharing is the Star Wars analogy, where you have C3PO, which is like your LLMs, very prolific in multiple languages, but the real work is done by the droids, the R2D2s, right? So that's where deep domain knowledge becomes very important. The third is, of course, lateral thinking. You've got to connect the dots across diverse domains to find solutions to problems. I think that's going to be very important going forward. And then, of course, have multiple skills so that, even if there is a period of economic turbulence or uncertainty, you have those skills to fall back upon. And then lastly, what the Prime Minister always says, right? Don't just be a job seeker, be a job creator. I think the greatest thing, learning for me from the AI summit that was organized by India AI and team, Abhishek and team, was that just the sheer number of Indian startups. I think we have to create that startup culture.
Spiros, let's talk a little bit about AI and the markets. Around the world, there's been a lot of uncertainty. Well, there's global geopolitical flux, of course, but there is the whole debate about whether this whole AI thing is a bubble or a bust. That's affecting the markets, right? One of the reasons why India's markets have been lukewarm in the last few months is because India doesn't really have those big AI companies of the kind that are in the American markets. So when you look at bubbles in the past, what's your is this a bubble or is it or is somewhere in the middle? What are the opportunities you see in India, and what are from experience, what should we be careful about?
All right, I'm a little biased because of an AI fund as well, and I don't think it's a bubble. And I make it very quickly. I lived the dot-com bubble in America, and that Cisco built an infrastructure for startups, which a lot of those startups didn't survive. We're building here something with AI, infrastructure, etc., for companies that have so much cash flow that it's not a bubble. Expectation, I mean, it's a new time we are now in, that the volatility in the market is just part of it. It's like life. People expect like a line, but then life is not like a line. And there's setbacks, but the direction is clear. I mean, if anyone thinks we're in a bubble, it's nice to say. I mean, as somebody said, the pessimists sound smart, but the optimists win. I mean, it's just going to be volatile, and that's just part of it. And India, with its startup culture, wants to build even further. We will see startups that will go under, but doesn't mean they go under. The good ones get up and do the next one. And it's just, it sounds so simple, but it's so hard to implement. And we are just at the very beginning, and things are moving so fast. And if the smartest guys in the world, the Googles, the Microsofts, you name it, NVIDIA, etc., believe so much in the space. I mean, something is because it's their business, but on the other hand, they put their chips on the table because there will be only few winners out there. And the last thing, optimistic. We all have to become chefs, like in a restaurant. Because the future will be about using different technologies and building, cooking a nice meal.
Let me ask you a question on this. Shashi's worked in the IT sector. There is a big concern in India at the moment about the IT sector and the impact of AI on that. Infosys, for example, had an AI impact day for investors just this month. The IT services sector contributes is not insignificant part of India's GDP, and there are concerns about that. What is your view on that?
With other words, do you think there should be more in it?
No. What is your view on how AI will impact the India's services sector?
Oh, you know, I could sugarcoat it. It will impact but it impacts the whole world workforce. But I think there will be really a lot of jobs. For instance, just quick, there are a lot of smaller companies that don't have the big consultants who tell them, use Anthropic, use this, use that. So there will be even jobs for translating what's out there for smaller companies. It says, look, you don't have the big consultants, but I can tell you what to do. That's one thing. And second, as I go back to being a chef, maybe those guys think of doing in addition of what they have through AI and say, hey, okay, now coding is not my job anymore, but it's important to understand how to solve a problem for somebody. And then they will use coding indirectly. But I think it would be not good to sugarcoat the situation because nobody would here trust us when we talk. I believe we have to say the truth, but we also have to give a solution for the future, which we also believe.
So let me, Nagen, we're running out of time. Your company has worked on Indus, for example, quantum computers. So for the non-technical person, why is having quantum power just as important as having AI compute to make India much more up with the times? If you can explain it to a non-technical audience a little bit.
So let me give this example. Like, if you want to solve a real problem, see, any technology is as valuable as the impact it has, right? So the impact of solving a real problem will be huge in the big country like India. Okay, so quantum computer can focus on some very fundamental problems, like it can solve diseases, it can solve the fertilizer problem of India, which is very important, right? So that's the reason to own up a quantum computer is very important, apart from having in cloud. And also having a sovereign quantum computer is ultimate security. So although I'm not against NVIDIA, I would say that the kind of import we are doing about NVIDIA chips, it's a major part of our deficit, right? So we have our own foundry now, quantum foundry, which we can manufacture the chip, and we have our own data center. As simple as that. I'm not using a jargon like quantum data center, QSC, our own data center where you can do these fundamental discoveries. Our institutes, there are a lot of fundamental research institutes in India which want to depend on this. That gives us ultimate strength as a nation. As simple as that. We are solving an impactful problem, real problem, with real results, which is required for the masses. It impacts our agriculture, manufacturing, population because of healthcare. So that's the reason we need to have quantum computing.
Right. So Sunil, final word to you. Is in this brave new world of AI, is sort of we've worked a lot on cyber security. Is quantum security as important now as say cyber security used to be?
Yeah, absolutely. The world over, the changes are happening. That's the reason all the regulators are coming in and changing the standards. Good part is that India is world class in quantum communication because we took bet almost a decade ago. Today, even Indian banking, telecom sector, defense, critical infrastructure, everywhere we are doing very, very interesting and very, very serious projects. And I can tell you, all the audiences here also, that we are in the top 3. India today is in top 3 in the world, right, in quantum communication. And globally, we are doing projects, not only India, we are exporting this technology to everyone. And that is the good indicator that the world over, this quantum security is now becoming a necessity, right? And in the next 5 years, so the recent mandates that have come from the regulators, they are saying that if only those enterprises will get AI and quantum secure who start in 2026. If they are not able to start in 2026, they will be left out.
Mr. Singh, final word to you as the CEO of the India AI mission. For the next 6 months to 12 months, so what are your top 3 priorities?
See, like the top priority will be to measure up to the expectations that have raised across India and across the world. So while our foundation model will stabilize, what we are going to focus on to at least build 100 population scale applications across various domains and scale them up across India. So that's the target that we are working on, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve that in the next 6 to 9 months.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to this panel, to Mr. Singh, and to all the leaders on this panel. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, Mr. Empathy, Mr. Magaris, and Dr. Nagaraja, Mr. Gupta as well, and Nalin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, India's AI ecosystem, something that we've been focusing on, it is soaring to new heights. As we've, of course, heard from the innovators shaping the country's tech future. So if AI is the engine, then space tech are the wings that will take India to stratospheric levels. The sky is indeed not the limit for these trailblazers, pushing boundaries in space, drones, and beyond. Let's dive into the future of this exciting area and India's rise in the skies. And joining us to take us on this high-altitude journey are Awais Ahmed, founder and CEO, Pixel Space Technologies; Ankit Mehta, co-founder and CEO, Idea Forge; Anirudh Sharma, founder and CEO, Dijantra; and Vivek Mishra, CEO and co-founder, Rayfilm Fiber, for a session on The Sky is Not the Limit When Innovation Meets Altitude, in conversation with Chandra Shrikant.
Thank you so much. I know many of you are coming from different cities. Thank you very much for making it, and you know, a huge round of applause to India's leading defense tech and space tech startups on stage. And it's been such a fascinating 24-hour news cycle, right? From Israel's strike on Iran to Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Mauritius suspending ties with Maldives. It's a very interesting news cycle, and also an interesting time to be in the whole defense tech slash space tech space. But, you know, very quick opening remarks from all of you. Maybe we can start with Vivek. You know, when we were chatting earlier, you spoke about how the intent was there, but it was Operation Sindur, which really gave that impetus. It underscored the importance of having our own defense technology. How has the last year been like, execution-wise, demand-wise, and what's the next year looking like for you?
So, as we were chatting earlier, there have been a lot of talks about modernization of Indian Defence Forces, and there have been a lot of work. But then I think what happened over the last year, that really gave an impetus and understanding of what is the current state of the art and what we should do in order to either get to the state of the art or cross it, because defense has always been a cat and mouse race. So you develop good offensive systems, the other party will develop good defense systems, and you have to keep doing this. And we are seeing a lot of changes as far as the policies are concerned in procurement, the modernization, the upgradation, and all is being reflected in the new version of DAP that has come in. And I see this particular accelerated growth will keep on happening over next 5 to 10 years, which will take us far beyond the state of the art.
Right. Wes, if I look at Pixel, you're seen as a commercial Earth observation company, but your sensors see things that others can't. So how big is the actual Indian defense appetite for your data right now? And are we seeing the government move from, interested to signing major contracts?
Yeah, I think space technology has for the longest while been what you classify as dual use technology, right? So we started with wanting to build a health monitor for the planet, build a planetary intelligence for what's happening on different parts of planet Earth, whether that's environment, agriculture, oil and gas, mining, etc. But then, as you rightly said, I think defense and intelligence has always been a big buyer of satellite imagery and satellites, the products that we provide. And I think over the last 10 to 12 years, we have seen China being sort of, only having China's National Space Agency do stuff to now there being hundreds of space startups in China. We have seen what US has done over the last 3-4 decades with so many private companies, obviously SpaceX, Starlink leading the race, but many others following. And I think that phase for India where ISRO has done a wonderful job over the last 4 decades, 5 decades that they've done, but you can't only have one agency doing all of it. And so that's where I think 3 to 4 years ago, when the government announced intentions of liberalizing space and opening up space to private companies, that's also, I think, a major factor for that was indigenous defense capabilities in space, right? Space is going to be the next domain for warfare, whether we like it or not. We moved from land to water to air to cyber to now space. And being able to see what other countries are doing, just having awareness of what's happening across our borders especially, I think has become a key factor. And we have seen, especially the last 2 years, the government move from being interested in, okay, what are startups in the country doing, to now actually signing contracts. And the last 2 years have been very productive in that regard. They're still, we are still probably 5 years behind where China is. We are 10 to 15 years behind where the US is, but I think the pace at which I have at least seen the Indian Air Force or other agencies move has been like really heartening to see. So hopefully we should be able to catch up in a very short while.
Great. Ankit, there is a lot of talk about Make in India, but we know that many of the components still come from abroad. So how truly independent is an Idea Forge drone today? And if global supply chains were cut off tomorrow, could your platforms, still fly for the Indian Army?
It's a great question. I think we were having a brief chat about that right outside as well. I think yes, it's obviously the short answer to the last part of the question is that yes, irrespective of any disruption, we will be able to get our systems out there and get them flying. There are 3 ways in which you have to look at this entire supply chain problem, right? The first is that you have to look at the problem of cybersecurity. You have to ensure that nothing that you buy from anywhere, including from the country, is something that can be sabotaged. Most vectors for sabotage will be communication, electronics, etc., like what we saw. So having nothing that comes on the hardware side from any adversary is very critical. Owning the software, in most cases, even writing the software is important so that you know that there is basically nothing coming from outside. The second part is strategic autonomy, which is about ensuring that even if there is an embargo, you are still able to build and do with the assets that you have what you want to do with those assets. And strategic autonomy is something that you can build by multiple ways. One, you can build local capability, which is very important. You need to build as much as possible from the smaller and smaller building blocks. The second method is to ensure that you have more suppliers for the same outcome. You want an outcome, you basically want something that can image, let's say for example. So you should have enough suppliers, even if it is not done today in our country, we should have enough suppliers so that we do not get hit and there is diversification there. So that is another way of doing it. And there is absolutely no denial that most of the economic value, which is the economic value or the indigenous content by value, is another aspect which is important for the economic well-being of the country.
Yeah.
Because we spend a lot of money in buying defense equipment. So if most of that money is spent on Indian technology, Indian capability, on Indian products, then I think we are moving the needle on all 3 elements which are crucial for this supply chain problem. So as far as Idea Forge is concerned, I think for years now, our indigenous content has been very high because we build pretty much everything from the building blocks.
Right. But broadly, on an average, a drone in India today, what's the dependence like for components from abroad?
See, earlier, about a year and a half back, there was heavy dependence on China. But about in a year or so now, we have mandated and we are investigating. And this is something that I've been personally driving for over 10 years now, that we have to start looking under the hood of what we are buying. Because under the hood is where the risk lies. Right? Even if it is something that is delivered by an Indian entity, what's under the hood is important, and we have started to do that peeping inside the hood. And that has changed the dependence on our, certain geographical neighbors who we believe there is a risk from. And that at least is something that all future procurements are going to ensure that is nothing coming from that risk. We may still have dependency on the rest of the world for things like chips, maybe the fiber that comes on the carbon fiber, or certain chemicals, certain metals. There will be other things that we may have dependencies on. But like I said, the strategic autonomy is not just achieved by indigenization, it is achieved also by having enough diversification in who you buy from and how you are able to procure things. So it will always be a mix, but increasingly that mix has to be favoring our own country and our own developments.
Right. Anirudh, at Digantara, you are building the radar for space. So how critical is it for India to own this sort of specific map of the stars rather than relying on data, from foreign allies like the US?
What we've seen in past couple of years is that space is no more a supporting layer for let's say everything that's happening. It's more critical at this point in time. It has become increasingly critical given the modern warfare involves a lot of usage of space capabilities, and we saw that firsthand during Operation Sindur, and it was the first time Indian agencies realized importance of understanding space and having ability to see what's happening in space. For example, when Operation Sindur was happening, I think there were a lot of commercial satellites that were aiding in giving data to Pakistan. That led to a lot of changes in the defense procurement mechanisms within the country. When we started the company, we started this company for a particular solution focused towards tracking of space objects. But then we evolved this company more towards defense and intelligence related use cases. That's primarily because we saw that space is now playing a bigger role. And in fact, countries like Germany right now have increased its defense spending, particularly around space security aspects. So we cater to this set of niche customers within a defense ecosystem. So that's what we focus on at this point in time. So we've launched 3 satellites so far, one of which is primarily focused towards tracking of space objects from space. Traditionally, everything around tracking used to happen from ground. So we built a complementary network that is in space, which is seeing objects and understanding where an object is. And the reason it is important is primarily because when there is a change in satellite pattern, you can predict that something can happen on ground, and that will aid for warfare. And this happened during Russia-Ukraine. This is happening right now when you look at what's happening in the Middle East. So all the geopolitical instability that we have seen is now aiding towards building that sovereign solutions, and every country's defense agencies are now focusing heavily towards building their own technologies within their country rather than depending on their partner nations. And that is one thing that led to a lot of surge in what we were doing. When we started this, we didn't know who the end customers were, because what we started was for catering to commercial clients around space industry. But now we have evolved into more defense, given all the changes that we've seen in geopolitics.
Right, which brings me to a broader question. Abhay and Anirudh, do you now see yourself as dev tech rather than space tech startups? Or is it dev/space? I mean, is there a convergence that's happening? And is this, not just for geopolitical reasons that he outlined, but also for commercial reasons that, this is perhaps a bigger business opportunity for you than just over-indexing on business that you could get from an ISRO or a NASA?
I think most space tech companies, since space tech companies began, have always been in some part dev tech companies. Even 5 years ago or 6 years ago, when we were having the first conversations with investors and they would ask us, okay, fast forward 5 years or 10 years, where would you see your revenue coming from? The answer always was 60-40 commercial defense, right? And whether that 60 is commercial or 60 is defense depends on which kind of use case you are in. In our case, I think what I like to say is our data and our satellites help bring more sustainability to the planet, which is the environmental aspect, but they also help bring more transparency to the planet. And the transparency aspect is your defense aspect, right? What's happening across the borders? Is some bad actor building nuclear facilities they're not supposed to be building? Is someone growing illicit crops that they're not supposed to be growing? Is someone doing some kind of chemical, biological weapon testing that they should not be doing? All those are, I think, important aspects of having transparency in the world. When Russia was mobilizing its forces a few years ago at the borders of Ukraine, how did Ukraine know to prepare itself? It's because various different imaging satellites were looking at the borders and knowing that, okay, there's a mobilization happening, which helped Ukraine maintain a semblance of the sovereignty that they're able to sort of fight over the last few years, right? So I think that transparency is important. So in our case, yes, I think, we depends on, we always joke, depends on which investor we are speaking to. If it's a climate investor, we're a climate tech company. If it's a defense investor, we're a dev tech company. But all of that is under the umbrella of us being a space tech company. I think that's the core of it. Half of the business or 40% of the business tends to, just by the virtue of who's the buyer, comes from defense tech.
Great. Vivek, we've seen drones being used as workhorses in modern conflict, moving fuel, weapons, and food. But are Indian-made drones ready to move from, testing to becoming the primary logistics backbone for our soldiers?
So we were the first ones to supply logistics drones to the Indian Army. So it's been around 3 years. There are hundreds of drones that are working at the high altitude where logistics had been a challenge. I don't know, you would have traveled to the northern and eastern borders. So when it starts snowing, there is 40 feet snow. And going even for a 5-kilometer aerial distance would take 2 weeks to even get a medicine out. So now, it's a reality. For last 3 years, drones have been used. They are being used right now as we speak for logistics purposes, where anything from ammunition to medicine can be supplied.
Right. Coming to you, Ankit, if I look at the India's defense procurement process, it's always been seen as something which is, slow and complex. So what's the one big bottleneck in the current system that, prevents it from deploying thousands of drones, as some of our adversaries do, or is that changing? Because you also told us about your recent interactions that gave you a lot of hope about the pace of procurement.
No, absolutely. I think I would say for at least certain category of drones, if it is not the strategic surveillance category of drones that is typically runway operated, looking at extremely long ranges and long distances, I think if it is not that category, then for the last, I think, since actually 2020, there has been a cycle of rapid procurements in that aspect, and those were enabled by DAP 2020, where fast-track procurement, or for example, the way our emergency procurements have happened over the last few years. So the pace of induction of this technology had already started to grow, particularly in these emergencies, and that sense of emergency has continued from 2020. There was a small lull in 24, but again, Sindur has picked up that sense of emergency, and we have had, again, cycles of emergency procurement. But DAP 2020 already enabled another method of procurement, which was fast-track procurement, which is another vector that is leverageable and is likely to be leveraged for more procurement, so that things come to the armed forces faster, because they have to fill their needs today in terms of being prepared for any eventuality. If I look at what's coming in the new DAP, again, this is actually being strengthened even further. And this is being looked at as a means of procuring a certain category of systems which are fast moving, where the technology is evolving much faster. The life of the asset is not intended to be the life of many of these strategic assets. Many of these strategic assets in our country have lived with us for 30, 40, 50, even in some cases 60 plus years. if the category of systems is not in that category and the technology is evolving fast, obviously the long strategic buying processes won't stand up to the scrutiny of the needs of our forces. And therefore, the evolution that is hinted in the DAP is also of the same nature, where certain categories will be bought far more aggressively with greater flexibility and a lot more impetus on things being done in India. We need to calibrate how much advantage Indian development should get, but the motivation of the things that are needed to be done are there in the DAP, and as we give feedback as an industry, we will continue to strengthen that intent and make sure that when we go out there, indigenous businesses, Indian businesses are motivated to build technology, to evolve technology as fast as it is required, because the conflict is changing at an unprecedented pace.
Right.
If you look at the Ukraine-Russia war, they say that now the pace of adaptation is weeks. It's no longer months, and earlier it used to be years. So it is absolutely necessary that we are setting ourselves up for the war of the future, which is going to have these elements. And a lot of impetus on unmanned is going to be very important, because the fight in many cases will be started and finished in some cases when you are defending against unmanned systems, and your evolution on that has to be very rapid.
Right. A question for Anirudh and Awais. Now, both Pixel and Digantra have set up bases in the US to cater to defense clients. Now, does building for US ever conflict with, being an Indian origin startup, and how do you sort of ensure that the best of your innovation stays sovereign, for India?
So one of the ways that we went about solving for this problem is, from day one for any space tech company, you have to be global in nature, because that's the nature of this sector given the demand. And the largest market today, even in terms of the number of satellites that you see in orbit, is from the United States. So that's like the end game for us when it comes to building a space tech business. But then with India, we as a company started as an Indian company, building solutions here towards space domain awareness, space situational awareness. But we also saw certain offshoots of our technology that we can use for several other applications. For example, recently we announced our expansion into missile tracking and detection using the same foundation technology layer that we have built for space domain awareness. That's something that we are now doing in the US. So our way of looking at things, given we are more heavy on defense than commercial within the space industry, when you look at our services and solutions, what we've done is some of our offerings we've restricted to India, given the demand that we see here.
The critical, so-called, okay.
Rather critical, I would say we've divided the sectors. For example, we do more space domain awareness in India, more missile detection and tracking in the US. Given the market there, due to Golden Dome, is much bigger for missile detection applications using similar tech layer. So we have separated the offices, and US is an independent company which primarily works towards US government contracting. And we work with most intelligence agencies in the US, and there is a process where you have to get security clearance for your US entity. So for India, it's mostly towards space domain awareness, serving defense customers. And at the end of the day, when you work with allied nations, I don't think it's a challenge unless you have that alignment with the leadership within the country. And that's how we've been able to sort of navigate this through Ministry of External Affairs sometimes, when we had to decide which countries we can provide this technology to.
Oh, wow. Wes?
Yeah, so I think from day one, we had an office in California, we had an office in Bangalore. And the reason for that is, look, if you are working in space tech or especially defense tech, especially space tech and imaging, you cannot ignore the US government and the market that they sort of bring in. In our case, I think it has always been very difficult for us to get the same level of contracts that we would have as a US company. So let's say hypothetically this company had been started in the US, we would probably have 10 to 20 times more revenue there just by the virtue of the eligibility criteria. You need to be 51% US owned, and you can go out and sort of get these many kinds of contracts. We were not eligible for any of that. What helped in our case is, I think when we decided we wanted to focus on hyperspectral imaging at Pixel, we decided we would build it because no one else had done that commercially anywhere else in the world. And so when we went and talked to agencies in the US, they looked at our technology and they couldn't find that with any other US company because they hadn't done that. They couldn't find that with other European companies. And so they kind of had no choice but to figure out some creative ways to buy from us. So I think having technology that is actually truly unique that they can't find locally really sort of helped there. But kind of similar to what Anirudh said, I think we have two air-gapped entities now. So what happens in the US stays in the US, what happens in India stays in India.
And there's a sort of a firewall.
Exactly.
Between
So I
the
think
two.
the technology development for our hyperspectral satellites started in India. The IP stays here. The satellites are owned here. For the very specific things that we do in the US, like even I do not get to understand what specific projects and programs we work for. That's a specific US team. We just make sure that the data gets provided. So they're very air-gapped entities that way.
Got it. Final 2 minutes, so I actually want to get closing remarks from all of you. We are also seeing, the way AI can potentially play a role in geopolitics, in defense systems. If you look at, what's happening in the US, the showdown between the Department of War and Anthropic, because Anthropic doesn't want its tech to be used for certain purposes. How are you seeing the evolution of AI? Is it going to be more and more important to have our own sovereign AI to sort of get around this? Because it's clearly something that's going to become very important from a strategic perspective. Vivek, if you can start.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer that we need our sovereign AI because there are a lot of things that can be offloaded. And I'm a control scientist, so I prefer things to be done algorithmically. But when I develop an algorithm, then it needs to be coded. Now I can see that things that does not require long chain of thoughts can be easily done using AI. And like you just said, that there is a conflict right now between one company and the government, and we don't want to end up at a place where we start using a certain product where it gives us an edge and suddenly the supply chain stops. So this is where we need to start focusing on development of sovereign AI tech as well, talking about models, building models for India, because when McDonald's came to India as well, they developed a aloo tikki burger, right? It
Now
doesn't
they put
work.
everything from paneer to aloo tikki.
So we have our different challenges in every domain. So the requirement for the AI part would also need to be customized according to what the needs of Indian tech companies, defense forces and governments are.
Right. Awais, quick thoughts?
Yeah, I think look, the genie is out of the bottle. There are a lot of these open source models as well. So we don't have to really start from scratch, but it would absolutely be good to own the entire stack wherever possible, right? When we sort of look at chips, there is one company which is in a very small island that could be geopolitically cut off at any point in time that not just us, but the US and Europeans buy from. And that company depends on a machine made by a single company in Netherlands that could be flooded at any sort of point in time depending on the oceans rising. So it's a very fragile world. So I think we should absolutely make use of the best-in-class capabilities that are there, but not completely depend on that, right? Having companies like Servom build our own internal capabilities, and with the genie being out of the bottle, with a lot of these open source models that we can take and now host on everything. So I think it becomes very critical. All of us here, I think we have seen this in different ways, whether building drones or satellites. Supply chain has been like a big thing in our minds that regardless of how cheap or easy it is to buy things from China, we would never do that just because it could be cut off at any point in time. Our customers wouldn't buy from us. It's very similar with AI, but I think there's also other consideration, right? I mean, how many of us have not used ChatGPT and Claude? I think almost every single one of us has, and there's a tug of war between mass surveillance capabilities. Would we really want to put proprietary information of our company and ask Claude and ChatGPT, hey, how do I write an email to this and it's confidential information?
Right.
No, right? So I think it becomes
Right.
important, especially in our sector for sure.
Right. 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think there are so many India-specific problems that I don't think mere copy and paste will work. In fact, if you look at the companies that are doing work on the India AI mission, many of those problems are so unique to India that we will have to solve those problems ourselves. And therefore, AI, be it being leveraged for operational autonomy, or if it is leveraged for autonomy to deliver an outcome to the end customer, or to make sure that development happens at an incredible pace. I think all of that contextually has to be brought into the country because nobody else is going to work on our context and represent our context better than us doing it.
Anirudh, last word.
I think the modern day warfare has changed more towards sovereignty and adaptability. Every country today is focusing towards building sovereign solutions, be it for AI, defense, space. So at the end of the day, it's all about control and how do you get to control it when there is crisis. So because of that, I think for deterrence, awareness is important. So that's what I would like to say.
Great. On that note, a huge round of applause. I don't want to call them rocket boys, but huge round of applause for India's defense tech, space tech startups here. And here's wishing you all the very best. Thank you so much for coming to Rising Bharat.
All right, so what an insightful discussion, and of course that is something that we are going to be focusing on going forward as well, and of course the peripheries as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed, Mr. Mehta, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Mishra and Chandra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, from space and defense tech, let's just shift into a different space where technological excellence can also meet up with policy paradigms as it does. In an era where geopolitics and tech collide, Apple's China strategy is a playbook worth dissecting. How does Apple's China strategy play out in a complex geopolitical era? Let's dive deep into the revelatory story of how an outspoken, proud company that once praised rebels and troublemakers, the company that encouraged us all to think different and navigate Beijing's orbit, who better to talk about it than someone who drew on more than 200 interviews with former executives and engineers supplementing their stories with unreported meetings held between top executives and internal memos to put together his deeply researched and compelling, riveting book, Apple in China. Please welcome Patrick McGee, journalist and author, for a session on Apple's China Playbook, Lessons for India, in conversation with Bodhisattva Ganguly and Chandra Shrikant.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for coming to Rising Bharat. So, Patrick McGee is the author of Apple in China, which made it to basically the best business book list across publications. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
And it's sort of become a must-read book if you want to understand Apple and if you want to understand China. So that's sort of two birds with one stone. But thank you very much for coming all the way from the US and participating in Rising Bharat. Podi, the opening question for you.
So thank you, Patrick. So your fundamental premise of your book is that China has immensely benefited from the the huge investments that that Apple has made there. You've compared it with the Marshall Plan, which transformed Europe after the Second World War. But would it be also fair to say that China has made Apple the mammoth that it is currently? Yeah, absolutely. I think the second claim is inarguable, and I think was probably already known, which is to say that Apple just would not be able to build the products that it builds, certainly not at that quality, definitely not at that cost, but especially not at that quantity, right? They build 230 million iPhones a year. There's just not another place on the planet that's capable of doing that. But the great irony is that the reason China is capable of that is that Apple made extraordinary investments into the country over a 25-year period. And I think within the world of journalism, that had basically been unexplored, right? So it's just like not a controversial claim to say that Apple couldn't be Apple without China. I think that's
tantamount to obvious. I was making the contrarian claim that actually China wouldn't be China without Apple. And that sounds unhinged and absurd, but I think if you read the 400 pages, it's pretty convincing.
Right. The subtext of your book is that Apple has struck some kind of a Faustian bargain, with China. But, did Apple have any other alternative? Because you've also said in the book that, for the first 25 years, they pretty much manufactured their own products at a time when other companies in the industry were outsourcing. They were actually very late to the subcontracting game.
Yes.
And they also, experimented with multiple countries. I think they tried out Vietnam and South Korea and Taiwan before zeroing in on China.
Yeah, there were actually 9 different countries they manufactured their products in between 1996 and 2003, which is a pretty untold narrative. So in addition to the countries you mentioned, Mexico.
And this was driven by Steve
Wales.
Jobs, Tim Cook, both of them together.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of personalities, yes, but it was driven more by financial desperation, right? The thing that people forget is that the Apple of the 1990s was nothing like the Apple today. It was a company that nearly went bankrupt in 1996, 1997, and again after the dot-com crisis in 2000. So this was a company that got to a stage where they were so close to bankruptcy they couldn't support their own manufacturing operations, and they were forced to outsource. And there was nothing novel about outsourcing. That's what HP, Motorola, so many companies have been doing for years, if not decades. But when Apple sort of applied its special sauce of like, we're going to control sort of every facet of the product, right? We don't just care about the front, we care about the back and the insides. And of course, Apple sort of exudes a certain quality standard that nobody else really has. When they sort of brought that mentality to the likes of Foxconn, Quanta, and Ventec, these Taiwanese companies that were building up major industrial clusters in China, they just had an impact on the entire ecosystem that no company had ever had before. Again, these claims can sort of sound a little bit strange out of context, but if you remember how different the candy-colored translucent plastic iMac was versus a beige box in the PC world, right? The design was so different, and ipso facto, the manufacturing had to be so different in order for that to work.
No, I mean, as you said, I think also assembly of electronics products is as old as the 1970s, right? Semiconductors, so it's nothing new. But just to make the conversation a little more forward-looking, so you've been in India. I don't know how familiar you are with India, but you've been in India for the last few days, and India is trying to fashion itself as some kind of an alternative to China in the Apple universe. How plausible is that?
So I'm pretty pessimistic that anyone's going to compete with China. It's not that I'm bearish on India in particular.
Right.
I'm just, I don't want to be bullish about China. But like, for instance, they installed more industrial robots than the rest of the world combined last year. So it's tough for anybody to compete with China. But India is in a position that no other country is in. In other words, there is not another country on the planet besides India and China that have more than 1 billion people, right, that have a sort of comparable land mass. India has, low wages and abundant workers on a scale that China had 25 years ago, and India has far better demographics than China, right? I think by 2050, China's population is going to decline by 200 to 300 million. India's is going to go up significantly, right? So I think the number of workers in India goes up from 900 million to 1.1 billion, and it already has a younger population. And one thing that sort of is I've been having conversations about just this weekend is that before COVID, it was difficult to get things made in India because companies would say it's just going to be easier for us to do it in China. But now, because China plus one strategies are such a big deal for any corporation that's dependent on China, it's not that India is actually having to compete with China, it's having to compete with everybody else, right?
Yeah.
In other words, the whole game is, I don't want to make everything in China, where else can I go? So by definition, you're not having to compete with China, you're competing with Vietnam or something like that. And in that respect, India has great potential. So the question is, can they realize that potential? And that's a question I'm still grappling with. And I have days where I'm optimistic, I have days where I'm not so optimistic.
But some a preliminary assessment?
What's my assessment?
Yeah, what's a sort of an initial
Honestly,
assessment?
the one thing I worry about is that sometimes I read the Indian media and there's a little too much hype, I would say. In other words, I would emphasize that this is a multi-decade play, and sometimes my sense of speaking with people or reading the media is that India already thinks it's achieved something that's comparable to China in certain sectors. So I'll give you one example because this one gets hyped up all the time. People will talk about iPhone production and they'll give the value of the iPhones that have been exported. This is sort of an absurd, ludicrous figure because it's forgetting that the value of the export of the iPhone is largely based on imported componentry, mostly from China, also from Taiwan and Korea, and you're in effect counting that as you export it to, let's say, the United States. So your former Reserve Bank of India governor, Rajan, wrote a great paper where he basically showed that, yes, the exports for electronics or smartphones in particular for India look like this over the last decade, but if you just add another tab for it, net imports of all the componentry, it also looks like that. And so the net value is actually minimal versus the full value. And so I think that's not a wonky point, that's a really important context that India's not at the stage where they're actually building the iPhone, they're doing the final assembly. And if you're going to build out the full-out ecosystem, that's a multi-decade play.
Right. In fact, let me just add a follow-up to that. Like you said, the number that gets touted, at least now that even, Tim Cook mentions, I think, India more frequently now in his quarterly earnings call, and India now accounts for, I think, 1 in 4 of all of Apple iPhones globally. And I think Apple is targeting a 30 to 32% share by FY27. But as you said, it's not so much make in India, but assembled in India, because a majority of the components still flows through China. So, how many years will it take to get that entire ecosystem together? Because you don't just need Apple, you need all their suppliers and their tier 2 suppliers and tier 3 suppliers. So, will Apple sort of encourage all of them to come here?
Yeah, I talked to one supplier who said Apple was pushing them like hell to set up shop in India, right? So I think from Apple's perspective, they really need this to happen. But it's not just a matter of the companies, it's a matter of the governments, right? Not really just the federal government, that has to be a play, but it has to be the local governments, right? Thing that people get wrong about China all the time is they think it's a top-down government where whatever Beijing says is how things operate. I quote someone in the book calling China an RDA, a regionally decentralized authoritarian regime, where the local governments have a lot of say with how they are going to implement the policies that Beijing wants. Now, obviously, you're not going to copy and paste, a communist, template onto India, but I don't see any particular reason why there wouldn't be more cooperation at the local level to sort of get things done, right? So if Modi is going to have a certain plan, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, the places where you're going to have the Apple supply chain can respond, but they can respond in ways that they see fit. And that's going to be working with the Taiwanese companies. You absolutely need them. I think everybody all over the world should be courting the Taiwanese as much as possible. It's a small little island of 24 million people, has technical expertise, tacit knowledge, the process knowledge in their heads like nobody else. There's no chance that Apple would have been successful in China without the Taiwanese establishing all the factories and taking care of the politics for them. It's really important also that you have an anchor company like Tata, because Foxconn, Wistron, Pegatron, these companies' expertise is not Indian politics, right? In China, they had the advantage of a shared culture, a shared language. They don't have that in India. So you need companies like Tata to step up, which, to be fair, is what's happening. The question is sort of how quickly is it happening? And then gauging how successful it is a little bit tricky, because on the one hand, you'd think, oh, wouldn't Apple really want to tout how much they're doing in India? And some days, yeah, but other days, no, because they're so entangled with China that the last thing they want to do is hype up how quickly they're de-risking. I've always said that the Chinese, I think appropriately, see the iPhone as an indigenous product. It's been made in China since 2007. The closer, or the more that Apple invests in India, the greater risk there is that the $70 billion market in China, right, the 1.2 billion people there, begin to see Apple as the corporate poster child of de-risking from China. that's not good for our Apple revenue or profits, and indeed for their relationships with local governments and with Beijing. So everything that's going on in India is a little bit murky because Apple doesn't want to help tell that narrative.
So just to kind of follow up to that, how much influence does the Chinese government have over a company like Foxconn, for instance, in terms of, discouraging it from moving to India? It already has moved to India. It has a big presence, and also some of the component supplies. I mean, how much of a role could the Chinese government play potentially?
I mean, I'll give a slightly historical answer if that's okay. So, the meet cute moment before Apple and China got married was really in Shenzhen, right? And Shenzhen was this specific region where, in a sense, Chinese communism didn't apply. It was basically a capitalist experimentation zone. And Apple got comfortable in that environment, not quite realizing that it was not really China in a certain sense. And so in 2013, Xi Jinping comes into power, and this is the opening prologue of the book, where Apple has a real wake-up call, right? This becomes the political awakening for Apple, where they realize that they don't actually understand the country. They don't understand the politics, they don't understand the culture, and they're in crisis believing that the iPhone and other Apple products might be blacklisted from the country.
That's the hostile customer service reviews.
Yeah, it's a really complicated episode, and it sort of hadn't been told well before, but it involves way too much complexity for certain things here. But I'll just say the problem extends to like the world of shadowy gangsters in China and distribution across the whole country, and it's a pretty fascinating narrative. So Beijing sort of becomes part of the picture, if you will, in 2013. And the influence that they have actually on Foxconn today, it's not directly on Foxconn, it's more that China's at this stage where they're sort of done with the idea of being a low-value haven for labor-intensive assembly. They very much want to move up the value chain. And over the last 25, even 40 years, if you're extending back to the area of textiles, they very much earn their place there. And so they have their own companies that are rivaling the likes of Foxconn. So the last 10 years in particular, Foxconn and other Taiwanese companies have really been sort of squeezed out of the Apple supply chain because Apple is playing the political game there, and it knows, they're reading the tea leaves. It makes a lot of sense to choose Luxshare, Gore-Tex, BYD, and Wingtech. These are Chinese companies that the Taiwanese call the red supply chain. So the pressure doesn't have to be direct on Foxconn. It's more the wider game and the fact that Apple knows that to build government relationships, it needs to work more closely with the Chinese rather than the Taiwanese.
Yeah. We were talking about how Apple tried out 9 different countries, but they eventually settled on China. So can you give us a sense of the incentives that the Chinese government gave to Apple in terms of cost and labor? You mentioned how, there were truckloads of people ready to be deployed in these factories in China. Given that India's overall economy is 1/5 the size, should we be cautious about the kind of incentives that we offer to Apple?
Yeah, I mean, I tell these sort of case studies of the original iPod and a computer called the iMac G4, which I would even say today is my favorite designs computer. It sort of looks anthropomorphic. It's supposed to look like a sunflower, but the first commercial ever was like showing that it could break dance kind of thing. It was a really cool computer with some personality. And these case studies were effectively building computers in Taiwan, but with help from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. And what happened was, because Apple's this perfectionist company and they would go through something like 19 prototypes for that computer, they were effectively going across bodies of water all the time to sort of fit things together and then be able to fly it all the way to California to show Steve Jobs. And it was just like a real headache to do this. And at the same time, China was really developing what I call next-door manufacturing, where if you sort of picture like a hub-and-spoke model, you might have the Foxconn final assembly, but next door or across the street would be the plastic injection molding, the anodizing, the metal stamping, tool and die making, all sorts of things. So you had the formation of these industrial clusters where just everything was there, and so much of it was basically custom built for the likes of Apple. That just made Taiwan or Vietnam just totally uncompetitive versus what China was capable of doing. But India absolutely has that capability, right? That's why the local officials would have to be involved, because it's not just a matter of one company setting up shop. It's there having to be like an entire bonded zone, right? A scientific park where there might be tax exemptions, right? Because things are being built for export. There might be certain leniency. There might be, special domains for the land to be utilized by a range of companies. There might be all sorts of tax exemptions. I know it can be controversial to sort of set up, tax exemptions for foreign companies because you want to support your own companies. But I feel like the ladder to get up to the middle value, the higher value, really starts at the lowest rung. And so I do support the efforts of India doing chips. The deal with Micron, that kind of stuff is fantastic. But I also think India has the potential, the capacity that really nobody else has because of India's scale to also do the labor-intensive roles. The problem there is that I say that, and then I fully know that the next question could very well be about, well, what about AI? Isn't AI and machinery sort of, saying goodbye to those labor-intense roles? And yeah, I mean, so you might need a higher paid consultant or something rather than a journalist to tell you exactly what to do, because I'm not sure. But that is a risk there. I mean, it's not a clear answer. You can't just completely replicate what China did, but I do think there's all sorts of lessons from Shenzhen that India could be applying.
Yeah. Right. We do have a couple of questions on AI, but just one quick last question on India. Given that India is a democracy, and Indian, the Samsung factory in Tamil Nadu, which is also a major site of manufacturing of the iPhone, the Samsung factory has seen prolonged strikes. I think it's now been sorted out, but I think there were two strikes, if I'm not mistaken. So indeed of some of the iPhone facilities, which I guess was absent in China. And even if they did happen, I think didn't last very long.
Right.
That's certainly a differentiator, perhaps, and not necessarily an advantageous one for India, right?
So look, you're absolutely right. I mean, I hate to say that an authoritarian model has certain advantages, and I'm certainly not going to advocate that we try to replicate those. But a democracy that withholds human rights and sorry, not withholds, stands up human rights and so forth, is also going to have advantages on its own. And maybe they're less obvious, but companies care about what their supply chain looks like, right? They know they're going to be audited. They know there's media reporting on this kind of thing. And so if you are working in democracies where there is reporting on that, maybe that suffers in the short term. Maybe you've got some headlines that as a company you'd rather not have. But on the other hand, the transparency, the ethics of having a clearer supply chain with human rights, I mean, A, that's better for the world, and hopefully that can be better for a company's image. Is it better for the bottom line? I'm not sure. I think, frankly, it is more difficult for Samsung to make phones in Korea than it is for Apple to make phones in China, but I would hate for people to draw the wrong lessons from that.
Right. Patrick, there was also a significant announcement where Tim Cook said that Apple will spend more than $500 billion in the US over the next 4 years. They're going to be expanding in Michigan, Texas, California, Arizona, Nevada, and a bunch of other states. They're talking about setting up factories there. Is this optics to keep Trump happy, or, is it real reshoring and build, baby, build that's happening in America?
There was also the gold coin.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's probably 90% optics, maybe 95% optics. I wouldn't say that Apple's doing nothing, right? But the impetus is certainly politics. And I think from the last 12 years of pleasing an authoritarian leader in China has given them the wherewithal to please an authoritarian ruler in Washington. But yeah, the $600 billion figure, it's basically like, it's clear that it's a bullshit figure. How it is bullshit is up for debate. So I have speculated that they're counting their own share buyback program, which itself is more than $100 billion a year. You multiply that by 4 and you're 80% there. It is possible that they're counting other things, but like, for instance, when I count Apple's investments in China, I'm never counting the bill of materials, the aluminum or the glass that's in the phones, that's certainly not the chips, etc. Apple, I think, is counting that when they're adding up the figures in America. So when my colleagues in the journalist world at places like Bloomberg have tried to add up the math and they look beyond Apple, they quickly realize they're doing a bunch of double counting, because TSMC and NVIDIA and an Apple all might be counting the Arizona fab as, in some sense, theirs, with maybe some justification, but not one that would pass by an accounting expert.
Right.
So you gave the example of in your book of that Apple is like Prometheus, which gave the gift of fire to China. So is there a similar playbook playing out perhaps in AI chips? I mean, there is this debate in the US. Obviously, Jensen Huang wants to sell AI chips to China because his argument is that China is a huge market, which, which the US should not lose. There are others like, Dario, who is, of course, in the news for other reasons as of this morning, but who doesn't agree with this. What are your thoughts?
So like on NVIDIA being...
No, not on NVIDIA, but on AI chips generally, on AI technologies, and how much US companies should, collaborate with China and operate in the Chinese market. Yeah.
Right, so there is this
in terms of selling chips to China.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one. I mean, I could sort of extend an analogy from the book, which is that Trump 1.0 basically tried to kill Huawei in a certain sense, right? So deprived Huawei in 2019 of Qualcomm chips and 5G technology that was coming out of America, as well as Google services, right? So, Google Mail and things like that, that already were banned in China, but like Huawei had a global business, and if all of a sudden they couldn't have access to the Play Store, to Gmail, to YouTube, no one was going to buy those phones. It, over the long term, I don't think was successful in the slightest. So 2019, people might forget, but Huawei outsold the iPhone, not just in China, but globally. I mean, it was a real threat to Apple's business. And when Trump went after Huawei, it halved their revenue. They went, if memory serves, from $60 billion handset business one year to $30 billion. And because Huawei was the only company really ever from China to penetrate the top tier of the smartphone chain, Apple was the chief beneficiary of Huawei's demise. However, the demise was not seen all the way through. Huawei sort of knocked their heads together and worked as hard as possible, and now they're sort of back and bigger and better than ever.
And they're developing the Ascend chips.
Well, so my analogy to chips is that if you're a China hawk, you would say, absolutely, let's not give them any access to American chips. But by doing so, you're also sort of providing them like the necessity is the mother of invention type mentality, where China is probably going to become better at building their own chips. So the soft approach to China is to say what Jensen Huang says, which is let's get them hooked on American AI. And yes, they're going to be able to build up their own AI systems more quickly because we're giving them the world's fastest chips, or even the second fastest, but at least it's on an American tech stack. So I honestly think both arguments are pretty good, and if I was a policymaker, I'm not sure exactly how I would do it.
The counter-argument to that is China will drop the American tech stack when the Chinese tech stack manages to overtake them.
True, but the more wedded you are to the American tech stack, the less quickly you would have the money and impetus to build your own, right? In other words, to just go back to the analogy from earlier, Huawei now has its own operating system called Harmony OS. They never would have built it if they weren't deprived of Android, right? So in the same world, in the chips world, if you deprive them of having any NVIDIA chips whatsoever, that's going to put the Chinese into overdrive to out TSMC to out NVIDIA. If they just have access to those chips, they don't have the same drive. They might still think logically they'd like to do it, but it's a question of sort of degree and urgency.
Right. Final question, Patrick, because we're running out of time. If you had to write an Apple in India book today, how many chapters is it likely to have? Do you think you will at least have 2 chapters for this book?
Well, there is a section on
Chapter 40
India.
of your
Yeah, there you go.
book.
So that's one chapter written. I've also written a new epilogue for the edition that comes out in May, and it has more to say about India. So let's call that 1.5 chapters. But look, the thing I would like to do is the same thing I do in the book. So, arguably, if someone else was writing the Apple and China book, they might have started in the iPhone era. They might have started in what I call the political awakening. But I chose to go way back to the 1980s to explain the rise of contract manufacturing, which actually took place in Alabama. With the IBM PC before the rise of the Taiwanese, before the rise of China. And so I might want to do the same for India. I daydream about writing Apple in China all the time, right? It's too early. I said yesterday to someone in the government that I want to write it by 2035, and they said, it'll be too late. You got to write it by 2029, I mean, I love that mentality. I love the idea that India is going to surprise us with how quickly they can be. But that would be fascinating. But I think you'd want to give the long history of, India maybe not being part of the supply chain, explain the reasons why, and maybe that would have me writing about, the rise of the software, consultancy, IT sectors, all the things that India did well over the last 25 years as an explanation as to why manufacturing was the missing link in like the civilizational pyramid or something like that, right? So maybe it's not a great idea, but I haven't started the research.
Great.
We look forward to that if it happens.
I mean, look, I'm only going to write it if India achieves excellency in the supply chain, and I'm absolutely cheering for India. So please do it. I would love to write that book.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Patrick, for coming all the way from the US and speaking at the Rising Bharat Summit.
Thank you so much.
And if you haven't read Apple in China, please check it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, thank you so much, Mr. McGee, Bodhisattva and Chandra for that discussion. Now, distinguished guests, India's industrial story, it's one of metal, one of machines and a momentum. From defense tech to engineering prowess, how is Bharat scripting its industrial leapfrog? With Make in India turning ambitions into action, how's the country powering growth, innovation and global partnerships? Welcome to Boom, Roar and Thunder, Bharat's industrial leapfrog. To discuss Bharat's industrial journey, please welcome Arun Ramchandani, Chairman L&T, Dr. Udayant Malhotra, CEO and MD, Dynamatic Technologies, and also Rob Dorth, Vice President, Strategy Development, Air Mobility and Maritime Missions, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics. They will be in conversation with Parikshit Luthra.
Thank you very much, Haim. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a great day so far, and this is going to be a power-packed session. You know why? For two reasons. Foreign affairs, defense, they're going to be the two possibly the most closely watched sectors this year. As we speak, US and Israel are carrying out strikes on Iran. The Russia-Ukraine war rages on. There are tensions in the Middle East. Europe is rearming. India has challenges with Pakistan and China. We have no choice but to be Atmanirbhar and absolutely self-reliant. And today we've got three leaders from the defense sector who are contributing and powering that story. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with Udayant Malhotra, somebody who leads Dynamatic Technologies. They're the makers of the Katil drone, the Patang as well. And they are some of the biggest suppliers for Airbus and Boeing Defense. L&T, of course, major supplier to the armed forces. And we've got Lockheed Martin, a US defense major. And they have been betting on the Indian story for decades. And they want to sell more C-130J Hercules aircraft to the Indian Air Force as well. Toby, if I can begin with you. When it comes to defense manufacturing, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an easy business. What's the kind of attitude companies have to bring to defense manufacturing in India? What's going to be the thought, the intention for 2026?
Okay, so when we talk about defense, it's not just a business. As citizens, as part of Indian society, it's also our duty to be participants in the safety and security of this nation. That's the first. The second part of it is that defense business is a technology business that requires a lot of patience. And the biggest thing that we need to bring to it right in the beginning is the ability to think long and be able to invest with an idea of creating real technology for our security.
I'd just like to ask you to put things in context for us. We're going to speak about Operation Sindur, but let's also speak, ladies and gentlemen, of what's happening. This is the biggest headline around the world, US and Israel carrying out joint airstrikes on Iran. What's the takeaway from this?
So If you look at it today, where war was boots on the ground earlier, a decade ago, 20 years ago, today it's all about use of missiles, drones, and standoff air power. So there's a complete change we saw in Sindur, we see it every day in Ukraine, and we're seeing it unfold in the Middle East. So it will shape the way we all build products for tomorrow in India as well.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back to you, Toby, but let me also get in Mr. Arun Ramchandani. Mr. Ramchandani, the lessons from Operation Sindur. There have been headlines, and you might have read this piece of news, that L&T Defense is hoping that their revenue from the defense business will touch $1 billion in this fiscal year. But how did you change gears after Operation Sindur?
So while Operation Sindur was a kind of watershed moment, I think the trend has been continuing. So it's not as if, there was a switch, but you could see it coming. You could see that there was a thrust on technology. You could see disruption happening all around us. What we also saw was this big thrust on self-reliance and building equipment within the country. And I think that thrust has now got converted into a wave because, every guy you meet is wanting to do something, build something of their own, offer products. And so it's a movement which has started. I suppose we are riding that wave. Of course, like Toby said, this is a business of patience. I think I'm a standing example of that. I've been 40 years in the industry. When we started, we were, on the coattails of DRDO, supporting them in their programs. And it's been a journey. It's been a transformation. And I think things are just going to change that much faster.
Right. But I agree that defense needs patience. The only buyer, the only consumer is the government. But how patient can we be, and how much time do we really have, ladies and gentlemen? We need a fifth generation fighter. US, China, Russia, these are the countries which have fifth generation fighters. There is talk of Pakistan getting fifth generation fighters from China as well. We have an AMCA program, Advanced Medium Role Combat Aircraft Program, where companies like Bharat Dynamatic Technologies, Bharat Electronics and L&T are bidders as well. How soon can we speed up this program and put it on track, Toby?
So this is actually
what do we need to do in order to build our own fighter?
So thank you for the question. Firstly, this consortium is led by L&T, which is the largest engineering company in India. It has got Bharat Electronics, which is a defense PSU, very fine company, India's top electronics company, defense electronics. And it's got Dynamatic Technologies, which has been a pioneer in the aerospace side of it. So if you look at this, this is a very potent combination, and all of us are going to put in our best together for India. We're setting aside individual ambitions for a greater objective, and I would suggest that by the time the aircraft is flying, it'll be a 5.5 generation aircraft. It's not going to be the fifth generation because there'll be a lot more coming onto this aircraft. It'll be a closer to a sixth generation aircraft by the time we get it mature.
Okay, I know right now this is in a bid stage. The government has to approve the bid. But if approved, how soon can you deliver a prototype, Mr. Ramchandani?
So the target is to build 5 prototypes in 8 years, and that's what the roadmap is. Let's see how fast we can do it, and we have guys like Toby who are just itching to go. You have to rein them in, but the broad roadmap is to get the 5 prototypes out in 8 years.
All right. Let me get in Rob Toth, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Toth is a former pilot of the US Air Force, someone who's flown the C-130J aircraft as well. Also in our audience is Air Vice Marshal Michael Fernandez, ladies and gentlemen, someone who served the Indian Air Force. He's flown our fighter fleet. He leads Lockheed Martin India. But Rob, how do you see India as a destination for Lockheed Martin over the next 10 years?
Well, I think I'd like to start back with about 70 years ago when we first started our presence here in India with the introduction of the Constellation aircraft. And over those last 70 years, we've continued to build our relationship here in India, establishing a presence here permanently 30 years ago, and then 2 joint ventures with Tata through Tata Advanced Systems Limited down in Hyderabad, both for Lockheed Martin and Sikorsky. And over the last 15 years, we've really grown those joint ventures here in India. You know, when we think about our partnership with India and the make-buy kind of category here in India, it's really an opportunity to have a partnership with Lockheed in the sense of growing the industrial base, growing the aerospace and defense industry, establishing a stronger workforce, one here right in India to support the Indian industry, and then really being a catalyst for growth. It really, we believe, aligns over the next 10 plus years with the economic and strategic objectives of India, and really allows us to continue to grow the aerospace and defense industry, grow the Indian workforce, and overall provide growth that leads to the security and prosperity of the Indian people.
Right. You know, for our Indian audience, many of whom may not be aware of the amount of investments Lockheed has done in India, could you give us a sense of the investments so far?
Sure. Going back to our joint ventures, over the past 16 years, Lockheed Martin has invested over $100 million here in India. We have really focused on not only growing our capability to produce aerostructures like the empennage for the C-130, the last 250 have been built here in India, along with 157 cabins for the S-92 air helicopter. And beyond that, we've done a lot to expand the global supply chain here in India. We have grown over 500 suppliers for the global supply chain. 70 of those are directly exporting parts into the Lockheed Martin products. And we work with over 150 MSMEs here in India. So as far as our investment here in India, it's not just been from a financial investment and set up our joint ventures, tooling, establishing facilities. It's really investing in the workforce and the capabilities of the future of aerospace and defense industry here in India.
Fantastic to hear, ladies and gentlemen. Toby, if I can come back to you, you're a supplier, one of the main suppliers for Airbus, Boeing Defense as well, HAL for the Sukhoi, for Tejas. What I would like to try and understand, what is going to be the export opportunity? When we see warfare of this kind, Operation Sindur, that was immediately followed by emergency procurements by the Indian Defense Ministry. And just the way we're seeing the US strike on Iran right now, there will be demand for ammunition, replacement of weapons there as well. What's going to be the demand for exports, and how are you gearing up for that?
Yeah, so about 95%, or closer to 100% actually, of our production is export. And we are a global sole supplier to
How much
Airbus.
for defense?
It's a mix. It's actually the beauty of aerospace is it's a fusion of commercial and defense. And if it's well designed, your manufacturing lines, these are usually counter-cyclical. So when there's war, you have a lesser sale of commercial and vice versa. This is the first time in the world in the last 50, 60 years where both are rising at the same time. So there's a critical shortage of capability, and that's a great, great opportunity for India in terms of the craftsmen, the skills, the engineering capabilities, and the sheer resilience of the Indian supply chain. So if you look at it, what a lot of Indians don't know is that every Airbus is partly made in India. All the military fighters, the helicopters, the heavy lift, the P-8s for Boeing, partly made in India. Bell helicopter fuselages partly made in India. And Indian companies excelling on the global stage as best of the best. So the beginning is there, the road ahead is phenomenal.
Okay, what about
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Ramchandani? How do you expect defense exports to go up? And what kind of weapons and ammunition will be most in demand?
So, of course, whenever there's a war scenario, there is always the need for ammunition. Now, unfortunately, or by design, we don't make ammunition. We build systems. That said, I think today people are recognizing India as a developer of systems and solutions. And that is a new play which we have. Evolving from being a component manufacturer or a subsystem manufacturer to building systems, I think that's the play that is opening up for us. I just returned from Europe and interacted with a couple of countries on, collaborative defense work. And today people are talking about co-development, co-production, which is again an evolution from just being part of a supply chain. So these are transformative things which are happening. What that really calls for, like Toby said, one, of course, is having the right skill sets. That's something which is in demand and which we need to create. The other is the ability to build our own systems and products. And that's something which, as a country, we haven't done enough of. And I think that is a road that we have to travel. And I'm seeing momentum in that direction.
Right. Rob, if I were to ask you, what is the one example that defense manufacturers can learn from the US approach to defense manufacturing for the long term? What have you witnessed, which is something that countries like maybe India can replicate, either in terms of rule or in terms of manufacturing processes?
So I think one of the things that...
Rob, you can bring the mic a little closer.
Oh, yes. Okay. I think one of the things that would really benefit here in India is really the focus on code development. I think, there's a lot of focus currently on co-production, establishing the ability to produce aircraft here in India. But it's really that co-development piece, being able to bring in all of the different technologies, AI, 5G.mil type technologies for communications, advanced systems, and really being able to grow the aerospace and defense capabilities from within rather than just import them from outside. So I believe that moving forward, I think India can really learn a lot from a lot of the companies in America that are doing a lot of development across the wide range of technologies. When we talk about the C-130J, we often talk to partners like India and say, when you buy the C-130J, you're actually getting Lockheed Martin. And Lockheed Martin has technologies across the wide range of our spectrum, operating all the way from subsea all the way to space. And the ability to partner with Lockheed Martin in India and bring that co-development aspect to exploit all of those technologies rather than focusing just on manufacturing, I think is really how you evolve the aerospace and defense force here.
Right. That brings us to a very important question, ladies and gentlemen. India currently needs about 80 more medium transport aircraft. We already have the C-130J in our fleet. And you've been seeing images whenever there is a disaster, whenever, even during Galwan, and whenever there is tension at the border with Pakistan, you do see C-130J aircraft being used to transport men, equipment. What's going to be your plan, your pitch to the Indian government in terms of selling more aircraft?
I think the number one pitch is that when you look at the Indian Air Force and what the Indian Air Force has done with the C-130J here in India, there's no flight evaluation test needed. The Indian Air Force proves every day that they can do anything that India requires by operating a C-130J in India, whether that is operating up at DBO at 16,600 feet, whether that's operating at some of the South Islands at sea level, assisting your neighbors in Sri Lanka during a cyclone, operating in Africa during humanitarian operations or contingency operations of evacuating Indian citizens from the Sudan, evacuating them from Afghanistan in the dark of night. There is nothing that the C-130 cannot do for India in India. The Indian Air Force has flown over 56,000 flight hours in the C-130J. That is nearly 4 times the amount of flight hours of some of our nearest competitors have flown in their entire fleet. The C-130 fleet has logged over 3 million flight hours worldwide. When you're betting the future of your Air Force on one acquisition, you must get it right. And this Indian Air Force has proven day in, day out that they have the right aircraft with the C-130J.
Right. Very important points there, Rob. Toby, if I can come back to you. During Operation Sindur, ladies and gentlemen, you must have seen headlines about large swarms of drones being used. Drones were used in the Russia-Ukraine war as well. And even during Operation Sindur, there were reports of Chinese help to Pakistan, Turkish drones being used by Pakistan as well. Now, how do we counter that, Toby? How are companies like L&T and Dynamatics getting ready for that as well? How prepared are you with drones for the future?
Well, I'm glad you said L&T and Dynamatic, because I think we share a certain idea, which I'll speak on behalf of Dynamatic, but I know that we share the same idea. A lot of the large industrial houses are stickering aircraft that they get from outside and putting a brand on it. That's not what we do. The second part is the 400-500 drone companies in India that get drones from AliExpress, from China, and put a sticker in it, the small guys. So the big guys and the small guys are really stickering up what are not really drones. What you're seeing amongst companies like us is that the entire deep stack of technology, from building the airframe, the electronics, the hardware, the software, everything, the control laws, they're all ours. And so we have developed the Chil and Katil combination. It's a hunter-killer combination. They fly in swarms. One provides a sighting, and the second is the attack drone. And they interact with each other. The attack swarm flies in denied environments. It doesn't require GPS. It doesn't require any radio. So I'm saying that technology is incredible in India if you put your mind to it. If you try and just trade quickly, that's not going to work. And we saw some birds just getting hijacked by our opponents across the border. If you've got Chinese stuff in it, it's not Indian.
Right.
Thank you.
But also tell me, cost-wise, how is this changing warfare? You may be using state-of-the-art missiles, but if somebody starts using swarms of $500 drones, lakhs of them, how does it change dynamics?
You've put your finger on the button. I mean, you take a missile system that costs millions of dollars and you can completely overwhelm the enemy radar system by saturating their airspace with multitude of small swarms, multiple swarms, which will, you know, what you do is firstly you destroy them, but you distract them, and then most importantly you identify where your opponent is when you send in swarms, because they start lighting up and then you know how to target them much better.
Right.
And they waste expensive material fighting your relatively cheap munitions.
Right.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And Mr. Ramchandani, when it comes to, let me ask you from an industry body perspective that you lead, the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, which is really the nodal body for most defense companies in India. How's the focus changing in terms of new age warfare? How much is L&T doubling down on new age warfare products?
So let me talk of L&T first, and then the entire gamut of defense manufacturers that we have in the country today. From our perspective, we've played with, or we've worked with big platforms for a long time, and we're not seeing these platforms go away, quickly. They're pretty much part of the entire the war machine, so to say. And so whether it's battle tanks and battle tanks of the future, you need to make them future ready, and you know the challenges that they have and how do we integrate tech into that. We work on warships and submarines. Maritime dominance is critical. But again, how do you strengthen it with better sensors, better domain awareness, underwater domain awareness? All of that is critical. You go into the air platforms. That's what we are stepping into now. So on the one hand, I think we get our muscle and scale from some of the big toys, so to say. and on the other hand, we have teams that have got an eye on the future, that are looking at how to disrupt what we are building ourselves. New tech, um, and we realize that all of that can't probably be done from within an organization. We need to integrate a much bigger ecosystem into what we are doing if we want to be successful. So these are some of the things that we are looking at, newer models of working, and I think I'm seeing all of that happening in the industry.
Right. Rob, when we speak about new age warfare and the future of warfare changing around the world, what's the role that you see for tested but legacy platforms such as the C-130J?
Yeah, so I think we're in a great position with the C-130J. It is the longest continuous production line for military airlift in the world. And the production line on the C-130 has been running for nearly 70 years now. But that is not how the airplane looks today, how it started 70 years ago. We have evolved from an A model 70 years ago to the C-130J now, which is the most modern transport airplane in the world. As far as the capabilities, we have evolved them over time by adjusting to the nature of warfare, adjusting to what our operators in 70 different countries who have flown over 2,700 of the airplanes have told us from lessons learned in warfare, in humanitarian operations, in peacetime operations, what is needed to continue to keep up with the evolving pace of warfare. And for that matter, the evolving pace of taking care of your country in times of need like humanitarian crisis. So as we continue to look forward and continue to talk with India and the Indian Air Force, we're looking at how do we further evolve this airplane? How do we potentially co-develop new technologies for the aircraft or capabilities that come onto the aircraft, such as delivering mass effects out of the airplane in order to solve all of the problems that India may face in the future and the evolving nature of warfare as we go forward.
Rob, also tell us, now this is an order that the Indian government will consider whether to buy 20, 40 or all 80 from one company. But what is the kind of scale of order that you need to maybe double down, maybe put more manufacturing resources on the ground, maybe invest more in the Indian Lockheed Martin story? What kind of a scale would you need in terms of order from the government?
I'd say let me start out with talking about what we're doing now. We have been investing in the C-130 in India for nearly 16 years. We put a lot of investment in here to build the empennage. We are currently looking at other subsystems, subcomponents for the aircraft to move here to India in advance of and independent of the MTA program. We recently, with our partners from Tata, established an MRO facility down in Bangalore. We did the stone laying back in early December, and we are building out that facility to actually have it available by 2027 for the Indian Air Force. So when the first airplane goes through periodic depot maintenance, it will be done here in India by Indians for India in Bangalore. Beyond that, we see that facility growing into a heavy maintenance center for C-130s and being able to establish a regional framework for maintenance here in the Indo-Pacific region. That will not only serve India, potentially the 60 to 80 airplanes that they will buy for MTA, but then also all of the regional partners. And we think it provides a very strategic location for future maintenance for C-130s for the entire Indo-Pacific region that is largely out of harm's way of where potential future conflict may end up here in the Indo-Pacific.
Right. Thank you for those remarks. Let me get in Mr. Ramchandani once again. What is the one requirement? Now, 2025 was a year of reforms in the defense sector. We've seen a new DAP as well, the Defense Acquisition Procedure Rules. What do you want in terms of reform from the government to speed up things?
So, the draft of the DAP 2026 is now out in the open and they're looking for comments.
Are you all satisfied? The Defense Secretary is hearing you in the next room, so you must speak your heart out.
Okay, so we will engage with the MOD and share our thoughts. I think it's very high on intent. The entire approach is to speed up, to simplify, to make it easier for us to do business, to give more weightage to development. So higher indigenous content is being incentivized, for example. So, they are looking at defining technology readiness levels to, classify a program or to permit somebody to participate in it. So I think it's high on intent. We need to look at some of the details to make sure that intent gets translated into action. So, at the end of the day, it's still a long process from an acceptance of necessity to an induction. And how do we cut short those things? How do we make the intent translate into action on the ground? How do we really simplify procedures? How do we make some dynamic mindset changes, which the system kind of burdens you with, because it's all about probity and, acquisition of complex things. So there is a journey to be done, and we are looking at the fine print, and we will share that with the government, and I'm sure we'll come out with good solutions. I don't want to sensationalize anything by saying that things are good or bad, but it's high on intent. That's what I will say.
All right. Final questions very quickly to both our panelists. Toby, we often see certain countries and certain governments pushing or advocating for their companies, especially defense companies, very strongly. What more can we do? If there was one thing which you're not happy with, which one thing that you would hope changes in the defense sector, what would that be?
So I think rather than the question just being to the government, it's all of India, all of country. The Indian defense companies are now just at that tipping point. I think in the next few years, you'll see, just as India has become an incredible buyer, we buy 100 Airbus aircraft a year, we're buying Dassault Rafales, we're buying 800-900 helicopters in the next decade. So India is going to become a very big center of consumption,
right,
and therefore also production. And I think a lot of Indian companies, this moment is here and now, and I think the government has already created a fertile ground for all of us.
All right, Rob, final question to you. One request or recommendation to the government from a major US defense manufacturer?
I'm going to again go back to co-development. I think that working with U.S. industry to co-develop technologies here, partnering on establishing additional manufacturing facilities is really the path forward. I think there's a tremendous opportunity with the growth that was mentioned here in India in aerospace and defense, whether that's commercial or military, to really leverage the significant experience that we have in the United States and partner greater here in India on the way forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandani, Udayan Malhotra, and Rob Toth for being with us here at our Rising Bharat Summit here in Bharat Mandapam, and thank you everyone in the audience as well. The Defense Secretary is just going to come up on stage, so stay tuned for another fascinating discussion on the defense sector. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandani, Dr. Malhotra, Mr. Roth, and Parikshit. Thank you so much for that discussion. Now, distinguished guests, India's industrial boom is rewriting global narratives. Let's change focus to India's own security playbook now. In a world of shifting alliances and emerging threats, what's driving Bharat's defense strategy? From border dynamics to tech-driven warfare, how is India shaping its security narrative? The next session is about the Bharat Security Doctrine, no compromise, no concession. Please welcome Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defence Secretary to India's Security Priorities, Defence Reforms and Strategic Choices in conversation with Rahul Shivshankar.
Well, the man in the hot seat is Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh. He's India's Defence Secretary, and he's in on a day when there's been another war that has broken out, this time in the Gulf. And as you know, this morning we got news that the US and Israel conducted what they are calling preemptive strikes on Iran, not unexpected. And the Iranians have hit back. And they have targeted several US bases. They've also targeted, of course, places in Israel, US bases in the Gulf, in different countries. There's a whole list out there. So we speak in troubled, clamorous times, Mr. Singh. I want us to first look at this and focus a little bit on this latest conflagration. India obviously is going to be in focus because we are friends with Tehran and Tel Aviv. How will India approach this?
Well, Rahul, the events are moving pretty fast, so I don't want to, make too many comments at this stage. But I do want to say that I'm happy that we're in India. We are an oasis in this world where there is a lot of a kind of geopolitical flux that is of conflicts around the world, including in the Middle East and in Europe for that matter. So I think the present government under Prime Minister Modi has given us a level of both macroeconomic as well as geopolitical stability. And I'm happy that we are living in this country. But of course, in the Middle East, we have stakes there. We have a very large diaspora. We'll be watching developments very, very closely. We have strong strategic partnerships with some of those countries. And we will have to sort of continue to maintain those. Our policy is to have a multi-aligned kind of a diplomatic engagement. So let's see where it goes. But as of now, I would only say that we hope things will settle down, both for our own interests in terms of its impact on our oil supplies, but also for the people of those countries.
Well, let me ask you this, because we also have an important stake in Iran, in a sense. There is the Chabahar port. We were, and this is what has come out in the media, that we were asked to pull back from that arrangement that we have, and we secured an exception, which has now, of course, we've been put on notice, so to speak, by Trump. How does that affect India's strategic play in that particular neck of the woods if we have to give up our interest in Chabahar?
Well, Rahul, the short answer is that we'll have to sort of negotiate our way to ensure that our interest in Chabahar is sustained, and it brings us the benefits that we need in terms of access to trade routes, Central Asia, etc., and to Afghanistan. So yeah, I mean, since things are moving very, very quickly in terms of developments, let's see where this takes us. But as far as I'm concerned, we intend to ensure that our investment in Chabahar yields us the dividends that we need.
How do we do that?
We do that by negotiating. I mean, you would have asked us, a few months back, you would have been wondering how would we manage the US trade relationship along with the defense engagement. And the fact is that we've been able to manage both. So let's see where this takes us. It's a bit early to say, but the intent is obviously to negotiate our way into a situation where our investment in Chabahar is protected.
So let me ask you, because I'll just extrapolate on this. India is a firm believer in plurilateralism, multilateralism, and guards its strategic autonomy, as you know, fiercely. But here we have a situation where there are tugs now. Increasingly in a conflict-ridden world, we're expected to take stands, whether it's in the United Nations General Assembly or, of course, by some of our partners. And the United States perhaps is expecting India to stand with it. We've already made a commitment to Israel that we are going to stand with it in the interests of the defense of its realm. The Prime Minister made that commitment. Do you think that alienates Iran and by extension our friends in the BRICS world that support Iran and have a problem with US unilateralism?
So let me take you to the recently concluded International Fleet Review that we had in Vizag a few days back, where there were 74 odd countries that took part. Incidentally, that included both the Iranian Navy and the US and the Russians and a bunch of other countries. So India's strategic autonomy and its convening power is quite distinct in that sense. We are able to maintain these high level of alignment with different countries. Of course, it goes without saying that with some countries, the relationship is a bit closer. It is more strategic, and you mentioned one of them, Israel, maybe a few others, but I don't want to mention them right now. There's no need to differentiate among friends, but India's ability to strike and align and engage with different countries, even if when they are in conflict with each other, has been sort of shown over the years.
Just to press you on that, you said that we don't want to differentiate, but when we don't take a stand, for example, in the United Nations on issues that are shaped as moral questions, and the number of our abstentions has actually gone up over the years. I'm not saying that we're the only ones, because other powers are also abstaining more often than not. So we're not isolated or alone in this. But when we see these abstentions going up, many people will say that we are actually differentiating. Specifically, if this matter of Iran comes up, which it will in the UNGA, because it's not going to be resolved in the UNSC, it's going to come up for vote. What do you think India should be doing? We haven't heard from the Indian government as of, I checked last about an hour back, so do excuse me if things have overtaken. But fundamentally, should we at least express serious concern? Or should we stand up and say that perhaps it's going a bit too far? We have a political interest also. We have ties with, that go back civilizational ties with Iran. How far can we just keep sitting on the fence and hedging?
Well, I'm sure the Ministry of External Affairs will give a response. It's fairly early days. It's not even a day, to be very frank. And about taking a stance on every issue, I think this is the time when you have a situation where it is kind of becoming a situation where every man is for himself, where to some extent might is right is resurfacing. It's better that I don't sort of get into the diplomatic sort of domain so much.
I appreciate that. That is not really your area, and I will respect those red lines. But let me bring you back to the larger questions that have emerged now after Operation Sindur. How do you see, after Operation Sindur, the defense scenario changing? India obviously needs to now take into account its experience in Operation Sindur. How does it equip itself for the next few decades? What are the learnings?
Well, it was an important learning experience. It showed the certain things clearly, the primacy of standoff weapons, of air power, of unmanned systems of different types, both for ISR and for combat. All of those areas revealed certain strengths that we had. they also reveal certain capability voids that were there, and those are being filled up at a very rapid pace. We've created this accelerated green channel for emergency procurements to fill some of those capability voids. In addition, you would have observed that we've got a significant jump in our modernization budget for the year, for the next financial year of 24%. That would enable us to ensure that in different areas for the Air Force, we will need more fighters, more refuelers, and more AWACS. For the Navy, we need more platforms, including underwater platforms. And as I mentioned, we need more unmanned systems of different types for both ISR and for combat. So all of those areas are being addressed very, very speedily in terms of faster procurements. We've signed, as I keep mentioning, a record 2.9 lakh crores of 2.9 lakh crore worth of contracts last year. This year, we've already hit about 2 lakh crores of contract. The intent is to give visibility to industry in terms of what they need to do all the way down the value chain. And we're going to keep up the pace until every area of where we have a capability issue is speedily addressed.
So the DAC has gone ahead and approved purchases of the Rafales, as you know. There are also conversations happening with the Russians for the purchase of the advanced Sukhoi. There's also, of course, US interest. Which direction are we headed? Are we going to keep all three engaged? Are they all three players that we're looking at to acquire aircraft and other weapon systems, specifically aircraft? Let's talk about those first.
So on aircraft, you are aware that we've indicated our willingness to go ahead in principle with the MRFA, the Rafales that you mentioned, subject to two conditions: that they have to be largely made in India, and that they would have a minimum level of indigenous content, which we are going to negotiate with them, and we will have a threshold that we have in mind. And also the ability to integrate our weapons on them, if not complete access to the source code, at least to the ICDs, so that our weapons can be integrated. So subject to us able to negotiate those outcomes, we will proceed with that program in a big way. It also gives us the advantage of having a second fighter jet production line in the country, since so far we've essentially had only one player in that area. And as you are aware, for our own fifth generation program, the AMCA, we are in the process of shortlisting, most probably a private player for building the prototypes. So as of now, the direction is clear. We are going to do the MRFA program with Rafale. Our fifth generation fighter is going to be the AMCA. On the other two candidates that you mentioned, we've not taken a call as yet, but as of now, that is the way we are proceeding.
So you're saying we haven't taken a call on the Russian and the American offer that's on the table?
Yeah,
that's right. That's an important bit of news coming out from Rising Bharat Summit. I know that it's not possible for you to give names of any preferred partners, but will India take a call on procuring the fifth generation fighters this year? Because the deadlines that were inviolable at one time, as far as our own AMCA is concerned, are constantly being pushed. And I know that the Air Chief has also expressed his disappointment.
I wouldn't be able to give a timeline on this because, frankly, we've not really applied our mind. There are too many other things happening around the world. It's going to be a major strategic decision. Once we take a call, the media will get to know. But as of now, we don't have a decision on that.
The Air Chief did express his disappointment at the fact that indigenous production is not meeting the timelines. What is the issue here, number one? Number two, on the issue of procuring engines or manufacturing our own engines, where are we as of now? You have said that you're hoping to involve private players. Have anyone come forth? Is there a lot of interest?
So, two, three different issues here. I think you were talking about the delays in, with regard to the chief statement is, I guess, about the light combat aircraft Tejas' program.
That's right.
Now, in that program, there is a dependency on the engine, which has caused delays in the past. But 5 engines have come now, and the expectation is that 20 more will come in this calendar year. The delay in terms of taking deliveries right now is in relation to integration of certain weapons and radar and EW systems, which is ongoing. Hopefully that will get sorted out by April this year. The intent really is that now that HAL has an order for 180 of these LCA Mark 1A aircraft, that they will be able to perfect this as a, not only it is a very, very safe, very, very dynamic aircraft, but there is an issue in terms of integration of adequate weaponry on it. Hopefully that will be perfected over the course of this order in the next 1 year or so, I would imagine, or even earlier. So that process will enable then this large sort of increase in our fighter aircraft inventory. In addition, when I mentioned the private sector part, I was really talking about the AMCA. For the jet engine program that you mentioned, which is an important import dependency for us, has been for a long time. The government is intending to have one of our labs, the GTRE, a DRDO lab, tie up with an international engine house, subject to the condition that they tie IPR West within the country. Now that process of taking an approval for that program, which will be a significant and a fairly financially large program, is currently underway.
So I'll come back to the Tejas question in just a few moments, but I just want to go back to where we were with Russia, purchase of Sukhoi 57s and so on and so forth. Have sanctions and now, of course, the talks with regards to the framework of a trade deal with the United States in any way impeded on India's interest in acquiring Russian weapon systems, A, B, the Sukhoi 57?
I can assure you that that is not the case. There has been no sort of overflow from the trade negotiations on our defense engagement. In fact, we signed a 10-year defense cooperation framework in December, much before the trade deal got finalized. So that's not the case. We continue to take from the Russians equipment that we need, and we will do so with the Americans and the French or anybody else where we identify weapons or platforms that we really need. But more than any of this, we really want to double down on indigenization and try to make sure that either we do it ourselves, or at least where the TRL level is a bit low in India, at least we get TOT and do it through the Make in India route.
But is the Sukhoi 57 on the table? Because a number of people don't think it's the best.
Yeah, so again, which is why I mentioned that we have not taken a call on this yet. And the issue that you mentioned, the comparisons, all of that, I would not be able to really answer. But yes, all of those issues have prevented us from taking a final call on this.
Coming back to Tejas, what is the initial feedback on the recent Tejas crash?
Well, this was an incident at the ground level. It is a relatively minor accident. It did not involve an ejection. The pilot was safe. There is some damage to the aircraft, but because it involved some level of malfunctioning, that is why there is the entire aircraft fleet is still operational. But meanwhile, the precautionary checks are being done with respect to this particular element. So I would say that it's not that serious an accident, but nonetheless, as a precaution, we are ensuring that the safety checks are done, which is why everybody's been saying that they didn't take part in Vayu Shakti, well, that was the reason. But the aircraft are still operational.
But nothing that happened in the Dubai Air Show has led to the decision not to showcase the Tejas.
No, nothing to do with that. This was linked to as I mentioned, a ground level incident which happened only much after the Dubai incident. As far as the overall safety record of LCA is concerned, you would see that from 2019 onwards, it has had several thousand hours of flying, and its safety record is one of the most robust in the world.
So are you saying that the Dubai incident was an aberration?
That's what I'm saying, yes. Correct.
And there was no underlying technical issue which would raise red flags?
Yes, I mean, that is the indication that we have from the Air Force and from HAL.
How do you expect defense production and exports to go up? You said Atmanirbharta is obviously the most important spoke in the wheel now going forward. How do we get to the point where we become Atmanirbhar, and what is the timeline that we have in mind? And let's look across all sectors.
Well, I mean, the way you make it happen is by taking certain policy decisions and then sticking to those. One of those is that we don't do any imports until we do them only as an exception, and that too, every such decision goes to the entire Defense Acquisition Council, which means the Raksha Mantri personally has to clear those any imports. The second is that we ensure that we have a normative target in front of us, that every year we'll ensure that at least 75% of our money, the modernization budget, is spent within the country. And we've achieved that over the last 2 years. Last year it was as high as 88%. So this combination of factors, the fact that global buys would be an exception, that your Indian rupee contracts will dominate to the extent of 75%, and the fact that even when you do any import of platforms, you ensure that the bulk of those two are made in India, as you would have observed in respect of the prospective Rafale deal as well. So these sort of this policy framework in a way ensures that that Atmanirbharta is built into the procurement process itself.
Now, there are some people who say that one way of sort of making our own industry, specifically the PSUs, more competitive is to perhaps open them up, divest. Yeah. So, are we seeing any roadmap towards the privatization of certain defense PSUs? Is that on the cards at all?
Well, I mean, before that, let me say that for a long time we've been hearing that this phrase, the level playing field, and the private sector doesn't get a level playing field. I think over the course of the last couple of years, those complaints have largely disappeared, because we've ensured that whether it is the AMCA project, where we actually opened it up beyond HAL, whether it is in terms of ammunition, where we revised the defense procurement manual to ensure that there is no NOC business from a public sector before you go to a private sector. We've removed product reservations. So all of these areas, the monopoly position of the public sector has already been dismantled. So in that sense, we've taken real steps, and I don't think the private sector will have any complaints to say. We've removed the issue of nomination of any orders being guided towards a particular PSU. All that is over. We are doing everything, almost everything through tendering, through competitive bidding, where the private sector, gets to play a role. The only area that is different is that the private sector industry in defense needs a license, whereas the PSU, obviously, because it is fully owned by government, doesn't need a license. Everything else is probably the same for both categories. As regards disinvestment or divestment, I don't have a brief on that, so I wouldn't be able to tell you right now as to what is the plan.
But are you open to the idea?
Personally, I am open to the idea. I think in many of our PSUs, which are in any case public companies with significant quantities which are already on the available in the public in the markets, the possibility of many of them are riding high in terms of their stock prices as well. But in terms of whether you dilute some of it, that is a decision that perhaps is not entirely mine to take. My personal view is that some level of dilution could be done. But more importantly, as I mentioned, we've tried to ensure that the public sector monopoly is dismantled, not only to improve efficiency, but my view, and I believe it passionately, is that the competition from the private sector will improve the performance of the public sector as well.
How many applications does the Defense Ministry have for 100% FDI in new and existing defense projects, sir?
I don't have a current figure. The only 100% FDI that we have so far is one particular company, a Swedish company. I don't know if there are others as well. The reason why the FDI in defense is not that high in numbers is because in our procurement process, we don't treat a majority foreign-owned firm as an Indian vendor. Until we change that, the large FDI may not come. Now, but at this stage in our development process, as we develop a modern defense industrial complex, incidentally, during the process of review of our defense acquisition procedure, this was discussed, whether we should allow even a 100% foreign OEM subsidiary in India to be also treated as an Indian vendor. But most Indian companies who are growing their business in this space, including the large ones, the big conglomerates, everybody felt that it's a little too early. This definition of an Indian vendor gives them leverage in terms of getting technology and tie-ups from foreign OEMs, which is why a considered decision right now is that we won't do it right away, which is why I don't expect big numbers in FDI to come. However, I want to say that there could be cases where there is a particular niche technology which is not available anywhere else. And in such a case, a strategic partnership, even with a foreign OEM, with a subsidiary or even a 100% subsidiary, could be considered. But as a policy, we've not decided to treat a foreign company as an Indian vendor as of now.
Now, sir, let me ask you this, because we're seeing Operation Sindur as perhaps one of those watershed moments. For the first time, you saw two nuclear powers go up against each other, and it has obviously sparked an entire new conversation about the way the wars of the future might be fought. Capital allocations have been made in the budget. How much of those have been made keeping in mind scenarios that emerge from Operation Sindur? And I would like first for you to paint some of these scenarios.
Well, obviously, during Operation Sindur, you saw the use of mostly standoff weaponry, of precision munitions, of not too much of conventional warfare, a lot of use of different types of unmanned systems. In the Middle East today, also you're seeing something similar. The importance of air defense obviously has gone up, which is why the Honorable Prime Minister announced our version of a protective dome for the country, the Sudarshan Chakra mission, where we already have good capabilities, but we can improve it further in terms of bringing new cutting-edge elements to it. So all of those are lessons, and as I mentioned that as a part of that, drawing from those lessons, we've drawn up both an emergency procurement pipeline as well as a fast-track pipeline to meet some of these gaps in these critical areas. And while doing so, the emerging trends in warfare will, of course, be kept in mind.
So you want to match some of these or basically fill some of these gaps in developing the Sudarshan Chakra, because what we did see was a lot of beyond the line of sight munitions being used. Is Israel going to fill that gap? We know that they have Iron Dome capabilities. It's being tested even as we speak right now. Was that part of the conversation between the two prime ministers just a few days ago, sir?
Let me just say, I'm not privy to that conversation, of course, but I do want to say that we have a very detailed memorandum of understanding on defense cooperation with the Israeli side, which I signed in November when I was there. And we are building on that with a lot of industrial collaborations with their key Israeli companies, two of which are public sector companies, IAL and Rafael, and one is a private company, Elbit. All three are active in India. They've tied up with multiple Indian companies, including both public and private sector companies. Now, the intent is that in the coming years, you will see a lot of co-production and joint ventures happening in India, where Israeli and Indian companies will collaborate. They need India's scale and our labor, because obviously it's a small country. They will never be able to get the kind of scale and production in production that India can offer. They in turn can offer us cutting edge technologies, particularly in some of the niche areas that you mentioned. So we are working on all of that, but a lot of this stuff by definition has to be kept confidential. So all I would say is that yes, we have a very active, very robust defense cooperation engagement with Israel, and I'm sure the Prime Minister's recent visit will strengthen this relationship in this domain as well.
So on a follow-up there, after Operation Sindur, there was this apprehension that we might have depleted some of our munitions. Have we now replenished to levels prior to Operation Sindur? Are we back to where we should be?
Well, the emergency procurement was in fact designed to replenish some of those inventories. I would say we've signed contracts to replenish most and even strengthen those inventories. That process is on with various countries, including both the US and the Russians, just to sort of re-emphasize the point about strategic autonomy. So yes, that process is on, and in certain cases the inventory would be not only replenished but would be further strengthened.
So there will be an augmentation. Beyond the line of sight munitions, obviously a game changer, and we're seeing them again being used in the Gulf over the last few hours. Just to take that conversation with you forward, there has always been a debate about whether we should be investing, for example, in hardware like your main carriers, battleship carriers. Has Operation Sindur brought any clarity to that debate? Which side of the fence are we now on?
So I'll talk about the aircraft carrier a little later, but as you know, India does already have 2 aircraft carriers. Equally importantly, this government has had the courage and the clarity to ensure that our island territories are also suitably utilized to meet our strategic needs, whether it is in terms of building up strategic assets or commercial development of our islands. And the importance of standoff weapons was borne out during Operation Sindur. And let me stress that a lot of because of the foresight of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in particular, India has a fairly large, well-developed, diversified missile development program. This is one area where DRDO has done quite well. And these are, some of these standoff weapons, long-range missiles, strategic types of systems, nobody is going to give it to you, frankly. So you have to do it yourself, and we have done it ourselves. There would still be some niche areas which we would rely on friendly foreign countries for technology transfers or co-production. But for the most part, for many of these systems, I think this is a success story of indigenization in any case.
But let's just go back to the battleship question. Has that been resolved now after Operation Sindur? I think we need some clarity on that.
We've not taken a view on the 3rd aircraft carrier. So I would say that the debate is still on.
The development, as you said, of some of our island territories, that's been a priority, and it's of course now come out in the news also that we are going ahead with the Great Nicobar project. How did that change dynamics from a defense strategy point of view? I know some of these will be dual use, so it won't just be purely commercial.
Yeah, so without talking too much
Let me just be very direct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is this aimed at some of the region's powers? Let me be very direct.
Yeah, so the Andamans are very strategically located, right, very close to the Malaccas and Malacca Straits, some other choke points in the Indian Ocean. So our ability to project power from there is important for us. also, there is an important, they are important economic assets as well if we can develop it, if we can develop a large ICTT, a large container terminal there, if we can develop it as a tourist hub, build a township there, all of that are on the anvil. And the point is that because it is so close to some of the densest, one of the densest trade routes in the world, it enables you to create a condition where we can rival a Hong Kong or a Singapore in terms of developing that territory.
Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defense Secretary of India, thank you very much for taking these questions from us, and thank you for going into such details, and thank you for making the time. It's an honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh and Rahul. Now, distinguished guests, India's security doctrine is asserting its strength. Let's shift to a different axis. India and its former colonial ruler, the UK. With the India-UK FTA on the table, how's the relationship evolving beyond its history? From cricket pitches to strategic partnerships, how are London and New Delhi navigating a multipolar world? Let's look beyond the Raj in India-UK relations. Please welcome General Sir Nick Carter, GCB CBDSO ADC General, former Chief of the Defence Staff, UK, in conversation with both the Satwa Ganguly and Nalin Mehta for a session on Old Friends, New Foundations.
Thank you very much. General Carter, a warm welcome to you for the Rising Bharat Summit. Thanks for coming down all the way to Delhi for this. It's a good day to have a British general on the panel. We are entering a new age, as it were, in the Middle East. With Trump is, as you know, General, as you're talking just off stage, has announced that regime change in Iran is the objective. We've had attacks, retaliatory attacks by Iran at a series of targets of American bases in the region, in Qatar, in UAE, on the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. They've mostly been shot down, but we are seeing an escalation. So, sir, is regime change possible? As a military professional who served in the region, you oversaw the withdrawal of British forces in Afghanistan. You served in various bases across there, including in Cyprus. So how are you looking at this from a military point of view?
Well, I mean, I think regime change is always a phenomenally difficult objective to achieve. And I think in this particular set of circumstances, I'm no expert on Iran, but when you look at the way the regime is constructed, it's much more about a web of power rather than a sort of hierarchy like we see in this country or my own country. So I think that it may be all well and good taking out the leadership, but of course there's then the IRGC, and there are a whole manner of other systems in place to make sure that the regime can survive and the revolution can endure. So I think unless there is a genuinely popular uprising where people overcome the potential fear that the regime uses to remain in power as well, I think it will be phenomenally difficult to see it happen. Now, some of the military objectives I think may well be achievable. The idea of writing down Iran's ballistic missile program, I'm sure, is achievable up to a point. It's interesting that despite the obliteration last June of the nuclear program, we're going back for more, so there must be something to be done there. And then, of course, there's the question of Iran's proxies, and we've not yet seen attacks by the proxies on US bases in the region, but my guess is that US bases in Iraq will be on a very high alert at the moment, and I suspect something will happen in northern Syria as well. I mean, I think the question, of course, is, does this lead to a much wider regional conflagration? And that, of course, is what this country and my country are looking in on at the moment with some concern.
So just to ask a follow-up question, would it be fair to say that the odds are, from a military point of view, military capability point of view, that the odds are stacked against Iran and that it is, in that sense, it's asymmetric?
Yes, certainly. But Iran also has, with her asymmetric capabilities, the ability to fight back. And I think if Iran can broaden the conflict, that's not going to be popular in the Gulf states, I would guess. It's not going to be popular in the international community. And of course, as we well know, 25% of the world's oil passages through the Straits of Hormuz. And as Iran demonstrated last week, they still have the capabilities to be able to certainly interdict the passage of oil and perhaps close the Straits of Hormuz. So they've got other levers, and they've also got the ability to use terrorist tactics further afield. So, beware of what you bring on, I think, always on these occasions.
So let me ask you one more thing. So you mentioned the Straits of Hormuz. Now, for this country in particular, 50% of our oil supplies come through the Straits of Hormuz. A significant part of global oil supplies go through the Straits of Hormuz. Most of Iranian oil supplies, of course, go to China, which is about 3% of the energy supplies. Now, from what militarily, because we saw last year also in June when the strikes happened, what's different from then to now, and what's the capability the Iranians have in your view? I mean, you mentioned the exercise they did last week to demonstrate the capability to sort of interdict the Gulf of Hormuz or the Straits of Hormuz, but how real is that capability from your point of view?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting to sort of reflect on the fact that up until last week, the oil price is as low as many of us can remember. And indeed, of course, one of the reasons that it was so loyal is because there was so much supply. But also, I think, because a lot of people have been stockpiling oil, not least the Chinese. So I think that we're probably in a slightly different set of circumstances in the short term to what perhaps the pessimists might believe. Now, if the Straits of Hormuz end up being interdicted and therefore effectively closed for a long period of time, that will have a major impact upon India's position and the global economy more broadly. But my guess is it's not going to be a long-term problem. It'll be a short-term problem. I think we will see the price of oil go up markedly tomorrow when markets open.
It's been somewhere around $70 to $72 a barrel last few weeks. A lot of people are saying it could go up to as much as $80 a barrel pretty soon. Is that something that, what's your view?
That would be, I mean, I'm not suggesting anybody gets into insider trading just yet, but my guess is it's going to go above $70 when the markets open tomorrow morning, for sure.
So if I may ask you, if you go back to some of the wars of the Cold War, so let's say the Arab-Israeli wars, the US, America would back Israel, and let's say Egypt would be backed by the Soviet Union, including considerable supplies of weaponry. Now, do you see, in this current conflict, do you see China or Russia helping Iran in any significant way? And B, I just also wanted to bring in this Venezuela operation where, Maduro was taken out, and so far, from what it appears that Iranian air defense has not been particularly effective in countering the airstrikes. So what does that speak about the capabilities of a Russian supplied or a air defense system?
Yes, I mean, I think what was very obvious in June last year was that Russia wasn't able and didn't seem inclined to help Iran militarily. And I think what was also obvious was that it appeared relatively straightforward for the Israeli Air Force to take down the Russian-supplied air defense system. Now, I don't think it was the most modern of Russia's capabilities. I think there are more modern capabilities available, not least what's called the S-400. But I think it does beg questions about the resilience of Russian and, to a degree, Chinese air defense systems if a combination of cyber and kinetic attacks can degrade them to the extent to which they've been degraded. And my guess, we haven't heard of it yet, is that there's a degree of confidence in these latest American and Israeli attacks over Iranian airspace that the air defense system has been so degraded that they can attack with impunity. So I think it does beg questions about the challenge in the air defense world. And it does beg challenge about what modern missiles in particular can do to be able to get past and around air defense systems.
So, General, you made a fascinating point outside when we were talking, and with your permission, if I may push you on that. You made the point that since the Second World War, the West, broadly speaking, has only really won two wars. The Falklands War, which the British Army, of course, won, and the Saddam Hussein war.
More the British Navy, actually.
Of course. And the war against Saddam Hussein. And you made the point about military objectives and clarity and so on that. So let me ask you on this, because we are now entering a new configuration with Iran on a scale which seemed much higher than what happened a few months back. It's been well, the objective of Hawks in America since 1979 for regime change in Iran. We now have a declared aim of regime change. Can the Americans win this war?
Well, I mean, the word win, of course, is a provocative word because it implies defeat and victory and so on and so forth, and it implies the achievement of the objective. And I think, we listened to Donald Trump's 8-minute speech this morning, and it's quite clear in that speech that regime change enabled by the Iranian population is what, of course, he's striving to achieve. Well, in my own personal opinion, that's not going to happen overnight. I think it's an extremely difficult objective to realize. And to the point I made to you outside the room, if you do look back over history, it's very important always that the political objectives lead to achievable military objectives. And whether you're studying the campaigns in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, the list is endless, you will pretty quickly determine that the political objectives didn't match the military objectives. And the upshot of all of that was that there was no victory. So it's really important, I think, that in that dialogue between policymakers and senior military figures, that the correct objectives are identified at the beginning of a campaign.
So what do you think the Americans are trying here, sir?
Sorry?
So what do you think the Americans are trying here at the moment? What's the best case scenario?
What are the Americans trying to do?
Well, I think we haven't got much to go on. We've heard what Donald Trump said this morning. But I think most people looking in on this will be questioning the extent to which regime change, if that's the objective, is feasible. And I suspect that the reason some people have been resigned early from positions close to the military advisors may well be an indication that there are other people who are concerned as to whether or not this will happen. But, we saw the pressure that he placed on Venezuela. We saw the removal of President Maduro. And I suspect he believed that that was a victory and that that's going in the direction he wants it to go in. So it may well be that he fundamentally believes this is achievable and deliverable. And I guess that we all have to give people the benefit of the doubt for a while.
So do you think, in fact, I just want to take you up on that point. Do you think that they could follow the Venezuelan model where obviously Maduro's successor does appear to be cooperating with the US in a very significant manner? In fact, it's been said that they're even negotiating with the Cuban leadership. So do you think a part of the Iranian leadership could possibly cooperate or come in line with an American vision of the world after a 7-day or a 10-day campaign? Do you think that's the game here?
Personally, no. I think they are two completely different scenarios. And of course, there were insiders, I think, around Maduro who eventually sold him down the river, which is why the operation was so successful. I think that's most unlikely to be the case in the Iranian set of circumstances.
General, you talked earlier about Iranian proxies, and for a long time militarily, that's been a big strategic bet the Iranians have made to have proxies everywhere from Hamas to right across to Syria and to Yemen. Those have been degraded over the last year significantly, but they remain strong in pockets. So what's your sense about the Iranian counter-response, if you like? What form or shape would that take beyond the immediate salvos we've seen today?
Well, one of the problems you have if you declare regime change as your objective is that makes the war an existential problem for the regime that you've declared you want to remove. And that therefore means that I suspect for them it is a total war. And that means I suspect we will see Lebanese Hezbollah being mobilized to go on the offensive with Israel. I suspect we may well see Hamas being encouraged perhaps to go on the offensive in Gaza again. And I'm sure we'll see the Houthis being encouraged to close the Bab al-Mandab and the bottom end of the Red Sea. Because these are existential issues as far as the Iranian government is now concerned. Which is why I think managing this in a way that it remains very focused and very constrained could be challenging. If you hadn't declared regime change, then perhaps Iran would have responded differently. We saw back in June where that was not a declaration of intent, that Iran simply gestured with one attack on an American base in Qatar. This time it's going to be different, would be my guess.
Do you see boots on the ground, American boots on the ground?
I would be amazed if an American president, who's made it very clear twice, at least in election campaigns, that he'd want to be involved in forever wars, wanting to put American boots on the ground. Doesn't mean that might not be the odd special forces operation, perhaps, but I would be amazed if there was anything more than that. I think it would be very difficult for him politically to do that.
I want to ask you about the Trump doctrine, as it were. This is a president who came to power specifically among the key issues that he talked about was a retreat from universalism, a return to American isolationism, talking about a much more 19th century view of the world. Specifically, he railed against American military interventions over the last 2 or 3 presidencies. But in the last few months, we've seen military action by the Americans in Yemen, in Nigeria, in Syria, in Venezuela, which Bodhi talked about. There's been conversations around the Pacific and the Caribbean, conversations around Colombia, Mexico, and of course around Denmark and Greenland. Now you're seeing a serious escalation in Iran. It's really impossible to have regime change without boots on the ground, as you said. So what does this say about this change in Trump's doctrine, if there is a Trump doctrine, or do you think he's turning it on its head?
No, I mean, I think there is a theme to his foreign and security policy. And of course, we saw that published in December when the US National Security Strategy was published, and we saw that reinforced by the US National Defense Strategy that was published at the beginning of January. And essentially, that is a doctrine that is focused on the Western Hemisphere, and therefore it's on the Americas. And that's why Greenland is significant, because he would see that in geographic terms as being part of the Western Hemisphere. And it's why the Caribbean matters. It's why he's done a deal with Argentina. So I wouldn't describe him as isolationist. I would describe him as the Western Hemisphere first and foremost. Then I think it's interesting to speculate on what happens next, because the doctrine would suggest that actually the challenge of China is something that needs to be counteracted. And that, of course, means that you are drawn from the Western Hemisphere into being more globally oriented. But the priority is still the Western Hemisphere and keeping China out of the Western Hemisphere to all intents and purposes. Anyway, he's described this as what he calls the Dunroe Doctrine, which is his take on the original Monroe Doctrine of the 19th century. And of course, that's led to a rupture in his relationship with Europe. And I think one of the most important conclusions that this audience could draw from the way the world has changed is there is this division between Europe and the United States in terms of how we see security and indeed resilience looking forwards. And that's why, of course, I think he was exactly right to call Europe out and say, you've got to defend yourselves now. You know, it's no good for the US to continue to bankroll you any longer. You've got to step up to the plate, which I'm sure was absolutely right. But it has led, I think, to many European leaders believing there is now no longer going to be that strength of relationship across the Atlantic in the way that perhaps we've all had as a luxury over the last 80 years.
I just want to take off, coming on one aspect that you raised on I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but one aspect that you said on China. Do you think that at some stage, Xi Jinping sometime, I mean, various dates have been tossed about like 2027 or end of the decade, but do you think that Xi Jinping will risk an invasion of Taiwan? And if he does, would America defend Taiwan?
Well, I think if you're Taiwanese, you're probably nervous at the prospect of a Donald Trump-Xi Jinping summit coming up. Because, of course, the other thing about the Donald Trump foreign policy is it's very much developed from his lived experience. And, of course, his lived experience is very much about being a property wheeler and dealer. And his view on international relations is, I win, you lose, whereas the diplomats in the audience would know that actually international relations tends to be about I win, you win. So there are some questions, I would have thought, in some minds as to whether or not we're going to see at this summit there being some maybe sotto voce, not spoken loudly, deal between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump over the future, not just of Taiwan, but also of Chinese dominance in the South China Sea. Now, I think it would be very unlikely in the near future for China to mount a military intervention in Taiwan for a number of reasons. First of all, because at the moment it is genuinely ambiguous as to how the US would respond. Yeah. And I don't think the Chinese Communist Party would want to risk what that ambiguity might mean. Secondly, I personally don't think that the PLA is ready to mount what is a phenomenally difficult operation. I mean, a very, very difficult operation, which we can go into if you want to. But also, I think, because there's a great degree of instability in the PLA's chain of command at the moment. And the removal of the deputy chairman of the CMC recently, Zhang Yuxia, a man I knew because he was my opposite number, he was a very wise man and a man who genuinely would have spoken truth to power. And suspending people like that and the commander of Eastern Command last week, that will have an impact upon the PLA.
Let me ask you on this. Since you're talking about the PLA, this year, of course, or last year, we've seen Operation Sindur here in this part of the world, the conflict between India and Pakistan. The PLA was directly involved with satellite imagery and so on with the Pakistanis. There was Chinese equipment that was used in that war. From where you sit as a former head of the British Armed Forces, someone who served in the region in Afghanistan, and now, of course, there is conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan in the last couple of days. What did you make of Operation Sindur and that military operation and the strategic calculus now between India, China and Pakistan?
I think that it's probably been very useful for China to test some of their military technology with the Pakistanis. And I think, the narratives vary. There's been a lot of talk that some of it was quite effective. And I don't know enough of the detail to be sure whether that is the case or not. But I do think it's worth reflecting for a while, given India's strategic position in relation to China, on the extent to which the PLA is an effective and competent military. And if you look back to some of the activity that's going on in the South China Sea, and in particular in what the Filipinos would call the West Philippine Sea, you'll recall that last August there was a collision between a Chinese warship and a Chinese Coast Guard vessel in pursuit of a Philippines Coast Guard vessel. And what was fascinating about that collision is in the 4 hours leading up to it, there was absolutely no radio traffic between the warship and the Coast Guard vessel. So no clear coordination or command and control. And what I think that tells you is that the PLA is a very stovepiped organization. And I suspect not very capable at integrating land with air, with maritime, with cyber, with space, and all of the other ingredients that modern militaries need to be able to do if they want to conduct joint or multi-domain operations. And I'm sure there are lots of reasons why that's the case. And until the PLA is able to operate in an integrated way, they will not be as effective.
So that's the point. That a number of observers, because we've seen now there are Pakistani officers now deployed in China, working closely with the PLA. But there is an argument that you know the NATO operations very well, how integrated in the past European militaries and the Americans have been. There is a view that the Chinese are still some distance away from it, although a lot of help is being given. In terms of jointness, joint integration, because India faces a two-front threat really, and that's a real threat now for the last year or so. What's your view on that?
The last time they fought a war was in 1979.
Yeah, and I think, Zhang Yuxia, who I talked about a moment ago, he was very proud when he first met me to tell me that he was the only officer in the PLA with combat experience, which he'd earned in their defeat in Vietnam in 1979. And there's no doubt about it. Armies, navies, air forces, they need combat experience. Because until you've actually had that combat experience, it's very difficult to understand how the military instrument should be used, and indeed its limitations. And that is another reason why I think, the demise of Zhang Yuxia is sad, because, he's somebody who understood how risky combat is and the effect and the nature of war, which we know never really changes. So I think that the PLA will be hungry to get experience. The question, of course, is how they obtain that experience.
So why is Xi sacking so many of his generals? What is the motivation behind these actions?
Well, of course, the narrative is that they're all corrupt and they need to be hounded from power as a result of being corrupt. I think it's probably more complicated than that, and I'm going to speculate, and I would like Mr. Chatham to be sitting over the top of what I'm saying, but I know he's not. I suspect that probably President Xi Jinping, for whatever reason it was, felt slightly threatened by some of these powerful figures.
Can I ask you something about Pakistan and what's happening in relation to what's happening in the Gulf right now? There are reports that some American aircraft took off from bases in Pakistan. for these airstrikes. Of course, there's been a complete shift in the US-Pakistani relationship since Operation Sindur with Field Marshal Munir, pledging all full allegiance to Donald Trump. Pakistan was persona non grata, is now back on the diplomatic table. It's supporting Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize, so on and so forth. But Pakistan has also been made part of the deal of Trump's peace board, as it's called. So where do you see Pakistan's strategic positioning right now? Because they're trying to sort of run with the hounds and hunt run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. So where do you see the Pakistani strategic problem for positioning of the military right now?
Well, I think we were all surprised by the closeness of the relationship that appeared to develop between the army chief and President Trump over the last year or so. And I think, to your point about Pakistan's closeness to China, it does look quite contradictory in terms of a relationship. And again, I think one has to examine the motivations behind it. And I don't know the detail, but my guess some of the financial aspects to it are probably helpful from one side or the other, which may well be underpinning what we're seeing going on here. There are probably interests there. I don't know whether Pakistani bases has been used for operations. It may be that was necessary, given that I don't think Diego Garcia was made available by my own government for this operation in Iran. But I don't know the background. I suspect it may well be possible. But yes, I think it's an interesting, slightly contradictory position, perhaps, that they find themselves in. And of course, they are now fixed by their so-called declaration of war against Afghanistan. And we well know from many, many years, indeed, hundreds of years of experience with war in Afghanistan, that doesn't always end very well.
What's your view on the Diogo Garcia issue? What's your view of the dispute between the US and the UK on Diogo Garcia?
It's not a dispute between. In essence, the UK government, and to be fair to this government, it was the previous government's decision as well.
Negotiated them.
Was that the Chagos Islands, which Diego Garcia are a part of, technically and in terms of international law, the Mauritian claim on those islands was stronger than the claim that the British government had. And on that basis, if you are going to respect international law, it was very likely that there would be a claim filed in the International Court of Justice. And under the terms of UN law, that would have led probably to the Mauritians winning the claim. So the UK government's view was that in obeying international law, it would make sense to negotiate a deal with the Mauritian government on the basis of leasing it back over 99 years. Now, going back to the words that I think the Defence Minister used in my very seat here about 45 minutes ago, the answer is, in a world where might is right, you can see why perhaps President Trump took the view that possession is 9/10 of the law rather than leasing it back. So that, I think, is where the issue lies at the moment.
So let me ask you something. Since you mentioned about Trump's doctrine of might is right, now there is a recalculation happening in Europe for the last year and a half. Because what Trump is doing is he's bringing down or putting the shutters down on the post-World War II order as it was designed, especially the military security architecture, the economic architecture, and all of that. Now a lot of European countries are now rearming. There's a whole thing of imagining a future without the Americans. The British, of course, have had a special relationship with the Americans. Where does that place Britain? And in a America-less security umbrella of Europe, because you've gone on record talking in the past about our armed forces have been hollowed out and the enemy knows it. How do you see India's role in beefing that up? And with the EU-UK agreement or the India-UK agreement, there's a lot of shift around the strategic partnership, around defense cooperation, and so on and so forth. So as you enter this period of flux from a security point of view from Britain, where do you see India within that and your future of the defense of Britain post the Americans?
Gosh, how long have we got? You raise a lot of issues there, and I'll see if I can tick as many off as possible. I think first and foremost, we should be in no doubt that Donald Trump, as I said earlier, was right to call out the other members of NATO, because don't forget it's not just European members of NATO, it includes Canada, for not spending enough on defence. I'm sure that was absolutely right. Second point I'd make is I don't think this means the end of NATO. I mean, it's interesting to recognise that the only time that Article 5 of the NATO treaty has ever been tabled was after 9/11, when all the members of NATO went to the help of the United States, and we all got involved in the so-called war against terror thereafter, and lost a lot of lives and spent a lot of treasure doing it. Now, I don't think NATO is dead by any stretch of the imagination. I just think it is being rebalanced in terms of the burden of effort and the burden of sharing within it. Now, what I do think, though, is relevant to all of this are some of the remarks that Prime Minister Mark Carney made at Davos in late January, when he talked about the so-called rules-based system no longer being a thing. And I think, to be realistic, it's probably been in decline ever since 9/11, for all sorts of reasons we don't need to go into now. And I think that the best we can hope for, which in a sense is what he was suggesting, I think, is some form of multilateral liberal order, which I think is something that your country and my country...
And he talked about a concord between the middle powers, which is...
Coming on to middle powers, because of course his definition of middle powers would be those who would subscribe to a multilateral liberal order. One where you don't have to be in one sphere of influence or the other, but if you collaborate and cooperate based upon liberal values, and that means the rights of the individual and the other things that we espouse, then you can actually carve out some form of global commons in which we can all do business together, and do it on the basis of it not being transactional, but about it being based upon genuine alliances that are based upon predictability and trust and those sorts of values.
So we are, I think, beginning to run out of time, and there are more conflicts to cover. So the Ukraine war, we've just crossed the 4th anniversary of the Ukraine war. What is the end game there? There have been on-off negotiations between the, between the US and Russia to end the Ukraine conflict. Where do you see this? Where do you see the end game there?
I think it's very difficult to see an obvious end game. I mean, what of course has been striking is that the Trump negotiating position has been very much based upon his lived experience, and I think the same experience of Mr. Witkoff, which is from the property world. This is about a land transaction. Whereas, of course, they're up against somebody in the form of Mr. Putin who sees this as an ideological problem. And those two positions are irreconcilable, to my mind. And that, of course, leads the Ukrainians in a very awkward position being between a rock and a hard place, to all intents and purposes. So to my mind, this war is going to continue. And I don't see a decision quickly, because we've ended up in what a lot of military strategists might call a stalemate, where it has become a war of attrition, and it'll be whichever side collapses slowest but most quickly at the end of it. And I don't see that happening during the course of this calendar year for sure.
General Carter, we've seen two very important speeches by American leaders in the context of Europe in the last couple of months. One is J.D. Vance speaking in Europe on how the Europeans need to rearm for their own defense. And the second one, which was a much more, less direct, more polite argument, but saying the same thing, which was by Secretary of State Rubio, basically talking about Western values, Western civilization, and Europe and America should be coming back together. Now that sort of reminded me a little bit about Samuel Huntington's idea of clash of civilizations, because that's what, it's very specific at the center of the argument that Secretary of State Rubio was making. Where do you think Britain should be in this debate, and where does that leave your special relationship?
Although this is more about a clash within a civilization, in the Vance-Rubio form.
I mean, I've always been an advocate of alliances, and I feel very strongly that alliances are essentially the bedrock of stability and security in our world. So that would always be my starting point. I was not an advocate of Brexit, for example. I believed that Britain's future was almost certainly better found inside the European Union, even though the European Union has many problems that need to be resolved. So I think where I would stand on this is that the UK is going to be better if she operates with allies, and I profoundly believe that the relationship, for example, we have with India or other middle powers is going to be the core of a better future for all of us.
So let me ask you a final question. As a global strategist, what would your, and with the, given the state of flux that we are in the international system, what would your advice to India be? How should India play this at the moment?
I mean, I think it's entirely right that India has enough political clout and leverage and economic value to be able to be and plough its own furrow, rightly so. And that, of course, is what your Foreign Secretary talks about when he talks about the India way. And I've always agreed with that perspective. I think that this year we will find that India is probably the fourth largest economy in the world. There are many things that need to be resolved, of course, but the reality is that India should have a seat at the global, the great powers table, if you like, whatever that looks like, if it's a board of peace or the UN Security Council or whatever. And I think that India should absolutely double down on its democratic values and what it espouses, and it should look for other middle powers that espouse the same values and, in a sense, do what you're doing with France or with Britain or further east, and trade and cooperate and collaborate with those who see the world through the same principles that you've always seen the world through.
Or to ask the same question a slightly different way, I mean, I think there's a statement attributed famously to Deng that, in the context of China, obviously, that China should hide its strength and bide its time, which has obviously changed under Xi. So should India follow the Deng dictum, at least for now?
Sorry,
the Deng dictum where China should basically keep a low profile and, till its time comes in international affairs. A statement attributed to Deng Xiaoping, that China should hide its strength and then, bide its time.
Yes, perhaps. I mean, I think that, in this slightly more Hobbesian world that we now occupy, the entry ticket is hard power. So India needs to double down and retain hard power. But it's also about having something to trade. And India's got a lot to trade. When you think of an extraordinarily young and potentially very skilled workforce, that's something to trade. So I think that the opportunities are there for India in a way that they are not for China. If you look at China's challenges, and she has many, her demography is going in absolutely the wrong direction. She has real problems with her domestic economy. Household consumption only represents 35% of her GDP, whereas in India it's between 65 and 70% would be my guess. That's why they have to export so much. I think there are real opportunities for India which you need to double down on.
Right, General Carter, we have totally out of time. Thank you so much for this freewheeling conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for General Nick Carter.
Thank you, General Sir Carter, Bodhisattva and Nalin. Now, distinguished guests, from the corridors of power to the vibrant streets of its people, Delhi is a microcosm of India's aspirations, challenges and triumphs. We had heard from leaders, innovators and visionaries across sectors, and now it is time to zoom in on the capital that pulses with the rhythm of India's growth story. In this session, we are privileged to have with us a leader who has been at the forefront of shaping the city's future. With her leadership, Delhi has seen transformative strides in governance, infrastructure and citizen-centric initiatives. From navigating the complexities of urban governance to driving progress on the ground, she brings a wealth of experience and insight to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Srimati Rekha Gupta, Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, for a session on building a better capital, governance and accountability in conversation with Rubika Liaquat.
राइजिंग भारत के इस मंच से आप सभी का एक बार फिर से मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूं और इस वक्त दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता स्टेज पर मौजूद हैं बीजेपी की इकलौती महिला मुख्यमंत्री। जितने भी राज्यों में इस वक्त बीजेपी की सरकार है उनकी मैं बात कर रही हूं। 27 साल बाद जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत का परचम लहराया दिल्ली में, देश की राजधानी में, तो रेखा गुप्ता वो नाम जब सुना तो कहा कि कहां से, कैसे, और आज ऐसे। रेखा गुप्ता जी यहां राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत कीजिए। रेखा जी, सवाल तो बहुत सारे हैं क्योंकि राइजिंग भारत में अगर राइजिंग कैपिटल की बात नहीं होगी तो कैसे चलेगा। लेकिन उससे पहले जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है वो तो ये है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को जब डिस्चार्ज कर दिया जाता है तो पहला सवाल जहन में यही आता है कि दिल्ली की सत्ता पर रेखा गुप्ता और उनकी पार्टी इसीलिए काबिज हुए थे कि उन्होंने कहा कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी है, लेकिन कोर्ट ने कहा कि नहीं, ऐसे कोई सबूत नहीं मिलते।
रूबिका जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, क्या इस दुनिया में किसी के कहने से कोई मानता है? जब तक साक्षात जनता के मन में उस भाव को ना आ जाए, वो भाव की भी हां, जिसको उसने चुना वो उनकी गलती थी। वो लोग जो रामलीला मैदान में तिरंगा हाथ में पकड़ के वंदे मातरम के नारे लगाते हुए और ये कहते हुए सत्ता में आए कि ना तो हमें कुर्सी चाहिए, ना गाड़ी चाहिए, ना बंगला चाहिए, ईमानदारी की कस्में खाई, बच्चों की कस्में खाई, और उसके बाद उन्होंने वो किया जो कि जिसको ना करने की कस्में उन्होंने खाई थी। उन्हें गाड़ी भी चाहिए थी, उन्हें बंगला भी चाहिए था, उन्हें सत्ता, कुर्सी, मोह माया, हर चीज चाहिए थी। फिर कोई एक घोटाला थोड़ी ना है, 20 घोटाले उनकी सरकार के समय में आए, और आज जिस केस से वो कह रहे हैं कि जी हम बरी हो गए हैं, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, दिल्ली की जनता ये सवाल केजरीवाल से और आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछना चाहती है कि यदि वो बेईमान नहीं थे, वो भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं थे, तो क्यों जांच शुरू होते ही उस शराब पॉलिसी को वापस ले लिया गया? मैं जनता की ओर से ये पूछना चाहती हूं कि क्या उन्होंने दिल्ली को शराब कल्चर में डुबोने की कोशिश नहीं की? जब एक के साथ एक फ्री की बात उन्होंने की, जब उन्होंने महिलाओं के लिए पिंक बार खोलने की बात की, जब युवाओं की एज कम करके शराब पीने की बात की, तो क्या उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ बेईमानी नहीं की? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं, 170 मोबाइल, उसमें से डाटा हटा करके, डाटा मैनिपुलेट करके आपने तोड़े वहां पे, क्या वो बेईमानी नहीं थी? वो भ्रष्टाचार का कौन सा साधन था? और एक केस नहीं है, अभी तो हजारों केस उनके ऐसे लगे हुए हैं जिसमें हॉस्पिटल्स में उन्होंने घोटाला किया, दवाई खरीदने में घोटाला किया, स्कूल क्लासेस बनाने में घोटाला किया, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में उन्होंने घोटाला किया।
लेकिन
तो अभी
कोर्ट
तो बहुत
ने
सारे
कहा ना कि सबूत पर्याप्त नहीं है।
देखिए,
एजेंसी नाकाम
ये
रही ना
लोअर
सबूत
कोर्ट
इकट्ठा करने
ये
में।
कोई अंतिम सत्य नहीं है, ये लोअर कोर्ट का अपना डिसीजन है। अभी बहुत सारे पड़ाव बाकी हैं और हमारे देश की न्याय प्रक्रिया में जनता को विश्वास है और न्याय जरूर होगा, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी
आप
होगा।
इतना कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि नहीं भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है?
देखा है हमने अपनी आंखों से। आज भी उनके वो सारे बही खाते जब रोजाना सरकार में खुलते हैं तो रोज एक नया भ्रष्टाचार उनका दिखाई देता है, रोजाना। मैं आपको ये सत्य बात कह रही हूं कि आज कितनी चीजें मैं आपको बताऊं। उन्होंने बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप देने का एक योजना लेकर के आए, उसके लिए सैंक्शन किया 15 करोड़, और आज 150 करोड़ की पेमेंट लेने के लिए कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन सरकार के दरवाजे पे खड़े हैं। कोई बता सकता है मुझे कि 15 करोड़ से 150 करोड़ कैसे हो गए? एक बुजुर्गों को कुछ सीनियर सिटीजन्स को रेम्यूनरेशन देने का एक योजना उन्होंने बनाया, 2-3 साल पेमेंट दिया, उसके बाद बंद कर दिया। तो हमने सरकार में आने के बाद कहा कि भी ये पेमेंट कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए, दिखाइए जरा क्या योजना है। तो पता चला रिकॉर्ड में कोई योजना ही नहीं है, कोई सैंक्शन ही नहीं है, कोई कैबिनेट का नोट ही नहीं है। और वो कहां से दे रहे थे, किसको दे रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे, ऐसी सैकड़ों उनकी बेईमानियां दिल्ली सरकार के खातों में रोजाना दिखाई देती है।
लेकिन आपको दिखाई दे रही है, कोर्ट को नहीं दिखाई दे रही है। कोर्ट ये कह रही है कि पर्याप्त सबूत नहीं है।
देखिए, हमारी न्याय प्रक्रिया बहुत लंबी है, यहाँ अलग अलग लेवल पे सुनवाई होती है। आज निचले कोर्ट ने जो बात कही वो अंतिम सत्य नहीं है। इस न्याय की लड़ाई लंबी जरूर दिखती है, परंतु जनता ने न्याय कर दिया है और न्यायालय भी न्याय करेगा, हमें विश्वास है।
अब बड़ा सवाल यह भी है कि कांग्रेस कह रही है कि आप दोनों मिलकर खेल रहे हैं। आपने तो पोस्ट पढ़े होंगे, तो जैसे ही वो बरी हुए तो वो ये कहने लगे कि पंजाब में चुनाव है, इसीलिए आपने केजरीवाल जी को रिहा करवा दिया, बरी करवा दिया।
देखिए, कांग्रेस ये जब बोलती है, वो पार्टी जिसको जनता ने नोटा से भी नीचे ले आए, जब वो ऐसी बातें कहती है तो बड़ी हंसी आती है कि वो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं। ये वही केजरीवाल साहब हैं जिन्होंने बच्चों की कसम खाने के बाद कि जी मैं कांग्रेस के साथ में गठबंधन नहीं करूंगा, तो ये तो गठबंधन तो उनका है आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ। अब भाइयों की लड़ाई हो गई, चोर चोर मुसेरे भाई, अब आपस में लड़ाई हो गई तो एक दूसरे पे इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं।
लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं ना कि आपने कहा नोटा पर ला दिया, नोटा पर लाने के लिए ही आप और केजरीवाल जी दोनों मिले हुए हैं। ये बड़ा सा पोस्ट किया है पवन खेड़ा जी ने।
देखिए, खुद दिशा विहीन लोग हैं, दिशा विहीन पार्टी है, वो क्या कह दे, कब कह दें, कोई आज तक समझ नहीं पाया।
अच्छा रेखा जी, साल भर पूरा हो गया है, क्या क्या काम आपने किया है और किस पर इतरा रही हैं?
देखिए, एक साल यानी 365 दिन कोई इतना बड़ा कालखंड नहीं है कि मैं कहूं कि बहुत ढेर सारी उपलब्धियां आप कह रही हैं, इतरा रही हैं। पर मैं एक चीज़ पे जरूर अपने आप में संतुष्टि महसूस करती हूं कि पूरी शिद्दत के साथ, पूरी मेहनत के साथ इन 365 दिनों में दिल्ली सरकार ने, उनकी मुख्यमंत्री ने, पूरी टीम ने दिल्ली की जनता के लिए काम किया, जनता के बीच रह के काम किया और हर समस्या को आमने सामने से लड़ाई लड़ी है और उनको बेहतर समाधान देने की कोशिश की है। यही मेरी एकमात्र उपलब्धि है।
जब आप ये बात कहती हैं तो विपक्ष के कुछ कड़े सवाल जहन में आते हैं। जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है कि हमने जितना काम किया उस पर आप लोगों ने पानी फेर दिया, यानी बीजेपी की सरकार ने कहा आपने झूठे वादे किए, उसे पूर्ण नहीं किया। जितना उन्होंने दिल्ली को दिया, अब आप धीरे धीरे दिल्ली से वापस वो ले रही हैं। प्रदूषण के मामले में आपने बहुत बड़े बड़े वादे किए थे, आज भी आप देखिए वो प्रदूषण जस का तस है। ऐसा भी है कि बड़े बड़े मेहमान दिल्ली में आते हैं, वो कहते हैं सब हल हो सकता है, लेकिन ट्रैफिक की जो समस्या है उससे दिल्ली को निजात नहीं मिल सकती है। ऐसी बहुत सी चीजें हैं। तो राइजिंग भारत में राइजिंग दिल्ली उस लेवल पर पहुंची है क्या?
रूबिका जी, मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, 11 साल वाली सरकार यदि 1 साल की सरकार से इन बातों का जवाब मांगे तो क्या ये उचित है? पर फिर भी मैं देना चाहती हूँ उस 11 साल की सरकार के लोगों को जो अपने कार्यकाल में कुछ नहीं कर पाए और आज हमसे 365 दिन पूरे होने पे ये कहते हैं कि भाई ट्रैफिक कम हो, पॉल्यूशन कम हो, खत्म हो जाना चाहिए, जवाब मांगेंगे वाटर लॉगिंग का। एक एक समस्या जो दिल्ली की लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम बना करके वो लोग गए, उनकी लापरवाही, नज़रअंदाजी ने दिल्ली की प्रॉब्लम को बढ़ाया। हमने उनके समाधान के लिए काम किया है। साइंटिफिक रोड मैप के साथ रोजाना एक कदम हम आगे बढ़े हैं। आपने जिन जिन समस्याओं की बात की, आपने कहा जी उनके किए पे पानी फेर दिया, उनके किए हुए भ्रष्टाचार पे पानी फेरा होगा जरूर। उनकी भ्रष्टाचार के लिए सिस्टम में जितनी लीकेजेस थी उस पे जरूर हमने पानी फेरा होगा। वो सारे रास्ते जिसके माध्यम से भ्रष्टाचार होता था उस पूरे सिस्टम को बंद करके बहुत ही ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम हमने डिजिटलाइज किया। पूरी सरकार को, हर विभाग को, सारी फाइलों को आज की डेट में दिल्ली सरकार में हर फाइल ई फाइल के माध्यम से जाती है। आज हर काम डिजिटलाइज हो चुका है, हॉस्पिटल से लेकर के स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तक। आज हर चीज की जवाबदेही, अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय है। तो कोई भी चीज ऐसी हो नहीं सकती कि जिसके माध्यम से जनता का पैसा किसी भी करप्शन में जाए, पहली बात। फिर आपने अलग अलग समस्याओं की बात की, आपने कहा ट्रैफिक जैम।
क्या पोल्यूशन मुक्त दिल्ली कभी होगी?
डेफिनेटली होगी, जरूर होगी। हर साल दिल्ली को बेहतर हवा, बेहतर पर्यावरण दिखाई देगा। ये हमारी सरकार का दिल्ली की जनता के साथ पूर्ण वादा है। और इस 1 साल में हमने जो जो पॉल्यूशन के निमित्त किया है, मैं वो भी जरूर बताना चाहूंगी। पॉल्यूशन को हमने केवल एक मौसम और एक सेगमेंट मान के काम नहीं किया है। पॉल्यूशन को एज ए होल एक पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से क्या क्या इसमें बेहतर होना चाहिए, उसमें हर विषय पे, हर सेगमेंट पे हमने काम किया, चाहे वो धूल हो चाहे धुआं हो। जहां तक धुएं की बात मैं करती हूं तो जो व्हीकुलर एमिशन है उस पे बेहद संजीदा तरीके से सरकार ने कदम उठाए। हमने दिल्ली में नो पीयूसी नो फ्यूल लागू किया। दिल्ली में अब तक की सबसे बड़ी इलेक्ट्रिक बसों की फ्लीट हमने ला करके दी, जो पूरे देश के हर राज्य से, बड़े बड़े राज्यों से भी ज्यादा बड़ी दिल्ली की इलेक्ट्रिक फ्लीट है। आज 4000 बसें दिल्ली में हमारे पास इलेक्ट्रिक है और हमारा मिशन है कि 100% क्लीन फ्यूल हम व्हीकल दिल्ली को दें, पूरा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का मोड हम बदल दें। यहां तक कि लोगों के प्राइवेट व्हीकल्स के लिए भी हम ईवी पॉलिसी लेकर के आ रहे हैं, जिसमें हम लोगों को मोटिवेट भी करेंगे, सब्सिडीज भी देंगे। लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट पे जाएं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा ईवी व्हीकल्स को वो लोग लें। लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी पे सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है, क्योंकि एक व्यक्ति जब तक पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को नहीं अपना पाएगा जब तक कि उसे लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी ना मिले। पूरी दिल्ली में एक और बड़ा काम जो कि इस धुएं से जुड़ा हुआ है वो है आपके फिटनेस सेंटर, टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस, जिस पे पिछली सरकार ने कतई काम नहीं किया। आज हमारी सरकार ने दिल्ली में ऑटोमेटेड टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस खोलने का काम कर रही है, ताकि दिल्ली का प्रत्येक व्हीकल आप मैन्युअली नहीं ऑटोमेटिकली उसकी फिटनेस चेक हो और हर व्हीकल एमिशन फ्री हो, फिट टू मूव हो। और उसके लिए पहली बार दिल्ली सरकार के द्वारा इस तरह के मूव हुए हैं। हमने अभी तक 2 ऑटोमेटेड टेस्टिंग स्टेशन उनका शिलान्यास कर चुके हैं, जिनका काम जून तक पूरा होने वाला है, और नए 5 की तैयारी हमारी है। और इसके अलावा पूरी दिल्ली में वृक्षारोपण से लेकर के मशीनों के द्वारा सफाई, नए लीटर पिकर लेने की व्यवस्था, इन सारे कामों को बहुत ही प्लान्ड तरीके से कि कब तक क्या काम पूरा होना चाहिए, किस तरीके से पॉल्यूशन को कम होना है। पहली बार दिल्ली में रिज एरिया जो है उसमें हमने 4200 हेक्टेयर रिज एरिया को फॉरेस्ट नोटिफाई किया, जो आज तक किसी सरकार ने नहीं किया। 35 लाख नए पेड़ हमने 4 साल के अंदर लगाने का प्लान किया, और वो भी ऐसे पेड़ जो इंडिजीनियस प्लांट हैं, जो कि सच में ऑक्सीजन गिवर हैं। एक ग्रीन कवर शहर का बढ़े, उसके लिए हमने काम किया। और
पर रेखा जी, जब ये सारी बातें आप कह रही हैं तो मैं अगर आंख बंद करूं तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं कोई खूबसूरत से हिल स्टेशन पर आ गई हूं, है ना। लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि वो ऐसी, जब दिल्ली में आप जाते हैं तो ऋषि सुनक को ये कहना पड़ता है कि यहाँ पे कुछ समस्याएं ऐसी हैं जो कभी खत्म नहीं हो सकती। फॉर एग्जाम्पल ट्रैफिक
हो सकती हैं, खत्म हो सकती हैं जब सरकार और पब्लिक एक दिशा में चलें। पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप के साथ ही चीजें बेहतर होंगी। सरकार अपना काम करेगी, जनता उसमें अपना सहयोग देगी। सरकार पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन लाएगी, जनता उसे उपयोग करेगी। सरकार ये ड्राइव चलाएगी, लोग पेड़ों को मेंटेन करेंगे। सरकार रोड जो अपनी वॉल टू वॉल कारपेटिंग करेगी, लोग उसे मेंटेन करेंगे। ये सारी चीजें हम सबको मिलजुल के करनी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली हमारी है और हम सबकी जिम्मेवारी है।
पर ये आपको लगता है कि इतनी पार्टनरशिप दिल्ली की तरफ से होगी?
क्यों नहीं होगी। आज इंदौर जैसा शहर इकट्ठा एकमुश्त होकर काम कर सकता है। जब लोग हमें विदेशों की बातें कहते हैं तो विदेश कोई एक दिन में साफ सुथरे सुंदर विकसित नहीं हो गए हैं। वहाँ लोगों ने उसमें सपोर्टिव एटीट्यूड किया, तब जाकर के कोई शहर बेहतर बनता है, विकसित बनता है, हरा भरा हो सकता है। तो जनता जब ये सोचती है कि अगर दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम स्वच्छता है, वहाँ सफाई होनी चाहिए, वहाँ पर पर्यावरण बेहतर होना चाहिए, वहाँ पे ट्रैफिक रूल ओबे होने चाहिए, तो ये हम सबका काम है कि हम मिल करके कोशिश करें कि हमारे कारण से कहीं गंदगी ना हो, हमारे कारण से कहीं पे पर्यावरण को नुकसान ना हो, हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज करें, हम बेहतर काम करें अपने शहर के लिए।
ये
करना
सुनने में
पड़ेगा।
तो रेखा जी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि काश कि ये सब करने लगे, लेकिन ऐसा होता हुआ संभव है? मैं बार बार आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ। एक घर में एक लड़के के पास या परिवार के पास जब 2-2, 3-3 गाड़ियां होती है, कार पूलिंग कहा जरूर जाता है लेकिन किया नहीं जाता। आप कहते हैं पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हम चाहते हैं सब इस्तेमाल करें, लेकिन कितना % है जो दिल्ली में इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है?
अभी कम है, परंतु दिल्ली की जनता में इस पर्यावरण को लेके जो तकलीफ है, जो पीड़ा है, मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली की जनता समाधान चाहती है। सरकार उन्हें समाधान देगी, हर सेक्टर में देगी। आपको ईवी के लिए सब्सिडी देना, नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करना, चार्जिंग स्टेशंस बनाना, आपकी रोड से डस्ट मिटिगेशन का प्लान करना, वॉल टू वॉल कारपेटिंग करना।
इसमें कितना टाइम लगेगा? 5 साल में हो जाएगा?
देखिए, इसको आप टाइम बाउंड नहीं कर सकते, इट्स ऑन गोइंग प्रोसेस। ये लगातार होने वाला काम है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आज मैंने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज कर लिया और कल पर्सनल गाड़ी से गया, तो ऐसा थोड़ी ना हो सकता है। ये लगातार चलने वाला काम है और हाथ में हाथ लेकर के सरकार और जनता चलेगी, काम होगा।
पर्यावरण से फिर आगे बढ़ूंगी बस इस सवाल के बाद कि ये जो अक्टूबर आएगा, AQI कौन सा लेकर आएगा? कोई गारंटी दे सकती है रेखा गुप्ता?
बेहतर AQI दिल्ली का होगा, बेहतर हवा होगी और हम सब लोग मिल करके इस पे काम करने वाले हैं।
एक हाल में जो इंटरव्यू हुआ था उसमें आपने ये कहा कि भैया ऐसा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो कर्ज लिया था, मेरा कुछ टाइम तो वो कर्ज चुकाने में ही चला गया है। कुछ दिन पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फ्रीबीज को लेकर, जिस तरीके की सरकार ये फ्रीबीज के फ्री में ये ले लो, फ्री में वो ले लो, ऐसे ऑफर देती है, उससे कर्ज और बढ़ता है। आपने भी बहुत सारी योजनाएं शुरू कर दी हैं। अब उनको मैं फ्रीबीज कहूं या चूंकि आपको पसंद आएगा तो योजनाएं कह दूं, लोक योजनाएं?
देखिए,
लोकहित योजना।
मैं खुद भी ये बात मानती हूँ, किसी भी शहर को आगे बढ़ने के लिए फ्री वीज सबसे घातक चीज है और शहर को आगे ले जाने के लिए उसमें सबका सहयोग जरूरी है। पर यह बात भी जरूरी है कि जहां अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़ा हुआ वो व्यक्ति जो सच में जरूरतमंद है, जो आश्रित है, उसकी मदद करना भी जरूरी है, ताकि वो मेन लाइन के साथ जुड़ करके अपना सर्वाइवल कर सके, अपने परिवार का पेट पाल सके। तो दोनों चीज़ों में बड़ा अंतर है। मैं जिस विचार को लेकर के चलती हूँ, मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि ठीक है, जहाँ आपको उन परिवारों को एक सपोर्ट देना है, एक हैंड होल्डिंग करनी है, वहीं आपको विकास का रास्ता नहीं छोड़ सकते। इस 1 साल में जितने प्रोजेक्ट सरकार के अधूरे पड़े थे, हमने उसको पूरा करने के लिए काम किया और सैकड़ों नए प्रोजेक्ट पे दिल्ली सरकार ने काम किया, चाहे वो फ्लाईओवर्स हैं, चाहे अंडरपास हैं, चाहे फुटओवर ब्रिज हैं, चाहे एलिवेटेड रोड है, चाहे मेट्रो का नेक्स्ट फेज है। इन सब पे सरकार ने काम किया है, एक बेहतर दिल्ली के लिए, एक नए फ्यूचर के लिए, बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए।
पर जब आप ये बेहतर बात कहती हैं और कहती हैं कि नहीं, जो अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़ा व्यक्ति है उस तक भी सुविधा पहुंच जानी चाहिए, तो फिर आपकी तरफ से किया गया 2500 रुपए का वादा आता है, तो वो कब दे रही हैं आप?
देखिए, 2500 से पहले तो मैं बहुत कुछ जो दे चुकी, मैं उसकी चर्चा जरूर करना चाहूंगी। आज दिल्ली शहर देश की राजधानी, जहां हजारों लोग रोजाना आते हैं काम के, रोजगार के लिए, कोई इलाज के लिए आता है, कोई पढ़ाई के लिए आता है। आज दिल्ली में हमने जो अटल कैंटीन शुरू करी, जिसमें मात्र 5 रुपए में व्यक्ति को भरपेट खाना मिलता है, वो इस विजन के साथ कि मेरे इस शहर में कोई भूखा ना सोए, इस पे दिल्ली सरकार ने काम किया।
पर रेखा जी, वो तो शीला दीक्षित जी ने भी किया था।
कहाँ किया, आप बताइए ना, कहाँ है कोई उनके टाइम की शुरू की हुई ऐसी कैंटीन, ऐसी कोई रसोई कुछ है दिल्ली में क्या?
हाँ, वो थाली दिया करती थी ना वो।
आप पता नहीं, आप लोग बताएं, कोई थाली थी, वो चली, पहुंची, किसी के तक आई? तो आज जो चल रहा है वो एक एवरलास्टिंग काम है, जिसको दिल्ली की जनता रोजाना 1 लाख लोगों को भोजन करवाने का दिल्ली सरकार का संकल्प है, जिस पे हम लोग चल रहे हैं।
चूंकि आप भोजन करवा रही हैं तो 2500 रुपए नहीं
अभी आ रही हूं मैं आपकी बात पे भी। हाँ। हमने कहा था कि होली और दिवाली सिलेंडर देंगे। इस होली हम दिल्ली की अपनी बहनों को सिलेंडर देने जा रहे हैं। ये एक बड़ी जो बात थी। और इसी तरीके से दिल्ली में जो हमने आयुष्मान योजना कहा था,
नहीं रुकिए, नहीं रुकिए, पहले आप चूंकि थाली दे रही हैं तो 2500 नहीं देंगी आप?
अभी आया रही हूँ मैं।
सिलेंडर दे रही हैं तो 2500 नहीं देंगी आप?
नहीं, आप ऐसे कैसे क्यों कर रही हैं, जैसे कि आम आदमी पार्टी का कोई कार्यकर्ता आपके अंदर से बोल रहा है। अब थमिए, अब थमिए, अब सुनिए, मैं आ रही हूँ।
मैं तो
यही
जनता
कह
की
रही हूँ।
तरफ से सवाल पूछ रही हूँ।
हाँ, नहीं, अभी जनता जो
आम
चाहती
आदमी
है,
का कार्यकर्ता हूँ, आम आदमी पार्टी का नहीं।
मैं ये
एकदम
कहना
clear कह
चाहती
सकती
हूँ,
मैं आम आदमी का
मैं ये
कार्यकर्ता
कहना
हूँ।
चाहती हूँ, मैंने दिल्ली की जनता की जरूरतों को समझते हुए एक प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट तय की है, जिसमें मुझे ये लगता है कि पहले दिल्ली की जनता को पानी की पाइपलाइंस की जरूरत है, हर घर तक पानी की जरूरत है, बेहतर सीवर लाइनों की जरूरत है, हर बच्चे को यहाँ पर जो स्कूल की कमी है उसको पूरा करना चाहता है, ये जो अधूरे हॉस्पिटल है इसको पूरा मुझे करना है, जो ये मेट्रो का फेज था जिसमें पिछली सरकार अपनी देनदारियां मेरे लिए छोड़ के गई थी, मैंने वो सारी देनदारियां क्लियर करने का फैसला किया, उसमें से 3000 करोड़ मैंने पिछले अकाउंट के दिए और 5000 करोड़ मैंने अगली कॉरिडोर के लिए पे किया है। मेरी दिल्ली की जनता कहती है कि पहले ये सब हमें दो और उसके बाद 2500 भी मैडम देना चाहेगी तो जरूर देगी, और मैं वायदा करती हूं कि मेरी दिल्ली की बहनों को 2500 रुपए भी मिलेंगे।
मतलब सोचिए 2500 रुपए नहीं मिले हैं तब भी रेखा गुप्ता जिंदाबाद।
क्योंकि उन्हें विकास मिल रहा है, विकास के साथ में जो हमने कहा वो सब दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए दिल्ली की जनता का विश्वास हम पे है और उस विश्वास को कायम रखना मेरी प्रतिबद्धता है।
पर ऑन अ सीरियस नोट, क्या आने वाले सालों में आप इस वादे को पूरा करेंगे या ये आपके लिए बोझ बन गया है?
नहीं,
क्योंकि कैश देने की बात थी, फ्री बीज देने की बात थी, तो ऐलान तो कर दिया, लेकिन अब बोझ बन रहा है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं मैं कह सकती। निश्चित रूप में दिल्ली की बहनों को मजबूत करना, उनको फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस करना मेरी इच्छा है और मैं उसे जरूर पूरा करूंगी, और इसके लिए लगातार काम चल रहा है, क्योंकि वो एलिजिबिलिटी लिस्ट, क्योंकि आज दिल्ली में जिस वर्ग को हम मदद पहुंचाना चाहते हैं उसकी एक सूची तैयार होनी जरूरी है। और ये योजना ये नहीं है कि वन टाइम योजना है, ये योजना लगातार चलने वाली, हर महीने आपको काम देना है, हर महीने आपको उनको फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस पहुंचानी है। तो उसके लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा मेथड जिसके माध्यम से लगातार एक बार मदद शुरू हो तो वो चलती रहे, वो जरूरी है। हम एक पोर्टल के माध्यम से ऑनलाइन इस सारी प्रक्रिया को करेंगे ताकि कोई भी इसमें लीकेज ना रहे और कोई भी पात्र बहन उसमें छूटे ना, ये मेरी इच्छा है।
अब मैं यमुना की सफाई की तरफ आ रही हूँ, क्योंकि 2500 को लेकर बहुत सवाल हुए और उसका जवाब आपने यहाँ पर दिया है। कई लोग इससे इत्तेफाक रख सकते हैं, कई नहीं भी रख सकते हैं, लेकिन क्या सच में ये जो पैसों को देने का ऐलान होता है अलग अलग सरकारों की तरफ से, ये आखिरी सवाल और फिर मैं आगे पहुंचूंगी, ये जीत का फॉर्मूला बन गया है और उसके बाद इसके क्रियान्वयन पे देरी हो तो होती रहे?
देखिए, जनता बहुत समझदार है, वो जानती है कि विकास का रास्ता किस पार्टी के माध्यम से स्वरूप लेने वाला है, और हर राज्य को विकास चाहिए, शिक्षा चाहिए, हेल्थ चाहिए। कोई भी राज्य केवल और केवल फ्री बीज के लालच में सरकारें नहीं बना सकता और ना बनाना चाहता, इसलिए आपकी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और दिल्ली में जो विकास के काम इस समय चल रहे हैं और जितनी दिल्ली की समस्याएं थी, अब उनके ऊपर जिस तरीके से ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार के माध्यम से काम हो रहा है, मुझे लगता है दिल्ली की जनता संतुष्ट है। उनकी आंखों में, उनकी निगाहों में जो आशाएं मुझे दिखती हैं वो ये कहती हैं कि आप काम करते रहिए, हम आपके साथ हैं।
ये जो ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार है रेखा जी, ये आपके लिए बहुत प्रेशर क्रिएट करती है, क्योंकि भाई पहले की सरकारों के साथ तो ये होता था कि काम नहीं होता है तो आप केंद्र के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी दे सकते हैं, या अगर कोई और छोटा काम नहीं होता है तो आप लोकल बॉडीज पर आरोप थोप सकते हैं। लेकिन आपके साथ तो ऐसा नहीं है, लेफ्ट में भी आपकी सरकार, राइट में भी आपकी सरकार और सेंटर में आप बैठी हुई हैं, तो ये ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार प्रेशर आपके कंधों पर डाल रही है कि नहीं डाल रही है?
मैं ये मानती हूं कि दिल्ली में तीनों लेवल्स पे एक गवर्नमेंट का होना इस समय का सबसे सौभाग्यशाली क्षण है, सबसे लकीएस्ट टाइम है, क्योंकि इस समय किसी भी प्रकार के आरोप प्रत्यारोप करने का कोई मौका किसी के पास नहीं है, पहली बात। और दूसरी बात, कोई क्रेडिट की लड़ाई नहीं है। आज जब मैं काम करती हूं तो इक्वली सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की मैं हेल्प लेती हूं, एनसीआर स्टेट्स की मैं हेल्प लेती हूं, मैं अपनी लोकल बॉडीज के ऊपर पूरा काम का प्रेशर रख के उनसे काम लेती हूं। तो कहीं से कहीं तक जनता के बीच में कोई भी जाता है तो वो काम की जिम्मेवारी उठाता है। उस काम को करने के लिए सांसद, विधायक, पार्षद तीनों मिलकर ताकत लगाते हैं और इसीलिए दिल्ली के कामों को स्पीड मिल पा रही है। तो मैं इसे लायबिलिटी नहीं मानती, मैं इसे प्रेशर नहीं मानती, मैं इसे दिल्ली के लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा मौका मानती हूं कि इस समय जितनी मेहनत हो सके करनी चाहिए ताकि दिल्ली विकास की ओर आगे बढ़े।
यमुना सफाई की ओर कब बढ़ेगी?
बढ़ चुकी है यमुना जी सफाई की ओर, क्योंकि इससे पहले की सरकारों ने कभी उस विषय के महत्व को समझा नहीं था, ना ही उस पे काम किया था। पर हमारी सरकार जो 1 साल पहले बनी, हमने आने के बाद बहुत ही साइंटिफिकली क्या रोड मैप होना चाहिए यमुना सफाई का, उस पे काम किया। जितने ड्रेन्स यमुना जी में जाके गिर रहे थे उन सब की ड्रोन मैपिंग करी, उसकी सिल्ट की मैपिंग करी। सभी के सभी एसटीपीज जो दिल्ली में अभी तक 37 एसटीपी सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट दिल्ली में थे, उनको हमने रिवाइव किया, उसको अपग्रेड किया ताकि वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में आए, जो कि पहले बिल्कुल पूरी तरह ठप पड़े थे, कोई काम नहीं कर रहा था एसटीपी, आज वो अपडेट हो पाए हैं। और जिन जिन ड्रेन्स पे कोई एसटीपी नहीं था, आज उन पे नए डिसेंट्रलाइज एसटीपी बनाने के टेंडर हम लगा चुके हैं दिल्ली में, और नए 35 डिसेंट्रलाइज एसटीपी, 12 और नए बड़े एसटीपीज बनाने का काम
मतलब
चल रहा है।
37 प्लस 12।
यस, ऑफ कोर्स। तो और इसके अलावा भी हर ड्रेन को मैप करने का, यहां तक कि एनसीआर के स्टेट, वो हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश, उनसे भी हमारी बात हुई है कि कोई भी नाला जब तक यमुना जी में गिरेगा तब तक यमुना जी साफ नहीं हो सकती रूबिका जी। इसलिए जरूरी यह है कि हर नाले को टैप किया जाए, हर नाले की डीसिल्टिंग हो। और इस 1 साल में आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि 22,000 मीट्रिक टन सिल्ट हमने ड्रेन से निकाली है, जो अदरवाइज जाके यमुना जी में गिरती। और एक और मैं बड़ा आपको बात बताना चाहती हूं, दिल्ली में जितना पशुधन है, ये गायें इत्यादि, आप क्या सोचते हैं लाखों की संख्या में होंगी? तो रोजाना का डेयरी वेस्ट कितना होगा? 1500 टन डेयरी वेस्ट हम मान रहे हैं, एज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि रोजाना का डेयरी वेस्ट इतना होता होगा, वो गोबर, काउडंग, और वो सीधा सीधा जाकर के रोजाना नालों के माध्यम से यमुना जी में गिरता था, जो यमुना के गंदे होने में, प्रदूषित होने में बहुत बड़ा कारण था। दिल्ली में एक भी बायोगैस प्लांट नहीं था। पहला बायोगैस प्लांट हमारी सरकार के आने के बाद दिल्ली में हमने खोला है। 2 अभी तक हम खोल चुके हैं प्लांट। 300 टीपीडी की कैपेसिटी उसकी है। 1500 टीपीडी तक हमें उसे लेकर के आना है। इसके लिए अब सरकार काम कर रही है कि ये गोबर कहीं से भी, किसी भी रास्ते से यमुना जी में ना जाए, सिल्ट यमुना जी में ना पहुंचे, नाले यमुना जी में अपनी गंदे स्वरूप के साथ ना गिरें। ये सारा काम शुरू हो चुका है। हर साल आपको यमुना बेहतर दिखाई देगी और ईश्वर ने चाहा तो बहुत साफ यमुना, अविरल यमुना भी दिल्ली वाले देख पाएंगे।
तो वो जब तक आप मुख्यमंत्री है तब तक दिख जाएगा?
आप मुझे बना के रखिए।
क्योंकि साबरमती फ्रंट जहन में आता है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब चीफ मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे तो उन्होंने उसका पूरा नक्शा बदल दिया था। तो आई एम श्योर जब आपकी मुलाकातें और बातचीत होती होगी तो इस पर भी चर्चा होती होगी। उन्होंने यमुना की सफाई पर आपकी तारीफ भी की है, मतलब आपकी सरकार की, लेकिन उसका कोई रोड मैप तो आपने बता दिया, कोई टाइम है कि इतने साल?
यमुना की सफाई का रोड मैप मैंने आपको बताया है, और यमुना
टाइम
पे सीरियसनेस जो है वो केंद्र की, दिल्ली की, सभी की है, नगर निगम की, लगातार उस पे काम चल रहा है। और जिस टाइमलाइन की आप बात कर रही हैं, वो टाइमलाइन में यमुना जी को नहीं बांधा जा सकता, यदि आज जो एसटीपी बनना शुरू हुआ है उसे 2 साल अगर बनने में लगते हैं, वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में 2.5 साल बाद आता है, और ऐसे हर नाले को टैप करने का जो काम शुरू हुआ है इसमें समय जरूर
तो
लगेगा।
मतलब 2.5 साल बाद
पर
मैं क्रूज पर आपका इंटरव्यू ले सकती हूँ यमुना में?
क्रूज पे तो आप पहले ही ले लेना, वैसे वो क्रूज नहीं है, यमुना सफारी है, वो आप पहले भी ले सकती हैं, उसे तो हम पहले ही चला देंगे। परंतु यमुना के अविरल रूप की यदि मैं बात करूं तो उसमें समय जरूर लगेगा, परंतु सरकार की नीयत और नीतियां बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है, काम दिखाई देने शुरू हो जाएगा और आप सबको संतुष्टि होगी कि हम सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
आप गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी हमारे बीच पधार चुके हैं, जोरदार तालियों से उनका भी स्वागत कीजिए। आखिरी के कुछ 2 प्रश्न और उसके बाद मैं हमारे इस कार्यक्रम की समाप्ति करूंगी। दिल्ली के तुर्कमान गेट पर आपने देखा जिस तरीके की कार्रवाई हुई है, अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ जो बड़ा एक्शन हुआ है, उसके बाद चौ दिशा से ये सवाल उठने लगे कि क्या जानबूझकर इस तरीके का एक्शन लिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि बीजेपी और माइनॉरिटीज में कभी भी मोहब्बत बन नहीं पाई। इस तरीके के आरोप विपक्ष आप पर लगाता रहा है।
देखिए ये
क्या ये चलता रहेगा?
ये बहुत ही खराब एलिगेशन है। झुग्गी अगर किसी नाले पे बसी है, कोर्ट के ऑर्डर हो गए, झुग्गी को हटाया गया तो जी सरकार ने झुग्गी तोड़ दी। कोई मंदिर बिल्कुल सड़क किनारे बन गया है, रास्ते में लोगों को आने जाने में दिक्कत है, किसी ने पिटीशन लगा दी, कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दे दिया तो सरकार ने मंदिर हटवा दिया। और अब आप कहें कि मस्जिद हटवा दी, या मस्जिद तो नहीं हटाई पर वो उसकी एंक्रोचमेंट हटा दी। ये कुछ निर्णय ऐसे होते हैं जिसमें कोर्ट के ऑर्डर होते हैं, और एंक्रोचमेंट एक ऐसा विषय है जो हर दिल्ली वासी को दिक्कत देता है। तो उसमें कुछ भी होगा, कोई भी चीज़ होगी, वो जो दिल्ली की जनता के लिए तकलीफदायक है, मुझे लगता है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिसीजन जो आता है कोर्ट से उसे मानना चाहिए और वो दिल्ली के हित में है। इसमें कहीं से कहीं तक किसी प्रकार का भेदभाव या किसी व्यक्ति विशेष या किसी धर्म विशेष का ये निर्णय है ही नहीं, ये दिल्ली को बेहतर चलाने की दिशा में निर्णय है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आप जहां पर बैठी हैं यहीं पर एआई समिट हुआ था और यहीं पर कांग्रेस के आईवाईसी के कार्यकर्ता आए थे जिन्होंने शर्टलेस प्रदर्शन किया था। प्रधानमंत्री जब राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर आए तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि कांग्रेस अपने कपड़े फाड़ती रहे, भारत जो है वो आगे का रास्ता तय करता रहेगा। ये सवाल जो इस वक्त मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं वो शीर्ष नेतृत्व को लेकर है। आपने पिछले इंटरव्यू में मुझे ये कहा था कि एक पार्टी कैसे काम करती है वो शीर्ष नेतृत्व से तय होता है, लेकिन राहुल गांधी के मसले पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि उनको शायद ये जानकारी ही नहीं थी कि ये लड़के यहां पर आ जाएंगे, कार्यकर्ता इस तरीके का हुड़दंग मचा देंगे, लेकिन आज भी वो अपने शेरों के साथ खड़े हैं।
देखिए, आपने अपनी बात में ही जवाब दे दिया। जो व्यक्ति ऐसा घटिया निर्लज काम करके आए उनको आप बब्बर शेर कह रहे हैं, तो आप बताइए कि इससे क्या उनकी नीयत झलकती नहीं है? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि ऐसा दिशा विहीन नेतृत्व किस काम का है जो देश की गरिमा को खराब करना चाहता है, जो संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को बदनाम करना चाहता है, जो देश के बाहर जाकर भी देश के लिए बुरा बोलता है और देश के अंदर रहकर भी हमारी सेनाओं पर भी उंगली उठा दे। ऐसे लोगों को क्या कहा जाना चाहिए वो मैं नहीं, भारत की जनता तय करेगी।
लेकिन भारी विपक्ष कौन है, केजरीवाल या राहुल गांधी?
अब मैं कुछ बोलूंगी तो आप कहोगे बोल रही है। दोनों एक दूसरे के भाई हैं, मोसेरे भाई।
केवल मोसेरे भाई।
अब आगे का सेंटेंस आप पूरा कर लीजिए।
नहीं, मैं नहीं करूंगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए रेखा जी। रेखा गुप्ता यहाँ पर बेबाकी से सारे प्रश्नों का जवाब देती हुई आपको नजर आ रही थी। थैंक यू सो मच रेखा जी।
Thank you so much, Srimati Rekha Gupta, Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, for envisioning the path to the future for Delhi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the crescendo of the Rising Bharat Summit, our gaze turns to the heart, to the soul and the spirit of Bharat. In our previous sessions, we heard how Bharat's AI ambitions are rooted in its rich digital heritage. Now let's journey through the country's cultural tapestry, where history, diversity, and creativity entwine. How does India's cultural wealth shape its global narrative? From ancient traditions to modern expressions, how is India's heritage influencing its future? In the concluding session of Rising Bharat 2026, let's explore India's cultural treasures, stories and their impact with Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, in conversation with Amish Devgan for a session on the rise of Bharat's cultural economy.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरा निवेदन है कि आप अपनी अपनी जगह पर बैठ जाइए। शेखावत जी, ये आखिरी सेशन है, आपका अभिनंदन है न्यूज 18 पर। राइजिंग भारत समिट में आपका अभिनंदन है। आपसे आज ऐसे वक्त में बात हो रही है जब देश में मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स यूएस के साथ ट्रेड डील हो रही है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार कह रही है कि भारत उभर रहा है, राइजिंग भारत है। प्रधानमंत्री जी भी कल इस मंच पर आए थे, उन्होंने भी बताया देश किस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन राहुल गांधी का एक ही नैरेटिव है, वो कहते हैं कि कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है प्रधानमंत्री।
अमीश भाई, धन्यवाद आपका और धन्यवाद न्यूज़ 18 चैनल का कि उन्होंने भारत के बढ़ते हुए और बदलती हुई तस्वीर को देश और दुनिया के सामने रखने के लिए इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। आपने जब अपने प्रश्न की शुरुआत की, आपने बड़ी गर्मजोशी के साथ में बोला ये गजेंद्र भाई, ये आखिरी जो है सेशन है। मैं घबरा गया, फिर आपने ठीक कर दिया कि ये इस कॉन्क्लेव का आखिरी सेशन है।
जी जी,
मुझे लगा मुझे धमकी दे रहे हैं। देखिए, निश्चित रूप से भारत बदल रहा है और पूरा विश्व इस बात को स्वीकार करता है।
जी,
नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार को काम करते हुए लगभग 12 साल का समय पूरा होने वाला है, 11.5 साल पूरे हो गए। पहले 5 साल फंडामेंटल काम करके ऐसी सारी कमियां जो इतने सालों से जो कुछ हो जाना चाहिए था वो जो नहीं हो पाया, सामान्य मानवी के जीवन में बचशेष रह गई कमियों को पूरा करने के लिए काम हुआ और उनकी ताकत को बढ़ा करके भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेंथन करके पिछले 5 साल में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दूसरे स्पेल में देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को ऊपर उठाने के लिए काम किया। दुर्भाग्य से कोविड आया, लेकिन कोविड को भी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी, आपदा में अवसर खोजने का मंत्र देकर के देश में नया आत्मविश्वास फूंक करके अविश्वास से घिरे हुए भारत को विश्वास में तब्दील करने का काम माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था जिस गति के साथ में बढ़ रही है, जिस तरह से बढ़ रही है, नाउ इंडिया इज इनएविटेबल। पूरी दुनिया को भारत के साथ में कदम ताल करके काम करना ही पड़ेगा
जी।
और हमने देखा मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, जिसके लिए पिछले कई दशक से प्रयास हो रहे थे, नई शुरुआत नहीं थी, लगभग 22-23 साल से इसके लिए प्रयास हो रहे थे, वो सफल हुए और निश्चित रूप से भारत के लिए एक नया मार्ग खुला है। ठीक इसी तरह से अमेरिका के साथ में जो पूरे विश्व भर के ऊपर उन्होंने जिस तरह से एक टैरिफ का एक नया सिस्टम शुरू किया था, उसमें भारत को जो लेवरेज इस यूएस टैरिफ डील के बाद में मिला है और भारत के किसानों का, भारत के दुग्ध उत्पादकों का, भारत के पशुपालकों का, इन सब के हितों का संरक्षण करते हुए भी भारत के हित में इस तरह का निर्णय हो पाया है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि इन दोनों के बाद आने वाले समय में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का सुनहरा काल जो प्रारंभ हुआ है, ये और भी ज्यादा चमकदार बनेगा।
निश्चित तौर पर सरकार अपने दावे करती है और एज अ न्यूज़ नेटवर्क हमारा काम है कुछ सवाल पूछना और सरकार को सत्य और तथ्य की कसौटी पर कसना। किसानों के मुद्दों को लेकर राहुल गांधी बहुत सी बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि सरकार अपना मैसेज ठीक से पहुंचा नहीं पाई या विपक्ष को समझा नहीं पाई?
देखिए, जो जानबूझ करके सोया हो ना, आंख मीच करके उसको जगाने का कोई रास्ता नहीं होता।
पर राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं मैं बहुत जागा हुआ हूं।
मुझे मेरी बात
मैं सरकार को भी जगा रहा हूं।
मुझे मेरी बात पूरी करने ले दीजिए
जी।
या अपने किसी पर्टिकुलर मोटिव को, अपनी किसी महत्वाकांक्षा को पूरा करने के लिए कोई अगर सोने का नाटक कर रहा हो या उससे इतर बात कर रहा हो, तब उसको जगाने का या उसको उस मार्ग से हटाना बहुत कठिन होता है। इससे इतर हट करके जो आपके पहले प्रश्न में भी जो कुछ बाकी रह गया था, उसका और आपके इस दोनों प्रश्न का उत्तर एक साथ देता हूं। देखिए, विपक्ष में होने के नाते कुछ ना कुछ करना, सरकार की आलोचना करना उनकी शायद मजबूरी होगी, लेकिन हर ऐसे अवसर पर जब भारत के 140 करोड़ लोग अपने आप को भारतीय होने पर गर्व कर सकें, हर ऐसे अवसर पर भारत को उस गर्व के बोध को नीचा दिखाने, कम करने का काम राहुल गांधी जी ने किया। मैं कुछ उदाहरण दे देता हूं आपको। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई, पहली बार भारत ने अपनी सीमा से बाहर प्रतिकार किया, पूरे विश्व को यह संदेश दिया कि भारत अब नया भारत, सशक्त भारत, भारत विरुद्ध होने वाली किसी भी गतिविधि को, चाहे वो भारत की भूमि पर हो या बाहर, अब बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। प्रश्न के बादल खड़े किए गए। एयर स्ट्राइक हुई, पहली बार भारत ने अपना एयर स्पेस क्रॉस करके और कार्रवाई की, उसके ऊपर कालिक पोतने का काम किसने किया? भारत की ताकत बढ़ाने के लिए जो पिछले 20-25 वर्षों से जिस तरह का एक लॉकजैम की स्टेटस थी, स्टैंड स्टिल की जो पोजीशन हो गई थी, उसके कारण से हम अपने पड़ोसी देशों की एयर डिफेंस की ताकत से कहीं पीछे रह गए थे। उसको पूरा करने के लिए रफाल की डील हुई। उस डील पर कितने तरह के प्रश्न खड़े किए गए थे? उस डील की टोटल जितनी कॉस्ट थी, जितना वॉल्यूम था, उससे ज्यादा के आंकड़े जो है, कई गुना आंकड़े भ्रष्टाचार हो गए। ऐसी बार बार कहा गया, दो देशों के बीच में संशय की स्थिति और रिलेशन खराब हो जाए, ऐसी स्थिति पैदा की गई। आखिर में सुप्रीम कोर्ट से तमाचा पढ़ करके खत्म हुआ। नए भारत की तस्वीर, संसद, नया भवन बना। उस समय में किस तरह की काम किया, उस सब को छोड़ दीजिए। कोविड के समय में भारत ने एक इतिहास रचा। पहली बार भारत में, भारत के 140 करोड़ लोगों को सुरक्षा चक्र देने के लिए भारत में वैक्सीन बनी। याद करिए वो दिन। ये आरएसएस की वैक्सीन है, ये भाजपा की वैक्सीन है, ये टेस्टेड वैक्सीन नहीं है। किसने संशय का बादल खड़ा करने की कोशिश की? राहुल गांधी जी कौन से विज्ञान के स्टूडेंट है कि वो जानते थे कि ये नहीं है? केवल और केवल भारत अपने गर्व के बोध को नए भारतवासी न कर सके, इसके लिए इस तरह के आचरण किया गया। अब ट्रेड डील होती है, और ट्रेड डील के समय में भी इसी तरह की बातें, बिना आधार के इस तरह की बातें करना। जब भारत की यूएस ट्रेड डील में यह स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा गया है कि एक भी ग्राम अनाज भारत में नहीं आ सकता, एक भी फल और सब्जी जो भारत में उत्पादित होती है वो भारत में नहीं आ सकती, एक भी डेयरी प्रोडक्ट भारत में नहीं आ सकता, फिर भी झूठ बोल कर
एक आरोप है कि राहुल गांधी जो है वो देश के विरोध में कर रहे हैं बार बार, लेकिन वो एलओपी है।
मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा हूं कि वो देश के विरोध में कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, आपकी पार्टी बोलती है, आपकी सरकार बोलती है।
लेट मी क्लियर इट। लेकिन मैं ये स्पष्ट कहता हूं कि वो जो कुछ कर रहे हैं उससे देश का अहित हो रहा है। वो अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति के लिए अपनी पार्टी को वापस सरकार में कराने के जिस तरह का आचरण और व्यवहार कर रहे हैं, उससे कहीं ना कहीं देश का नुकसान हो रहा है। 140 करोड़ भारतीय उसके कारण से शर्म के साथ नीचे देखने को मजबूर होते हैं और भारत की छवि पूरे विश्व भर में धूमिल होती है।
लेकिन देखिए, राहुल गांधी एलओपी हैं, देश की एक बड़ी पार्टी के नेता हैं, गांधी परिवार से आते हैं वो, उनकी दादी ने, उनके पिताजी ने बलिदान दिया है। वो कहते हैं कि उनसे बेहतर देश को कौन जानता है।
किसी के पिताजी ने, किसी के दादाजी ने, किसी की दादी जी ने अगर देश के लिए बलिदान किया हो, उनकी दादी ने, उनके पिताजी ने निश्चित रूप से देश के लिए बलिदान किया होगा। मैं ऐसे राजस्थान से, ऐसे परिवारों से आता हूं जहां हजारों लोगों ने पीढ़ियों तक बलिदान किया है, लेकिन क्या वो मुझे इस बात का लाइसेंस देता है कि मैं देश के लिए कुछ भी उल्टा सीधा काम करूं?
पर अभी
क्या केवल किसी परिवार का, खानदान का बेटा होने से जो है देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों को शर्मसार करने के आचरण को माफ किया जा सकता है? देश की प्रगति में बाधक होने को क्या माफ किया जा सकता है?
जी, लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि संसद में, बजट सत्र में जो कुछ हो रहा था, क्या आपको लगता है वो सब आचरण के अनुरूप था? क्योंकि जिस तरह की भाषा का इस्तेमाल हुआ दोनों तरफ से, आपके भी एक सांसद ने पंडित नेहरू के लिए अय्याश शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया, निशिकांत दुबे का, दूसरी तरफ राहुल गांधी ने गद्दार शब्द बोला एक आपके फेलो मिनिस्टर रवनीत सिंह बिट्टू के लिए। क्या आपको लगता है वो डेकोरम मेंटेन हो पा रहा है या फिर आपको लगता है कि दोनों पक्षों से कमी है?
देखिए, जो कुछ हुआ है वो सब दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और भारत की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को तार-तार करने का काम राहुल गांधी जी ने शुरुआत किया। देखिए, संसद जो है वो एक सिस्टम से चलती है, प्रेसिडेंट से चलती है, प्रोसीजर से चलती है। यदि कोई संसद में संसद की प्रक्रिया में अपने आप को तानाशाह समझ ले, और जो आपने कहा कि जिसके मन में यह ग्रंथि पैदा हो जाए कि मैं 2 प्रदेश के 3 प्रधानमंत्रियों के परिवार से आता हूं इसलिए मुझे कुछ भी करने का अधिकार है, अगर ये किसी के मन में ग्रंथि पैदा हो जाए,
गलती क्या सच्चाई है?
कोई बालक नहीं, मैं सच्चाई से इनकार नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं, लेकिन कुछ भी करने का लाइसेंस प्राप्त हो जाए, ये ग्रंथि पैदा हो जाए, ये सच्चाई है
जी।
अब क्या आप उसको डिफेंड करते हैं कि ये ठीक है उन्होंने किया?
मैं डिफेंड नहीं कर रहा, मैं बोलूं पर आप लोग भी तो राहुल गांधी का पीछा नहीं छोड़ते। मैं एक एक करके बताता हूं। जगत प्रकाश नड्डा बीजेपी के फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट, राज्यसभा में आपके नेता भी हैं, सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर भी हैं, उन्होंने राहुल गांधी को बोला अबोध बालक, और आपके मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बोल रहे हैं अबोध बालक कोई खराब शब्द नहीं है। अच्छा, फिर गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत आपके एक और माफ करिए गिरिराज सिंह आपके एक और सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर, वो कहते हैं कि अब एआई समिट का हाल देख के हमें डर लगता है कि राहुल गांधी कहीं गंजी और कहीं दूसरे अंग वस्त्र में कहीं पार्लियामेंट में ना जाइए, वो लोग बोलते हैं। अब बताइए कांग्रेस
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरह का व्यवहार और आचरण राहुल गांधी जी ने किया है और कर रहे हैं, कोई आश्चर्य नहीं है कि कभी वो उस दिन ऐसा करते हुए भी नजर आ जाए।
आपको लगता है राहुल गांधी गंजी और किसी और चीज में आ जाएंगे पार्लियामेंट?
देखिए, अब तक जो उन्होंने आचरण और व्यवहार किया वो अबोध बालक के जैसा ही है, जिसको भारत के गर्व का बोध न हो, वो केवल और केवल सेल्फ कॉम्प्लिसेंसी की स्टेज में जी रहा हो, उससे कुछ भी अपेक्षा की जा सकती है।
लेकिन कांग्रेस कहती है कि राहुल गांधी से डर रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। वो बोलते हैं 4-4 मंत्री बोलने के लिए आते हैं, नैरेटिव पूरी सेशन में राहुल गांधी सेट करके चले गए हैं। नरवणे साहब की किताब हो या बाकी मुद्दे, राहुल गांधी नैरेटिव सेट कर रहे हैं, सरकार फॉलो कर रही है। ये कांग्रेस का एक
सेंस ऑफ सेल्फ कॉम्प्लिसेंसी में जब लीडर जीने लगता है ना, तब पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम में जो है इट ऑलवेज फ्लो फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम, तब पार्टी भी उसी तरह से बिहेव करने लगती है। लेकिन मैं आपको आज जिम्मेदारी से एक बात कहता हूं कि अपने व्यवहार से जिस तरह से कांग्रेस सिमटते आखिरी कोने तक पहुंच गए, माइक्रोस्कोप लगाना पड़ता है ढूंढने के लिए, वो कांग्रेस में विद इन द कांग्रेस ये जो कुछ व्यवहार राहुल गांधी जी कर रहे हैं और जो एग्रेशन दिखा रहे हैं वो इसलिए है कि वो अब उनका सिमटना प्रारंभ हो गया है। अपने आप को कांग्रेस में प्रासंगिक बनाए रखने के लिए उनको ये एग्रेशन का जो है स्यूडो सेंटिमेंट एक्सप्रेस करने की कोशिश करनी पड़ रही है।
पर इस बार 99 सीट्स आई हैं, थोड़ा बेटर परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो एआई समिट इसी भारत मंडपम में जिस तरह का विरोध दर्ज हुआ और फिर बब्बर शेर कहा गया, कल प्रधानमंत्री भी इस मंच से आए थे, उन्होंने बोला जनता ने इनको लात मारी है, क्या आपको लगता है कांग्रेस क्यों डिफेंड कर रही है इस चीज को?
देखिए, जो कुछ हुआ,
स्टैंडिंग बाय इट,
जो कुछ हुआ मैंने कहा वो उसी सीक्वेंस का हिस्सा था। एआई समिट जो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी एआई समिट थी, जिसमें भारत का प्रभुत्व पूरी दुनिया स्वीकार कर रही थी, भारत दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा प्लेयर इसमें है, इसको दुनिया मान रही थी। उस समय में जब भारत के लोग ऐसी उपलब्धि पर गर्व कर रहे थे, उस समय फिर उस पर जो है कालिक पोतने का पाप जो है राहुल गांधी जी ने और उनके लोगों ने किया, और उनको बब्बर शेर कह करके उनके आचरण और व्यवहार जो था उसका मानसिक नंगापन जो है लीडरशिप का, वो उस दिन प्रदर्शित हुआ और उनको बब्बर शेर कह करके भी मानसिक नंगापन जो है वो दिखाई दिया है।
मैं एक और विषय पर आता हूं जो आपके दिल के करीब है, वंदे मातरम। 1937 में वंदे मातरम के 2 टुकड़े कर दिए गए थे और उसके बाद अब वंदे मातरम दोबारा राष्ट्रगीत के रूप में पूर्ण स्वरूप में गाया जाने लगा है। इसके क्या मायने हैं? क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन इस पे क्या बोल रहा है मैं बाद में आऊंगा, लेकिन ये लाने के पीछे औचित्य क्या था, सवाल ये है।
मैं प्रतिप्रश्न करता हूं कि उसको काटने के पीछे क्या औचित्य था, पहले इस पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए।
जी, लेकिन उसमें जब उसको छंद विच्छेद करा गया तो कारण बताया गया कि मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना द्वारा एक विरोध था और उसकी वजह से उसको छंद विच्छेद किया गया। लेकिन आज भी
मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना के द्वारा किए गए विरोध के कारण से एक ऐसे महान गीत जिसने भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम को एक सूत्र में बांधने का काम किया, उस गीत को काट दिया था। क्या भारत को आजादी के ठीक बाद में यह निर्णय नहीं करना चाहिए था कि इसको वापस पूरे सिरे से पूरे तरीके से संपूर्ण सम्मान देते हुए उसको वापस पूर्णता के साथ में गाया जाए?
लेकिन देखिए, क्योंकि आपकी मंत्रालय वो है, तो इसलिए मैं ये सवाल पूछ रहा हूं। तब ये निर्णय इसलिए किया गया कि देश एकजुट रहे। अभी भी तब जिन्ना ने विरोध किया, अभी भी इस देश की कई पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां विरोध कर रही हैं। ओवैसी विरोध कर रहा है, कई कांग्रेस के नेता बयान दे चुके हैं, ऑपोजिशन की और पार्टियां बयान दे चुकी है, समाजवादी पार्टी। वो कह रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक बार फिर राष्ट्रगीत का मुद्दा उठा के हिंदू मुसलमान का घिनौना खेल खेलना चाहती है इस देश के अंदर। कोई और लॉजिक नहीं है।
देखिए, जिस पार्टी ने इस देश को हमेशा बांटा, पहले देश को बांटा, देश का बंटवारा स्वीकार किया, फिर देश को बोली और भाषा के नाम पर बांटा, फिर देश को मजहब के नाम पर बांटा, फिर देश को अमीर और गरीब के नाम पर बांटा, फिर देश को अगड़े और पिछड़े के नाम पर बांटा। जिन्होंने वंदे मातरम को बांटने का पाप किया, जिसका परिणाम देश का बंटवारा हुआ था, उनको बांटने के ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़े करने का अधिकार जो है वो है नहीं, शेष नहीं रह गया।
लेकिन एक आरोप यह भी है कि आपने, यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने, यह बंगाल चुनावों के मद्देनजर किया। खेल बंगाल का था जो कि खेला गया। अब आरोप है।
देखिए, आरोप लगाना, जिनका आरोप लगाते हैं उनका आरोप लगाना अधिकार है। जब डिमोनेटाइजेशन हुआ था ना, तब लोगों ने कहा था कि ये चुनाव को लेकर के किया गया। जब जीएसटी का फैसला हुआ था, तब लेकर के कहा था कि ये तो इस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट के चुनाव को लेकर के किया गया। अब जो लोग हर चीज में राजनीति ढूंढते रहते हैं, और क्योंकि उनके डीएनए में है कि उनके हर फैसला कुर्सी बचाने के लिए और कुर्सी पर बने रहने के लिए होता था, इसलिए जो आरोप लगाने वाले हैं उनको ऐसा ही दिखाई देता है।
नहीं, वंदे मातरम का विरोध सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां नहीं कर रही, मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड भी कर रहा है, बड़े बड़े उलेमा भी कर रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं ये गलत है, ये तरीका आप मजबूर नहीं कर सकते। उस पर आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? क्योंकि आपकी सरकार तो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास है।
मैं फिर कहूंगा, भारत की आजादी की लड़ाई को जो अलग अलग जगह पर अलग अलग लोगों द्वारा अलग अलग तरीके से लड़ी जा रही थी, उनको एकता के सूत्र में बांधने का महान गीत, जिस गीत ने अविश्वास में दबे हुए भारत, मानसिक रूप से कुचले हुए भारत में एक विश्वास की ज्योति जागृत की थी। एक ऐसा गीत जिसको गुनगुनाते हुए हजारों लोग भारत माता को गुलामी की बेड़ियों से मुक्त कराने के लिए स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में अपने आप को आहूत कर पाए थे। एक ऐसा गीत जिसके शब्दों को, वंदे मातरम को उच्चारण करते हुए अनेक लोग देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व समर्पण करके इस धरती में समाहित हो गए।
जी,
उस गीत पर इस तरह के प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना, मुझे लगता है कि उन सारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानी और हुतात्मा जिन्होंने ये संघर्ष किया, उनकी आत्मा को चोट पहुंचाने के बराबर है। आज भी जो इस मानसिकता को सोचते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि उनको अपने आचरण पर, अपनी मानसिकता को शर्म करनी चाहिए।
जी, देखिए, जियोपॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो में हम सब लोग हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कई बार कह चुके हैं हम युद्ध का नहीं बुद्ध का देश है। लेकिन ईरान और इजराइल के बीच में जो इस समय तनाव चल रहा है और जिस तरह से इसका इंपैक्ट मिडिल ईस्ट तक पे आ रहा है, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? आपका इस पर क्या कहना होगा?
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से जब पूरे विश्व भर में तनाव होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं, बिकॉज इट्स ए ग्लोबल विलेज, आज दुनिया में दूरियां समाप्त हो गई है, हर देश एक दूसरे से किसी न किसी रूप से जुड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन मैं फिर एक बात कहूंगा कि इस तरह की तनाव की परिस्थिति में भारत और भारत से निकला हुआ दर्शन, ये दोनों और भी ज्यादा प्रासंगिक हो जाते हैं, ये दोनों और भी ज्यादा रेलेवेंट हो जाते हैं। और तब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं कि भारत ने विश्व को युद्ध नहीं बुद्ध दिया है, तब आज भगवान बुद्ध की और बुद्ध के दर्शन की और भारत से निकले हुए दर्शन की प्रासंगिकता और महत्ता और बढ़ जाती है।
अगर यहाँ पे स्थितियाँ और खराब होती है मिडिल ईस्ट के अंदर, ईरान के अटैक्स और बढ़ते हैं, तो हमारे काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं, भारतीय हैं मिडिल ईस्ट के अंदर, तो सरकार निश्चित तौर पर उनके बारे में उस सरकार को सोचना होगा।
मुझे लगता है कि पिछले 12 साल में यमन से लेकर के यूक्रेन तक इतनी बार ये सब कुछ हो चुका है कि अब भारत के लोग जो है ना,
पर उनके परिवार चिंतित हैं जो वहां
अब
पर
भारत के लोग जो हैं वो अगर चांद पे भी रहते होंगे ना, नीला पासपोर्ट लेकर के रहते होंगे, तो वो बड़े जो है गर्व के साथ में रहते हैं, हिम्मत और हौसले के साथ में रहते हैं, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि हम कहीं भी होंगे, देश का प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हमारी चिंता करता है।
जी, एक सवाल और राजनीति का है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को एक्विटल मिल गया है और वो कह रहे हैं कि षड्यंत्र किया गया मुझे फंसाने का, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने पूरा खेल रचा, अब सबके सामने आ गया है। आपका क्या कहना है? कहीं ना कहीं उनको एक्विटल मिला है, बड़ी बात है लोअर कोर्ट से।
देखिए, न्यायालय के निर्णय पर मुझे टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार नहीं है, लेकिन देश के लोअर कोर्ट और जुडिशरी ने आगे जो डिसीजन किया वो फुल एंड फाइनल डिसीजन हो, या वो डिसीजन कभी दुनिया में देश में बदले नहीं गए हों, ऐसा हुआ नहीं है। उठा करके देखिए, बहुत सारे डिसीजन बहुत सारी जगहों पे जाकर के अलग अलग बदलते रहे, इसलिए बहुत जल्दबाजी में इस पर कोई टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा।
जी, अगला राउंड वीडियो राउंड का है, फोटो राउंड का है। एक एक करके एक फोटो आएगी इस स्क्रीन पर और उस स्क्रीन पर, तो आप अपनी राय रखिएगा। पहली फोटो देखते हैं किसकी आ रही है।
अभी तो मेरी आ रही है यार।
अभी तो आपकी आ रही है, अभी ये राहुल गांधी जी की आ रही है, रेलिंग पे खड़े हैं।
चलिए, रेलिंग पे खड़े हैं तब तक तो ठीक है, ऊपर से कूद कब रहे हैं उसका इंतजार करना चाहिए।
अगली फोटो देखते हैं किसकी आ रही है। सवाल है, विपक्ष का बेहतर नेता कौन है?
मुझे तो सारे ही एक जैसे दिखाई देते
नहीं, राहुल गांधी, अखिलेश यादव या ममता बनर्जी, चूज वन।
पर ये तीनों ही विपक्ष के नेता हैं, इसलिए इनको
एक आपको बेहतर कौन लगता है? आपकी पर्सनल
जब मैं कहूंगा कि जब तीनों ही विपक्ष के नेता हैं तब क्यों मुझे उनकी तुलना करनी है?
चलिए, अगला सवाल थोड़ा सरल है आपके लिए। बेहतर कांग्रेसी नेता कौन है? सोनिया गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा या राहुल गांधी? अब ये तो आसान चॉइस हो सकती है आपके लिए, तीनों सदन में है, तीनों से मुलाकात होती होगी।
नहीं, मेरी तीनों से मुलाकात होती है, उसके जो है उसके सिलेक्शन के या उसके असेसमेंट के क्राइटेरिया अलग अलग हो सकते हैं।
फिर भी
सोनिया गांधी जी कंपैरेटिवली ग्रेसफुल रहती हैं, प्रियंका जी जो हैं कंपैरेटिवली सिंसियर रहती हैं पार्लियामेंट में, और भाई साहब के बारे में मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा।
जी, जी, अगले 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 सवाल के ऊपर आते हैं और ये आखिरी है। बेहतर प्रधानमंत्री कौन है? अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह, नरेंद्र मोदी?
ये प्रश्न वैसा ही है जैसा मुझे ये पूछा जाए कि आपके दादा आपके लिए ज्यादा बड़े आदर्श हैं या पिता।
जी, लेकिन फिर भी जवाब तो सभी के पास होता है, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
लगता है कि ये कभी जो है अपने बुजुर्गों के प्रति, अपने बुजुर्गों के लिए तुलना की नहीं की जाती है मित्र, कभी नहीं की जाती। हम उस संस्कार में पैदा नहीं हुए कि हम अपने बुजुर्गों में अपने लीडर्स की तुलना
फ्लिप
करें।
कर लेते हैं, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी से क्या सीखते हैं एक लाइन में?
सौहार्द, निरंतरता, करुणा और उसके बाद में शब्द संचय।
जी, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह?
किसी भी परिस्थिति में आदमी मौन कैसे रह सकता है, अटल जो है मनमोहन सिंह जी, उससे ज्यादा बड़ी कोई पाठशाला नहीं हो सकती। कितने भी दबाव सहलें, कितने भी अपमान सहलें, कितनी भी जो है संकष्ट सहलें, उसके बाद में भी मौन रहें और स्थित प्रज्ञ रहें, यह मनमोहन सिंह जी से सीखा जा सकता है।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी?
वो तो चलती फिरती पाठशाला है, मेरे जैसे हजारों ऐसे लोग होंगे जो उनसे कुछ न कुछ सीख करके आज इस मुकाम तक जहां कहीं हुए हैं वहां पहुंचे होंगे।
जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेकिन 150 साल हो रहे हैं वंदे मातरम को, तो आप अपने अंदाज में एक बार अगर वंदे मातरम बोलना चाहें तो।
वंदे मातरम।
तालियों के साथ साथ दीजिए वंदे मातरम। जय हिंद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, आपका हमारे साथ आने के लिए और इस सेशन में भागीदार बनने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, thank you so much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we witnessed the convergence of brilliant minds, inspiring stories, and engaging discussions. We've explored the intricacies of India's growth, innovation, and creativity, and we were inspired by the passion and dedication of our speakers, performers, and attendees. As we wrap up, we carry with us a renewed sense of purpose, a deeper understanding of the complexities and opportunities that lie ahead, and a stronger connection with one another. As we conclude this enriching summit, we would like to reiterate our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you so much, our presenting partners, Jio Financial Services, our co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, and our powered by partner, Pernod Ricard India, and our Bharat growth partner, ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our driven by partner, Kia Seltos, our state partners, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Uttarakhand governments, our workspace partner, WeWork India, our logistics partner, DTDC, our energy partner, Vikram Solar, our transformation partner, SR, and our associate partners, NSC, M3M Foundation, and Reliance Industries Limited, for being an integral part of the News18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. And while you soaked in the insights of Rising Bharat, we hope you didn't miss out on experiencing the future of finance itself. We hope you got the chance to head over to the Geo Finance Experience Zone that's at the back to get early access to the all-new Geo Finance app, which is among the first to try the next generation features. The future of finance is here, and we hope you got the opportunity to check it out. To our esteemed speakers, performers, and the dignitaries, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your insights, talents, and expertise with us. To our attendees, we thank you so much for being an integral part of this journey. Your participation, engagement, and enthusiasm have made this summit truly unforgettable. And to the entire team that has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this summit a success, we applaud your hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. And as we go our separate ways, now let's carry the spirit of Rising Bharat with us. Let's continue to inspire, motivate, and support one another in our pursuit of a brighter, more prosperous future for India and the world. Thank you so much. Good night and Jai Bharat.